Chapter 1. Have I crossed over? The Tsangshan Mountains tower majestically, the setting sun resembling blood. In a tranquil courtyard, Chu Xiu slowly opened his eyes, massaging his throbbing temples. He surveyed his surroundings and then glanced down at his dark constable's attire and the official token hanging from his waist as memories flooded his mind. The Zhou Dynasty? Sanlong Prefecture's 6 doors? A hint of gravity appeared on Chu Xiu's face. In his recollections, he seemed to be a constable. Dynasty, noble families, sects, martial arts, demons, enigmas. These myriad buffs amalgamated, rendering the role of a constable an extraordinarily perilous profession. At any moment, he could meet a gruesome end with no place to rest in peace. Yet, where am I now? After a while, Chu Xiu began to pace within the courtyard, seeking to gather more information. At that moment, a flurry of hurried footsteps shattered the serenity of the courtyard. Then, a burly man clad in the uniform of a constable strode in, gripping a 17 or 18-year-old girl by the arm. Chu Xiu recognized this man. He was Tianlin, the copper-badged constable of Sanlong Prefecture's 6 doors and his immediate superior. But who was this girl? He furrowed his brow slightly. The girl wore coarse garments, her beauty barely concealed. Yet her eyes were hollow and devoid of spirit, and tears marked her cheeks, clearly a victim of abduction. Chu Xiu, keep an eye on this girl, don't let her escape, Tianlin ordered, roughly tossing the girl to the ground. Who is she? Chu Xiu inquired. Haha, how would I know who she is? I spotted her by the roadside, and she looked decent, so I brought her in. Tianlin replied with a sinister grin. Isn't that tantamount to abducting a common girl? Chu Xiu's expression shifted as he felt his worldview shaken. And so what? She's meant for the 3rd young master of the Gao family, Tianlin asserted nonchalantly. In Sanlong Prefecture, the Gao family is everything. What's a few women for the 3rd young master? Moreover, her family is already dead at my hands. No one will ever know. As long as she gets close to the 3rd young master, even as the chief constable of the 6 doors, I might still have a chance. I only brought you along because I saw your potential. You could become familiar in front of the 3rd young master. If the 3rd young master enjoys himself, a casual gift of a medicinal pill could elevate you to an extraordinary realm. Tianlin patted Chu Xiu's shoulder, speaking meaningfully. Do you understand my intentions? Chu Xiu fell silent, aghast at the notion that a copper-badged constable would personally abduct a common girl, annihilate her family, and collude with demons to use her as food for them. Such actions, if spoken of, would seem unfathomable. He was certainly aware of the Gao family in Sanlong Prefecture. It was the only noble family in the entire region. The family head, Gao Zhantian, served as the county lieutenant, commanding the elite troops of Sanlong Prefecture. In Sanlong Prefecture, his mere footfall could send tremors throughout the land. Even the county magistrate's words could not compare to the influence of Gao Zhantian. Even a magistrate had to treat Gao Zhantian with respect. To have the world under one hand. The phrase surfaced in Chu Xiu's mind, revealing a darkness in this world far beyond his comprehension. The 3rd young master is coming. Tianlin suddenly exclaimed, Be alert. Upon hearing this, Chu Xiu turned to see a young man clad in opulent attire, with a delicate visage, strolling towards him. Following closely behind was a middle-aged man in a green robe, exuding an extraordinary aura. They were none other than Gao Changhe, the 3rd young master of the Gao family, and Su Yunlong, the family's esteemed protector. 3rd young master, the beauty you instructed me to find has been brought back, Tianlin declared, instantly donning a sycophantic smile upon seeing Gao Changhe. Indeed, I do favor such beauties. You truly understand my tastes. This Hunyuan pill is yours. Gao Chang's gaze fell upon the girl on the ground, his eyes glimmering with avarice and lewdness. He flipped his hand, revealing a jade bottle that he casually tossed to Tianlin. It seemed as if he regarded the Hunyuan pill no differently than a child's candy. Thank you, 3rd young master. Thank you. Tianlin gingerly caught the jade bottle, his joy almost palpable as he expressed his gratitude to Gao Changhe. 3rd young master, the master has instructed that you must not abduct any women during this period. Su Yunlong's expression shifted slightly as he cautioned, The county magistrate has already set his sights on our Gao family. We must act discreetly. If a woman jeopardizes our master's important matters, and he holds you accountable, even the third young master. Enough, Su Guardian, I have my own discretion. Just a mere county magistrate dares to keep an eye on our Gao family. Truly foolish. Gao Changhe interrupted Su Yunlong impatiently, waving his hand. Go to Wanbao Pavilion and bring me a bowl of tiger whip ginseng soup. Understood. Su Yunlong fell silent for a moment, reluctantly complied, and then vanished in an instant. Watching Su Yunlong leave, Gao Changhe eagerly commanded Tianlin to release the girl's acupoint. Tianlin complied, pointing at the girl from a distance. However, the girl remained vacant, seemingly lost in endless torment. Smack! Gao Changhe stepped before the girl, raising his hand to deliver a slap, leaving a bright red mark on her delicate cheek. This slap jolted the girl from her stupor. Please don't kill me. Please don't kill me. I beg you, don't kill me. The girl cried out in anguish, gazing at the grotesque face of Gao Changhe, weeping profusely as she pleaded. Yes, just like that I like you this way. A twisted smile spread across Gao Chang's face as he grasped the girl's silky hair, dragging her towards a room in the courtyard. Help me, please. I can serve you like a beast. In her pain, the girl suddenly broke free, lunging towards Chu Xiu, clutching his leg, her voice a sorrowful wail. At that moment, Chu Xiu was still in a daze, staring blankly at the scene, unable to comprehend. Instinct urged him to remain uninvolved, for to intervene would mean courting death and irreparable ruin. Yet his conscience ached profo exceptional insight. The enhancement of one's perceptiveness has greatly aided in the comprehension of martial arts. Robust physique. Naturally, one's bones and muscles are more formidable than those of the average person, allowing for the pursuit of unorthodox training. Having slain a peak 9th level innate martial artist whose hands were stained with blood, one is rewarded with 1,000 points of destiny value. System? Chu Xiu's eyes gleamed with excitement, an indescribable joy swelling within him. Indeed, every transmigrator is endowed with an essential system. Following this, a plethora of information regarding the destiny system flooded his mind. Plunder. After absorbing the information, Chu Xiu took a deep breath, calming his emotions, and resolutely declared within his mind. No sooner had he spoken, a mysterious and unfathomable power seemed to manifest within Chu Xiu's body, rendering his muscles and bones even stronger. Yet, this was not the crux of the matter. What truly mattered was the exceptional insight denoted by the green label, which significantly augmented Chu Xiu's perceptiveness. He gained deeper understanding of the pure yang technique, 8 steps to chase the cicada, and pure yang swordplay. In an instant, the pure yang technique advanced from the minor achievement stage to the major achievement stage. This breakthrough in his cultivation led Chu Xiu's realm to effortlessly ascend from the pinnacle of first rate to that of super first rate. The 8 steps to chase the cicada progressed from the entry level to the minor achievement stage, while his dedicated practice of pure yang swordplay elevated from the major achievement stage to the pinnacle stage. Such is the power of the green label. This level of strength is still insufficient. With a push of his left hand, Chu Xiu withdrew the bloodied long knife from Tianlin's body and proclaimed mentally, System, enhance my robust physique. A mere 1,000 destiny value points could elevate a white label to a green one. Given the extraordinary nature of the exceptional insight, he was certain that upgrading his robust physique to a green label would not disappoint him. Boom! The enigmatic force surged once more, transforming Chu Xiu's entire physique. His bones resonated. The sound of thunder roared. A series of sounds akin to thunder erupted from Chu Xiu's body. He could feel his muscles and bones flourishing, an intense itch overwhelming him. And the Hunyuan pill melted upon entry, transforming into a tremendous surge of energy that detonated within Chu Xiu's dantian. This Hunyuan pill, a spiritual elixir utilized by peak practitioners of the 9th layer of the innate realm to break through to the master level, was no trivial matter for someone of Chu Xiu's cultivation to refine. Nonetheless, he could not afford to dwell on such concerns at this moment. Better to die than to live in agony. The terrifying force threatened to rend Chu Xiu's dantian asunder. The pain radiating from within his body sent tremors coursing through him. He needed an outlet. He needed to kill, with his eyes turning blood red. Chu Xiu strode purposefully toward the room. With each step, his aura intensified. The murderous intent erupted from him, akin to a crimson smoke billowing skyward. In an instant, he entered the room and beheld a young girl. Her hair disheveled, sitting on the floor, her eyes filled with despair and terror. Upon seeing Chu Xiu, the girl seemed to regain her senses, gazing at him with a look of hope and longing, as if pleading for salvation. Meanwhile, Gao Changhe was in the process of shedding his clothes, preparing to inflict harm upon her. Noticing the girl's attire remained intact, Chu Xiu felt a sense of relief wash over him. Arriving just in time, his blood-red gaze fixed upon Gao Changhe. Gao Changhe froze momentarily, staring at the blood-dripping long knife in Chu Xiu's hand, and then at his scarlet eyes, a shiver of fear coursing through him. He could not fathom why he felt intimidated by a mere lowly constable. Regaining his composure, Gao Changhe erupted in anger, bellowing, "How dare you? You wretched cur! What brings you here? You have disturbed my enjoyment, and I shall send you to feed the demons. Die." Chu Xiu replied coldly, his voice imbued with murderous intent. A worthless, arrogant fool who knew nothing of martial arts dared to provoke him, before his words could fully escape his lips. The long knife in his hand struck like lightning, aimed directly at Gao Changhe's head. "Come!" Gao Changhe's expression changed drastically, fear overtaking him as he shouted. However, he had barely uttered a single word before a head rolled to the ground. How exhilarating it felt to be alive. Chu Xiu mused, "To hell with you, lackey. Whoever wants to live can do so." The girl, witnessing the severed head before her, tears streamed down her face once more. Her emotions oscillated from the depths of despair to the heights of joy. Overwhelmed, she knelt before Chu Xiu, repeatedly bowing her head, her face awash with tears, exclaiming, "Thank you, my lord, for saving my life. Thank you, my lord, for saving my life." Discovering the destiny attributes. 9 yang sacred body, gold. Discovering the destiny attributes. Noble scion, blue. Destiny attributes can be plundered and solidified. 0.9 yang sacred body, an unparalleled innate physique. Once perfected, can scorch the heavens and boil the seas. Noble scion. Born into a prestigious family, naturally wealthy and deeply rooted, to be why slaying a wicked scion. Receive a reward of 10,000 destiny points. Prompt boxes appeared before Chu Xiu's eyes, leaving him astounded. Gao Changhe, regarded as a waste by the Gao family, actually possessed a legendary golden attribute. Besides the 9 yang sacred body, there was also the blue attribute of noble scion. Although Chu Xiu was still unclear about the specific function of the blue attribute, the mere designation by the destiny system confirmed its worth. Moreover, this useless Gao Changhe had provided him with a staggering 10,000 destiny points. What an egregious crime! The greater the evil of the slain, the higher the reward. Typically, only those of higher cultivation bore greater sins. Yet Gao Changhe, merely by virtue of his noble status, had amassed such a terrifying amount of destiny points. This truly highlighted the vast number of lives lost due to him. What a thrill! Chu Xiu's thoughts crystallized to acquire 2 attributes at once, including a golden one, along with 10,000 destiny points. Such a bounty could elevate a green attribute to a blue one. The pain coursing through his body diminished significantly. Unbeknownst to him, his cultivation had advanced from the pinnacle of the superlative realm to the minor completion of the first layer of the innate realm. His inner energy had fully transformed into innate true qi. Meanwhile, the potency of the Hunyuan pill had only been minimally consumed. The newly birthed innate true qi devoured and refined the remaining essence of the Hunyuan pill. Without hesitation, Chu Xiu declared, "Plunder and solidify." A thunderous sound resonated in his mind. It felt as if boundless power surged within Chu Xiu's body, initiating a transformation. From a mortal physique, he evolved into a sacred body. As this power manifested, insights exploded in his mind. In the blink of an eye, his pure yang technique reached perfection, and the essence of the Hunyuan pill could no longer harm his dantian. His cultivation soared rapidly. First layer of the innate realm pinnacle. Second layer of the innate realm pinnacle. Third layer of the innate realm pinnacle. In an instant, Chu Xiu's cultivation ascended from the minor completion of the first layer of the innate realm to the pinnacle of the seventh layer. Only one step remained to reach the eighth layer of the innate realm. The once meager innate true qi transformed into an overwhelming torrent, akin to a humble stream evolving into a vast, tumultuous river. Not only that, countless insights regarding the pure yang blade technique flooded Chu Xiu's mind. The technique had transcended its peak state, achieving completeness. More importantly, the pure yang blade technique was not merely complete. Insights continued to surge within his mind. A blazing sun appeared in his consciousness, an embodiment of destruction. In this moment, he comprehended the essence of the pure yang blade. This was the advantage of the nine yang sacred body, significantly augmenting Chu Xiu's cultivation of yang attributes and fierce blade techniques. At that moment, the pain that had plagued him vanished entirely, replaced by an overwhelming sensation of comfort. The blood-red hue in his eyes began to fade, restoring their original clarity. "Rise," Chu Xiu commanded, sheathing his bloodied long knife and helping the girl to her feet. He pondered his next course of action. The Gao family's protector, Su Yunlong, was soon to return. If he wished to escape alive, Su Yunlong must perish. However, as a protector of the Gao family, Su Yunlong was at least a master-level expert. To kill him, he must take advantage of an opportune moment. "Thank you, my lord," the girl expressed her gratitude, her face radiating appreciation. Chu Xiu nodded, searching through the decapitated Gao Chang's corpse and unearthing a gray pouch. While maintaining a facade of calm, his heart surged with excitement. As the third son of the Gao family, Gao Changhe indeed possessed a legendary storage pouch. The wisdom that to kill without looting is akin to killing for naught rang true. This storage pouch was now his. Chu Xiu tucked the gray pouch close, rising to his full height, a glint of brilliance flashing in his eyes as he instructed the girl. "Stay in this room and do not come out. No matter what you hear, remain inside. Once I eliminate the Gao family's protector, we shall leave together. Yes, my life belongs to you, my lord, that I shall do as you command." The girl replied obediently. Chu Xiu nodded slightly, striding confidently toward the door. Upon exiting the room, he stood in the courtyard, feigning a look of anxiousness, waiting for Su Yunlong's return. Before long, "He's here." Chu Xiu's gaze sharpened as he sensed an overwhelming aura approaching. Su Yunlong's return was swifter than he had anticipated. In an instant, Su Yunlong appeared in the courtyard, holding a food box. Upon seeing Tianlin sprawled in a pool of blood, his expression changed dramatically, his scalp tingling and his body bristling with alarm. A flicker of panic crossed Su Yunlong's eyes as he frantically questioned Chu Xiu. "Young constable, where's the third young master? Has anything happened to him?" Though he sensed Tianlin's death, it did not necessarily mean Gao Changhe was in peril. This was Songlong County. Surely, no one would dare to harm Gao Changhe. Yet Su Yunlong's heart raced with anxiety, fearing he might hear dreadful news from Chu Xiu. The third young master has met with misfortune. Just moments ago, a mysterious figure entered and assassinated him. Captain Tian attempted to intervene, only to fall victim to that very blade. Upon hearing this, Chu Xiu's face betrayed a look of terror, his voice trembling as he uttered, "What did you say?" Su Yunlong was struck as if by lightning, his complexion turning pale, feeling as though his very soul had fled in fear. Utterly disoriented, Gao Changhe was dead, and, as the protector of Gao Changhe, his fate was sealed. No, it could not end simply in death. It was far more likely that he would suffer a fate worse than death, trapped in a torment from which he could neither escape nor seek release. Flee? Impossible. There was no way to escape. As a vassal of the Gao family, Su Yunlong understood all too well the terrifying power that the true aristocracy wielded. Not to mention, even if he were at the pinnacle of the Master Realm, he would not be able to leave Songlong County alive. The only path to survival lay in atonement for his misdeeds. The sole witness to Gao Changhe's murder was this young constable. He could easily place the blame for Gao Changhe's death squarely on Chu Xiu. Yes, that was it. As for whether the truth would eventually be uncovered, Su Yunlong could afford no further contemplation. With this thought, he turned his gaze toward Chu Xiu, preparing to make his move. However, a breathtakingly exquisite and flawless sword technique surged toward him. Chu Xiu acted with swiftness that surpassed Su Yunlong's own. A consummate blade technique. Shock and disbelief washed over Su Yunlong's face as he exclaimed in astonishment. Even he, at the pinnacle of the Master Realm, could not claim to have perfected a single martial art. Black Sha Palm. As Chu Xiu's blade descended upon him, Su Yunlong dared not underestimate it. He raised his right hand, unleashing his most proficient Black Sha Palm. His entire palm was enveloped in a shroud of black malevolence. Disregarding the blade in Chu Xiu's hand as it charged toward him, Su Yunlong's reflexes were swift, but Chu Xiu's blade was swifter. The blade evaded Su Yunlong's right palm and struck his body. A gash a foot long appeared on Su Yunlong's torso, crimson blood gushing forth, staining him entirely in a hue of red. He was mere moments away from being disemboweled, even as he stood at the pinnacle of the Master Realm. Chu Xiu's surprise attack had inflicted grave injury upon him. Why would you do this? What benefit do Wai Jiang Xiao initially intended to address him as adult, but swiftly changed it to young master? Xiao, I perceive that you are weary. You should take some time to rest, as long as there is an unoccupied room. Feel free to choose whichever you prefer, Chu Xiu gently remarked, observing the melancholic expression of Jiang Xiao, who maintained a facade of cheerfulness despite her sorrow. After all, Jiang Xiao was merely an ordinary person, and having endured such experiences, she must surely be fatigued now. Yes, young master, I shall rest for a while. Please remember to take care of yourself as well. If anything arises, just call for me. I am here and available, Jiang Xiao replied with a demure expression. After speaking, she turned back several times, glancing at Chu Xiu, as if the mere sight of him brought her an unparalleled sense of security. But by the way, Xiao, during this period, you must remain indoors and avoid being seen by others to prevent any unwanted attention. Chu Xiu cautioned after a moment's contemplation. Young master, rest assured, I will be obedient, Jiang Xiao affirmed. Once she entered a room, Chu Xiu finally had the opportunity to examine his data panel. Name: Chu Xiu Realm. Peak of the 7th layer of innate realm destiny attributes. 9 Yang Sacred Body Gold. Young master of a noble family, blue. Exceptional insight, green. Copper muscles and iron bones, green. Light as a swallow, white. Martial arts, pure yang technique, perfected. Pure yang sword technique, perfected. 8 steps to chase the cicada, minor achievement. Intent, pure yang sword intent, beginner. At this moment, his destiny value was sufficient to upgrade 1 green attribute to blue and 1 white attribute to green. However, even if light as a swallow were upgraded to green, there was no consideration for elevating it to blue. The attributes I could contemplate improving were exceptional insight and copper muscles and iron bones. Exceptional insight enhances my training speed in all martial arts. However, possessing the 9 Yang Sacred Body and having perfected the pure Yang technique means that I must focus on training in Yang attribute martial arts. Whether it be the advanced version of the pure Yang technique or the pure Yang sword technique, the process would be exceedingly effortless. Therefore, the attribute I ought to enhance is copper muscles and iron bones. As Chu Xiu gazed at the data panel, a glimmer of determination flashed in his eyes as he pondered, once copper muscles and iron bones is upgraded, my physical form will become significantly more powerful. At that point, I could select a method of external training. Though the difficulty of external training methods is immense, they're unparalleled within the same realm. System, upgrade copper muscles and iron bones. Chu Xiu resolutely commanded within his mind. Boom! A vast and mysterious force surged into Chu Xiu's body, causing his entire skeletal structure to feel extraordinarily formidable in that instant. His entire meridians transformed into a golden hue, imbued with an essence of immortality, while his iron bones morphed into a jade-like quality, becoming as indestructible as flawless white jade. As his skeletal structure underwent this metamorphosis, Chu Xiu sensed an overwhelming surge of power coursing through him. If prior to the transformation of copper muscles and iron bones, his physical strength had reached 10,000 pounds, now it was highly probable that it had surpassed 100,000 pounds, an increase of more than tenfold. It is worth noting that Chu Xiu had not practiced any external training methods. Had he done so, his strength and prowess would have experienced yet another enhancement. successfully consuming 1,000 destiny points, copper muscles and iron bones, green, upgraded to golden muscles and jade bones, blue, golden muscles and jade bones, unmatched in strength, indestructible, a naturally superior physique for external training, granting extraordinary power when practicing external methods. With a swift motion of his right hand, the air was instantly compressed and exploded, producing a series of sonic booms. This the might of golden muscles and jade bones. Impressive. Chu Xiu's cheeks displayed a look of astonishment, as he felt that his pure physical strength was likely on par with those martial artists who had reached the innate realm through external training. With 1,000 destiny points remaining, system, upgrade light as a swallow. Pausing momentarily, Chu Xiu took a deep breath to calm himself and spoke in his mind that he was acutely aware that he currently lacked a top-tier lightness skill. 8 steps to chase the cicada was ultimately just a foundational lightness technique, far too weak. Upgrading light as a swallow, a white attribute, to green would undoubtedly facilitate his training in lightness techniques. As soon as the words left his mind, an enigmatic force manifested once more. The heaviness he had felt due to golden muscles and jade bones dissipated, and his body regained its lightness. Enhanced in flexibility and free from the clumsiness he had experienced moments prior. Chu Xiu felt that the same physical strength now unleashed might surpass what it had been before upgrading light as a swallow. Indeed, strength and speed often progress hand in hand. Furthermore, he discovered that his comprehension of 8 steps to chase the cicada had instantaneously reached perfection. This was one of the significant benefits of upgrading light as a swallow from a white attribute to a green one. Successfully consuming 1,000 destiny points, light as a swallow, white, upgraded to swift as lightning, green. Swift as lightning, possessing a certain talent for lightness techniques, with exceptional insight. Now, it was time to examine the treasures contained within Gao Chang's storage bag. With an expression of anticipation, Chu Xiu retrieved the gray storage bag he had acquired from Gao Chang'e, biting his finger to draw a drop of blood that fell onto the bag. As soon as the drop of blood landed on the gray storage bag, it was absorbed, disappearing within. This was knowledge he had retained in his memory. Although storage bags were legendary treasures, only those of Grandmaster level could possess them. However, there were also descriptions of storage bags within the 6 gates. The connection was not established through spiritual refinement, but rather through a drop of blood that created a bloodline bond. Since Gao Chang'e was deceased, this gray storage bag had now become an unowned item, allowing Chu Xiu to complete the bonding process with just a drop of blood. Boom! In an instant, Chu Xiu beheld a space of 5 cubic meters. The area was limited, yet it housed a plethora of women's undergarments in red, white, pink, and green. Everything imaginable that a series of black lines appeared on Chu Xiu's forehead. It was not difficult to deduce that these must have belonged to the young women Gao Chang'e had harmed in the past. The storage bag contained hundreds of variously colored women's undergarments. Fortunately, Chu Xiu also discovered the treasures he sought. Among them were neatly stacked jade vials, 5 vials of mixed yuan pills, and 7 vials of cultivation pills. The mixed yuan pills were for breaking through from the peak of the innate realm to the master realm, while the cultivation pills were for use by innate realm martial artists. In addition, the storage bag contained a silver note worth 10,000 taels, 10 notes worth 1,000 taels, and 10 silver ingots weighing 10 taels each, and then nothing more, as a young master and noble family. The storage bag contained not a single martial arts manual. Truly, waste is indeed waste. A hint of disdain crossed Chu Xiu's face as he remarked, "Well then, I shall first head to the 6 gates to claim the martial arts suitable for an innate realm martial artist." Shaking his head, Chu Xiu walked toward the main entrance. Just then, he kicked a small stone underfoot. The stone landed on an osmanthus tree in the courtyard, causing it to sway, shedding leaves and releasing a fragrant aroma. A dark yellow book fell from the tree, landing at Chu Xiu's feet. With a look of astonishment, Chu Xiu stared at the book inscribed with 9 yang true, is this the proper way for a young master of a noble family to operate? Born into wealth and privilege, with ancestral heritage, Chu Xiu was filled with shock as he picked up the 9 yang true art, incredulously exclaiming, "Has it truly arranged for me an ancestral identity as a member of a noble family, granting me its heritage? Otherwise, how could I possibly kick a stone and have a martial arts manual fall from an osmanthus tree? Indeed, every attribute possesses its unique significance. With a look of astonishment, Chu Xiu spoke that he slowly opened the book of Jiang Zhengong, his heart filled with anticipation as he perused this martial arts text. Before long, he had finished reading Jiang Zhengong. Thanks to his exceptional comprehension and the fact that this technique was closely related to the pure Yanggong he had practiced previously, he had already grasped the true essence of Jiang Zhengong. This was a martial art best suited for the cultivation of the Jiang sacred body, a peerless technique deemed invincible among its peers. It was sufficient to reach the pinnacle of the martial saint realm. As Chu Xiu practiced Jiang Zhengong, he transformed his pure yang true energy into an endlessly circulating and immensely powerful Jiang true energy. To the six gates, while converting the Jiang true energy, Chu Xiu left his home, closing the door behind him, and strode towards the six gates with the grace of a dragon and the might of a tiger. In the private estate of Gao Changhe, a black-clad elder with graying hair seemed to materialize out of thin air. Good, 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 he exclaimed. In Songlong County, someone dares to harm the third young master and to act against my Gao family. Upon witnessing Su Yunlong, severed in two and reduced to ashes, the elder's eyes widened in horror, and a shiver ran down his spine as he contemplated the terrifying implications. Trembling, he uttered, "This day shall bring change." From Su Yunlong's state, he surmised that Gao Changhe must surely be dead. After all, if even Su Yunlong, tasked with protecting Gao Changhe, had perished, how could Gao Changhe himself possibly escape? Without another glance at the bloody Tianlin, the elder proceeded towards the chambers within the courtyard that, in his eyes, a mere copper badge captain was as insignificant as an ant, unworthy of his attention. Moments later, the black-clad elder cradled Gao Changhe's corpse in his left arm while grasping the lifeless head in his right. And with a swift motion, he vanished from the courtyard to the Gao residence. The black-clad elder appeared deep within the estate, outside his study. Bowing his head slightly, trembling with reverence, he reporting to the family head. An incident has occurred. The third young master is dead. With that, a thunderous boom echoed as the study door burst open, sending icy, piercing arrows of energy cascading outward in all directions, threatening to tear everything to shreds. A layer of frost spread from the study door, encasing the ground within 100 meters in crystalline ice, turning the atmosphere into a frigid abyss that a tall, imposing figure, his features sharp and defined, emanating an ineffable aura of authority and severity, emerged from the room. His face was devoid of expression, exuding an air of utter indifference. This man was none other than Gao Zhantian, the county commander of Songlong and the sole patriarch of the Gao family. Seeing Gao Zhantian's demeanor, the black-clad elder grew increasingly cautious, his heart brimming with anxiety. Only those of the Gao family could comprehend that the colder Gao Zhantian appeared, the more furious he truly was. Gao Zhantian accepted the already stitched-up corpse of Gao Changhe from the elder's hands, remaining silent as he gazed into the lifeless eyes of his fallen kin. The elder, witnessing Gao Zhantian's expression, felt an even deeper fear take hold, scarcely daring to breathe for fear of incurring his wrath. After a long SI, the ranks within the six gates are classified as follows: Constable, Bronze Badge Head, Silver Badge Head, Gold Badge Head, Green-Robed Renowned Captor, Red-Robed Renowned Captor, Purple-Robed Divine Captor, and the Title Divine Captor. Above the Title Divine Captor stands the Deputy Head Constable of the Six Gates headquarters, followed by the Head Constable. The Head Constable of a county is typically held by a red-robed Renowned Captor, while the position of Deputy Head Constable is filled by a green-robed Renowned Captor. In Songlong County, any constable who has attained the innate realm may visit Deputy Head Constable Su Xian to be promoted to Bronze Badge Head, without the necessity of any prior merits for this elevation. However, once one becomes a Bronze Badge Head, merit is required to progressively rise through the ranks. Have you broken through to the innate realm? A middle-aged man, dressed in the official attire of a green-robed Renowned Captor, exuding an air of refined elegance akin to a scholar, suddenly appeared before Chu Xiu, smiling as he addressed him. Indeed, it was Su Xian, the Deputy Head Constable of the Six Gates in Songlong County. Reporting to Lord Su, I have fortuitously broken through to the innate realm, and I wish to be promoted to bronze badge head, Chu Xiu humbly stated. Fortuitous? This is no mere luck. You have reached the peak of the 7th level of the innate realm. Take this token, and you shall be recognized as a bronze badge head of our 6 gates. You know how to refine it, I presume. Su Xian replied with a smile, waving his sleeve as a token flew swiftly towards Chu Xiu. Indeed, Chu Xiu nodded, deftly catching the token in his right hand. The token of the bronze badge head of the 6 gates could be regarded as a treasured artifact, capable of automatically recording merit points. Within our 6 gates, there are 2 categories of heads. One type does not need to manage affairs regularly and only needs to complete a task within a specified time, thus enjoying relative freedom. The other type has a fixed area of responsibility and is assigned constables, requiring only to perform their duties diligently. Su Xian inclined his head slightly. Regarding Chu Xiu, which type do you choose? Reporting to Lord Su, I choose the first type. Chu Xiu replied without hesitation. A constable of the 6 gates. He was fully aware of the implications of both paths and had already contemplated his decision on the way to the 6 gates. The first path offers faster advancement, but carries greater risks, making it most suitable for a talent such as himself. Very well, I understand. Su Xian nodded slightly and continued. You may now proceed to our 6 gates treasury to claim your weapons and official attire. After obtaining your weapons and attire, you can then visit our martial arts treasury to select the required martial arts. Thank you, Lord Su. Chu Xiu bowed respectfully to Su Xian before turning to depart. Physique unmatched, as formidable as a dragon or tiger. This is an extraordinary talent in the realm of external cultivation. Su Xian marveled after watching Chu Xiu leave, pondering whether he would select a technique of external cultivation from the martial arts treasury. If he were to pursue the path of external cultivation, his future would be boundless. A short while later, Chu Xiu, clad in the official attire of a bronze badge head, strode confidently into the 6 gates martial arts treasury. Greetings, Lord. 2 constables stationed outside the treasury greeted Chu Xiu with reverence upon his arrival. There is no need for excessive formality. Chu Xiu replied with a slight nod as he made his way into the treasury. Upon entering, he noticed a table on the right side where an elderly man in gray robes was sleeping. This was his first time entering the 6 gates martial arts treasury. Constables are not permitted entry into the treasury until they become bronze badge heads, at which point they are taught the foundational martial arts of the 6 gates, such as pure yang skill and pure yang sword technique. Only upon becoming a bronze badge head can one step through the doors of the martial arts treasury. Seeing the elderly man asleep, Chu Xiu patiently waited at the side. The gray-robed elder, overseeing the 6 gates treasury, must surely be a master of at least the martial saint level. Such an individual would undoubtedly rank among the green-robed renowned captors within the 6 gates. After a while, the elderly man yawned and rubbed his bleary eyes, regarding Chu Xiu with curiosity. Are you the newly appointed bronze badge head? Bronze badge head Chu Xiu. At your service. Chu Xiu bowed respectfully to the elderly man. Call me Old Jiang, just an ordinary old fellow. The gray-robed elder waved his hand dismissively, a warm smile illuminating his face as he gazed at Chu Xiu. Greetings, Old Jiang. Chu Xiu responded with a respectful bow. Feel free to choose for yourself. The first floor contains foundational martial arts, such as pure yang skill, pure yang sword technique, and pure yang finger technique, as well as the demon-suppressing sword technique. If you wish to learn, there are no restrictions, Old Jiang said with a satisfied expression. On the second floor, every newly promoted bronze badge head can freely select 1 martial technique, 1 lightness skill, and 1 martial art. The second floor contains only introductions. Once you have made your selections, return to me, and I shall provide you with the true martial arts. Thank you, Old Jiang. Chu Xiu expressed his gratitude before heading towards the second floor of the 6 gates treasury. He was well aware of the regulations within the 6 gates. Each bronze badge head is entitled to freely select 1 martial technique, 1 lightness skill, and 1 martial art. However, should one wish to select further martial arts, merit points are required to exchange within the treasury. The merit points within the 6 gates are immensely valuable, capable of being exchanged for weapons, elixirs, spiritual herbs, and other resources for cultivation, serving as the foundation for rank advancement. However, the 6 gates are exceedingly generous with martial arts. For instance, The martial technique that a bronze badge head currently selects can be cultivated all the way to the martial saint level. Upon reaching the martial saint level, one can also freely choose new martial arts or receive the subsequent content of the martial arts currently being cultivated. Before long, Chu Xiu ascended to the second floor of the Six Gates treasury. The entire floor was filled with an array of shelves, divided into several sections: martial techniques, lightness skills, martial arts, and miscellaneous items. The miscellaneous section contained unique auxiliary martial arts or texts related to alchemy. Encompassing a vast array of options, Chu Xiu made his way directly to the martial technique section. This area was modest in size, featuring 5 shelves, each adorned with hundreds of tomes that he decided to first examine the introduction to the Pure Yang True skill. Upon spotting the most commonly practiced Pure Yang True skill within the Six Gates, he took it out and began to peruse its contents. Here, the Pure Yang True skill was not the actual content, but merely an introduction. As expected, the power of this Pure Yang True skill was indeed remarkable, highly suitable as a transitional cultivation method for those who had stepped into the innate realm with Pure Yang skill. It was even likely that the Pure Yang skill served as a simplified version of the Pure Yang True skill. After reviewing the Pure Yang True skill, Chu Xiu contemplated, however, the power of this Pure Yang True skill pales in comparison to the 9 Yang True skill I am currently cultivating. If the Pure Yang True skill is of lower quality, then the 9 Yang True skill undoubtedly ranks as exceptional and, among the exceptional, stands as a top-tier secret art. Moreover, my 9 Yang True skill can be cultivated all the way to the peak of the 9th level of the Martial Saint realm. It is only upon reaching the peak of the Martial Saint realm that I would need to consider techniques beyond the mythical realm or even beyond that. Thus, this Pure Yang True skill holds no significance for me. What I currently require is a technique of external cultivation. After a moment's pause, a glimmer of resolve flickered in Chu Xiu's eyes as he made up his mind, turning away from the various authentic skills displayed on the shelves. Among these shelves lay the Yin Yang True skill, the Lai Yang True skill, the Rou Shui True skill, the Han Bing True skill, the Qi Sha True skill, and the Wu Tu True skill. Among others, however, Chu Xiu felt no interest whatsoever, but he strolled past the shelves until he reached the last one, where he finally halted his steps. The first 4 shelves contained methods for internal cultivation, namely internal martial arts techniques. Only the final shelf was dedicated to external cultivation methods: the Golden Body Immortal Technique, the Divine Elephant Suppression Technique, the Indestructible Vajra Body. Chu Xiu's gaze fell upon the 3 volumes resting atop the shelf. It was notable that these 3 books were placed separately. Unlike the other shelves that housed over 20 volumes each, the Golden Body Immortal Technique, when cultivated to its most profound level, could bestow upon one an imperishable physical form, allowing for rebirth from a single drop of blood. Within the 6 doors, there exists a complete technique sufficient to elevate one to the realm of celestial beings. Within the 6 doors, there are those who have achieved legendary status in the martial world through the Golden Body Immortal Technique. This technique demands a substantial innate physical constitution, requiring individuals blessed with abundant life force to practice it. Chu Xiu picked up the Golden Body Immortal Technique and, with a look of astonishment, remarked, "This Golden Body Immortal Technique is truly extraordinary, and oh wonder, it occupies the topmost position on the shelf. The Divine Elephant Suppression Technique, originating from one of the 4 supreme sacred arts of the Western esoteric Buddhism. The Dragon Elephant Suppression Force surpasses its predecessor in both depth and power. When mastered at an advanced stage, it allows the practitioner to open up 840 million microparticles within the body, each giving birth to a colossal divine elephant capable of upheaving the heavens and ravaging the earth. This technique was personally crafted by the founder of the 6 doors, the first generation of divine catchers. However, no one within the 6 doors has ever cultivated to the legendary realm of martial arts. The strongest among them has only reached the pinnacle of the 9th layer of the mythical realm. The requirements for talent and external cultivation are exceedingly high. One must possess a naturally robust physique and a celestial appearance to even hope to step beyond the realm of myth. Choose wisely." Chu Xiu took a deep breath to calm his racing heart and began to peruse the Divine Elephant Suppression Technique with eager anticipation. As he progressed through its pages, his eyes lit up. Was this not the perfect external cultivation method for him? He already possessed the trait of golden tendons and jade bones that in the future, this trait could evolve into a purple trait, or even a golden one. Who could be more suited than I to cultivate the divine elephant suppression technique? Boom! A torrent of overwhelming life force surged from Chu Xiu, rising into the sky like a magnificent canopy. Awe-inspiring and grand. The entire courtyard was bathed in the scorching red hue of his intense vitality, resembling a furnace that rendered the air oppressively hot. With his eyes closed, Chu Xiu appeared oblivious to the spectacle. He was utilizing the divine elephant suppression technique to channel his life force and activate the microparticles within his body. This technique posits that the human body consists of 840 million microparticles. The first step is to use one's life force to locate the first microparticle and condense a divine elephant within it. Once the first divine elephant is successfully formed, one has genuinely entered the realm of the divine elephant suppression technique. In an instant, a point of light emerged within Chu Xiu's body. Divine elephant, condense. Chu Xiu bellowed within his mind, directing his entire life force toward this point of light. Boom! A deafening roar resonated within Chu Xiu's body as if a real world had come into being. In this realm, an enormous and vividly lifelike elephant materialized from a void, gradually solidifying into a magnificent dragon elephant adorned with golden scales and crowned with a majestic horn, exuding an air of dominance that surveyed all living beings. Roar! The primal dragon elephant let out a thunderous cry, and the world around it shattered like stars, collapsing into chaos. As the first primal dragon elephant took form, the second microparticle began to awaken. One after another, primal dragon elephants emerged in succession. After a while, it became evident why the divine elephant suppression technique posed such a formidable challenge. Were it not for my trait of golden tendons and jade bones, I would not have been able to initiate the cultivation of the divine elephant suppression technique. Even so, having not practiced any external cultivation techniques, I already possessed physical strength rivaling that of innate realm warriors. I had only managed to activate 17 primal dragon elephants, falling short by 4 to reach the first small completion of the divine elephant suppression technique, which requires 21 primal dragon elephants. Chu Xiu slowly opened his eyes, a spark of brilliance flashing within them. As if he could pierce through the very fabric of a universe, that he clenched his right fist slightly, causing the air to explode with a crackling sound. However, with my 17 activated microparticles, I now wield the power of 17 primal dragon elephants. Not only has my strength surged, but even a master at the realm of grandmasters would find it difficult to withstand a single blow. More importantly, my entire body now feels as though it is cloaked in 17 layers of dragon scales. Even a grandmaster would find it no easy task to breach my defenses. After a moment, Chu Xiu regarded his skin, which appeared unchanged but was now as resilient as dragon scales, a smile gracing his cheeks as he mused. The divine elephant suppression technique is divided into 9 layers. The first layer opens up 84 microparticles, corresponding to the innate realm. The second layer opens up 840 microparticles, corresponding to the grandmaster realm. The third layer opens up 8,400 microparticles, corresponding to the great grandmaster realm. The ninth layer transforms the primal dragon elephants into ancient divine elephants, corresponding to the realm above celestial beings. However, the ninth layer has yet to be created. Within the 6 doors, only the 8th layer's technique exists. Chu Xiu took a deep breath to steady his emotions and began practicing the heavenly demon 8 steps and the heaven-cutting 7 blades. Half an hour later, Chu Xiu strolled out of the courtyard, heading toward the task hall of the 6 doors. He had successfully cultivated both the heavenly demon 8 steps and the heaven-cutting 7 blades to the initiation stage. It must be said that the heavenly demon 8 steps and the heaven-cutting 7 blades truly deserve their reputation as the pinnacle martial arts of the 6 doors. Even with Chu Xiu's keen perception, he could only master these 2 martial arts to the initiation stage, especially as his pure yang blade technique had reached perfection, providing a solid foundation, yet he still could only cultivate the first blade of the heaven-cutting 7 blades to the initiation stage. This alone attests to the immense difficulty of the heaven-cutting 7 blades. The IT is no wonder that Elder Jiang held little hope for his selection of these three martial arts, even doubting his ability to master a single one of them. Before long, Chu Xiu strode into the task hall of the Six Doors with the grace of a dragon and the power of a tiger. Within the task hall, there was also a desk. The head of the Six Doors, Chu Xiu, sat at the desk, engrossed in a book. The copper metal catcher, Chu Xiu, greeted Lord Qi. "I am here to accept the task," he said, bowing slightly. Hearing this, Chu Xiu set down his book, a smile on his face. "Indeed." Chu Xiu nodded affirmatively. Chu Xiu retrieved a small booklet from beneath the desk and handed it to Chu Xiu, saying, "This contains all the tasks available in Songlong County. Peruse it and let me know once you have made your selection." Chu Xiu fell silent, having caught sight of the title of Chu Xiu's earlier reading, The 888 Pampered Wives of the Great Demon Lord. This copper metal catcher seems rather interesting. Chu Xiu pretended not to notice the title as he accepted the booklet from Chu Xiu and began to flip through it. Chu Xiu, unfazed, continued to read The 888 Pampered Wives of the Great Demon Lord as if it were the most ordinary book. In the outer city of Qingyu Square, a peak 7th layer innate realm demon has been appearing frequently at night, attacking civilians, resulting in over 20 innocent lives lost. This task is available for senior copper metal catchers or silver metal catchers. Task reward, 1,000 merit points. Qingyu Square, with a slight raise of his sword-like eyebrows, Chu Xiu noted that the Qingyu Fong was not far from his residence, merely a few miles away. The term Fong in Songlong County did not signify a single street, but rather referred to a marketplace, a mixed area of residential and commercial zones that encompassed numerous streets, potentially numbering over a dozen, depending on the size of the Fong. Even a modest Fong would still occupy a considerable expanse. After a moment's contemplation, Chu Xiu placed the small booklet on the table and addressed Chu Xiu. "Lord Qi, I wish to undertake this task." "Are you certain?" Chu Xiu replied, astonished. "This is a task involving a peak 7th level innate realm demon. As a newly appointed bronze badge captain, accepting this mission is exceedingly perilous." Chu Xiu cast a quick glance at the booklet and was momentarily taken aback, his expression one of disbelief. Would you not consider a simpler task instead? The strength of demons, even at the same level, typically surpassed that of human martial artists. Only true geniuses among human warriors, the extraordinary talents, could rival demons. The idea of a newly appointed bronze badge captain wanting to take on a task involving a peak 7th level innate realm demon was utterly preposterous. As this thought crossed his mind, Chu Xiu's expression grew increasingly peculiar as he scrutinized Chu Xiu. "And no need, I shall proceed with this task," Chu Xiu declared without hesitation. "Very well, this task must be completed within 3 days. If it remains unfinished, it will be assigned to the next senior bronze badge captain or a silver badge captain," Chu Xiu responded, having scrutinized Chu Xiu with a deep gaze. "Thank you, Lord Qi," Chu Xiu said, bowing slightly before turning to leave. "How intriguing. It has been quite some time since I encountered such an interesting newly appointed bronze badge captain," Chu Xiu mused as he watched Chu Xiu depart. He then returned to his focused study of the 888 ways to pamper a wife by the formidable demon lord. As the autumn wind stirred and the night grew cool, Chu Xiu pushed open the door and stepped into his home. "Young master, you have returned?" A small hand propping up a jade-like chin, revealing a hint of lingering sorrow, belonged to Jiang Xiao, who was dressed lightly and dazedly resting her head on the stone table. Upon seeing Chu Xiu, her face lit up with surprise as she hurriedly rose to greet him. Chu Xiu smiled gently, closing the door behind him. "Have you eaten yet? You must be hungry. I will fetch the food now." Jiang Xiao replied promptly, "There's no rush." Chu Xiu observed her lack of change of clothes and the thinness of her garments. "I have bought you a few sets of clothes. See if they fit." He extended the large bundle he was carrying toward Jiang Xiao. Having acquired a storage pouch from Gao Changhe containing over 20,000 taels of silver, he was not short on funds. Thus, he procured 5 sets of clothing for Jiang Xiao, along with a splendid white fox fur cloak, as for his own attire. He did not purchase any, as his official uniform from the 6 Doors was sufficient. Given his cultivation level, he would feel no chill even in the depths of winter. "Thank you, young master," Jiang Xiao said, warmth flooding her heart as her clear eyes turned red, tears welling up as she expressed her gratitude. It was only then that she understood the large bundle Chu Xiu was carrying was meant for her. Her appreciation for him seeped deep in her heart. To go on. You're dressed too lightly. Change into something warmer to avoid catching a chill, Chu Xiu urged, pressing the bundle into Jiang Xiaoxiao's hands. Yes, I will change right away. Jiang Xiaoxiao accepted the bundle, wiped her tears, and gracefully made her way to her room. Moments later, the door creaked opened at a woman clad in white, as pure as snow and exuding an ethereal charm, emerged with a hint of trepidation and uncertainty. She was a beauty that outshone flowers. Chu Xiu was taken aback by how stunning Jiang Xiaoxiao looked in her new attire. Young master, do I look unappealing? Jiang Xiaoxiao fidgeted, her voice barely above a whisper as she gazed at Chu Xiu. How could that be? You look absolutely ravishing. This outfit suits you better than anyone else, Chu Xiu replied with a warm smile. Hearing this, Jiang Xiaoxiao's face flushed crimson as she lowered her head, her delicate hands instinctively clutching the hem of her dress. Young master, I will now fetch the food for you. She hurried towards the kitchen. Chu Xiu settled down at the stone table, a variety of dishes laid out before him. Stir-fried asparagus, cured meat with garlic sprouts, and a bowl of seaweed egg flour soup. Though simple, the meal was a feast for the senses, enhancing Chu Xiu's appetite. Notably, the ingredients used for these dishes were sourced from his own home, not from Jiang Xiaoxiao's outings. Chu Xiu felt a surge of contentment. Having someone cook for him and waiting for his return was a delightful sensation. You've worked hard all day. Please eat, Jiang Xiaoxiao urged. Placing chopsticks and a bowl of rice before him, her cheeks tinged pink as she spoke cautiously. I apologize if my culinary skills are lacking. Your cooking is far from mediocre. In fact, I dare say that many chefs in the taverns outside pale in comparison to you. This is infinitely better than what I usually eat, Chu Xiu said with a smile. Xiao, you should also serve yourself. Let's dine together. Young master, I'm not hungry yet. I will wait until you finish eating. Jiang Xiaoxiao insisted with unwavering determination. Just then, a rumble emanated from her stomach, causing her face to flush a deep red, even her ears turning crimson, a truly endearing sight. Still claiming you're not hungry? Please eat. I'll serve myself, Chu Xiu chuckled, amused by her adorable demeanor. He pushed his bowl and chopsticks toward her, then gently urged her to sit on the stone bench before heading into the kitchen. You are so kind to Xiao, she said, deeply touched. Chu Xiu smiled and returned from the kitchen with a bowl of rice. Joining Jiang Xiaoxiao at the table, he frequently offered her dishes, ensuring she did not only consume rice, but enjoyed a balanced meal. After a while, having satisfied his hunger, Chu Xiu noted the darkness had fully enveloped the sky, and without the candlelight illuminating the stone table, the dishes would have been nearly invisible to an ordinary person. For someone of Chu Xiu's innate realm caliber, however, it was as bright as day. Xiao, in the future, if I go out and have not returned, please eat without waiting for me. I would not want you to go hungry, Chu Xiu said, rising to his feet. Young master, do you intend to leave now? Jiang Xiaoxiao asked softly, noticing his gaze drift towards the courtyard. Yes, I must step out for a moment. Please tidy up the dishes and rest early. There is no need to wait for my return, he replied with a slight nod, striding towards the door, closing it behind him as he concealed his presence and departed quietly. Once Chu Xiu had left, Jiang Xiaoxiao began to clean up the dishes. The night deepened, drenching the outer city in an eerie silence that sent chills down one's spine. Suddenly, a daunting figure loomed before Chu Xiu, towering and robust. Resembling a mountain, this demon bore a thick coat of black fur and a grotesquely large pig-like head. Its rough skin covered in lumps. Small eyes glinted with cunning and ferocity beneath bushy brows as the pig demon leered down at Chu Xiu. Saliva dripping from its lips, a bronze badge captain from the 6 doors. I particularly enjoy feasting on your kind. Your flesh is far more delectable than that of ordinary folk. It sneered a peak 7th level innate realm demon. Is it? The intelligence of our 6 doors is remarkably accurate. Chu Xiu raised his elegantly arched brows, gazing calmly at the pig demon as he spoke. Come, little constable, enter my belly. The pig demon advanced step by step toward Chu Xiu, one of its trotters reaching out menacingly. With that grasp, it seemed as though the very heavens and earth were on the verge of being crushed. A terrifying force of demonic power enveloped Chu Xiu. "Is this all you've got?" A flicker of disdain crossed Chu Xiu's eyes as his right hand rested upon the hilt of his blade. Suddenly, he drew his sword. The sound of metal rang out, a gleam of light illuminating the realm. This blade's radiance appeared to brighten the entire world. "With this single strike, I shall divide yin and yang. To perish beneath my blade is a privilege." Chu Xiu slowly sheathed his long sword, speaking with an unruffled demeanor. This strike was not a manifestation of the pure yang sword technique, but rather the first of the 7 cuts of heaven, the division of yin and yang. He refrained from employing the pure yang sword technique, having already revealed its perfected form during his battle with Su Yunlong. Now, he aimed to avoid exposing it further to the members of the Gao family. After all, why wield a sledgehammer to kill a fly? The pig demon stared at Chu Xiu, bewildered, as if unable to fathom that he possessed such a formidable sword technique that a line of blood appeared, cascading down from the top of the pig demon's head. Boom! The creature's body split in two, becoming 2 halves. A notification appeared before Chu Xiu. Destiny trait acquired. Vitality abundant green. Destiny traits can be seized and solidified. Vitality abundant. Your innate vitality surpasses that of ordinary individuals, granting you an extraordinary talent in the realm of external cultivation. Having slain the vicious and bloodthirsty peak 7th layer pig demon, he received a reward of 1,500 points of destiny value. A series of prompts materialized before Chu Xiu. "Seize it," he commanded resolutely within his mind. Boom! As the words left his lips, an enigmatic force surged forth, akin to the mighty Yangtze River, coursing through Chu Xiu's body. His vitality soared, growing ever more potent. Moo! A deafening roar reverberated within Chu Xiu as particles emerged and wild dragon elephants appeared in succession. In an instant, Chu Xiu had birthed 27 particles, coalescing into 27 wild dragon elephants. The divine elephant suppression technique at the innate level consists of 3 small realms: minor success, great success, and peak. This is distinct from the 9 levels of internal cultivation. The minor success of the first level requires the opening of 21 particles, while great success necessitates 42, and peak requires 84. Thus, Chu Xiu had officially stepped into the minor success of the external cultivation innate realm. After a moment, Chu Xiu slowly opened his eyes, a glimmer of surprise illuminating them as he exclaimed, "A green trait has tripled my already vigorous vitality. Moreover, this enhancement has been reflected in my divine elephant suppression technique. I have achieved minor success in the first level. Now I can return home." A smile graced Chu Xiu's cheeks as he prepared to turn and leave. Once the task was complete, the constables from 6 doors would naturally arrive to clear the bodies of the demons. Suddenly, a pained scream echoed from afar. The cry abruptly ceased, indicating that more than one demon had appeared in the Qingyu square. Chu Xiu's gaze sharpened as he took a step forward, vanishing from his spot and heading toward the source of the sound. In an instant, he found himself in a courtyard, where a pig demon above the innate realm squatted on the ground, gnawing on a bloody leg, its black bristles matted with gore. The ground was left with only a head, eyes wide open and lifeless. Clearly, the rest of the body had been devoured, leaving not even a bone behind. 6 doors copper badge constable. The pig demon shoved the bloody leg into its gaping maw, chewing with blood splattering everywhere as it regarded Chu Xiu with avaricious eyes. Rising slowly, its towering form cast a massive shadow, evoking an overwhelming sense of dread. Chu Xiu's expression grew grave. Their intelligence at 6 doors was flawed. Not only were there multiple demons, but a master-level demon had also emerged. The pig demon, ferocious and terrifying, revealed the leader of the Black Tiger Gang was momentarily taken aback, only to subsequently reveal a countenance brimming with ecstatic delight. He commanded the members of the Black Tiger Gang with a fierce shout, "Attack! Kill this man! The true masters of the 6 gates have yet to arrive. Slay him, and we shall flee at once." However, despite his vociferous orders to eliminate Chu Xiu, the leader remained rooted in place, evidently seeking to gauge Chu Xiu's true capabilities through the actions of his gang members. He aimed to discern whether it was the silver medal captains or even the gold medal captains of the 6 gates who had vanquished the nine-headed pig demon. Or if it was merely this young copper metal captain, not yet of age, such was the intimidation of the six gates. Even clad in the garb of a copper metal captain, the leader, a master of the realm, dared not underestimate him in the slightest. Who could say whether Chu Xiu might not be a peerless genius among the six gates? Kill. The members of the Black Tiger Gang, evidently lacking the leader's depth of thought, drew their blades in unison and charged at Chu Xiu. That a glint of murderous intent flashed in Chu Xiu's eyes as he moved, resembling a bolt of lightning as he surged toward the dozen or so members of the Black Tiger Gang. It must be said that the prowess of the Black Tiger Gang was not to be trifled with. Nearly half of the gang members were innate-level martial artists, while the others were also of exceptional caliber. It is worth noting that innate-level warriors within the six gates could easily attain the rank of Copper Metal Captain, and the Copper Metal Captain is a ninth-tier official. Of course, it was also possible that these individuals were the elite subordinates of the Black Tiger Gang leader, thus accounting for their formidable strength. Boom! Boom! Although Chu Xiu had not trained in martial arts involving fists and feet, his overwhelming vitality allowed his every punch and kick to seem capable of suppressing mountains and shattering rivers. In the face of such formidable power, not a single member of the Black Tiger Gang could withstand Chu Xiu's blows and were sent flying. Upon hitting the ground, each one lay with blood at their lips. Lifeless, in an instant, all of the dozen members of the Black Tiger Gang were vanquished. What a remarkable innate-level warrior, honed through rigorous training. The leader of the Black Tiger Gang clapped his hands in admiration, exclaiming, "Alas, such strength is still insufficient before me." After a pause, he let out a cold laugh and continued, "What is your meager salary that grants you the audacity to obstruct a master of the seventh pinnacle of the realm?" As soon as the words left his mouth, the leader unsheathed his blade and charged at Chu Xiu, transforming into a fearsome black tiger, exuding an overwhelming aura. He had evidently concluded that the one responsible for slaying the nine-headed pig demon was not Chu Xiu, but rather a silver metal captain or even a gold metal captain from the six gates, and sought to eliminate Chu Xiu and escape with utmost haste. The first blade of the seven blades of heaven. Upon witnessing the charge of the Black Tiger Gang leader, Chu Xiu's expression turned serious as he gripped the hilt of his sword at his waist. Suddenly, he drew his blade. Boom! A terrifying beam of light erupted from the blade, illuminating the darkness of the night as if dispelling it, dazzling the heavens. Upon seeing Chu Xiu strike, a look of horror spread across the leader's face. He had miscalculated. This copper metal captain of the six gates was indeed the one who had slain the nine-headed pig demon, including the master-level pig demon. Had he known this sooner, he would have fled when his elite subordinates surrounded Chu Xiu. A copper metal captain possessed such terrifying strength. Was this truly the might of the six gates? His vision blurred. The long knife in the leader's hand shattered into pieces. Then he burst apart, transforming into an endless mist of blood. This was the result of being utterly crushed under Chu Xiu's terrifying vitality. Discovery of Destiny Attribute. Rough proficiency in swordsmanship. White destiny attributes can be plundered and solidified. Rough proficiency in swordsmanship. In the practice of swordsmanship, you find it easier to grasp the fundamentals compared to ordinary individuals. Having slain the members of the Black Tiger Gang, Chu Xiu received a reward of 1,980 destiny points. 2 notification boxes appear before him. Just a white attribute. Nevertheless, it was an unexpected gain. He mused. He slowly sheathed his long knife and turned to walk toward the six gates, muttering in his mind, "Plunder." Upon uttering this, he felt a slight enhancement in his understanding of swordsmanship. Just a sliver. Not particularly useful, considering it was merely a white attribute. After all, his own comprehension of swordsmanship had already reached a considerable level, and the seven blades of heaven was among the pinnacle martial arts of the six gates. After a brief interval, the six gates were ablaze with light, akin to broad daylight. "Greetings, sir." The guard at the entrance of the six gates hastily bowed upon seeing Chu Xiu approach. Chu Xiu nodded slightly and strode toward the task hall of the six gates with the gait of a dragon and tiger. In no time, he arrived at the task hall, where gold medal Captain Chu Xiu was engrossed in reading the 888 pet wives of the demonic lord. He did not speak, but merely stood before Chu Xiu. "Ahem, did you not already accept a mission during the day?" Chu Xiu coughed lightly, setting aside his book to look at Chu Xiu. The intelligence was inaccurate. Chu Xiu replied calmly. Chu Xiu's expression shifted slightly as he exclaimed, "Could it be that this demon's strength exceeds that of the pinnacle of innate level 7? It is not merely a demon, but rather 9-headed demons, the strongest of which has reached the 3rd level of Master Realm." Chu Xiu stated unhurriedly, "By the heavens." Chu Xiu could not help but curse. With so many demons, how did you manage to return alive? Are these people merely slacking off? Do not misunderstand. I did not mean it in that way. After a pause, Chu Xiu looked at Chu Xiu apologetically and said, "What I meant is that the demons were too powerful, exceeding your capabilities. That it is already commendable that you returned alive as compensation. I shall personally grant you 500 merit points. And oh need, I have slain all 9-headed demons." Chu Xiu replied with an air of indifference that he held a certain degree of goodwill toward Chu Xiu, for he had offered to compensate him with 500 merit points. A personal gesture of goodwill. Chu Xiu fell silent, contemplating. "Are you here to show off? Indeed, you, a newly appointed copper metal captain and innate level warrior, managed to kill 9-headed demons, the strongest being at the 3rd level of Master Realm." His gaze was filled with skepticism as he scrutinized Chu Xiu. With a swift motion, Chu Xiu tossed his copper metal captain token onto Chu Xiu's desk. The token of the 6 Gates captain could be regarded as a treasure, possessing the ability to record the slaying of demons. Each time a demon was slain, the token would automatically document the achievement. Even without accepting missions, a captain could still use the token to claim merit points for slaying demons. However, accepting missions provided the advantage of intelligence support from the 6 Gates, indicating where demons had appeared and their strength, thereby significantly enhancing safety to AS for errors in the intelligence provided by the 6 Gates. That was an entirely different matter. It seems it is indeed true. The token is presented, as long as it is verified. There can be no deception. Chu Xiu remained silent for a moment, then picked up Chu Xiu's token, his expression one of shock as he exclaimed, "1 Master Realm, 3-level demon, 3 innate level 9 demons, 4 innate level 8 demons, and 1 innate level 7 demon. Brother Chu, you are incredible." In a flash, Chu Xiu appeared beside Chu Xiu, throwing an arm around his shoulder and declaring, "To reverse a master with innate strength is exceedingly rare among us in the 6 Gates. Each one is a true prodigy. Captain Chi, it seems we're not that familiar." Chu Xiu felt somewhat uncomfortable with Chu Xiu's familiarity. "And no worries, we are familiar now. Brother Chu, please refrain from addressing me as Captain Chi. It feels too distant. I am merely 5 or 6 years your senior. Calling me Chu Xiu will suffice. Now, I'm under the protection of Brother Chu, and in the future, Brother Chu will protect me." Chu Xiu chuckled and spoke. Chu Xiu cast a sidelong glance at Chu Xiu, realizing that this gold medal captain was indeed quite unconventional. After all, to openly observe the formidable demon master Tianma Zun and his 880 beloved wives in the mission hall, without a care for others' opinions, is no ordinary feat. Such behavior seems rather typical for him. "Brother Chi, in addition to slaying the 9-headed demon, I also eliminated a hall master of the Black Tiger Gang. Surely this should earn me some merit points?" Chu Xiu paused for a moment before addressing Chu Xiu. Since Chu Xiu did not require him to address him as sir, Chu Xiu naturally would not insist. "The hall master of the Black Tiger Gang?" Upon hearing this, Chu Xiu's expression sharpened, and he responded swiftly, "Are you suggesting that the Black Tiger Gang is colluding with demons? Indeed, a hall master of the Black Tiger Gang likely lacks the courage to conspire with demons. It must be the entire Black Tiger Gang that is in league with them." Chu Xiu nodded slightly as he replied, "Brother Chu, would you be interested in undertaking something grand?" Chu Xiu's eyes glimmered as he inquired, "What do you mean by something grand?" Chu Xiu raised an eyebrow. Inquiring further, he had already surmised Chu Xiu's intentions. If the two of them joined forces against the Black Tiger Gang, it would not be impossible. Yet he was uncertain of Chu Xiu's true strength, for the leader of the Black Tiger Gang was a pinnacle grandmaster. "Together, we shall eradicate the Black Tiger Gang." Chu Xiu's face bore a hint of murderous intent as he declared with chilling resolve, "Anyone who dares to collude with demons deserves to die. Do you possess sufficient strength, Brother Chi?" Chu Xiu questioned ambiguously, "Are you doubting my capabilities, Brother Chu?" Chu Xiu rolled his eyes and pounded his chest. asserting, "My ability to oversee the mission hall and become its captain is no mere facade that I stand but a step away from the martial saint realm. Calling myself a half-step martial saint is hardly an exaggeration. The mere leader of the Black Tiger Gang is but a single strike's work for me. We refrained from engaging the Black Tiger Gang before because eliminating them would only invite the emergence of the White Tiger Gang and the Green Tiger Gang. However, their collusion with demons has struck at the very core of our 6 gates. Very well, let us set forth now and eradicate the Black Tiger Gang." At this, a flicker of brilliance passed through Chu Xiu's eyes as he spoke solemnly. As a transmigrator, Chu Xiu felt his worldview was still quite upright. The Black Tiger Gang's collusion with demons must be eradicated. He also deduced Chu Xiu's ulterior motive. Was he attempting to share the merit points with him? After all, how could a gold medal captain managing the mission hall act so casually? He could simply post this task in the mission hall, and other gold medal captains, or even the blue row captains could take it on. "Hold on, let me calculate the merit points for you, Brother Chu." Chu Xiu grinned and said, "This time, Brother Chu has slain a Grandmaster level demon and a Hall Master of the Black Tiger Gang. In addition to 8 innate demons, the total merit points accumulated should be enough for you to be promoted to Silver Medal Captain." Silver Medal Captain? Chu Xiu was taken aback. He had just become a Copper Medal Captain today, and now he could ascend to Silver Medal Captain? Indeed, according to our 6 gates regulations, a first-level innate demon yields 100 merit points. With each realm ascension, merit points increase by 100. Brother Chu has slain a 7th-level innate demon, which would amount to 700 merit points. 4 8th-level innate demons total 3,200 merit points, and 3 9th-level innate demons total 2,700 merit points. The AS for a Grandmaster-level demon. The base merit points start at 10,000. With an increase of 3,000 points for each realm ascension, that a 3rd-level Grandmaster demon would thus yield 16,000 merit points. Previously indifferent, Chu Xiu's expression shifted to one of seriousness as he stated, "Martial artists who conspire with demons are similarly calculated for merit points. Brother Chu, did you record the killing of the Black Tiger Gang members with your token?" "I did." Chu Xiu nodded in affirmation. The tokens of the 6 gates automatically record the slaying of demons. However, the killing of human foes does not automatically register unless one actively uses the 6 gates token to document it. "Let me take a look." Chu Xiu examined the contents of Chu Xiu's token. The Hall Master of the Black Tiger Gang at the 7th level yielded 28,000 merit points. 0.7 innate martial artists combined for a total of 3,700 merit points. 9 elite level martial artists, each yielding 10 merit points, amounted to 90 merit points. Adding the 25,600 merit points from slaying demons, Brother Chu is entitled to a total of 53,390 merit points. I have already reported this. After a short while, Brother Chu's merit points will automatically be credited, allowing you to proceed to the storeroom to collect your Silver Medal Captain's attire and weaponry. Let us plan to depart for the Black Tiger Gang after a brief moment that I need to record this task, that we must eliminate the Black Tiger Gang to ensure our actions are justified. I will also gather a few more individuals to accompany us to the Black Tiger Gang. Otherwise, with the numerous members of the Black Tiger Gang, relying solely on the 2 of us would be too time-consuming. After a moment of contemplation, Chu Xiu addressed Chu Xiu. "Brother Chi, I can become a Silver Medal Captain after just a short while." Chu Xiu queried, his confusion evident. "Isn't it required to reach the Grandmaster realm to attain the title of Silver Medal Captain? In the 6 gates, there exists a category of individuals who can be exceptions. That is, the geniuses. True prodigies are not bound by restrictions. For instance, at the Copper Medal Captain level, one can slay Grandmaster-level demons and possess over 10,000 merit points to be directly promoted to Silver Medal Captain. If at the Silver Medal Captain level, one can slay great Grandmaster-level demons and possess over 100,000 merit points, one can likewise be directly promoted to Gold Medal Captain. Exceptional geniuses who can defeat enemies beyond their rank are highly valued within our 6 gates." Chu Xiu spoke with a solemn expression. Understood that a look of realization dawned on Chu Xiu's face. "Very well. Brother Chu should take a moment to rest. We shall meet outside the mission hall after a brief interval." Chu Xiu retrieved a small booklet from beneath the table and began recording. "All right." Chu Xiu nodded slightly and then strode out of the mission hall, having slain so many demons this time. He had accrued a considerable amount of destiny points. making it an opportune moment to enhance his destiny attributes. He felt a growing anticipation within him. The enhancement of his destiny attributes would greatly bolster his strength. Before long. Name: Chu Xiu Internal Cultivation Realm. Pinnacle of the 7th level Innate Realm External Cultivation Realm. Minor accomplishment of the Innate Realm: 27 heads of wild giant elephant strength. Destiny attributes: 9 yang sacred body gold. Aristocratic young master blue. Golden tendons and J-bones blue. Exceptional comprehension green. Swift as lightning green. Abundant vitality green. Basic understanding of sword techniques white. Martial arts pure yang art perfected. Pure yang sword technique perfected. 8 steps to catch the cicada perfected. 9 yang true art minor accomplishment. Divine elephant suppression method 1st level minor accomplishment. Heavenly demon 8 steps entry level. 7 slices to sever the heavens 1st slice entry level. Intention pure yang sword intent entry level. Destiny points 17230 system. Enhance exceptional comprehension. Chu Xiu entered his courtyard and gazed at the data panel. After pondering for a moment, he resolutely proclaimed in his mind, the higher his comprehension, the greater the effect it would have on his cultivation of the heavenly demon 8 steps and the 7 slices to sever the heavens. Boom! No sooner had he spoken than an overwhelming realization surged through his mind, flooding him with insights regarding the heavenly demon 8 steps and the 7 slices to sever the heavens. His understanding of both techniques deepened significantly. Even the comprehension of the pure yang blade intent has significantly elevated when Chu Xiu believed that the insights gained from this experience had come to an end. Countless realizations regarding the 9 yang true art emerged in his mind, deepening his understanding of it even further. Originally, due to possessing the 9 yang sacred body and having previously cultivated the pure yang art, both of which are intricately linked, he had bypassed the entry level of the 9 yang true art and reached the minor accomplishment stage right from the start. However, at this very moment, the enhancement of his comprehension propelled Chu Xiu's mastery of the 9 yang true art to a new pinnacle. Boom! The innate true qi within his dantian surged violently, ascending from the peak of the 7th level of the innate realm to the pinnacle of the 9th level. The true qi became extraordinarily refined, and the terrifying 9 yang true qi burned like the 9 yang true fire, capable of scorching the heavens and boiling the seas. After a while, with the 9 yang true art fully realized, the innate true qi broke through from the 7th level peak to the pinnacle of the 9th level. The first blade of the 7 blades of heaven was perfected, and the 8 steps of the celestial demon reached minor accomplishment. Even the pure yang blade intent attained a 1% mastery. Chu Xiu slowly opened his eyes, revealing a look of astonishment on his face as he incredulously remarked, the enhancement of my outstanding comprehension to a blue tier has had an immense impact. It has far exceeded my expectations. Just by upgrading to a blue tier, my comprehension has increased so significantly. What magnitude of improvement would a transition to a purple tier bring? Successfully consuming 10,000 destiny points. His outstanding comprehension, green, upgraded to innate wisdom, blue. Innate wisdom, an extraordinary innate comprehension, understanding with a mere hint that a prompt box appeared before Chu Xiu's eyes, taking a deep breath to calm his emotions. He mentally commanded, system, enhance my basic understanding of blade techniques. With only over 7,000 destiny points remaining, he could not elevate a green tier attribute to a blue tier, so he could only upgrade the solitary white tier attribute first. Upon finishing his command, Chu Xiu felt as though his understanding of the 7 blades of heaven had increased once more, yet it was still insufficient to elevate the first blade from minor accomplishment to the pinnacle stage. Clearly, the efficacy of the green tier attribute was not sufficient for this effect. Successfully consuming 1,000 destiny points, basic understanding of blade techniques. White, upgraded to proficient blade technique, green. Proficient blade technique, practicing blade techniques. Easily attaining profound mastery. The prompt box appeared once again. Time was running short. It was now time to go to the storeroom to collect the silver badge head captain attire and weapons. Chu Xiu strode forth like a dragon and tiger, heading towards the storeroom of the 6 doors. Soon, he arrived at the storeroom of the 6 doors. Even at night, there were still people stationed there. I pay my respects to Lord Zhao. Chu Xiu greeted Zhao Qingming, the blue-clothed name-catcher managing the storeroom, with a respectful gesture. What brings you here for redemption? Zhao Qingming asked, his expression indifferent. Yet a flicker of surprise glimmered in his eyes, for Chu Xiu had just come to collect the bronze badge head captain attire and weapons in the evening. So soon he had accumulated merit points to exchange for pills or spirit herbs. Lord Zhao, I am here to collect the silver badge head captain attire and weapons, Chu Xiu replied, extending the token in his hand towards Zhao Qingming. The token had transformed, the words bronze badge head captain changing to silver badge head captain. But he had understood from Chu Xiu's explanation why. Once merit points were credited, he could come to the storeroom to collect the silver badge head captain attire and weapons. Because after Chu Xiu reported it, once the merit points were credited, his token would also undergo a transformation. What? Zhao Qingming gazed at Chu Xiu in astonishment, seemingly unable to believe his words, seeing the token now inscribed with silver badge head captain Chu Xiu. He exclaimed, "Remarkable, young man. You just became a bronze badge head captain less than half a day ago, and now you are a silver badge head captain." After a brief moment of silence, Zhao Qingming spoke with admiration. "You overpraise me. It's merely luck. Merely luck." Chu Xiu replied humbly. "It is not merely luck." Zhao Qingming chuckled, well aware as a blue-clothed name-catcher of the reasons behind Chu Xiu's rapid promotion to silver badge head captain. He had undoubtedly slain a master-level demon, defeating an enemy of a higher rank. Chu Xiu smiled but chose to remain silent. "Wait here. I shall fetch your silver badge head captain attire and weapons," Zhao Qingming said, shaking his head as he walked into the storeroom. After a few steps, he paused and inquired, "You still prefer blades, I presume?" "Indeed, I trouble you, Lord Zhao." Chu Xiu nodded, removing the long blade that hung at his waist and placing it on Zhao Qingming's table. Within the 6 doors, the weapons used by ordinary catchers were crafted from high-quality steel. The weapons used by bronze badge head captains were already classified as entry-level weapons, specifically of the first low grade. This first low-grade long blade had sustained several minor nicks after slaying demons that night, necessitating a replacement with a higher quality, sharper long blade. After a while, Zhao Qingming returned with 3 sets of silver badge head captain attire and a black long blade of ancient design. The black long blade rested atop the silver badge head captain attire. "Here are 3 sets of attire for your convenience," he stated at AS for the blade. "I have procured a 3rd-grade low-tier weapon for you. This is a weapon that only golden badge head captains can receive for free. That IT should suffice for your needs for the time being." Zhao Qingming placed the attire and black long blade on the table. Addressing Chu Xiu, "A 3rd-grade low-tier weapon?" Chu Xiu was taken aback, replying, "For someone of your caliber, capable of defeating enemies of a higher rank, upon your promotion to silver badge head captain, we at the 6 doors will directly provide you with a 3rd-grade low-tier weapon free of charge. This is not favoritism on my part." Zhao Qingming smiled slightly as he spoke to Chu Xiu. "Thank you, Lord Zhao." In response, Chu Xiu respectfully bowed to Zhao Qingming in gratitude. "All right, if there is nothing else, you may take your leave. Remember, as a prodigy like yourself, do not act foolishly when faced with danger. If you can run, then run. Surviving is paramount to becoming a true master and defeating more demons." Zhao Qingming waved his hand, feigning nonchalance. "Chu Xiu understands." Chu Xiu expressed his gratitude with a glance at Zhao Qingming, uttering a thanks before turning to leave with the attire and long blade. The trees wish for tranquility, yet the wind does not cease. That a great upheaval is approaching in Songlong County. Zhao Qingming sat back down on the chair before the table, sighing. After a moment's thought, he picked up the first low-grade long blade that Chu Xiu had left behind, slowly unsheathing it, observing the nicks along the blade, and revealing a look of appreciation. From these nicks, he could discern that Chu Xiu had undoubtedly faced a fierce battle that night, likely with numerous demons falling to his hand. Exiting the storeroom of the 6 doors, Chu Xiu returned to his courtyard, donned the silver badge head captain attire, and strapped the new long blade to his waist, radiating an impressive and commanding aura as he made his way towards the task hall. Dozens of bronze badge head captains stood waiting outside the task hall, each exuding an astonishing aura of menace. Merely standing there, a chilling atmosphere enveloped the area. Thud, thud. A steady, powerful footfall echoed from afar. In an instant, The impressive and commanding Chu Xiu appeared before the assembly of bronze badge head captains. Upon seeing Chu Xiu, the group displayed expressions of shock. They had never encountered him before. When did the Six Doors have such a youthful silver badge head captain? Brother Chu has arrived. Let me introduce you all. Chu Xiu's voice echoed from within the task hall. Following this, Chu Xiu materialized beside Chu Xiu, casually draping an arm around his shoulder as he addressed the bronze badge head captains. This is my brother, Chu Xiu, just became a bronze badge head captain at dusk. Having undertaken a mission, each person wielding a blade, possessing innate strength, have slain a formidable demon of the 3rd tier and vanquished a traitorous master of the 7th tier, who colluded with the fiends. In less than half a day, I ascended from a bronze badge enforcer to a silver badge enforcer. Upon hearing this, the faces of the bronze badge enforcers transformed from shock to disbelief as they gazed at Chu Xiu. A newly appointed bronze badge enforcer, within such a brief span, had elevated to a silver badge enforcer. Not only did he slay a 3rd-tier demon with a single strike, but he also eliminated a traitor of the pinnacle 7th tier. What a terrifying prodigy, an unparalleled talent. Once again, our Six Gates has birthed a genius of extraordinary caliber. Contemplating this, the bronze badge enforcers regarded Chu Xiu with growing reverence. Strength reigns supreme within the Six Gates. Here, only those with power earn our respect. You flatter me, Brother Chi. I am but fortunate, Chu Xiu humbly replied. Strength is strength, and luck plays no part, as long as one possesses exceptional talent and formidable power. The louder your presence, the better it is within our Six Gates. Brother Chu is merely too modest. Chu Xiu shook his head, asserting this. Chu Xiu smiled faintly, remaining silent. The bronze badge enforcers displayed expressions of agreement. Their gazes towards Chu Xiu unaltered, but filled with even greater admiration. At such a tender age, possessing such talent and strength, he displayed none of the arrogance or hubris often seen in others, but rather a calm and unflappable demeanor. This is the true essence of a hero. Brother Chu, allow me to introduce you, Chu Xiu began. These bronze badge enforcers belong to the elite within our Six Gates. Each is at least at the 7th tier of innate strength, having emerged from the depths of adversity. They're all skilled in slaying demons. Furthermore, none of them have connections to noble families. Chu Xiu winked at Chu Xiu, continuing his introductions. Before long, Chu Xiu had acquainted Chu Xiu with dozens of bronze badge enforcers, providing him with a deeper understanding of their prowess. Many among these enforcers were at the pinnacle of the 9th tier of innate strength, and their abilities were among the strongest within their ranks. Each possessed the potential to become silver badge enforcers or even rise to the level of gold badge enforcers. Clearly, it was through Chu Xiu's position in the task hall that he could meet such promising bronze badge enforcers. Well then, with that said, we should be on our way. Are we all prepared? Chu Xiu asked the bronze badge enforcers solemnly. Ready, they responded, their voices resolute. Let us depart, Chu Xiu said, leading the way out of the Six Gates. Chu Xiu followed closely behind, with the bronze badge enforcers trailing them in a formidable procession, leaving the Six Gates in a grand manner. Once outside, they utilized their lightness skills, stealthily advancing towards the direction of the Black Tiger Gang. After a brief moment, they arrived at the outskirts of the Black Tiger Gang. Upon seeing Chu Xiu and the others approach, many bronze badge enforcers displayed astonishment upon realizing their target was the Black Tiger Gang. Evidently, Chu Xiu had not previously disclosed this information. Tonight, the traitor of the 7th tier whom Brother Chu has slain was a hall master of the Black Tiger Gang. Chu Xiu informed the bronze badge enforcers in a hushed tone. The Black Tiger Gang has conspired with demons, inciting them to harm the innocent within Qingyu Lane, that I brought you here to eradicate the Black Tiger Gang in one fell swoop and eliminate a menace for our Songlong prefecture. Upon hearing this, the enforcer's eyes gleamed with murderous intent. For any martial artist of the Master tier, leave them to Brother Chu. As for those of the Grandmaster tier, they are mine. You are tasked with exterminating the innate level warriors of the Black Tiger Gang. Is that understood? Chu Xiu inquired of the bronze badge enforcers. No problem. They affirmed with unwavering determination. Although the Black Tiger Gang likely harbored numerous innate level warriors, there exists a disparity among innate level fighters. With their capabilities, while defeating foes of higher tiers might prove challenging, overpowering ordinary innate warriors would be a mere formality. The martial arts practiced by the Black Tiger Gang's innate warriors cannot be compared to those of the Bronze Badge enforcers of the Six Gates. Facing 10 of them would be child's play. Brother Chu, as you were the one to uncover the Black Tiger Gang's collusion with demons, do you have anything to add? Chu Xiu nodded slightly. Directing his gaze towards Chu Xiu, all eyes turned to him. That I shall make but one point. Since the Black Tiger Gang has allied with demons, allowing them to wreak havoc among the populace of Qingyulane, we must remain vigilant for the presence of demons within the Black Tiger Gang. Proceed with caution. To exterminate demons, we must also ensure our survival. Should Brother Qi and I be unable to contend with the demons' masters, I urge you all to retreat immediately and preserve your lives. Chu Xiu contemplated for a moment, addressing the Bronze Badge enforcers. Understood, they replied in unison. Brother Qi, let us take action. Chu Xiu nodded towards Chu Xiu. Very well, Brother Chu and I will engage the Black Tiger Gang head-on. The rest of you, infiltrate from all directions, leaving no innate warrior of the Black Tiger Gang unscathed. Chu Xiu commanded with a wave of his hand. Yes, the Bronze Badge enforcers echoed in unison. Exchanging glances, they activated their lightness skills and dispersed in various directions, preparing to storm the Black Tiger Gang from all angles, ensuring no innate warrior could escape. Once the innate level and above warriors of the Black Tiger Gang were eliminated, the gang would crumble entirely, posing no further threat. Brother Chu, let us proceed. Chu Xiu addressed Chu Xiu and made his way towards the gates of the Black Tiger Gang. Chu Xiu smiled calmly and strode forward with purpose. In the blink of an eye, the two had arrived at the entrance of the Black Tiger Gang. Esteemed gentlemen, may I inquire what brings you to our humble Black Tiger Gang? The guards at the entrance, witnessing the approach of Chu Xiu and Chu Xiu, paled slightly and bowed respectfully. After all, these were renowned enforcers from the Six Gates, one a gold badge enforcer and the other a silver badge. They dared not show any disrespect. Chu Xiu stood with his hands clasped behind his back, silent. Upon observing Chu Xiu's demeanor, Chu Xiu understood it was time for him to take action. With an air of cold determination, he declared, "Flatten the Black Tiger Gang." The members of the Black Tiger Gang were immediately taken aback, their faces draining of color and fear. When had the Black Tiger Gang ever provoked the Six Gates? With a flick of his sleeve, Chu Xiu unleashed a torrent of blazing innate energy, akin to the scorching flames of the sun, sweeping towards the members of the Black Tiger Gang as though to incinerate them to ashes. Perhaps these members of the Black Tiger Gang were unaware of their gang's collusion with demons, nor had they engaged in such alliances. However, individuals from such gangs frequently committed heinous acts and oppressed the innocent. Thus, he would show no mercy to these members of the Black Tiger Gang. "Spare us," a member of the Black Tiger Gang, sensing the overwhelming wave of heat, cried out in terror. One after another. The members of the Black Tiger Gang, under the onslaught of Chu Xiu's innate energy, fled into the interior of the gang, only to collapse lifelessly upon landing. Such a commotion instantly ignited chaos within the Black Tiger Gang, sending waves of panic throughout its ranks. Shadows darted towards the entrance in response to the disturbance. "Kill!" Chu Xiu thundered, stepping forward like a bolt of lightning towards the incoming members of the Black Tiger Gang. With each punch and kick, he dispatched the gang members with ruthless efficiency. Whether they were below the innate level or at the master level, none could withstand his might. At that moment, a group of copper badge captains from the Six Doors surged in from all directions. Converging upon the scene, in less than a heartbeat, the number of Black Tiger Gang members felled by Chu Xiu's fists and feet had already surpassed 100, causing the remaining members to scatter in sheer terror, too frightened to even attempt to seize the initiative. "Remarkable!" Chu Xiu exclaimed in awe as he followed closely behind Chu Xiu, observing his lethal prowess. However, noting that Chu Xiu relied solely on the unparalleled might of the Nine-Yang True Qi to vanquish the Black Tiger Gang members. Chu Xiu pondered aloud. If only he possessed a powerful martial art to complement his innate energy, Chu Xiu's strength could unleash a magnitude of force multiple times greater. That would be a force to be reckoned with, slaying gods and demons alike. Impudence! A thunderous roar erupted from the depths of the Black Tiger Gang, reverberating like a clap of thunder. loud enough as Chu Xiu engaged in a fierce confrontation with the leader of the Black Tiger Gang. He let out a fierce cry, declaring, "This won't do. Brother Chu is so formidable. I must unleash my true strength. Leader of the Black Tiger Gang, your demise is imminent." With that, he swiftly drew his sword, the blade slicing through the air towards the gang leader, unleashing an utterly terrifying wave of sword energy that seemed capable of obliterating the very heavens and the earth. Roar! Upon witnessing Chu Xiu's strike, the leader of the Black Tiger Gang let out an enraged roar, akin to that of a ferocious tiger. To everyone's astonishment, a thick coat of black first sprouted from his body, and his head morphed into that of a tiger, transforming him into a monstrous being with a tiger's head and a human body, covered in black fur. With a thunderous roar, he shattered Chu Xiu's sword energy. The copper badge captains of the Six Doors were left dazed, their vision clouded with stars, as if Chu Xiu nodded slightly, walking alongside Chu Xiu as they made their way out of the Black Tiger Gang, that a group of copper badge captains wielded their long knives, delivering the final blows to the martial artists of the Black Tiger Gang who had stepped into the innate realm. Upon exiting the gang, Chu Xiu cast a glance at Chu Xiu and remarked, "Brother Chu Xiu, the internal cultivation technique you practice is quite remarkable. It embodies utmost yang and rigidity, unparalleled in its ferocity. In comparison to my pure yang true skill, yours appears even more formidable, with such innate true energy. If you were to train in one or two forms of close combat martial arts, such as boxing, palm techniques, or leg techniques, you would undoubtedly amplify the power of your innate true energy manifold." "I share the same sentiment. Does Brother Chi have any recommendations?" Chu Xiu inquired, acknowledging the insight. Now that he had acquired a basic understanding of martial arts through the white tier descriptor, he could indeed choose a couple of close combat martial arts to practice. Even without a blade, he could still eliminate adversaries. He aspired to be a versatile warrior, free of any vulnerabilities. As for why he turned to Chu Xiu, it was naturally because Chu Xiu was a golden badge captain of the Six Doors, possessing extensive knowledge of the martial arts within the organization in our Great Zhou Dynasty, and indeed throughout the world. Martial arts can be categorized into foundational martial arts, ordinary martial arts, ultimate skills, top-tier ultimate skills, legendary martial arts, extraordinary martial arts, and astonishing martial arts. Foundational martial arts are those practiced before entering the innate realm, a point that Brother Chu Xiu is already aware of, so I shall refrain from elaborating. Ordinary martial arts refer to those accessible to innate realm practitioners, the most powerful of which can reach the Grandmaster level. The majority of individuals for various factions merely practice these inferior martial arts. In contrast, we at the Six Doors place both ordinary and foundational martial arts on the first tier of our martial arts repository. Such mediocrity is not worthy of our cultivation. Chu Xiu stroked his chin, a proud expression adorning his face as he stated, "Once we enter the innate realm and become copper badge captains, we are entitled to a complimentary selection of martial arts at that moment. We can choose a top-tier ultimate skill or even a legendary martial art to cultivate based on our innate talents. Of course, individuals like Brother Chu Xiu, with exceptional prowess, are an exception. I am unaware of the internal cultivation technique you have chosen. But the 7 cuts of the heavens that you practice is an astonishing martial art within our Six Doors, across the entire Great Zhou Dynasty. Very few can cultivate it." He cast a glance at Chu Xiu, his eyes brimming with envy. Chu Xiu maintained a calm demeanor. Unperturbed by praise or criticism, he understood that to select martial arts in the future, one must possess merit points, and ultimate skill requires 100 merit points. A top-tier ultimate skill demands 1,000 merit points. A legendary martial art necessitates 5,000 merit points. An extraordinary martial art calls for 10,000 merit points, and an astonishing martial art requires 50,000 merit points. Chu Xiu explained without hesitation, "Is it truly so low?" Chu Xiu was taken aback momentarily, but upon reflection, he comprehended. Even the astonishing martial arts, such as the divine image suppression technique, the 7 cuts of the heavens, and the 8 steps of the celestial demon, could all be acquired free of charge from the Six Doors repository. Therefore, the cost was negligible. The Six Doors do not skimp on martial arts for those of true lineage. Moreover, they are equally generous when it comes to the prices of pills and spiritual herbs. As long as we can grow, they have always been exceedingly benevolent. Chu Xiu nodded slightly, pondering for a moment before stating, "The 8 steps of the celestial demon that you are cultivating is indeed regarded as the pinnacle of light-footed techniques within our 6 doors, classified as an astonishing martial art. However, few can truly harness its full potential, which is why it is seldom chosen. Oh, Chu Xiu mused thoughtfully. The path of space? Indeed, the path of space. Without the path of space, the 8 steps of the celestial demon cannot unleash its true might. It may only rival legendary light-footed techniques. Only by comprehending the true essence of space and advancing it to the level of space laws can the 8 steps of the celestial demon reveal its authentic form." The complete version of the 8 steps of the celestial demon is divided into 2 volumes. Currently, Brother Chu Xiu is studying the first volume, which does not encompass the true essence of space. Thus, its actual classification is merely that of a legendary light-footed technique. The second volume delves into the true essence of space and the laws of space. Only by mastering the first volume to perfection and grasping the true essence of space can one qualify to travel to Qingzhou Prefecture, where we at the 6 Doors headquarters can provide the second volume of the 8 steps of the celestial demon. Chu Xiu stated with a grave expression. Understood that a look of realization crossed Chu Xiu's face. No wonder his 8 steps of the celestial demon had only reached a minor accomplishment. It was important to note that he was still in the innate realm and had yet to step into the Grandmaster level. Whether one can cultivate the 8 steps of the celestial demon to perfection in the Grandmaster realm remains uncertain, but in the Great Master realm, it would undoubtedly be sufficient for that. All right, enough of that. Let me discuss some martial arts techniques suitable for you. Brother Chu Xiu shook his head and said that I am all ears. Chu Xiu replied earnestly. Before we proceed, I would like to inquire, do you prefer astonishing martial arts, extraordinary martial arts, or legendary martial arts? Chu Xiu pondered for a moment before posing the question to Chu Xiu that he did not even ask about martial arts below the legendary level, as true geniuses within the 6 Doors would never settle for anything less than ultimate skills or top-tier ultimate skills. Unlike those disciples from sects, who, even in prominent sects, often only have access to ultimate skills at the outset, only after distinguishing themselves do they gain the opportunity to engage with higher-level martial arts. The 6 Doors operate with such grandeur. Brother Qi, please enlighten me about the astonishing martial arts in the realm of boxing and leg techniques that we have within the 6 Doors. Chu Xiu smiled as he spoke. Chu Xiu rolled his eyes, his expression revealing that he had anticipated Chu Xiu's choice of astonishing martial arts all along. After all, the martial arts Chu Xiu had demonstrated were truly of astonishing caliber. In terms of astonishing martial arts related to boxing and leg techniques, there are 3 notable forms within our Great Zhou Dynasty: the Divine Emperor's Fist, the 6 Paths of Reincarnation Fist, and the Great Yin-Yang 5 Elements Fist. Among these, the Divine Emperor's Fist was created by our founding emperor, the Martial Emperor, and only the emperors of each generation in the Great Zhou Dynasty are permitted to cultivate it. With a serious expression, Chu Xiu continued, the 6 Paths of Reincarnation Fist and the Great Yin-Yang 5 Elements Fist, however, exist within our 6 Doors. The 6 Paths of Reincarnation Fist requires the understanding of the reincarnation laws, while the Great Yin-Yang 5 Elements Fist necessitates the mastery of both Yin-Yang and the 5 Elements laws. Chu Xiu contemplated this information. Since the Divine Emperor's Fist was not an option, his choices were limited to the 6 Paths of Reincarnation Fist and the Great Yin-Yang 5 Elements Fist. The reincarnation laws, being one of the most supreme laws, suggest that the 6 Paths of Reincarnation Fist likely possesses greater power than the Great Yin-Yang 5 Elements Fist. Should his comprehension evolve to the level of a purple tier descriptor or even a golden tier descriptor, he might have the chance to grasp the true essence of reincarnation, steadily advancing his understanding to the level of the reincarnation laws. Our founding martial emperor of the Great Zhou Dynasty has previously remarked that among all boxing techniques, the Divine Emperor's Fist reigns supreme, with the 6 Paths of Reincarnation Fist following closely behind. Throughout the history of the 6 Doors, many prodigies and even unparalleled geniuses have aspired to cultivate the 6 Paths of Reincarnation Fist. Unfortunately, the difficulty has proven insurmountable, and no one has ever succeeded. Chu Xiu shook his head and said, to say nothing of the 6 paths of reincarnation fist, even the great yin-yang 5 elements fist has seen few who could successfully cultivate it. This requires the convergence of both the yin-yang and 5 elements laws. Therefore, I suggest Brother Chu Xiu consider selecting a legendary level martial art or an extraordinary level martial art for cultivation. Brother Chi, please elaborate on the leg techniques available within our 6 doors that are classified as astonishing martial arts. Chu Xiu requested. Chu Xiu smiled faintly and addressed Chu Xiu. Very well. Chu Xiu cast a sidelong glance at Chu Xiu, nodding as he spoke. If we are to discuss the extraordinary martial arts leg techniques possessed by our 6 doors, it would undoubtedly be the Great Destruction leg technique. As the name suggests, it embodies the laws of destruction that I understand, Chu Xiu remarked, his cheeks betraying a look of astonishment. The extraordinary martial arts truly live up to their name. Each form requires an understanding of the underlying principles to unleash its true power. Brother Chu Xiu, would you like me to introduce you to the supreme and legendary martial arts? Chu Xiu pondered for a moment before inquiring. He felt that Chu Xiu was already sufficiently informed about the extraordinary martial arts to is it possible to truly cultivate such techniques. No. Thank you, Brother Chi, Chu Xiu replied, shaking his head. I already have a martial art in mind that I wish to cultivate. He had considered this deeply. Whether it be a fist technique or a leg technique, selecting either would compensate for his shortcomings in close combat. Between the 2 extraordinary martial arts, the 6 paths reincarnation fist was undeniably more formidable. Chu Xiu stumbled slightly, nearly losing his balance as he gazed at Chu Xiu in disbelief. Brother Chu Xiu, you cannot be seriously considering choosing an extraordinary martial art, can you? After all, it only requires 50,000 merit points. Chu Xiu smiled gently and replied, I have more than enough merit points. With tonight's earnings, I should have no less than 50,000. Selecting an extraordinary martial art will be more than sufficient. Unbelievable, Chu Xiu exclaimed, raising his head to the inky blackness above, lamenting, before meeting you, I consider myself a rare talent within our 6 doors. Now I realize I was merely gazing at the sky from the bottom of a well. If one is to choose, let it be an extraordinary martial art. The key is, you have already mastered the 7 cuts of heaven and the 8 steps of the demon, both extraordinary martial arts. Even without delving into true intent and principles, they are beyond my reach. Brother Chi, let's hurry back. I need you to help me settle tonight's merit points, Chu Xiu said with a smile, pulling Chu Xiu toward the direction of the 6 doors. After spending some time with Chu Xiu, he had gained a better understanding of his carefree disposition. Having such a friend was indeed a blessing that he refrained from mentioning that he had not merely mastered 2 extraordinary martial arts from the 6 doors, but 3, along with a formidable technique known as the divine elephant suppression method. After a while, the 2 returned to the 6 doors. Chu Xiu assisted Chu Xiu in calculating tonight's merit points. Chu Xiu had slain a total of 15 monstrous beings of the Master Realm, including one at the pinnacle of the 9th level of the Master Realm in addition. He had taken down over 100 members of the Black Tiger Gang, comprising numerous innate and elite master-level practitioners. Congratulations, Brother Chu Xiu, you have amassed a staggering 524,650 merit points, Chu Xiu said, momentarily stunned. Had you not yet slain any Grandmasters, you would already qualify for the position of gold medal capturer. Chu Xiu's eyes gleamed with excitement. With such a wealth of merit points, he could finally exchange for some medicinal pills to aid in his cultivation. Regardless of whether he pursued the 9 Suns' true skill or the divine elephant suppression method, he would require a substantial amount of pills and spiritual herbs. Since this task was recorded in the task hall from the very beginning, it has now been settled. Brother Chu Xiu, do check if your merit points have arrived, Chu Xiu said, taking a deep breath to steady his emotions, deciding not to compare himself to the extraordinary Chu Xiu. They have arrived. Thank you, Brother Chi. Chu Xiu felt a notification in his mind confirming the arrival of merit points. He now possessed 578,040 merit points, which included the previous 53,390 points. Well then, it is getting late. Brother Chu Xiu, you should return to rest. And I shall do the same. Chu Xiu yawned and leaned on the table. Very well. Chu Xiu nodded, striding out of the task hall toward the direction of the 6 doors arsenal, knowing that Chu Xiu was in charge of the task hall. He understood that he would remain there even at night. Earlier, when they had gone to the Black Tiger gang, they had relied on others to handle the tasks, seizing the opportunity when no one was around. Chu Xiu stored the long knife hanging at his waist into his storage bag and secured the black long knife at his side. In no time, he arrived at the Six Doors arsenal. This time, however, Elder Jiang was not dozing at his desk, but was engrossed in a book. Casting a glance, Chu Xiu noticed it was a manual on formations. Elder Jiang is truly impressive. I wonder what book Chu Xiu is reading. Has he become a silver medal capturer? Elder Jiang's face displayed astonishment upon seeing Chu Xiu. You only just selected your martial arts today, and now you have become a silver medal capturer. Even I find this hard to believe. Just luck, nothing more, Chu Xiu replied humbly. Luck alone cannot achieve such progress. I see you have made advancements in your cultivation, Elder Jiang remarked, scrutinizing Chu Xiu. It is no wonder you have been promoted to silver medal capturer. Now, tell me, what brings you here at this late hour? Are you considering abandoning the divine elephant suppression method, the 7 cuts of heaven, and the 8 steps of the demon to select a new martial art? After a pause, Elder Jiang furrowed his brow. If you were to select now, you will need merit points to exchange. Elder Jiang, I am here to select a new martial art, but I do not intend to abandon the divine elephant suppression method or the other 3 techniques. Chu Xiu stated with a calm demeanor. Upon hearing this, Elder Jiang's gaze sharpened, his expression growing increasingly serious. You have begun practicing the divine elephant suppression method, he asked, his voice trembling slightly. Elder Jiang's keen insight pierced through Chu Xiu's facade. Chu Xiu felt a chill run down his spine. He had concealed the overwhelming power of the wild dragon elephant, but Elder Jiang had seen through it effortlessly. Your means of concealment cannot fool those above the Grandmaster realm. Elder Jiang seemed to read Chu Xiu's thoughts, shaking his head. The divine elephant suppression method should not be known to others lightly. It is best to keep your vital energy entirely suppressed. This will serve as your hidden card. Please guide me, Elder Jiang, Chu Xiu said, bowing respectfully. I happen to possess a nameless breathing technique, which I acquired by chance many years ago. It is quite useful. I shall give it to you. Elder Jiang mused for a moment before producing a jade slip from his sleeve and tossing it to Chu Xiu. Thank you, Elder Jiang, Chu Xiu said, catching the jade slip and expressing his gratitude. Elder Jiang had truly been generous. Since you wish to select a martial art, proceed to the 2nd floor and choose for yourself. Once you have made your selection, come down and inform me, and I shall retrieve it for you. Elder Jiang waved his hand dismissively. Elder Jiang, I already have a martial art in mind, Chu Xiu replied earnestly. Which one? Elder Jiang inquired. The 6 Paths Reincarnation Fist, Chu Xiu stated without hesitation. What did you say? Elder Jiang exclaimed, momentarily bewildered. I did not hear you clearly. Elder Jiang, I wish to learn the 6 Paths Reincarnation Fist. Chu Xiu reiterated. Do not think that because you have mastered the divine elephant suppression method, you can automatically learn the 6 Paths Reincarnation Fist. Elder Jiang glared at Chu Xiu, speaking earnestly. The difficulty of the 6 Paths Reincarnation Fist far exceeds that of the divine elephant suppression method. The latter you could potentially learn due to your extraordinary innate physique. However, the 6 Paths of Reincarnation Fist is not something one can simply learn at will. Rather than squandering time on the 6 Paths of Reincarnation Fist, it would be wiser to select a martial art that is more accessible. Elder Jiang, I have also made progress in the 7 cuts of heaven and the 8 steps of the demon. With my level of comprehension, mastering the 6 Paths of Reincarnation Fist should not pose a significant challenge. Chu Xiu fell silent for a moment and then spoke earnestly to Elder Jiang. After all, many had witnessed his mastery of the 7 cuts of heaven and the 8 steps of the demon tonight, so it was pointless to conceal the truth that it was better to be forthright with Elder Jiang. Elder Jiang's expression grew vacant. He had truly been skeptical when Chu Xiu opted for the divine elephant suppression method, the 7 cuts of heaven, and the 8 steps of the demon. Who would have thought that within less than a day, Chu Xiu would have grasped the divine elephant suppression method? He could only attribute this to Chu Xiu's innate talent for martial arts being even more formidable than he had imagined. Yet, now you claim that in less than a day, you have also mastered the 7 cuts of heaven and the 8 steps of the demon. Moreover, my first cut of the 7 cuts of heaven has already reached mastery. Many witnessed it tonight, including Brother Chi from the task hall. Chu Xiu added after a moment's thought. Are you trying to provoke me, you rascal? Elder Jiang exclaimed, puffing his cheeks in indignation. What a nuisance. I've been outsmarted by you. I would never dare to boast before Elder Jiang. Even having mastered the fourth cut would mean little in your presence. Chu Xiu coughed lightly and offered a compliment to Elder Jiang. Humph. As long as you understand, Elder Jiang replied. Wait here. I shall assist you in obtaining the 6 paths of reincarnation fist. Elder Jiang twirled his grizzled beard, a satisfied look spreading across his face. No longer urging Chu Xiu to abandon his choice of the 6 paths of reincarnation fist. After all, Chu Xiu's extraordinary talent had far surpassed Elder Jiang's expectations, having presided over the 6 Gates Armory for many years. It was the first time he had seen someone grasp 3 astonishing martial arts in less than a day. The 7 Cuts of Heaven, a remarkable martial art, had its first cut already achieved to the level of mastery. Such a prodigy might indeed be capable of mastering the 6 paths of reincarnation fist. Thank you, Elder Jiang, Chu Xiu said, bowing in gratitude. Elder Jiang moved swiftly, vanishing from sight. Within this jade slip lies the 6 paths of reincarnation fist. The 6 paths of reincarnation fist consists of 7 techniques. The Hell Path, the Hungry Ghost Path, the Beast Path, the Human Path, the Azura Path, the Divine Path, and the final technique, the Unity of the 6 Paths. The unity of the 6 paths signifies the 6 paths of reincarnation. In a brief moment, Elder Jiang reappeared before Chu Xiu, extending a jade slip towards him. The power of a single punch surpasses that of 10. Even the weakest, the Hell Path, requires mastery to cultivate. However, you, my talented lad, are the exception. Yet within the 6 Gates Armory of Songlong Prefecture, we possess only the Hell Path, the Hungry Ghost Path, and the Beast Path. The subsequent techniques, the Human Path, the Azura Path, and the Divine Path, can only be acquired in the state capital. The final technique, the 6 Paths of Reincarnation, necessitates attaining perfection in all 6 paths, requiring profound comprehension without fixed forms. Understood. Thank you for your guidance, Elder Jiang. Chu Xiu accepted the jade slip, expressing his gratitude. Now your token, if you please. Elder Jiang gestured dismissively. Chu Xiu removed the silver badge of the captain and handed it to Elder Jiang. Elder Jiang placed Chu Xiu's token on a piece of black jade and touched it, then returned it to him, saying, All done. 50,000 merit points have been deducted. You may leave now. Elder Jiang, I shall not disturb your rest any longer. Farewell. Chu Xiu bowed and turned to depart. After watching Chu Xiu's retreating figure, Elder Jiang murmured, It seems I truly am getting old. We have produced such a prodigy within the 6 gates. The waves of the Yangtze River pushed the previous waves aside. Exiting the 6 Gates Armory, Chu Xiu proceeded directly towards the storeroom. Before long, he arrived at the storeroom and addressed Zhao Qingming, who presided there. Lord Zhao, I wish to exchange for some elixirs. Zhao Qingming nodded, retrieving a small booklet from beneath the table and placing it on the surface before Chu Xiu. All the elixirs in our 6 Gates Armory are detailed here. Choose as you wish. Thank you, Lord Zhao. Chu Xiu expressed his gratitude and began to peruse the booklet. He took his time, not rushing to select elixirs, instead opting to review the entire booklet to familiarize himself with the variety available in the 6 Gates Armory. After a cup of tea, Chu Xiu set the booklet down and looked at Zhao Qingming, saying, Lord Zhao, I wish to exchange for a vial of primordial true elixir, a vial of fiery sun elixir, and 20 vials of blood essence elixir. The primordial true elixir, like the primordial elixir, is used by peak 9th layer innate martial artists to break through to the master realm. A vial of primordial true elixir contains a single pill. However, their prices are vastly different. A single primordial elixir costs 50,000 merit points, while a single primordial true elixir costs 100,000 merit points. The potency of the primordial true elixir exceeds that of the primordial elixir by tenfold. Generally, peak 9th layer innate martial artists cannot withstand the potency of the primordial true elixir. Chu Xiu chose the primordial true elixir because he had previously used the primordial elixir to break through to the master realm before reaching the 9th layer of innate. Given the depth of his Jiang true qi, the effects of the primordial elixir might not be significant for him now, but it would be best to break through with the primordial true elixir. With the strength of his physical body and the Jiang sacred body, he had no need to worry about being unable to endure the potency of the primordial true elixir. The fiery sun elixir is a medicinal concoction used by martial artists in the Master Realm. A single Fiery Sun elixir costs 5,000 merit points, and a vial contains 10 pills, totaling 50,000 merit points. Cultivation elixirs are considerably cheaper than breakthrough elixirs. The Blood Essence elixir is used by innate martial artists specializing in body refinement. Priced the most affordably, a single Blood Essence elixir costs only 500 merit points, while a vial containing 10 pills costs 5,000 merit points. 20 vials of Blood Essence elixir amount to 100,000 merit points. Now, if you would present your token, Zhao Qingming said, astonished, casting a glance at Chu Xiu. Clearly, he had not anticipated that Chu Xiu had accumulated 250,000 merit points in such a short time. The total cost of the elixirs Chu Xiu had mentioned amounted to exactly 250,000 merit points. Thank you for your assistance, Lord Zhao. Chu Xiu handed over his token to Zhao Qingming. Zhao Qingming took Chu Xiu's token and brushed it against a piece of black jade identical to that of the Six Gates Armory, placing it on the table and saying, "All set. You can keep your token now. I will retrieve the elixirs for you." Chu Xiu nodded and stored the token away. Zhao Qingming then stood and walked into the storeroom. A short while later, Zhao Qingming emerged from the storeroom carrying a cloth bag, which he handed to Chu Xiu, saying, "The elixirs you requested are all inside. Please check. And no need for inspection. I trust you, Lord Zhao." Chu Xiu received the cloth bag, shaking his head. "Well then, I shall take my leave." Upon hearing this, Zhao Qingming's expression softened considerably. To go ahead, but try not to consume too many elixirs in a single day to avoid destabilizing your realm. He had already discerned that Chu Xiu had reached the peak of the 9th layer of innate martial arts and was seeking to step into the Master Realm. Otherwise, he would not have exchanged for the primordial true elixir and the Fiery Sun elixir. "Thank you for the reminder, Lord Zhao." Chu Xiu expressed his gratitude with a bow before turning to depart. Before long, he returned to the courtyard of the Six Gates. Destiny attributes: swift as lightning, green; robust vitality, green; mastery of swordsmanship, green; basic understanding of fist and foot techniques, white; destiny value 76050. First, I shall enhance my destiny attributes, and then I will consume the Chu Xiu cast his gaze upon the data panel. Realizing he possessed over 70,000 destiny points that must be utilized to transform into his own strength at present, his destiny points were insufficient to elevate the blue attributes to purple. 100,000 destiny points were required for such an enhancement. Consequently, he disregarded the 4 attributes: Jiang's sacred body, gold; aristocratic air, blue; golden muscles and jade bones, blue; and innate wisdom root, blue. He also omitted the martial arts and knife intent. The data panel became considerably more streamlined. System enhanced the basic fist and kick technique. Chu Xiu resolutely declared within his mind, raised the basic fist and kick technique to a blue attribute at once. No sooner had he spoken than a thunderous roar erupted in his mind, inundating him with profound insights regarding fist and kick techniques. Although he had yet to practice such martial arts, he found himself flooded with realizations, as if a solid foundation had been laid beneath him, that he successfully consumed 11,000 destiny points, upgrading the basic fist and kick technique, white, to the dual mastery of fist and kick, blue. The dual mastery of fist and kick, whether in fist technique or leg technique, one could swiftly master it, achieving unparalleled excellence. System elevates swift as lightning, vitality abundant, and exceptional knife technique to blue attributes. Chu Xiu inhaled deeply, calming himself, and continued in his mind. With over 60,000 destiny points remaining, he recognized that elevating a green attribute to blue required merely 10,000 destiny points. To enhance 3 green attributes simultaneously would only demand 30,000 destiny points. With an abundance of destiny points at his disposal, he had no intention of hoarding them. In an instant, a mysterious and unfathomable force surged within Chu Xiu's body, causing his vitality to explode at that moment. The surge in vitality further enabled his divine elephant suppression technique to forge new microparticles. Majestic wild elephants roared skyward amidst the particles that in just a short while, Chu Xiu created a staggering 49 microparticles, augmenting his power with 49 wild elephants. This brought the total microparticles of his divine elephant suppression technique to 76, endowing him with a might of 76 wild elephants. This terrifying strength made Chu Xiu feel as though he could shatter the heavens and the earth with a mere wave of his hand. The enhancement of swift as lightning and exceptional knife technique also filled Chu Xiu's mind with numerous insights related to the 8 steps of the celestial demon and the 7 cuts of the heavens. After a brief moment, Chu Xiu slowly opened his eyes, a glimmer of brilliance flashing within, as if he could pierce through the very fabric of reality. The gains from this session were immense. With 4 new blue attributes, my overall strength has increased several-fold. Moreover, the divine elephant suppression technique, the 7 cuts of the heavens, and the 8 steps of the celestial demon have all seen significant improvements. The knife intent has transformed from a mere 10% to 20%. Should I unleash my full power, even against a Grandmaster, I would not be without the strength to contend. Clenching his fist, Chu Xiu reveled in the terrifying power coursing through him, a hint of excitement illuminating his cheeks as he spoke, successfully consuming 10,000 destiny points. Swift as lightning, green, was upgraded to carefree as the wind blew. Successfully consuming 10,000 destiny points, vitality abundant, green, was upgraded to vitality like a river, blue. Successfully consuming 10,000 destiny points, exceptional knife technique, green, was upgraded to knife talent, blue. Carefree as the wind, naturally extraordinary, with an exceptional talent in lightness and footwork, vitality like a river. His vital energy flows like the mighty Yangtze River, ceaseless and inexhaustible, a true genius of the horizontal cultivation path. Knife talent. Possessing an extraordinary talent in knife techniques, the blade extends as if it were an extension of one's own arm, making comprehension of the Tao of the knife remarkably easier. Gazing at the series of notification panels, Chu Xiu steadied his breath and turned his attention to the data panel. Destiny attributes. Carefree as the wind, blue. Vitality like a river, blue. Knife talent, blue. Dual mastery of fist and kick, blue. Martial arts. Divine elephant suppression technique. First major accomplishment. 8 steps of the celestial demon, great accomplishment. 7 cuts of the heavens, first cut perfected. Second cut minor accomplishment. Destiny points, 35,050. I must refrain from utilizing my destiny point henceforth. Even the blue attributes wield such great power. With 8 blue attributes now at my disposal, I should accumulate 100,000 destiny points to elevate 1 blue attribute to purple. The power of a purple attribute is undoubtedly even greater. After pondering for a moment, Chu Xiu's gaze became unwavering as he declared, "It is time." With that, he flipped his right hand, revealing the jade slip of the 6 paths of reincarnation fist, which he placed upon his forehead. His innate understanding reached the level of innate wisdom root, and the dual mastery of fist and kick would aid him in comprehending both fist and leg techniques. He wondered what heights his 6 paths of reincarnation fist could achieve with the synergy of these 2 blue attributes. In an instant, a torrent of knowledge regarding the 6 paths of reincarnation fist flooded into Chu Xiu's mind, and the jade slip in his hand crumbled to dust, cascading from his grasp. As he absorbed the wisdom of the 6 paths of reincarnation fist, he naturally gained profound insights, as if he had been practicing it for years. In the blink of an eye, he reached the entry-level mastery of the 6 paths of reincarnation fist. Moreover, the first move, Hell Path, transitioned from entry-level to minor accomplishment in the mere blink of an eye. Ultimately, he comprehended the Hell Path to the pinnacle of mastery. My previous shortcomings have been thoroughly remedied. I can now begin my ascent to the Grand Master realm. A smile graced Chu Xiu's face as he retrieved a porcelain vial containing the primordial true elixir and placed the elixir into his mouth. Boom! The primordial true elixir dissolved upon contact, unleashing a terrifying medicinal force akin to molten lava, surging toward Chu Xiu's dantian. This force seemed intent on obliterating all of Chu Xiu's meridians. However, due to the extraordinary strength of his physique, coupled with the suppression of the Jiang sacred body, he remained unaffected. The Jiang true technique automatically activated, devouring and refining this medicinal force, continuously augmenting his power. As the force reached its zenith, Chu Xiu's cultivation realm seamlessly transitioned from the pinnacle of the innate realm to the first minor accomplishment of the Grandmaster realm. Even after reaching the first minor accomplishment of the Grandmaster realm, the potency of the primordial true elixir had not yet been fully expended, allowing Chu Xiu's innate true energy to continue to grow. After a while, Chu Xiu's internal cultivation level stabilized at the major accomplishment of the Grandmaster realm. I must now practice the breath-holding technique that, if I go out now, anyone would be able to discern my substantial increase in cultivation. Even my divine elephant suppression technique would be unable to conceal it. Chu Xiu furrowed his brow, retrieving the nameless breath-holding technique Jade Slip gifted by Elder Jiang and placing it upon his forehead. The profundity of this breath-holding technique surpassed Chu Xiu's expectations. Clearly not a mere simple technique. Given Chu Xiu's comprehension, it took him considerable time to reach the entry-level mastery. This breath-holding technique is indeed remarkable. Elder Jiang has bestowed upon me a great gift, Chu Xiu marveled, and with a thought, he activated the breath-holding technique, perfectly concealing all traces of his energy. To the untrained eye, his internal cultivation level appeared to remain at the pinnacle of the innate realm. Yet, there was not a single sign of vitality, completely obscuring any indication of his horizontal cultivation path. It is time to return home. With a single step, Chu Xiu vanished from the courtyard. He refrained from hastily consuming the fierce sun pill and vital blood pill. With his internal and external cultivation having surged, taking these two elixirs now could lead to an unstable foundation. Before long, Chu Xiu pushed open the door, stepped inside, and locked the door behind him. The candlelight in his home still flickered, placed upon a stone table in the courtyard, clearly left for him by Jiang Xiao. Upon seeing that flickering flame, an inexplicable warmth enveloped Chu Xiu's heart. Creak! The sound of a door opening echoed from nearby. Jiang Xiao emerged from her room, her face alight with surprise as she exclaimed, "Young master, you've returned? I've been waiting for you to come back." Chu Xiu replied with a gentle smile, gazing at Jiang Xiao. Young master, I was worried you hadn't returned yet." Jiang Xiao spoke softly, her delicate face now showing a significant reduction in sorrow. Clearly having found some peace in a world teeming with demons and fraught with peril, her mere survival was a stroke of fortune. Moreover, the fact that she had encountered someone as kind as Chu Xiu was an even greater blessing. "You should go to sleep. If I return late at night, there is no need for you to wait for me," Chu Xiu said with a smile, addressing Jiang Xiao. "By the way, young master, I discovered 2 martial arts manuals in the room. Would you like to take a look?" Jiang Xiao suddenly recalled something and, with a quick remark, hurried into the room, emerging shortly with 2 books in hand, trotting towards Chu Xiu. Martial arts manuals? A flicker of intrigue passed through Chu Xiu's eyes. Could this blue entry of a noble scion continue to be triggered? Jiang Xiao approached him, offering the 2 books. Chu Xiu took the manuals and began to read. After a moment of contemplation, he asked Xiao, "Do you wish to practice martial arts?" The 2 manuals were titled Taiying Jing and Taiying Jianjing, seemingly part of a complete martial arts system. However, the crux of the matter lay in the fact that these manuals were most suitable for women, particularly those born in the year, month, and hour of the Yin, possessing a pure Yin physique, which would facilitate their cultivation to great heights. Although he was uncertain whether Jiang Xiao possessed such a physique, the presence of these manuals in her quarters suggested a connection. "Young master, may I practice martial arts?" Jiang Xiao asked, her small face filled with trepidation as she gazed nervously at Chu Xiu. "Why not?" he replied. "Come, I shall teach you how to cultivate right now." With a gentle smile, Chu Xiu took a seat at the stone table with the 2 manuals in hand. "Thank you, young master," Jiang Xiao said gracefully stepping beside him. In a short while, Chu Xiu elucidated the principles of Taiying Jing and Taiying Jianjing to her. Just as he was about to speak, Jiang Xiao seemed to enter a state of enlightenment that a strand of Taiying energy descended from the heavens, converging upon her, causing her aura to swell with strength. In an instant, she transformed from a frail girl unversed in martial arts into a 3rd-tier cultivator, then ascending to the 2nd tier and finally the 1st tier. Notably, her aura continued to intensify. Under the moonlight, Jiang Xiao appeared as though she were a celestial goddess, transcending the mundane world. Chu Xiu gazed at her in astonishment. pondering whether Jiang Xiao was indeed born of a pure yin physique. However, even if she were, such an extraordinary rate of cultivation seemed implausible unless she possessed not merely a pure yin body, but a divine Taiyin physique, or perhaps even the reincarnation of the Taiyin goddess. Regardless, even if Jiang Xiao held such a divine physique, it paled in comparison to Chu Xiu's own advantages, as he already possessed the golden entry of the Jiang sacred body and would likely acquire even more in the future. Who could rival him in talent? Even a reincarnated celestial emperor would be insignificant before him. Time passed, and Jiang Xiao's aura reached the pinnacle of the super first tier. She opened her clear eyes. They sparkled with a cool brilliance. With a gentle motion, she formed her right hand into a sword and executed the sword techniques from Taiyin Jianjing within the courtyard. Initially awkward, she gradually became more proficient. Jiang Xiao practiced the Taiyin sword techniques repeatedly, her speed and power increasing with each iteration. Eventually, she paused, breathless and radiant, approaching Chu Xiu with excitement illuminating her delicate features. "Young master, I believe I have grasped both Taiyin Gong and Taiyin sword techniques." In that moment, Jiang Xiao appeared revitalized, shedding her earlier aloofness and cold demeanor, reminiscent of the distant Taiyin goddess. "Indeed, you have mastered both Taiyin Gong and Taiyin sword techniques," Chu Xiu praised, his gaze filled with admiration. "Your innate talent is truly exceptional, likely unmatched even within the six doors. Younger master, as I listened to your teachings on Taiyin Gong and Taiyin sword techniques, it felt as though I had learned them before." Jiang Xiao confessed, her head lowered and cheeks flushed with modesty. "Moreover, under the moonlight, I sensed that I could absorb its essence to gradually enhance my strength, absorbing the essence of the moon to strengthen oneself." A glimmer of interest sparkled in Chu Xiu's eyes. Yes, Jiang Xiao exclaimed, her mouth slightly agape, her expression adorably inquisitive as she looked at Chu Xiu. Xiao, remember what you just told me. Do not disclose it to anyone. You have always been my maid, growing up alongside me, and have been cultivating Taiyin Gong and Taiyin Jianjing since childhood, Chu Xiu instructed, his tone turning serious as he regarded her. Though Jiang Xiao's talents could not compare to his, they were still extraordinary enough to warrant discretion to avoid unnecessary trouble. "Understood, young master," Jiang Xiao nodded earnestly. "Now, I shall impart to you a technique for concealing your aura. You must keep your energy hidden from others," Chu Xiu said after a moment of thought. The technique, not belonging to the six doors, would not compromise their teachings, as it was a gift from Elder Jiang, and he could easily inform Elder Jiang afterward. Surely he would not mind. "Thank you, young master," Jiang Xiao expressed her gratitude with heartfelt sincerity. With a smile, Chu Xiu explained the details of the aura concealing technique, and Jiang Xiao, demonstrating remarkable understanding, quickly mastered it, effectively suppressing her aura. Her comprehension was nearly on par with his innate brilliance. Observing such high aptitude in Jiang Xiao, Chu Xiu felt a deep sense of satisfaction. Her exceptional talent, coupled with her impressive insight, made her a worthy candidate for cultivation. He envisioned a future where, without needing to intervene personally, his maid could effortlessly overshadow countless prodigies. Just the thought filled him with quiet delight. "Well, it is getting late, Xiao. You should rest now," Chu Xiu advised her. "Yes, young master. You too should retire early," Jiang Xiao replied, nodding gently before gracefully making her way to her room. Chu Xiu did not return to his room immediately. Instead, he took a moment to wash up in the bathroom before finally retiring to his quarters. At the Great Zhou Dynasty, a heavy atmosphere permeated the main hall, where three formidable figures had gathered, the leaders of the 5 major gangs of Songlong County: Kongsha Gang, Iron Fist Gang, and Bloodblade Gang. "The leader has arrived," a loud voice announced from outside the hall, prompting the 3 leaders of the Kongsha Gang to adopt solemn expressions that a tall, imposing figure clad in a black cloak with golden trim, exuding an overwhelming aura of dominance, strode into the hall. It was none other than the leader of the Great Zhou Gang, Wei Qi Feng. "Greetings, Leader Wei Qi." The 3 leaders of the Kongsha Gang knelt respectfully, paying their respects. The 5 major gangs of Songlong County had always been subordinate to the Great Zhou Gang, taking their orders from Wei Qi Feng. Taking a seat at the head of the hall, Wei Qi Feng waved his hand dismissively and spoke in a resonant voice. No need for such formalities. Thank you. Leader Wei Qi, the three leaders of the Guangsha gang expressed their gratitude and slowly rose to their feet. I'm already aware of your intentions, declared Wei Qi Feng, his eyes gleaming with a sharp light. The Black Tiger gang has indeed been eradicated by the Six Doors. However, your tasks must still be accomplished. Those who refuse shall meet their demise. This applies not only to you, but even to myself. For this is the command of the Gao family. The expressions of the three leaders of the Guangsha gang changed dramatically, revealing their trepidation. Within the Songlong County, the Gao family was akin to the very heavens. Should they defy the orders of the Gao family, a mere word from them could lead to their utter annihilation. Nevertheless, you may adopt a more flexible approach. The Black Tiger was simply too foolish. Wei Qi Feng scoffed coldly, saying to allow demons to act, yet still send members of the Black Tiger gang to assist them in secret, is utterly ludicrous. From the moment the demons strike, one must be prepared for all those demons to perish at the hands of the Six Doors. What does the leader of Wei Qi imply? The leader of the Bloodsaber gang inquired, his mind stirring with curiosity. The leaders of the Guangsha gang and the Iron Fist gang also turned their gazes toward Wei Qi Feng. Let the demons act, but ensure your people do not reveal themselves. Above all, do not let the Six Doors catch wind of your involvement, that I end such a case. Even if the demons fall to the Six Doors, they shall never trace it back to you. Wei Qi Feng pondered for a moment before continuing. However, demons of the Master Realm are still insufficient. We must spare no effort in inciting chaos throughout Songlong County. We need to summon true experts among the demons. Ideally, we should enlist the aid of a demon lord. Demon lord? The leaders of the Guangsha gang were taken aback, their scalps tingling as beads of sweat appeared on their foreheads. A demon lord was an unfathomably terrifying existence. A true great demon. Merely contemplating this sent a chill down their spines. The bloodline of the pig demon, while not particularly strong among demons, was not weak either. The boar demon lord from Wild Boar Ridge was indeed a being of demon lord caliber. Given that it had lost 26 offspring, it would undoubtedly seek vengeance. Guangsha sent someone to Wild Boar Ridge to seek out the boar demon lord and inform it of the incident involving its slain offspring at the hands of Chu Xiu from the Six Doors. This boar demon lord is known for its vengeful nature and will not rest until it achieves its goal. Wei Qi Feng's gaze was resolute, his tone cold and unyielding. And this Chu Xiu is indeed extraordinary, a prodigy of unparalleled talent. Such a genius must be eradicated at the earliest opportunity. The leaders of the Guangsha gang nodded in agreement, their expressions reflecting their understanding. With their current level of cultivation, if Chu Xiu could slay pig demons beyond his rank, what would happen if he were allowed to grow? It was fortuitous to leverage the pig demons of Wild Boar Ridge to eliminate Chu Xiu. One boar demon lord alone will not suffice. Taekwon, you shall send someone to 100 Beast Mountain to request the aid of the Black Tiger demon lord. Bloodsaber, you shall dispatch someone to Solitary Moon Ridge to enlist the help of the Tsong Wolf demon lord. Inform them that as long as Songlong County descends into chaos, we can provide them with 100,000 lives each year as tribute. After a pause, Wei Qi Feng's expression remained indifferent as he added, "Yes," the three leaders of the Guangsha gang replied, their voices tinged with a hint of fear. Even they, with blood on their hands, felt an immense dread upon hearing Wei Qi Feng's words. Offer a demon lord 100,000 lives a year was an unfathomably terrifying proposition. Wei Qi Feng waved his hand dismissively at the three leaders of the Guangsha gang, signaling them to remain silent. They bowed and retreated. The following day, Chu Xiu strode confidently into the Six Doors. However, just as he entered, he encountered a throng of silver badge captains surrounding a young man of noble demeanor, dressed in the official garb of a golden badge captain, who emerged from within. Gao Changfeng? Chu Xiu raised an eyebrow, instantly recognizing him as the unrivaled genius from the Gao family within the Six Doors, Golden Badge Captain Gao Changfeng. While both Gao Changfeng and Gao Changhe belonged to the direct lineage of the Gao family. The former was far from the debauched scion that Gao Changhe represented. On the contrary, he was a true prodigy. In less than a year, he had risen from a copper badge captain to a golden badge captain, becoming a prominent figure within the Six Doors. Even when Chu Xiu was merely a lowly constable, he had heard of Gao Chongfeng's illustrious reputation. This the esteemed Chu Xiu. I did not expect to encounter you here, Gao Chongfeng said, his eyes lighting up as he approached Chu Xiu with a warm smile, offering a respectful salute. Greetings, Lord Gao, Chu Xiu replied, returning the gesture with measured politeness. Do not stand on ceremony. Brother Chu, I have heard that you have mastered the breathtaking martial arts of our 6 doors, the 7 blades of the heavens, and the 8 steps of the demon. In just one day. You have grasped the fundamentals of both. Yesterday, having just ascended to the rank of a new copper badge captain, you single-handedly vanquished a master-level demon, earning the title of silver badge captain. Last night, during the eradication of the Black Tiger gang, you wielded a blade to slay numerous members of the gang and their demons. Now, Brother Chu has become an illustrious prodigy known far and wide within our 6 doors. Gao Chongfeng regarded Chu Xiu with admiration, speaking with warmth and sincerity. With your extraordinary talent, it will not be long before you rise to the rank of Golden Badge Captain, perhaps even surpassing me to become a famed blue-clad constable. You flatter me. Lord It is merely luck, Chu Xiu replied with a calm demeanor. You are far too humble, Brother Chu. I shall not indulge in pleasantries. Would you be willing to join the Gao family as one of our honored guests? Should you agree, the Gao family will ensure that you lack for nothing, whatever resources you require for your cultivation, be it pills, spiritual herbs, or weapons. The Gao family will provide. Gao Chongfeng's expression turned earnest, filled with sincerity. Upon hearing this, the silver badge captains surrounding Gao Chongfeng looked at Chu Xiu with eyes full of envy. They would not receive such generous treatment even if they became honored guests of the Gao family. Gao Chongfeng not only offered Chu Xiu such lavish terms, but also addressed him as Brother Chu. It was a privilege they could scarcely imagine. Your kindness is appreciated, Lord Gao, but I have no intention of becoming an honored guest of the Gao family. Chu Xiu replied, shaking his head, setting aside the fact that he had already slain Gao Chonghe and held a grudge against the Gao family. He could not condone their collusion with demons. This was his bottom line. Were he not lacking in sufficient strength, he would have long since trampled the Gao family into the ground. There is no need for Brother Chu to rush to a refusal. Take your time to consider your decision carefully. The 6 doors impose no restrictions on captains becoming honored guests of families. After all, we captains enjoy a great deal of freedom. Gao Chongfeng waved his hand dismissively. Furthermore, Brother Chu would not be required to do anything. Simply having your name associated with the Gao family would grant you access to everything you desire. What could be more advantageous? I am afraid I must disappoint you. Lord Gao, my decision is already made, Chu Xiu replied with a serene smile. Since you are unwilling, let it be, Gao Chongfeng said, casting a deep glance at Chu Xiu as he turned to leave the 6 doors. A glimmer of determination flickered in Chu Xiu's eyes as he made his way toward the armory of the 6 doors. Before long, Gao Chongfeng and his entourage had exited the 6 doors. Once outside, a silver badge captain sneered, saying, "My lord, since Chu Xiu has shown such a lack of respect, should we not teach him a small lesson? Indeed, how dare he disregard my lord within the 6 doors? He must think his modest talent makes him exceptional." Another silver badge captain nodded in agreement. The other silver badge captains also expressed their approval. There is no need for such actions, my esteemed colleagues. Gao Chongfeng appeared outwardly magnanimous, yet a fleeting glimmer of coldness flickered in his eyes. The 6 doors armory, Jiang Lao remarked. Chu Xiu, why are you here again? Speak up. What martial arts do you seek this time? The presence of Chu Xiu elicited a familiar sensation of headache for Jiang Lao, who responded reflexively. Ahem, Jiang Lao. I have not come to select any martial arts this time. Chu Xiu coughed lightly and addressed Jiang Lao. That is a relief, Jiang Lao replied. One cannot feast on more than one can chew. You have already selected 4 astonishing martial arts from our 6 doors. Once you master them, you will be more than capable of traversing the world with ease. At this, Jiang Lao inexplicably sighed in relief. Jiang Lao, I have come to inform you that, without your permission, I imparted the breath-concealing technique you bestowed upon me to a maidservant in my household. I am here to apologize, Chu Xiu said, bowing respectfully to Jiang Lao. It is a trivial matter. That breath-concealing technique is yours to command. You may pass it on to whomever you wish, Jiang Lao replied nonchalantly. However, Jiang Lao's expression shifted as he continued. Under normal circumstances, one would not require the breath-concealing technique. It is only necessary when one cultivates at an extraordinary speed to avoid detection. Is your maidservant truly so gifted? Indeed, she possesses some talent. She has reached the pinnacle of the superlative realm in less than half a month of training. Chu Xiu acknowledged, nodding slightly towards Jiang Lao. He had no intention of concealing the truth from Jiang Lao. He merely adjusted the timeline of Jiang Xiao's training to avoid alarming him. Less than half a month to reach the pinnacle of the superlative realm? She is a genuine prodigy, Jiang Lao exclaimed, his face reflecting shock. Though she may not surpass your remarkable talents, she is still exceptionally impressive. Such geniuses are rare, even within our 6 doors, perhaps only found in state capitals. No wonder you wanted to teach her the breath-concealing technique. Jiang Lao, your insight is commendable. Chu Xiu flattered him. You trust me? Chu Xiu? Jiang Lao pondered for a moment before inquiring, I certainly do, or else I would not have disclosed this matter to you. Chu Xiu replied with a gentle smile that if you trust me, then bring this child to me. I have long been without disciples, and if possible, I shall take her as my apprentice, Jiang Lao said, his gaze fervent as he looked at Chu Xiu. Are you serious, Jiang Lao? Chu Xiu felt a stirring in his heart upon hearing this. Jiang Lao, as the master of the 6 doors armory and a renowned figure, was at least a martial saint-level expert, possibly even surpassing the 7th level of martial sanctity. Such a top-tier guardian would undoubtedly aid Jiang Xiao in her growth into a true master. After all, she was currently his maidservant, and even if she ceased to serve him in that capacity, their bond would remain. You think I jest? Jiang Lao rolled his eyes. Then shall I fetch her now? Chu Xiu asked, a smile gracing his face. Go ahead. Jiang Lao waved his hand dismissively. After bowing in respect, Chu Xiu turned and left. In less than no time, he returned home and entered through the door. Young master, why are you back so soon? Jiang Xiao, who had been practicing in the courtyard, exclaimed with delight upon seeing him. Xiao, come, I am taking you to the 6 doors, Chu Xiu called out to her. The 6 doors? Jiang Xiao's face displayed a mix of anxiety and trepidation at his words. Not worry. It is nothing serious. I am taking you there to introduce you to a master. Chu Xiu reassured her with a gentle smile. A master? Jiang Xiao was momentarily taken aback, looking at him with confusion. Come, let us go together and discuss it along the way, Chu Xiu said, taking her delicate hand. As they walked toward the door, Jiang Xiao's cheeks flushed crimson, feeling lightheaded and shy, akin to a blushing bride, as she was led out of the house toward the 6 doors. Along the way, Chu Xiu briefly introduced Jiang Lao's identity to her and recounted their previous conversation to prevent any slip of the tongue. The Gao residence. In a tranquil courtyard, Gao Changfeng stood in a pavilion with his hands clasped behind his back. Greetings, young Master Changfeng, a high-ranking member of the Gao family bowed respectfully. Please, no need for such formalities. Gao Changfeng turned to face him, his expression indifferent. Within the Gao residence, Gao Changfeng no longer exuded the gentleness he had displayed in front of Chu Xiu. Instead, he emanated an air of chilling severity. Thank you, young Master Changfeng, the Gao family member expressed his gratitude. Wei, assist me in eliminating a certain individual, Gao Changfeng stated with a dispassionate countenance. In the Gao family, even the members were stratified by rank. Those who served as protectors, like the one beside Gao Changfeng, were merely low-tier masters. Above them were the great masters and even the martial saints, of course. Martial saints held a significantly elevated status within the family, often serving as the heads or deputy heads of the Gao family as protectorate. Your command is my duty, young master, Wei Ziyuan, the great master, replied with utmost respect. This person is named Chu Xiu. Here are his complete details. Do not act hastily. He is now a renowned genius within the 6 doors. Should anything happen to him, the 6 doors will undoubtedly launch a thorough investigation. It is best not to act within the county city. Instead, keep a close watch on him. Once he exits the city, follow him closely and eliminate him outside. That way, even if the 6 doors wish to investigate, They will find no leads, Gao Changfeng declared. Flicking his sleeve as a note flew towards Wei Zond, he was well aware that the news of his failed recruitment of Chu Xiu would not remain hidden. If anything were to happen to Chu Xiu within the county city, he would be the prime suspect. However, should the incident occur outside the city, even if suspicions arose, they would not be able to trace it back to him. Rest assured, young master, I understand and will ensure the task is completed, Wei Ziyuan affirmed, taking the note with resolute confidence. With Wei's assistance, I feel at ease. Once you accomplish this task, with a faint smile. Chu Xiu gazed at Elder Jiang and inquired. It came as no surprise to him that Elder Jiang held such a high regard for Jiang Xiaoxiao. After all, he had witnessed firsthand how Jiang Xiaoxiao had ascended from a novice in martial arts to the pinnacle of an exceptional realm. Now, her tying sword technique had already reached a minor accomplishment. Such innate talent undoubtedly warranted Elder Jiang's description of her as a paragon of extraordinary grace and beauty. But he was thoroughly satisfied. Elder Jiang, beaming from ear to ear, remarked, "Who would have thought that this old man would encounter such a prodigious talent? My lifelong pursuit of martial arts has finally found its worth." Chu Xiu regarded Elder Jiang with a peculiar expression, as if to say, "Haven't you already met such a remarkable talent? Isn't that me? You, my friend, are not included. You are but a freak." Elder Jiang discerned the meaning behind Chu Xiu's gaze and shot him a glare, saying, "It's one thing to select astonishing martial arts, but to master them all in less than half a day. Such a freakish talent, yet I cannot take him as a disciple. It's too disheartening." Chu Xiu rubbed his nose, pondering whether it was truly a fault to possess such overwhelming talent. However, if Elder Jiang wished to take him on as a disciple, he would certainly refuse, with his abilities. He had no need to seek a mentor. Jiang Xiaoxiao smiled subtly, having already perceived that Elder Jiang was indeed as good-hearted as Chu Xiu had described. "Child, would you be willing to take me as your master?" Elder Jiang looked at Jiang Xiaoxiao with anticipation, his expression kind. Jiang Xiaoxiao glanced at Chu Xiu, who nodded in affirmation, and then knelt before Elder Jiang, saying, "Disciple Jiang Xiaoxiao pays respects to master. Quickly rise, Elder Jiang." His face alight with joy helped Jiang Xiaoxiao to her feet, saying, "Here, we do not concern ourselves with such formalities. From this moment forth, you are my disciple. I shall impart all my knowledge to you. Even the extraordinary martial arts of our 6 doors, should you wish to learn, will be yours." Chu Xiu was taken aback, exclaiming, "Elder Jiang, can Xiaoxiao truly learn the martial arts of our 6 doors?" "Why not?" Elder Jiang replied nonchalantly. "After all, I am a renowned Qingyi constable. Allowing Xiaoxiao to join our 6 doors and become one of us is a simple matter." Chu Xiu nodded gently, recognizing that with Elder Jiang's stature, granting Jiang Xiaoxiao an identity within the 6 doors would be effortless. "All right, Chu Xiu, you may leave now, that I must teach Xiaoxiao martial arts," Elder Jiang said, waving Chu Xiu away with a look of disdain. Chu Xiu chuckled and made his way out of the armory. "Young master, will you be home for lunch? Should I return to prepare a meal for you?" Jiang Xiaoxiao asked, her eyes filled with anticipation as she watched him leave. Elder Jiang felt a pang of bitterness. His disciple seemed resolutely determined to serve Chu Xiu as a maid. However, considering that Jiang Xiaoxiao already was Chu Xiu's maid, he reassured himself, then it's nothing. I shall not be returning for lunch." Chu Xiu replied without looking back. Jiang Xiaoxiao's expression fell slightly in disappointment. "Good disciple, what martial arts are you currently practicing? What do you wish to learn? Let me see what martial arts are suitable for your cultivation," Elder Jiang hastily said, noticing the disappointment on Jiang Xiaoxiao's lovely face. Upon exiting the 6 doors armory, Chu Xiu encountered Chu Xiu accompanied by a group of silver badge constables. "Chu Xiu, are we heading to Wanbao, Zhai, so early?" Chu Xiu asked, taken aback as he looked at Chu Xiu. "Yes, since there is nothing pressing at the moment, I've arranged for someone to oversee the task hall." Chu Xiu replied with a grin. "Brother Chu, now that I'm a Qingyi constable, shouldn't we celebrate?" Upon hearing this, Chu Xiu realized that Chu Xiu had indeed donned the uniform of a Qingyi constable. No longer wearing the silver badge of a constable, Chu Xiu walked shoulder to shoulder with Chu Xiu as they made their way outside the 6 doors, while the group of silver badge constables dutifully followed behind. After all, The prowess of these two was unparalleled. Despite wearing the same silver badge attire, they were not on the same level. "Brother Chu, I heard that Gao Changfeng approached you," Chu Xiu inquired as they walked. And the silver badge constables directed their attention toward Chu Xiu. "Having also heard of the matter, I happened to run into him when I arrived at the Six Doors today." Chu Xiu nodded slightly. "Brother Chu, do your best to keep your distance from Gao Changfeng, but he may appear refined on the surface. But he is far from a good person." Chu Xiu's expression grew serious, shedding the earlier frivolity. "I understand. He invited me to become a vassal of the Gao family, but I have already declined." Chu Xiu smiled calmly. "That's good," Chu Xiu declared with a glint of menace in his eyes. "If he comes looking for you again, just let me know that I'll have your back. While I can't kill him, I can certainly teach him a lesson." Does Chu Xiu have a grudge against Gao Changfeng? Chu Xiu pondered aloud. "No." Chu Xiu shook his head. "It's just that the Gao family wields significant power within our Six Doors. Our deputy chief constable, Gao Jinhong, is the third elder of the Gao family. The younger generation includes extraordinary talents like Gao Changfeng, which has allowed the Gao family to garner considerable support within our ranks. Their influence within the Six Doors is substantial." Chu Xiu nodded silently, deep in thought. "However, the Gao family is problematic. I cannot divulge too much. Just know that they are troublesome, and we should avoid close ties with their people," Chu Xiu said cryptically after a pause. "Understood," Chu Xiu replied, grasping the implication he had already learned from Gao Changhe about the Gao family's collusion with demons. Yet, the specific nature of their dealings and the formidable forces they were allied with remained unclear to him. "Now, let us set aside such matters and focus on celebrating today. Let us discuss happier topics." Chu Xiu transitioned the conversation. Chu Xiu complied and refrained from further discussion on the earlier topic. Before long, they arrived at Wanbao Zhai, a powerhouse within the entire Zhou Dynasty, specializing in medicinal cuisine. From ordinary beast-derived dishes to those crafted from demonic creatures, they offered an extensive array, as long as one could afford the price. One could indulge in a variety of potent medicinal dishes that rivaled the efficacy of elixirs. During the meal, Chu Xiu subtly inquired about Jiang Xiaoxiao as parents. One of the silver badge constables revealed that the circumstances surrounding their demise remained a mystery. They had only recently relocated to Songlong County and had no acquaintances, making it impossible to investigate further. Ultimately, it was the constables of the Six Doors who had interred Jiang Xiaoxiao as parents outside the city. With this knowledge, Chu Xiu felt a weight lift from his heart. At the very least, the Gao family could not trace him through Jiang Xiaoxiao's identity. After an hour, the group departed from Wanbao Zhai. Returning to the Six Doors in the courtyard, Chu Xiu marveled. "Wanbao Zhai truly is remarkable. Just one meal has allowed me to cultivate a microparticle, enhancing my strength with the might of 77 savage giant elephants." Slowly, he opened his eyes, stating, "It's worth noting that as one progresses, the energy required to cultivate a microparticle increases. I am now just 7 microparticles away from the pinnacle of the first level of the divine elephant suppression technique." With a pause, Chu Xiu flipped his right hand, revealing a porcelain vial containing the essence blood pills. He uncorked the vial, and in one swift motion, consumed all 10 essence blood pills. Boom! 10 essence blood pills instantaneously transformed into a surging torrent, permeating every inch of Chu Xiu's body, as if attempting to tear his flesh apart. However, with the suppression of the magnificent Nine-Sun sacred body, the medicinal potency of the essence blood pills could not disturb Chu Xiu's corporeal form. Instead, it merely served to nourish his body, enhancing his vitality and strength. Countless particles began to emerge. In but a moment, a thunderous roar erupted from Chu Xiu, exuding an aura of unfathomable terror. It was as if a colossal, fearsome primordial elephant had manifested above him, bellowing towards the heavens. This was the manifestation of his physical prowess. With a single vial of essence blood pills, my divine elephant suppression technique had finally ascended to the pinnacle of its first level. I am now poised to step into the second level of the divine elephant suppression technique. A glimmer of brilliance flickered in Chu Xiu's eyes as he solemnly declared, however, to step into the second level of the divine elephant suppression technique. One must possess an overwhelmingly powerful vitality to support it. It is time to visit the storeroom. With that, Chu Xiu activated his concealment technique, perfectly masking his aura, and strode out of the courtyard. Heading towards the storeroom of the six doors, in the blink of an eye, Chu Xiu entered the storeroom with the grace of a dragon and the ferocity of a tiger. Chu Xiu, you're back again. Zhao Qingming looked at Chu Xiu in astonishment and said, did you not just come by last night? The pills you exchanged should suffice for your cultivation for a while. No. Cough, cough. Chu Xiu cleared his throat and replied, Lord Zhao, the effects of the essence blood pills are somewhat lacking that I wish to exchange them for essence yuan pills instead. Zhao Qingming stared at Chu Xiu in bewilderment, feeling as though his mind had been set ablaze. The essence blood pills are lacking in effect. He scrutinized Chu Xiu, sensing that there was not a trace of vitality emanating from him. It was as if he had no signs of having practiced any martial arts at all. Could it be that he hasn't even begun to practice the foundational techniques? Lord Zhao, I wish to exchange for 2 vials of essence yuan pills. Chu Xiu placed his token on Zhao Qingming's desk. Each vial of essence yuan pills contains 10 pills, with each pill worth 5,000 merit points, totaling 50,000 merit points per vial. Last night, he had selected a 6 paths reincarnation fist, which deducted 50,000 merit points. He exchanged for 1 vial of primal chaos true pill, 1 vial of fierce sun pill, and 20 vials of essence blood pills, totaling a deduction of 250,000 merit points. He still had 128,040 merit points left, sufficient to exchange for 2 vials of essence yuan pills. However, Chu Xiu intended to reserve some merit points. Hence he opted for only 2 vials. Chu Xiu, you mustn't be reckless. Have you truly practiced the foundational techniques? If you have yet to step into the innate realm and consume the essence yuan pills, do you understand the consequences? Zhao Qingming's brow furrowed as he spoke sternly to Chu Xiu. After all, Chu Xiu was an unparalleled genius of the 6 doors, and he naturally did not wish to see him ruin himself. Rest assured, Lord Zhao, I have merely practiced the concealment technique to mask my vitality, and my willingness to exchange for essence yuan pills indicates that their effect will not affect me. Chu Xiu replied with a gentle smile. The reason he chose to be truthful with Zhao Qingming was that he understood the significance of the armory and storeroom within the 6 doors. The elite officers overseeing these places were undoubtedly the most esteemed members of the 6 doors, completely untainted by the influence of noble families like the Gao family. Otherwise, the 6 doors would never allow them to oversee these crucial locations that, of course, he was not entirely truthful. He only mentioned concealing his vitality without disclosing his true cultivation level. Ah, so was the old man's concealment technique. Zhao Qingming's expression shifted to one of realization. No wonder I sensed your vitality when I saw you before, but now there is completely none. It turns out you have practiced the old man's technique. That is perfectly fine. Lord Zhao, I kindly ask you to keep my practice of the foundational techniques confidential, Chu Xiu said with a sincere smile. Not denying anything. Oh, not worry. My lips are sealed, and no one will know what pills you exchange for in the storeroom. Zhao Qingming waved his hand and assured him. Thank you, Lord Zhao. Chu Xiu cupped his hands in gratitude. Zhao Qingming took Chu Xiu's token, brushed it against the black jade stone, and tossed it back to him, saying, Wait here. I shall fetch the essence yuan pills for you. Chu Xiu nodded as he accepted the token. Zhao Qingming then entered the storeroom. After a brief while, he emerged holding a small bag, which he handed to Chu Xiu, saying, Here you go. There are 2 vials of essence yuan pills inside. You may check them. No need. I trust Lord Zhao. Chu Xiu shook his head and turned to leave with the small bag. This young man is no ordinary individual. He has already stepped into the master realm of the foundational techniques. The fact that the old man entrusted him with the concealment technique indicates that his talent in the foundational techniques must be extraordinarily formidable. Previously, the old man had always kept that technique hidden, refusing to show it to anyone. Even with the years of camaraderie between him and the old man, he was reluctant to share it. This underscores just how highly the old man regards him. Zhao Qingming mused as he watched Chu Xiu depart, praising him profusely. Upon leaving the storeroom, Chu Xiu returned to the courtyard and began consuming the essence yuan pills. He placed 1 essence yuan pill in his mouth. It transformed into a vast and overwhelming energy, permeating through Chu Xiu's entire being. Indeed, the potency of a single essence yuan pill equated to that of 10, or even 20 essence blood pills. No wonder only martial artists at the Master Realm could utilize them. Chu Xiu's eyes sparkled with excitement as he harnessed the power of this essence yuan pill to activate the divine elephant suppression technique, unleashing a multitude of particles that coalesced into formidable primordial elephants, roaring towards the heavens. After some time, Chu Xiu had successfully opened 7 particles, augmenting his strength with 7 colossal primordial elephants. Now, to test the efficacy of the fierce sun pill. My internal cultivation must also continue to strengthen. I cannot solely enhance the divine elephant suppression technique. Elevating my internal cultivation realm is essential to truly awaken the 9 suns' sacred body. After fully absorbing and refining the potency of the essence yuan pill, he retrieved a fierce sun pill and placed it into his mouth. The 9 suns' sacred body, capable of suppressing the heavens and the earth, is not readily apparent in its early stages. Only upon reaching a certain level of cultivation can the sacred body truly awaken, allowing it to attain its initial form. It is at this moment that the true magnificence of the sacred body is revealed. This is also why Gao Changhe, despite possessing the 9 suns' sacred body, remains unaware of its significance, rendering him a mere wastrel. If the Gao family were to discover that Gao Changhe possessed the 9 suns' sacred body, they would likely pressure him to cultivate, pouring all their resources into his training. As the fierce sun pill dissolved in his mouth, it transformed into an immensely potent energy, converging towards Chu Xiu's dantian. The 9 suns' true art automatically activated, absorbing and refining this energy, converting it into the formidable 9 suns' true chi capable of scorching the heavens and boiling the seas. Time slipped away unnoticed, and before long, the sky darkened. The 10 fierce sun pills had only allowed him to transition from the first major completion of the Master Realm to the pinnacle of the first level. Indeed, cultivation requires a significant expenditure of merit points. Chu Xiu opened his eyes, exhaling a breath of turbid air, and remarked, "I must visit the task hall to see if there are any suitable tasks available." As his words fell, Chu Xiu's figure vanished from the courtyard. He strode confidently into the task hall, his demeanor poised and steady. "Chu Xiu, are you here to accept the task?" Upon witnessing Chu Xiu's entrance, Chu Xiu was engrossed in observing the enchanting spectacle of the 888 beloved wives of the formidable demon lord, casually remarked, "Indeed, Brother Qi, do you have a task suitable for me? One that offers a greater number of merit points would be preferable. Even tasks of the Grandmaster realm would suffice." Chu Xiu nodded slightly in response to Chu Xiu's inquiry at a task with more merit points. Chu Xiu paused, his expression turning peculiar as he gazed at Chu Xiu. "Brother Chu, you haven't exhausted your merit points, have you? The consumption of merit points is quite substantial during cultivation," Chu Xiu uttered, placing a vitality pill into his mouth. While the potency of the vitality pill was formidable, it served to help him suppress his physical form, thanks to his 9 yang sacred body, albeit without immediate additional effects. Moreover, through the breath concealment technique, he could perfectly obscure his vital energy. Even if he were to open a microparticle and condense a primal giant elephant, there would be no leakage of energy, thus remaining undetected. Chu Xiu stared at Chu Xiu in a daze, a look of astonishment on his face. After a moment, he regained his composure and whispered, "Brother Chu, you aren't consuming a vitality pill, are you? Please don't tell me you're treating it like candy. You're not a child of 3, and neither am I." "You guessed it. What more is there to say?" Chu Xiu shrugged nonchalantly. "Monster!" Chu Xiu exclaimed, incredulity evident in his voice. "And no wonder your merit points are running low. Treating a vitality pill as if it were candy is outrageous." Chu Xiu groaned, rolling his eyes and retrieving a small booklet from beneath the table. Quickly flipping through its pages in less than a moment, Chu Xiu halted, his expression turning serious as he declared, "There is indeed a task that aligns with what Brother Chu mentioned. It offers high merit points. But the danger is equally significant." "Oh." Upon hearing this, Chu Xiu raised an eyebrow, intrigued. "In Qingyun County," Chu Xiu stated gravely, "the 6 doors of Qingyun County are seeking 8.2 villages have already reported the disappearance of over 1,000 citizens. All that remains in those villages are mere piles of bones. The silver badge captains of the Six Doors, accompanied by a bronze badge captain, went to investigate and subsequently vanished as well. The initial suspicion points toward demonic involvement. However, disciples of the Black Lotus sect have also been secretly preaching within Qingyun County. The Six Doors suspect a significant connection to the Black Lotus sect. After a pause, Chu Xiu continued, due to the unclear circumstances surrounding this task, particularly regarding the unknown experts of the Black Lotus sect operating in the shadows, the reward is slightly elevated that a thorough investigation of the situation in Qingyun County will yield a reward of 100,000 merit points. If the crisis in Qingyun County is entirely resolved, the reward increases to 300,000 merit points. Additionally, merit points for slaying demons and eliminating disciples of the Black Lotus sect will be calculated separately. This task is indeed suitable for me. A gleam of determination flashed in Chu Xiu's eyes as he spoke resolutely. As a member of the Six Doors, he was undoubtedly aware of the Black Lotus sect, a faction that had been stirring trouble in the shadows with intentions of rebellion. Regardless of whether the disappearance of the villagers was the work of demons, it was certainly intertwined with the Black Lotus sect. Brother Chu, are you certain you wish to go to Qingyun County? Chu Xiu asked, his brow furrowing. This task was just recorded today, and within our Six Doors of Songlong County, it was originally designated for gold badge captains due to its extreme danger. Absolutely, Brother Chi. I shall undertake this task, Chu Xiu declared without hesitation. Excellent, Chu Xiu replied, taking a deep breath. He picked up a brush and marked a check on the task, his expression turning earnest as he cautioned. Brother Chu, remember, should any issues arise, evacuate Qingyun County at the first opportunity. Preserving your life is paramount. Only by living can you eliminate more demons. Rest assured, Brother Chi, I am well aware of the proper course of action. Chu Xiu replied with a calm smile before turning to depart, waving his hand as he walked away. Exiting the task hall, Chu Xiu headed towards the armory of the Six Doors. Shortly thereafter, he arrived at the armory, only to find Jiang Xiao absent, leaving only Elder Jiang present. Elder Jiang gazed at Chu Xiu with a resentful expression. Ah, you've arrived, young lad. Elder Jiang, what is with that look? Chu Xiu inquired, sensing something amiss. Xiao has gone home to prepare a meal for you. Elder Jiang replied, an expression of indignation crossing his face, that I intended to arrange a courtyard for her within the Six Doors, informing her that as a captain, she need not cook for herself. Whatever she desires to eat would naturally be delivered to her courtyard. Yet, she insists on returning home to cook for you. Xiao has broken through to the innate realm? Chu Xiu's eyes brightened. Such innate talent is indeed astonishing. Could it be that she is truly the reincarnation of the moon goddess? Indeed, she has indeed broken through. Elder Jiang affirmed. You, young man, have not been entirely truthful with me. Elder Jiang glared at Chu Xiu, snorting in disapproval. Cough, cough. Elder Jiang, I only wish to protect Xiao. Chu Xiu coughed lightly. He had surmised that Xiao must have inadvertently revealed a hint of weakness, which Elder Jiang had detected. Humph. If I weren't aware of this, would I be so calm in conversing with you now? Elder Jiang regarded Chu Xiu with disdain. Speak, what brings you here? Is this what you call calm? If you weren't calm, would you have considered striking me? Chu Xiu silently grumbled before stating, Elder Jiang, I must travel to Qingyun County and am uncertain when I shall return. Please inform Xiao or directly bring her to the Six Doors to prevent any unforeseen incidents in my absence. Qingyun County? Elder Jiang's expression turned grave as he responded, Young man, you must exercise caution. The Black Lotus sect is no trifling matter. They are exceedingly sinister. Do not fall into their trap. Elder Jiang is aware of the situation in Qingyun County. Chu Xiu was taken aback. Is there anything that the Six Doors keeps from me? Elder Jiang shot Chu Xiu a glare. Do not change the subject. Remember what I just told you. Xiao is of no concern to you. I will arrange for someone to bring her back to the Six Doors shortly. Thank you, Elder Jiang. I appreciate your reminder. I shall take heed, Chu Xiu replied, cupping his hands in gratitude before turning to leave. After exiting the armory, he made his way to the stables, where he acquired a black-scaled horse, mounting it and galloping swiftly towards Qingyun County. Although Qingyun County falls under the jurisdiction of Songlong County, it lies hundreds of miles away from the capital city. While Chu Xiu could reach Qingyun County employing the 8 steps of the heavenly demon and utilizing lightness techniques, it was far more effortless to ride the black-scaled horse. The black-scaled horse, possessing demonic bloodlines, is a rare beast tamed by the Great Zhou Dynasty, larger and more powerful than ordinary horses. Adorned with black scales, it can travel 2,000 miles a day without losing pace to innate realm martial artists. It is said that within the six-door state city, there exists an even more superior breed, the Black Flood Dragon Horse, capable of covering 10,000 miles a day, rivaling the speed of Grandmaster realm martial artists. This is truly fortuitous. Wei Ziyuan, a high-ranking member of the Gao family lurking outside the 6 doors, was elated to see Chu Xiu leave the county city and stealthily followed him employing lightness techniques. After a fragrant incense stick's duration, Chu Xiu reined in his horse and stopped along the official road, a distance of several dozen miles from Songlong County. With a nonchalant expression, he remarked, "Having followed me for so long, are you not weary?" Swish! A figure emerged swiftly from the trees by the roadside, revealing Wei Ziyuan. A glimmer of murderous intent flickered in Wei Ziyuan's eyes as he stated, "Quite intriguing. I did not expect a Grandmaster realm expert. 3rd level, to follow you out of the city, and yet you detected me. Who sent you?" "Gao Changfeng." Chu Xiu spoke in an utterly unremarkable manner, as if he were addressing not a formidable warrior at the 3rd level of the Grandmaster realm, but rather a mere practitioner at the 3rd level of the innate realm. Wei Ziyuan's expression shifted slightly. His figure moved like a bolt of lightning, hurtling toward Chu Xiu. His raised right hand suddenly expanded and turned crimson, transforming into a massive, blood-red hand, exuding an exceedingly foul stench that emanated from his palm. The mere aura spilling from his hand caused the surrounding flora to wither away. The blood hand seal of the Diamond Sect? Chu Xiu raised an eyebrow. With a subtle motion, he leaped from the back of the black-scaled horse, advancing toward Wei Ziyuan. From the change in Wei Ziyuan's expression, he discerned that this individual was indeed sent by Gao Changfeng. The Gao family truly harbors no good individuals. The reason he could recognize the blood hand seal of the Diamond Sect was that within Songlong County lay a grand Buddhist monastery. The Diamond Sect possessed a terrifying martial art known as the blood hand seal, which required the use of various poisons to temper the hands, transforming them into indestructible, corrosive appendages capable of devastating power. With a single strike, it could reduce everything to mere blood and water. "You shall perish for your insolence." Wei Ziyuan sneered, launching his blood-red hand toward Chu Xiu with ferocity. Clang! The long blade was unsheathed, its cold radiance flashing forth. A blade of light, akin to a ribbon of silk, cleaved toward Wei Ziyuan. This stroke of the blade seemed potent enough to bisect heaven and earth, one cut to sever yin and yang. Moreover, this was the first blade of the complete realm's 7 cuts of heaven. Wei Ziyuan's face displayed a look of horror, and he cried out in sheer terror. Faced with this blade, he felt an overwhelming sense of impending doom. No matter how he tried to evade it, he sensed he would meet his end beneath this stroke. Even his seemingly indomitable blood hand seal could not withstand it. Damn it, Gao Changfeng's intel is clearly flawed. This Chu Xiu is not merely at the pinnacle of the 9th level of the innate realm. He has already stepped into the Grandmaster realm. More critically, according to Gao Changfeng's information, Chu Xiu's first blade of the 7 cuts of heaven should be at the minor accomplishment stage, at best nearing the major accomplishment stage. Yet here we are, confronted with the first blade of the complete realm's 7 cuts of heaven. Not to mention him, even a Grandmaster of the 7th level would likely struggle to withstand this blade from Chu Xiu. He inwardly cursed in frustration. As his thoughts whirled, Wei Ziyuan fell back, attempting to evade Chu Xiu's strike. However, while his speed was commendable, Chu Xiu's speed was even greater. Utilizing the 8 steps of the celestial demon, Chu Xiu pursued Wei Ziyuan like a shadow, bringing his blade down with deadly precision. "Kill!" Wei Ziyuan, seeing no way to escape, gritted his teeth and shouted as his blood-red hand moved to block Chu Xiu's long blade. Swoosh! The blade descended. Wei Ziyuan's hand was severed cleanly, crimson blood, exuding a nauseating stench, gushed forth from the stump of his arm. The searing pain rendered Wei Ziyuan's face as pale as a sheet, beads of sweat forming like pearls. Yet he seemed oblivious, for Chu Xiu's blade still descended upon him. The following day, we discovered that the inhabitants of the village had vanished without a trace, leaving behind only a heap of bones. Scattered remnants of torn official garments were the only evidence of their existence. Soon after, news of yet another village's disappearance began to circulate. It was at this moment that the demons emerged, devouring the entire populace of both villages, a tale that swiftly spread throughout the county. Instilling terror in the hearts of its residents, in a state of panic, the townsfolk barred their doors, seeking to preserve their safety. Coincidentally, followers of the Black Lotus sect began to appear openly within the county, engaged in their proselytizing efforts. Upon hearing of this, my subordinate hastily dispatched individuals to the prefectural city for assistance. Pausing momentarily, Zhong Yin expressed a bitter countenance as he remarked, "I am currently uncertain whether this situation is the doing of the Black Lotus sect or the demons, or if the sect has secretly colluded with the demons to promote their teachings while spreading news of their emergence, thereby consolidating their followers within the county." Understood. A gleam of determination crossed Chu Xiu's eyes as he spoke in a hushed tone. "Sir, I have just learned that the individual in charge of the Black Lotus sect within the county is a high priest of the sect, a formidable figure at least at the 7th level of the Grandmaster realm. Do you require me to return to the prefectural city and summon Captain Jinzhong?" Zhong Yin inquired with hopeful anticipation. "And no need," Chu Xiu replied, a serene smile gracing his face, radiating confidence, "since I have dared to come. I have prepared for everything." Zhong Yin was momentarily taken aback, gazing at Chu Xiu with profound respect, despite the knowledge that the Black Lotus sect had a high priest stationed in Qingyun County. Chu Xiu remained undaunted, indicating that his strength was sufficient to confront an adversary above the Grand Master realm. This was the kind of confidence that only the most extraordinary talents of the Six Doors could possess. "Aside from what you have just mentioned, have you uncovered anything else?" Chu Xiu asked, casting a glance at Zhong Yin. "What do you mean, my lord?" Zhong Yin hesitated before posing the question. "For instance, have you discovered the hiding place of the Black Lotus sect within Qingyun County?" Chu Xiu inquired, his brow furrowing slightly. Zhong Yan's expression grew awkward as he cautiously replied, "I report to you, my lord, that due to Lord Zhang's disappearance, I fear that there would be no one to oversee the Six Doors. Thus, I have remained within the Six Doors, reluctant to venture outside. That as of now, we have yet to ascertain the sect's hiding place in Qingyun County. Discover the hiding place of the Black Lotus sect in the shortest possible time. Before the demons notice, I shall eradicate the sect and, from them, glean the intelligence on this demon." Chu Xiu rose to his full height, addressing Zhong Yin with a commanding tone. He suspected that the Six Doors of Qingyun County had not gathered any significant intelligence, especially given the panic induced by Captain Yin's disappearance, which likely left the county's officers in a state of trepidation, awaiting reinforcements from the prefectural city. "Yes, I shall obey your orders." Zhong Yan's expression turned grave as he spoke with utmost respect. At that moment, a constable rushed in, bowing deeply to both Chu Xiu and Zhong Yin. "Greetings, my lords. An incident has occurred." "What is it?" Chu Xiu inquired, his demeanor remaining calm. Upon witnessing Chu Xiu's composed nature, the constable felt a slight easing of his tension and respectfully reported, "I must inform you, my lord, that a strange entity has appeared in the county." "Strange?" Chu Xiu's eyes sparkled with intrigue. What manner of strangeness? Compared to demons, such anomalies were far rarer. Even Chu Xiu had yet to encounter one. Zhong Yan's expression shifted as he directed his gaze towards the constable. The entity in question was described as a large, corpulent figure, resembling a chef by the garments it wore. Initially, it had appeared in an inn, ordering an extravagant feast which it consumed in mere moments. After finishing its meal, it demanded more dishes be brought forth, continuing to eat for half an hour until every last morsel was devoured. Yet, despite its gluttonous consumption, the creature still appeared insatiably hungry. When the innkeeper informed it that there was nothing left to eat, the constable revealed, with a hint of fear etched on his face, that the entity had devoured the innkeeper and all the staff, leaving nothing but empty shells behind. After finishing with the inn, it had moved on to another establishment. Were it not for the vigilance of our Six Doors informants, we would still be oblivious to this occurrence, a gluttonous aberration. Zhong Yin exclaimed in shock, his face reflecting horror. A gluttonous aberration? Chu Xiu furrowed his brow, looking intently at Zhong Yan. Are you familiar with this anomaly? Yes, my lord, I have heard tales of the gluttonous aberration before. Its most terrifying attribute is its ability to continually consume, growing stronger with each meal as it absorbs the nutrients from a food. Whenever a gluttonous aberration emerges, if it is not subdued within the shortest time, a calamity is sure to ensue. In our Great Zhou Dynasty, there was an instance where an entire county, with a population of tens of thousands, was consumed by a gluttonous aberration. This creature ultimately ascended to the peak of the mythical realm. Only when the renowned purple-robed divine constable intervened was it finally slain. Zhong Yan's expression grew increasingly grave, his gaze filled with trepidation as he stated, "It seems that the disappearance of the two villages and Lord Zhang's vanishing are both connected to this gluttonous aberration. Rather than the work of demons, the power of this aberration may have already reached the Grand Master realm. We cannot allow this gluttonous aberration to continue growing. Otherwise, it will pose an insurmountable threat." "Where is this gluttonous aberration?" Chu Xiu turned to the constable, asking with urgency that is at the Qingfeng Inn. The constable replied, realizing the gravity of the situation, "My lord, I know the location of Qingfeng Inn. I shall lead you there immediately," Zhong Yan asserted. "Very well. Lead the way that we shall proceed to Qingfeng Inn at once." Chu Xiu nodded slightly. Zhong Yan sprang into action, utilizing his agility to swiftly navigate beyond the confines of the 6 doors in Qingyun County. Chu Xiu followed closely behind, maintaining a deliberate pace as they made their way toward Qingfeng Inn. After a brief interval, Zhong Yan halted, gesturing toward an inn in the distance. "My lord, this is Qingfeng Inn." "Good. Wait here while I enter to deal with this gluttonous aberration." Chu Xiu nodded, striding purposefully towards the inn. "My lord, I shall accompany you." Zhong Yan, gritting his teeth, followed closely behind Chu Xiu. Chu Xiu remained silent as he entered the Qingfeng Inn. Upon stepping inside, he beheld a large, corpulent figure, clad in coarse garments stained with blood and grease, devouring a feast with reckless abandon, while the innkeeper and staff trembled in fear nearby. They had already realized that the figure was no ordinary patron. Its belly appeared as a bottomless pit, having consumed 3 tables of food, yet still demanding more. "Greetings, my lord." Upon seeing Chu Xiu dressed in the official garb of the silver badge captain of the 6 doors, the innkeeper's face lit up with unrestrained joy as he hurriedly bowed. "Greetings, my lord," the staff echoed, bowing deeply in respect. "All of you, exit at once. Regardless of what sounds you may hear, do not return." Chu Xiu instructed, his gaze fixed intently on the gluttonous figure, his demeanor composed. Yes, we shall leave immediately." The innkeeper responded with a hurried acknowledgement, frantically leading his staff away from the establishment. Suddenly, the silver-collared captain of the 6 gates appeared, and it was evident that this corpulent figure was no ordinary man. The rotund individual seemed utterly oblivious to the arrival of Chu Xiu, his gaze fixated solely on the dishes laid out before him. As he continued to devour them voraciously, in no time, the table was stripped of all its offerings. "Innkeeper, bring forth the dishes swiftly. I am famished." The glutton extracted a 10-tael silver ingot from his sleeve, slamming it onto the table as if he had not eaten for 3 days and nights, his voice filled with an unmistakable fury. Yet the innkeeper had long since departed. Even Zhong Yan, who had entered with Chu Xiu, discreetly retreated when the innkeeper and his entourage left. Only Chu Xiu and the corpulent figure remained in the inn. "Innkeeper, where have you gone?" The glutton, sensing no response, lifted his head, his eyes gleaming with a predatory hunger as they roamed the room. Upon spotting Chu Xiu, a sinister grin crept across his lips, saliva dripping from his mouth as he gazed at him greedily and proclaimed, "Food! I see food!" No sooner had he uttered those words than the glutton lunged at Chu Xiu like a lightning bolt, resembling a ravenous tiger pouncing on its prey, exuding an air of ferocity. Indeed, he was at the Grand Master level, albeit freshly so. His vital energy was exceptionally robust, as every morsel he consumed fortified his physical form. Though he had not practiced any external refinement techniques, he was likely more formidable than a martial artist who had merely dabbled in such methods at the Grand Master level. As the glutton charged, Chu Xiu felt his own vital energy surge in that instant. With a swift motion, he grasped the hilt of the blade hanging at his waist. Boom! In a sudden flash, Chu Xiu drew his sword. A brilliant arc of blade light erupted within the yin, akin to a pristine white ribbon, infused with an overwhelming innate true energy, descending upon the glutton. Thud! As the blade struck, the glutton was sent flying by Chu Xiu's slash. However, to Chu Xiu's astonishment, the blow merely left a white mark upon the glutton's form, failing to even break the skin. His defense was as tough as iron. It was noteworthy that while he had only employed the perfected pure yang sword technique, without resorting to the 7 cuts of the heavens, the innate true energy refined from his 9 yang true skill should have cleaved this gluttonous creature in two, especially since it had no external refinement training and lacked martial prowess. Indeed, if such a creature were so easily dispatched, it would not be deemed a creature of anomaly. This level of resilience could rival that of a martial artist at the 7th stage of external refinement. Chu Xiu furrowed his brow and muttered, "So hungry. I am truly starving." The glutton rose, lunging at Chu Xiu once more, this time with even greater speed, as if he had come to recognize that Chu Xiu was not the simple foe he had previously encountered. First cut of the 7 cuts of the heavens. Chu Xiu's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness as he beheld the glutton's charge. With a flourish of his long blade, he unleashed the first cut of the 7 cuts of the heavens at its full potential. A breathtaking blade light manifested. The strike descended upon the glutton. His body halted just a foot away from Chu Xiu in a swift motion. Chu Xiu retreated a full 10 feet, slowly sheathing his long blade. Cracks appeared all over the glutton's body, resembling shattered porcelain. Yet, no blood seeped forth. Boom! In an instant, the blade energy contained within Chu Xiu's strike caused the glutton to explode into a mass of shredded flesh. Remarkably, there was no trace of blood among the remnants, which instead gleamed with an otherworldly light, reminiscent of rare gemstones. It was evident that this creature had been drained of all sanguine essence. A notification appeared before Chu Xiu. Gullet of Gluttony, green. The destiny entry could be plundered or transformed into destiny points. Gullet of Gluttony, perpetually in a state of hunger, possessing extraordinary digestive capabilities, easily deriving energy from food to enhance oneself. Eliminating the ferocious and malevolent gluttonous anomaly has granted a reward of 7,987 destiny points. Various prompts materialized before Chu Xiu's eyes, from the destiny points alone. He surmised that this gluttonous creature had undoubtedly consumed many lives, making it a being of profound sin. Gullet of Gluttony. Upon seeing this destiny entry, Chu Xiu fell into contemplation. The glutton's remarkable resilience, evident in his inability to leave any marks on its body initially, revealed just how extraordinary this Gullet of Gluttony entry truly was. Yet, the description of the Gullet of Gluttony gave Chu Xiu pause. No, this Gullet of Gluttony was merely a green entry. He could easily elevate it to a blue entry. At that point, the adverse effects might vanish. Plunder. With this thought, Chu Xiu spoke decisively. It was impossible for him to be entirely indifferent to the effects brought forth by the Gullet of Gluttony. He now possessed the golden tendons and jade bones. With a vital energy flowing like a river, 2 blue destiny entries inherently aligned with external refinement. If he could augment this with another entry that fortified his skin and flesh to an impenetrable state, his external refinement prowess would attain true perfection. In an instant, a mysterious force surged within Chu Xiu's body, converging towards his stomach, as if it were undergoing a transformation. The size of his stomach remained unchanged. Yet he felt as though it could now accommodate anything, becoming a genuine bottomless pit. So hungry, Chu Xiu sensed his stomach acid flooding forth, igniting an insatiable hunger that made him yearn to consume everything. System, activate the Gullet of Gluttony. Chu Xiu suppressed the gnawing hunger emanating from his abdomen, speaking within his mind. The enigmatic force reemerged, flooding into his Gullet of Gluttony, instantly alleviating his hunger. His stomach felt as though it had grown even larger. Yet, no stomach acid was secreted, nor did any hunger resurface. Successfully expended 10,000 destiny points. Gullet of Gluttony, green, upgraded to the Gullet of Typhoon, blue. Gullet of Typhoon. possessing unimaginable digestive capabilities, able to devour metals and derive energy from them to bolster one's strength and defense. Chu Xiu took a deep breath, calming his emotions, and with a serene demeanor, he strode toward the entrance of the Qingfeng INN-MY Lord, the gluttonous anomaly. Upon seeing Chu Xiu emerge, Zhong Yin, who had been anxiously on edge, approached him with a look of astonished relief, eager to inquire. The innkeeper and his staff regarded Chu Xiu with nervous anticipation, having learned from Zhong Yin that the corpulent figure had indeed been a terrifying anomaly. Had it not been for Chu Xiu's timely intervention, they might have been devoured, becoming mere sustenance for the glutton. The gluttonous anomaly has been dispatched, Chu Xiu replied with an air of indifference. My lord, it is said that while the gluttonous anomaly is fearsome, once vanquished, its flesh and blood serve as exceptional materials for forging, Zhong Yin noted, his expression shifting to one of relief as he recalled something. You may take all of the glutton's flesh and blood back to the 6 gates in the county, where the master blacksmiths can forge you an exceptionally sharp weapon. Oh, Chu Xiu replied with keen interest. This glutton's flesh and blood possess such properties. Although he could now consume metals to gain strength and defense, he found it unthinkable to ingest the flesh of a creature that had devoured so many lives. However, using it to forge weapons was indeed a feasible option. My lord, I can send someone to gather all of this flesh and blood and assist you in transporting it back to the 6 gates in the county. Zhong Yin spoke with an expression of utmost respect. From Chu Xiu's demeanor, he could discern that this particular gluttonous specter had indeed entered the realm of grandmasters. The fact that Chu Xiu had slain such a grandmaster-level gluttonous specter was sufficient evidence of his capability to handle the crisis in Qingyun County. As a peerless talent of the 6 doors, Zhong Yin naturally dared not show even a hint of disrespect. Very well, I shall leave the collection of the flesh and blood of these gluttonous specters to you, Chu Xiu declared before vanishing into thin air. My lord. Upon witnessing Chu Xiu's departure, Zhong Yin momentarily stood frozen, quickly realizing that he must have made a significant discovery, prompting his sudden exit in the western city. Within an expansive and mysterious estate, thick smoke swirled around, creating an eerie atmosphere. In nearly every corner, a multitude of dazed men, women, and children were gathered, seated upon the ground, reciting the doctrines of the Black Lotus sect. The number of these individuals had already surpassed several thousand. In such a brief span, the Black Lotus sect had amassed thousands of followers in Qingyun County. With a flash, a cloaked figure appeared at the entrance of a study deep within the estate. Kneeling with an expression of reverence, I report to you, Master, the gluttonous specter has been slain. The gluttonous specter has been slain. A gentle-looking elder in a black robe, exuding an aura of compassion, emerged from the study, his brow furrowing. Has someone from the 6 doors of Songlong County arrived? Indeed, Master. The gluttonous specter was killed in an inn by a silver badge captain from the 6 doors of Songlong County. The cloaked figure replied with utmost respect. That a silver badge captain. A glint of coldness flashed in the elder's eyes as he remarked, It seems a peerless talent has graced the 6 doors of Songlong County. This is fortuitous. We shall use this extraordinary individual to herald the emergence of our Black Lotus sect. Do you think you are worthy? A voice, cold and indifferent, echoed from a distance. Chu Xiu had appeared atop a distant eave, gazing down at the black-robed elder with an expression of detachment. His lightness of foot was impressive, enabling him to infiltrate the estate without a sound. The black-robed elder revealed a faint smile and addressed Chu Xiu. If you are willing to join our Black Lotus sect, I can spare your life. Moreover, I could recommend you to our leader. Our sect holds individuals of your extraordinary talent in the highest regard. With your gifts, it is not impossible for you to become a candidate for our Holy Son, or even the Supreme Holy Son, second only to the leader. Do you truly believe you are deserving? A trace of disdain flickered across Chu Xiu's face as he stepped forward, employing the 8 steps of the celestial demon, seemingly teleporting from the eve towards the black-robed elder's position, his long blade already unsheathed. Striking down towards the elder, in that moment he unleashed the first move of the 7 cuts of heaven. The 7 cuts of heaven. The elder's expression shifted as he realized the attack was the first move of the perfected 7 cuts of heaven. No wonder you could slay the gluttonous specter. But do you really think I am unprepared? The black-robed elder sneered, barking, "Come forth." Figures clad in black emerged from the shadows, a total of 9 black-clad individuals. Each possessed vacant eyes, moving as if under a puppet's control. Yet their auras radiated immense power. Each one was a pinnacle existence at the 9th level of the Grandmaster realm. They stood before the black-robed elder. Ready to defend him, one of the black-clad figures, wielding a dark spear, charged to meet Chu Xiu's blade. Boom! A deafening sound reverberated throughout the estate. The black-clad figure did not retreat. Black Lotus warriors? Chu Xiu was sent flying back. Landing several feet away, his gaze sharpened. He could tell from the appearance of these 9 figures that they were puppets crafted by the Black Lotus sect, known as Black Lotus warriors. It was said that each Black Lotus warrior was controlled by the sect's mental techniques. Devoid of pain and unafraid of death. A particularly terrifying aspect of these warriors was their ability to cultivate autonomously, provided they were given the necessary resources. Their rate of cultivation was nothing short of alarming. Indeed, these Black Lotus warriors were created by my own hand. Their strength surpasses what they possessed before becoming Black Lotus warriors. The black-robed elder gazed greedily at Chu Xiu, asserting, "Your talent is far superior to theirs. The Black Lotus warriors you create will undoubtedly be even more formidable. It is not impossible for them to reach the martial saint realm, or even the mythical realm that time. I shall have the opportunity to become a guardian of our Black Lotus sect. Or even a home master." Chu Xiu smiled calmly, remaining composed throughout. "That I shall grant you one more chance. If you surrender now and join our Black Lotus sect, I can spare you for becoming a Black Lotus warrior and even recommend you." Words that do not resonate. Chu Xiu moved, charging towards the 9 Black Lotus warriors. "Seize him. Remember, do not kill him." The black-robed elder's expression darkened as he commanded coldly. "Understood." The 9 Black Lotus warriors complied, surrounding Chu Xiu. However, under the elder's orders, they clearly hesitated to strike at his vital points, intending instead to exhaust his innate true energy before capturing him alive. Yet, facing the assault of 9 9th-level Grandmaster Black Lotus warriors, Chu Xiu remained unfazed, deftly employing the 8 steps of the celestial demon to evade their attacks time and again. Observing Chu Xiu's ease, the black-robed elder's expression grew grave, and he commanded coldly, "No more holding back. Kill him outright." "Yes." The 9 Black Lotus warriors roared with fierce intent. Their attacks intensified, no longer restrained. "Now it is my turn. Do you truly believe my strength is limited?" Chu Xiu shook his head, his 9 sons' true energy erupting forth, emanating an intensely scorching aura, as if it could incinerate the heavens and boil the seas. He moved towards one of the Black Lotus warriors to end that instant. A terrifying blade light appeared. With a single slash, a head flew into the air. With a swift motion, Chu Xiu lunged towards the hundreds of disciples of the Black Lotus sect. With every strike of his blade, several heads of the sect's disciples were severed from their bodies. Even when faced with the relentless assault of these numerous foes, Chu Xiu did not retreat an inch. "Humph, I shall see how long your innate true energy can sustain you. As a master-level warrior, it won't be long before your innate true energy is completely depleted. At that time, I shall refine you into a Black Lotus warrior to compensate for the loss of my 9 Black Lotus warriors." The old man in the black robe observed Chu Xiu ruthlessly slaying the disciples without a flicker of compassion in his eyes, as if these disciples were mere expendables in his hands. A sinister smile curled upon his lips as he coldly remarked, "However, contrary to the old man's expectations, Chu Xiu's innate true energy was boundless, flowing endlessly, within the span of a single incense stick. He had eradicated all the hundreds of Black Lotus disciples. Following their demise, a throng of townsfolk from Qingyun County, who had been bewitched by the Black Lotus sect, began to surge into the courtyard. Rushing towards Chu Xiu, with a calm demeanor, Chu Xiu took a step forward and vanished from his original position. Unlike the hundreds of Black Lotus disciples, these townsfolk still had hope for salvation. Chu Xiu was not a bloodthirsty individual and thus refrained from harming these ordinary citizens. "You old dog, die," Chu Xiu shouted as he lunged at the old man in the black robe. The old man's face displayed shock, incredulity evident in his voice as he exclaimed, "Impossible! absolutely impossible. Do not think that, as a master-level warrior, you could possibly hold out this long. Even if you were at the pinnacle of the Grandmaster realm, you could not have lasted until now. Yet, despite his words, his speed was anything but slow. After all, the old man was a figure of the incense master level within the Black Lotus sect. He swiftly moved, akin to a black lightning bolt, soaring into the air towards a nearby rooftop. In that moment, the strength he exhibited was evidently greater than that of the 9 Black Lotus warriors. It was not merely that the old man had reached the pinnacle of the Grand Master realm. His true power surpassed that of the Black Lotus warriors. Yet, he appeared to be paralyzed by fear, behaving as if he had been frightened out of his wits by Chu Xiu, never once striking back, and now fleeing in terror. Whoosh! Chu Xiu unleashed the heavenly demon 8 steps to its utmost, and in the blink of an eye, he had caught up to the old man, appearing on the rooftop, merely a yard away. Suddenly, soul captivation technique. The old man turned to face Chu Xiu, his eyes radiating with a piercing light that seemed to possess the power to ensnare souls. Rushing towards him, Buzz, the entire world seemed to freeze in that instant. Chu Xiu stood motionless on the rooftop, his eyes becoming hollow. Ha ha! The old man in the black robe laughed triumphantly, his voice filled with a sense of fulfillment. Greedily gazing at Chu Xiu as he declared, "What can the unrivaled genius of the 6 gates do? From this moment forth, you shall become my Black Lotus warrior. Although you have slain so many of my disciples, and even put an end to my 9 Black Lotus warriors, it matters not. You alone surpass them 10-fold, or even 100-fold. The stronger your talent and power, the more delighted I shall be. Do you truly believe that I, as the incense master of the Black Lotus sect, am so feeble? Do you think I fear you? I've been waiting for this opportunity, waiting for the moment you completely lower your guard." No sooner had he spoken than swoosh, a long blade pierced through the old man's chest. Crimson blood dripping from the edge, the old man's face turned to one of astonishment, disbelief filling his gaze as he weakly uttered, "You are not ensnared by my soul captivation technique. You are not foolish. So why would I be?" Chu Xiu retorted with a hint of mockery on his face, "That it seems that I have outplayed you." He had sensed something amiss long ago. This old dog did not resemble what a sect master of the Black Lotus sect should be. He was clearly plotting against him, attempting to deceive him. Chu Xiu decided to play along, feigning a lack of vigilance against the old man. The moment the old man invoked the soul captivation technique, and Chu Xiu sensed something wrong. He had already bitten his tongue. After all, the Black Lotus sect excelled in spiritual techniques. Otherwise, they could not have bewitched so many townsfolk. The old man opened his mouth, intending to say something, but no words emerged. His head drooped, and he breathed his last. "You have discovered the destiny trait. Outstanding soul. White, outstanding soul. Your soul is innately stronger than that of ordinary individuals, with superior mental power. Destiny traits can be plundered and solidified. You have slain the deeply sinful incense master of the Black Lotus sect, along with numerous disciples, earning a reward of 43,563 points of destiny value." Plunder. Chu Xiu's eyes brightened, and a surge of joy filled his heart. Not only had he obtained over 40,000 destiny points, but he had also acquired the outstanding soul trait. With this white trait, he could use destiny points to elevate it to a blue trait, and eventually to a purple or even golden trait. The soul was the most challenging aspect to enhance. The Black Lotus sect was so fearsome precisely because of their legacy of spiritual martial arts. This time, he had only faced an incense master of the Black Lotus sect. Had he encountered a protector, hall master, or elder-level figure, a mere glance could have been enough to ensnare his soul. However, with a powerful soul, the prowess of those Black Lotus experts would hold little sway over him. He could even select spiritual martial arts from the 6 gates for his own cultivation, gaining capabilities for both mental offense and defense. Upon finishing this thought, Chu Xiu felt a surge of clarity in his mind, as if receiving divine enlightenment. That it was a sensation of unprecedented ease. With the fusion of his physical body and soul becoming ever tighter, even a strand of mental power began to emerge. With this strand of mental power, he could perceive everything within a radius of several yards as clearly as if his eyes were open, akin to an extension of his vision. Yet the outstanding soul trait, being merely white, could not induce a transformation in Chu Xiu's soul. At best, it would refine his soul further and give birth to a strand of mental power. Chu Xiu slowly withdrew the long blade from the old man's body, marveling at the still, pristine blade, untouched by blood, and exclaimed in astonishment, "This blade belonging to the Black Tiger Gang's leader is indeed remarkable." Having said that, he moved swiftly, dropping from the rooftop into the courtyard below. The lifeless old mother, the true void hometown, even though the old man in the black robe had been slain by Chu Xiu. The townsfolk of Qingyun County, still under the sway of the Black Lotus sect, continued to rush towards him with frenzied shouts of slogans. However, these townsfolk were mostly ordinary individuals, and thus posed no threat to Chu Xiu. "Step back." Chu Xiu waved his sleeve, unleashing a formidable surge of innate, true energy that swept towards the townsfolk charging at him. In an instant, dozens of them were sent flying, colliding into their fellow townsfolk behind them. His strike was not meant to truly harm these innocently bewitched citizens. Chu Xiu strode purposefully towards the room within the courtyard, the study from which the old man had initially emerged. The method to restore the townsfolk's sanity should be found within. Upon entering the study, Chu Xiu discovered a statue inside. It was a figure entirely black, resembling polished black jade, exuding an air of dignified compassion, surrounded by a peculiar glow that suggested a sense of benevolence towards all beings. Indeed, the statue of the Black Lotus Holy Mother was here. A cold glint flashed in Chu Xiu's eyes as he stepped forward, drawing his blade and bringing it down upon the statue. Boom! The otherworldly glow surrounding the statue of the Black Lotus Holy Mother could not hope to withstand the might of Chu Xiu's long blade. As it shattered, the statue was cleaved in twain, breaking into countless fragments. In that fleeting moment, all the otherworldly phenomena vanished without a trace. You shattered the statue of the Black Lotus Holy Mother, thereby rescuing thousands of souls in Qingyun County, and were rewarded with a total of 23,821 points of divine merit. A notification box appeared before Chu Xiu. Upon seeing the notification, a faint smile graced his cheeks. He had finally amassed 100,000 points of divine merit, allowing him to elevate a blue attribute to a purple one. Moreover, he had more than enough. Even the white attribute of exceptional soul could be upgraded to a blue one. A mere glance at the merit value on the data panel revealed that it had surged to 111,421. How did I end up here? Where are we? I only recall my memories before venerating the Black Lotus Holy Mother. The subsequent memories elude me, that I feel the same. Could it be that we were ensnared by the Black Lotus Holy Mother? At that moment, the citizens of Qingyun County within the estate regained their senses, their faces marked by confusion as they pondered the situation. They quickly deduced that it was likely connected to the shattered statue of the Black Lotus Holy Mother. Indeed, you have all been bewitched by the Black Lotus sect, subjected to the control of the Black Lotus Holy Mother-esque statue. Fortunately, the influence over you was brief. Otherwise, even I would have been unable to save you. Chu Xiu strode out from his study, his voice deep and resonant. From now on, you will merely become fervent disciples of the Black Lotus sect, offering your faith as sustenance. You will transform into true walking corpses. The Black Lotus sect truly has controlled us. I suspected something was amiss. A middle-aged man, adorned in luxurious robes, displayed a look of trepidation as he began to curse vehemently. However, he quickly regained his composure and knelt before Chu Xiu, tears of gratitude in his eyes as he exclaimed, "Thank you, my lord. Thank you for saving us." Thousands of citizens of Qingyun County followed suit, kneeling before Chu Xiu, their hearts brimming with gratitude. Chu Xiu offered a serene smile, stepping forward to soar into the air, landing gracefully atop a nearby rooftop, and with another step, he vanished from sight. Meanwhile, within the estate, the citizens continued to express their heartfelt thanks for his intervention. After a while, outside the 6 doors of Qingyun County, Zhong Yan, accompanied by a group of 6 doors constables, stood at the entrance, worry etched upon his face. Suddenly, Chu Xiu appeared before them as if conjured from thin air. "Greetings, my lord." Upon seeing Chu Xiu, Zhong Yan felt a significant burden lifted from his heart, revealing an expression of relief as he bowed deeply. "There's no need for formalities," Chu Xiu gestured dismissively. "Thank you." My lord, Zhong Yin replied that a flicker of hesitation crossed his face, as if he wished to inquire about Chu Xiu's recent whereabouts. I have eradicated all disciples of the Black Lotus sect. The emergence of the devouring monster is indeed related to them. It must have been conjured by the sect. Thus, their disciples have been secretly monitoring it. From its initial appearance to its manifestation within the county, it was undoubtedly guided by the Black Lotus sect's members. This case can be closed. Chu Xiu discerned Zhong Yan's unspoken question and replied coolly. Thank you, my lord. Thank you, Zhong Yan exclaimed, his face lighting up with surprise and joy as he, along with the constables, expressed their gratitude. As for the citizens who were bewitched by the Black Lotus sect, they have regained their wits thanks to my timely destruction of the Black Lotus Holy Mother's statue. There will be no further issues, Chu Xiu continued after a moment's contemplation. Now that the crisis in Qingyun County has been averted, I must take my leave that my lord. Might you consider resting for a night in our humble Qingyun County? It would be an honor for us to extend our hospitality to you. The county magistrate would surely wish to personally host you. Now that the crisis has been resolved, Zhong Yin ventured cautiously. There's no need, Chu Xiu shook his head, declining Zhong Yan's generous offer. Bring forth my black-scaled horse. I must return to the county city. Upon my return, I will report on the situation in Qingyun County. And the county city shall dispatch a new silver badge constable along with another copper badge constable to assist. Understood, Zhong Yin replied, a hint of regret crossing his features. One of the 6 doors constables hurried inside, soon returning with the black-scaled horse, which bore 2 black packages on its sides. My lord, here is your black-scaled horse. These 2 packages contain the flesh of the devouring monster, the constable said, awe evident in his demeanor. Very well. I shall take my leave now. Chu Xiu accepted the reins, mounting the horse and guiding it towards the gate of Qingyun County. Farewell, my lord. Zhong Yin and the constables knelt, their voices ringing out in unison. They had not anticipated that the crisis in Qingyun County would be so thoroughly resolved by Chu Xiu, the silver badge constable. It was likely that few among the gold badge constables possessed such exceptional prowess. He was truly their 6 doors' most extraordinary talent. Upon returning, it was certain that Chu Xiu would ascend to the rank of a true gold badge constable. After a brief interval, Chu Xiu had already ridden his black-scale horse away from Qingyun County. Appearing on the official road several dozen miles away, his gaze fell upon the data panel. Divine merit attributes, 9 Yang sacred body gold, aristocratic young master, blue, golden tendons, and jade bones, blue. Innate wisdom, blue. Carefree wind riding, blue. Vitality like a river, blue. Blade mastery, blue. Dual martial arts mastery, blue. Devouring stomach, blue. Exceptional soul, white. Divine merit value, 111421 with my current divine merit value. I can upgrade a blue attribute to a purple one. It is imperative that I choose the most cost-effective option. But a glint of determination flashed in Chu Xiu's eyes as he declared, understanding is paramount. It is always of utmost importance. The enhancement of my comprehension will invariably accelerate my mastery of martial arts. Therefore, I shall seize this opportunity to upgrade my innate wisdom. With this resolution, Chu Xiu firmly commanded in his mind, system, upgrade innate wisdom. Boom! No sooner had he spoken than he felt his comprehension surge dramatically, akin to consuming a potion that amplified one's understanding. His insight had increased tenfold. It is worth noting that his acuity was already formidable, allowing him to grasp concepts effortlessly. However, at this moment, Chu Xiu's ability to draw inferences from one instance to another had reached unprecedented heights. Whether it was the 9 Yang true skill, the divine elephant suppression technique, or the 7 cuts of heaven and the 8 steps of the demon, countless insights flooded his mind. The realization was overwhelming. As if the heavens rained down flowers and the earth erupted with golden lotuses. This state persisted for a full half-hour. It was only when he was less than 100 miles from Songlong County's capital that Chu Xiu slowly opened his eyes. His expression was no longer one of surprise, but of ecstatic joy. Having successfully expended 100,000 points of divine merit, his innate wisdom, blue, had transformed into extraordinary intelligence, purple. Extraordinary intelligence. Your comprehension transcends the ordinary. Any technique can be mastered with a single glance, and achieving enlightenment is as effortless as eating or drinking. Notification boxes appeared before Chu Xiu in succession. I made the right choice. His 9-yang, true skill, and 8 steps of a demon had both progressed from great success to perfection. The 7 cuts of heaven had advanced from the 2nd cut's minor success to perfection. And even the 3rd cut reached great success. The 6 paths of reincarnation fist had evolved from the first move, Hell Path, to perfection, while the 2nd move, Hungry Ghost Path, had achieved minor success. Furthermore, the pure Yang Blade intent had improved from 20% to 30%. The Divine Elephant Suppression technique would now be considerably easier to cultivate. Previously, my method of cultivating the microparticles was rather crude. It could certainly be more effortless. Chu Xiu took a deep breath, calming his emotions, and exclaimed in astonishment. Merely upgrading my comprehension from a blue attribute to a purple attribute has granted me such formidable insight. If I were to elevate the purple attribute to a golden one, to what terrifying level would my understanding ascend? Would it be that I could grasp the essence of various martial arts with just a glance? Pausing for a moment, Chu Xiu regarded the remaining 11,421 points of destiny value in his mind and said, System, enhance my soul's excellence, upgrading it to a blue attribute in one go. The upgrade from a white attribute to a green one requires 1,000 destiny value, while the upgrade from a green attribute to a blue one demands 10,000 destiny value. He currently possessed just enough destiny value. Naturally, Chu Xiu would not let these points go to waste. In the blink of an eye, he felt his soul beginning to undergo a transformation, as if it were evolving from a mere soul to a divine soul. It became extraordinarily refined. This was a genuine metamorphosis of the soul. Accompanying this transformation, Chu Xiu even sensed a certain enhancement in his comprehension. However, since his understanding had already reached an extraordinary level, this improvement was not particularly pronounced. Nonetheless, his mental strength surged dramatically, expanding from several zhang to dozens of zhang. Within a radius of several dozen zhang, any slight movement was entirely under Chu Xiu's control. Successfully consuming 11,000 points of destiny value, his soul's excellence, white, upgraded to a natural divine soul, blue. Natural divine soul possesses immense mental strength, providing a certain enhancement to comprehension, and displays extraordinary talent in the cultivation of mental martial arts. A prompt box reappeared before Chu Xiu's eyes. Raising an eyebrow, he gazed at the curling smoke rising in the distance and remarked with a hint of suspicion, how could there be a village near this official road? When traveling from the county town to Qingyun County, he had passed this very road and had not noticed any village in the vicinity. Now, at dusk, he had stumbled upon one that this was decidedly unusual. After some contemplation, Chu Xiu resolved to investigate. After all, with only 421 points of destiny value remaining, it was time to replenish them. He promptly mounted his black-scaled horse and exited the official road, taking a small path towards the source of the rising smoke. In no time, Chu Xiu beheld a bustling village, with wisps of smoke curling up into the sky. Along the narrow paths between the fields, villagers were returning home in 2s and 3s, carrying farming tools and sharing laughter. Occasionally, the sounds of crowing roosters and barking dogs could be heard. Children raced barefoot between the houses, their joyous laughter echoing through the village. A picturesque scene reminiscent of a paradise unfolded before Chu Xiu's eyes. Stopping several hundred meters from the village, he secured the reins of his black-scaled horse to a large tree before striding toward the village with purpose. In a matter of moments, he arrived at the village entrance. Upon seeing him approach, a villager in his 30s or 40s, with a simple and honest demeanor, greeted him warmly, saying, "It is our honor to have a distinguished guest like you visit Li Family Village. Tonight, we happen to be celebrating a joyous occasion." The village children gazed at Chu Xiu with innocent curiosity, a mixture of wonder and trepidation in their eyes. A joyous occasion? Chu Xiu queried, a flicker of intrigue crossing his gaze. "Indeed, it is the day of our village chief's youngest son's grand wedding." Passing by as a stroke of fate, the villager replied, nodding as he led Chu Xiu into the village. He continued, "I will take you to the chief's home. He will surely be delighted to see you." "Thank you for your kindness," Chu Xiu said, clasping his hands in gratitude. "You are too courteous. as long as the guest does not mind our humble fare and simple hospitality. We are more than content." The villager shook his head, guiding Chu Xiu to the largest residence in the village. The house was festooned with decorations for the celebration, adorned with bright red lanterns and covered in auspicious symbols. At that moment, the village chief, having heard the news, emerged with his family to greet them. After exchanging pleasantries, the chief arranged for Chu Xiu to rest in his home while awaiting the start of the wedding banquet. Meanwhile, the villagers began gathering at the chief's house, bustling about in preparation for the festivities. Before long, the sky had completely darkened. The sounds of drums and firecrackers resonated throughout the village. Chu Xiu stood at the entrance of the chief's home, observing the lively scene, the bright red lanterns casting an eerie glow, and felt an inexplicable sense of foreboding. Everything here seemed increasingly strange and unsettling as the ceremony unfolded, bowing to heaven and earth, paying respects to the parents, the couple exchanging vows, and being ushered into the bridal chamber. Chu Xiu watched the bride's crimson wedding gown, reminiscent of the blood-red lanterns. It was only when the bride vanished from sight that he withdrew his gaze. At this moment, the village chief began inviting guests to take their seats. Almost all the guests were villagers, with Chu Xiu being the sole outsider. Hence, the chief personally invited him to sit. "Distinguished guest, we are but humble folk in these remote mountains, lacking exquisite delicacies to offer. If there are any shortcomings in our hospitality, please forgive us," the chief said with a hint of regret after seating Chu Xiu. "Your hospitality is gracious enough. It is my honor to partake in the joyous occasion of Li Family Village and enjoy a cup of your rustic wine," Chu Xiu replied with a faint smile. "Tonight, there will be plenty of wine. Please eat and drink to your heart's content," the chief said, patting his chest with a broad smile. "Thank you," Chu Xiu replied. "You need not worry about me. Please attend to the other guests." "Very well," the chief nodded and turned to greet the other attendees. Dishes began to arrive continuously at the table. Contrary to the chief's earlier claims, the food was not as meager as he suggested. There are not only chickens and ducks raised in the wild, but also fresh fish and shrimp caught from the river, not to mention mushrooms and wild rabbits from the mountains. Each dish was a feast for the senses, tantalizing and appetizing. Soon, the chief began urging guests to eat meat and drink wine, reveling in the festivities. However, Chu Xiu remained untouched by the feast, not lifting a single chopstick or sipping the wine. Beneath the array of dishes, the seemingly clear and rich rural wine was, in fact, a ghastly crimson, akin to fresh blood, its appearance unsettling. The array of dishes evoked images of severed limbs and heads, gruesome enough to send chills down one's spine. Had it been anyone else, they would likely have been struck paralyzed by fear, collapsing to the ground. Of course, others might not discern the true nature of the food and drink. Were it not for Chu Xiu possessing the natural divine soul attribute, greatly inha with a deep sigh, Chu Xiu spoke in a haunting tone. The moment these words escaped his lips, the village chief's expression shifted dramatically, transforming him into a monstrous figure, radiating an aura of malevolence, his eyes bloodshot, his body decaying, exuding a nauseating stench. It was not just the village chief. Every guest within the grand hall had adopted the same ghastly visage. Regardless of age, the once jubilant and lively hall had suddenly morphed into a realm of sheer horror, akin to the depths of the underworld. Think you could discern the truth," the village chief scoffed, a cold snort escaping him as he raised his hands, his pitch-black nails glinting with an icy chill, lunging towards Chu Xiu. "Kill!" Chu Xiu rose to his full height, swiftly drawing his blade and striking at the village chief. Boom! An astonishing flash of light erupted in the hall as the village chief was cleaved in two by Chu Xiu's strike, instantly dissipating into a wisp of green smoke, vanishing from sight. Yet, the numerous guests showed no sign of fear. They surged towards Chu Xiu with fervor. Armed with his sword, Chu Xiu unleashed the 8 steps of the celestial demon, executing each strike with precision. Eliminating the bizarre guests one by one, in mere moments, he stood alone in the grand hall. "Father!" A piercing, shrill voice echoed from outside the hall as the groom, transformed into a terrifying specter, charged at Chu Xiu. Too weak, Chu Xiu frowned, dispatching the groom with a single stroke. Whether it was the bizarre guests, the village chief, or the groom, they all proved to be woefully inadequate. Their strength barely reached the threshold of innate mastery, with the groom merely at the pinnacle of the 9th level of the master realm. Before Chu Xiu, they were utterly defenseless. With a mere flick of his blade, he could suppress all the aberrations. However, this should not be the case. A village's aberration could not possibly be so feeble. Brandishing his sword, Chu Xiu strode purposefully out of the hall. Upon exiting, he beheld the true horror of the estate. The ground was littered with corpses, bloodied bodies strewn about, severed limbs, and dismembered parts prevalent everywhere. A chilling sensation gripped Chu Xiu as he recognized the faces of the warm-hearted villagers he had encountered earlier. The innocent children and even the village chief, now lying lifeless around the estate, including within the hall itself. I understand now. It is not that the entire village has transformed into aberrations. Rather, there is but one aberration within this village. And that aberration is you, groom. Am I correct in my assertion? Chu Xiu directed his gaze towards a nearby room, his voice dripping with murderous intent. From within that room, he sensed an overwhelming and terrifying aura. If the aberrations he had slain were merely at the pinnacle of the master realm, then the malevolence emanating from this place must reach the apex of the Grandmaster realm. Moreover, this aura seemed to be undergoing a transformation. Once completed, this aberration could very well ascend to the realm of martial saints. Even at its current state, merely at the pinnacle of the Grandmaster realm, Chu Xiu could not deny that this was the most formidable opponent he had ever encountered. Not even the Grandmaster leader of the Black Tiger Gang, infused with the blood of demons, could compare to the dreadfulness of this aberration. With a creak, the door slowly opened. The terrifying malevolence surged forth, crashing towards Chu Xiu. Boom! A torrent of immense vitality erupted from Chu Xiu, soaring into the heavens, forming a protective canopy that shielded him from the encroaching malevolence. Even so, the horrifying aura crackled under the intensity of his vitality. Reminiscent of a tempest threatening to consume all, a red embroidered shoe appeared before Chu Xiu's eyes, followed by a long, elegant leg, a woman clad in a stunning red gown, exuding an ethereal beauty and unparalleled grace, emerged from the room. This woman was none other than the bride of the evening. Yet, what astonished Chu Xiu was the sight of such an exquisite beauty in this remote, rural setting. More importantly, he could clearly perceive that despite the overwhelming malevolence surrounding her, there was no trace of decay or foul odor emanating from her. Instead, her blood-red wedding gown radiated a pure and sacred aura. Casting a glance into the room, Chu Xiu beheld the grim scene within. The groom lay in a pool of blood, his wedding attire intact, eyes filled with despair and resentment, seemingly fixated on Chu Xiu. You are to blame. All martial artists are to blame. If it were not for you, the people of our village would not have perished. Blood debts must be repaid with blood. All martial artists must die. The bride's eyes glimmered with boundless hatred as she lunged towards Chu Xiu like a streak of crimson lightning. Unlike the other aberrations, who possessed mere brute strength devoid of skill, this red-clad woman displayed an exceptional lightness in her movements. A formidable martial prowess, her presence was far mightier than that of the Black Tiger Gang's leader. And as a martial adept, she was indeed a terrifying foe. Heaven-splitting 7 blades. First strike. Chu Xiu's right hand moved swiftly, raising his long blade to cleave towards the red-clad woman. The strike erupted with earth-shattering might, as if he were cleaving the very fabric of yin and yang, infusing 3 parts of pure yang blade intent into this blow. He unleashed the true power of the heaven-splitting 7 blades. Why is it that so few within the 6 doors manage to master the heaven-splitting 7 blades? What makes it a remarkable martial art lies in the necessity of understanding each blade technique, with each strike becoming increasingly formidable and challenging. Moreover, one must grasp 7 distinct blade intents, integrating them into the technique. Just the thought of comprehending a single blade intent, achieving its ultimate form, and allowing it to crystallize into a principle is an immensely arduous task. The heaven-splitting 7 blades demands the mastery of these intents, culminating in the fusion of all 7, even merging 7 laws, and this blade showcased the true might of the heaven-splitting 7 blades. Boom! The entire village seemed to crumble beneath the weight of Chu Xiu's strike. The red-clad woman's face reflected sheer horror, astonished that Chu Xiu, having just reached the Master Realm, could wield such a terrifying technique. Having comprehended 3 parts of the blade intent, in a single stroke, the once formidable red-clad woman was vanquished by Chu Xiu. This strike cleaved the very essence of yin and yang as the red-clad woman fell. The scene around Chu Xiu began to dissolve, as if everything were merely a fleeting dream. Like dew or lightning, a dilapidated village materialized before him, littered with countless skeletal remains, bleached bones scattered across the desolate landscape. This was the true visage of the village. This cannot be. This is not an ordinary aberration. It should not be so easily resolved. Furthermore, the absence of any system notifications indicates that I have not truly eradicated this aberration. Furrowing his brow, Chu Xiu swiftly distanced himself from the area. In an instant, he found himself outside the village, standing silently in wait. Soon, ripples emerged, enveloping the entire village in a shimmering haze that a scene reminiscent of an idyllic paradise unfolded before Chu Xiu's eyes. However, under the cloak of night, the village was devoid of children's laughter, with only the occasional bark of a dog breaking the stillness, rendering the village even more tranquil. Indeed, the aberration has re-emerged. Chu Xiu felt an overwhelming headache. This was the first time he encountered an entity that could not be slain and could reappear. He suspected that the reason it was not a wedding now was due to the encroaching night. Had it been during the day, perhaps at dusk, he would have experienced what he had seen before, being invited into the village and to partake in the wedding festivities. That I refuse to believe it. Once I cannot kill you, twice I still cannot. If twice proves futile, then let it be thrice. I shall confront you. Chu Xiu's gaze hardened, and with a gait reminiscent of a dragon and tiger, he strode toward the village once more. But he re-entered the village, this time without exchanging any words with the villagers, heading straight for the village chief's abode to strike. After a brief interval, the red-clad woman coldly regarded Chu Xiu and said, "Why have you returned after already leaving? Since you have yet to perish, how could I possibly depart?" Chu Xiu replied, unleashing a blade towards her, once more infusing the pure yang sword intent into the first slash of the 7 cuts of heaven. Boom! In the next instant, the red-clad woman was slain. The entire village descended into ruin once again. Chu Xiu awaited the village's resurgence before plunging in once more. This cycle continued 5 times. By the 6th time, not a single villager remained. Only the red-clad woman stood at the village entrance, her delicate face marred by a flicker of grief and indignation as she confronted Chu Xiu, saying, "You cannot kill me. What do you truly wish to achieve? I do not desire to slay you. Please leave. Who claims I cannot slay you? The absence of villagers signifies that your power wanes with each of my repeated strikes." Chu Xiu replied, his expression unyielding as he regarded the red-clad woman. "As long as I persist in my efforts, whether it takes 10 attempts or 100, I shall eventually bring you down." Yet, this declaration was intended to intimidate her. After 6 consecutive slayings, even Chu Xiu's innate true energy was nearly depleted. He was uncertain whether the red-clad woman would recover. If she regained her strength while he was still drained, she might emerge even more formidable. How long would he need to continue this battle? He could not afford to exhaust himself endlessly against her. He sensed that to truly eradicate her, he would at least need to ascend to the martial saint realm. This peculiar phenomenon was more terrifying and bizarre than any demon he had previously encountered, but he could not allow his resolve to falter. The red-clad woman, after a moment of silence, implored, "Do not force my hand." "Kill." Chu Xiu raised his long blade once more towards her. "Wait," she interjected. "You repeatedly refer to yourself as an official. As an official, you must not kill me. Our entire village, with its hundreds of grievances, remains unavenged. I cannot die. I refuse to succumb." Tears welled in her eyes, cascading down her cheeks as she expressed her defiance. Her voice laced with despair as she cried out, "Just yesterday, on my wedding day, a martial artist came to our village, and we graciously invited him to our banquet. But after indulging, he sought to violate me. My husband was kicked to death. I could not bear the humiliation and took my own life with scissors. In his rage, he slaughtered our entire village, sparing neither the young nor the old. Chu Xiu's expression shifted. He had surmised that this strange occurrence was likely connected to the massacre of the entire village. The scattered bones throughout the village confirmed his suspicion. However, he did not believe the events she described had transpired just the day before. If that were the case, the corpses and blood would still be fresh. Not as they appeared now, decayed and long abandoned. Yet he could discern the truth in her voice. This suggested that the red-clad woman, or rather the bizarre memory, indeed belonged to yesterday. I refuse to accept this. Our entirely family village refuses to accept this, she proclaimed, her eyes burning with vengeance. Thus, I seek retribution. I shall avenge the people of Li family village. Your quest for vengeance has no bearing upon me or the martial artist. Chu Xiu retorted, shaking his head. You cannot target me simply because I am a martial artist. Grievances have their origins and debts their rightful claimants. If you seek vengeance, you must pursue the one who destroyed your wedding night and annihilated your village. I do not know who he is. I do not know who he is. The red-clad woman's face contorted with agony as she cradled her head, seemingly lost in memories of the previous day. I only know he is a martial artist. I'm the head constable of the 6 doors, adorned with a silver badge. If you trust me, I will help you uncover the identity of the one who slaughtered the entire Li family village. It is possible that the perpetrator has already been dealt with by the 6 doors. Your grievance, as well as that of the entire Li family village, may have already been avenged. Chu Xiu stated matter-of-factly. The 6 doors? You are the head constable of the 6 doors? The red-clad woman paused, a glimmer of hope illuminating her eyes as she gazed at Chu Xiu. You must help me. You must assist me and the entire Li family village. If you investigate this for me, I will follow your orders in the future. You are the anomaly. Chu Xiu replied coolly. I have not killed anyone. I awakened only today. You are the first to enter our Li family village. The red-clad woman murmured, her voice growing faint. If you were an ordinary person, I would not wish to harm you. It is merely because you are a martial artist I can help you investigate this case. However, you must promise not to kill anyone. Chu Xiu frowned, asserting, if I uncover the truth, I will come to find you immediately. But should I discover that you have taken another's life, not only will I withhold the answers, but I shall also slay you. Thank you, my lord. Thank you. The red-clad woman's face radiated joy as she knelt before Chu Xiu, tears of gratitude streaming down her cheeks. If you assist me, I am willing to serve you in any capacity to repay your kindness. Rise. Chu Xiu gestured dismissively. Thank you, my lord, she expressed once more as she gracefully stood, appearing delicate and lovely. Chu Xiu slowly sheathed his long blade and turned to depart. He too was eager to discover who had slaughtered the entire Li family village. If that individual still lived, he, Chu Xiu, would ensure their demise with a single strike. As he walked away, the red-clad woman brimmed with anticipation. Then, figures began to materialize. These were the hundreds of souls from Li family village. Men, women, and children, all present. They gazed at the direction of Chu Xiu's departure with hopeful eyes, their expressions mirroring that of the red-clad woman. Though the village had truly transformed into an anomaly with only her remaining, it was as if, at that moment, they had all come back to life. The woman in red waved her sleeves, and an invisible barrier enveloped the entire village. This barrier was intangible and imperceptible. However, anyone below the realm of a Grand Master would find it impossible to breach this veil and enter the village. Chu Xiu located his black-scaled horse, glanced in the direction of the village, and, taking advantage of the night, rode back to the county seat of Songlong. The distance from the village to the county seat was less than 100 miles. With swift gallops, within the span of a tea break, Chu Xiu arrived outside the gates of Songlong County. However, it was still nighttime. The city gates were tightly shut, illuminated only by lanterns, with guards stationed at the entrance. Silver Badge Captain Chu Xiu, returning from a mission, please open the city gates. Chu Xiu called out to the guards at the gate. Please present your silver badge. Soon, a lieutenant appeared at the gates, cupping his fist in salute as he addressed Chu Xiu. Chu Xiu retrieved his badge from his waist and held it high. Open the gates, the lieutenant a martial artist of innate realm, could see clearly in the dark and immediately recognized that Chu Xiu's badge was indeed the silver badge of the Six Doors. Moreover, in Songlong County, no one dared impersonate a silver badge captain. It was common for Six Doors captains to return from missions even in the dead of night, so the lieutenant saw no reason for concern. With a rumble, the gates slowly creaked open. "Thank you." Chu Xiu acknowledged the lieutenant and galloped into the county, heading straight for the Six Doors headquarters. After a while, at the entrance of the Six Doors, Chu Xiu dismounted his black-scaled horse. "Greetings, my lord." Upon seeing Chu Xiu, the guard stationed at the entrance quickly bowed in respect. "There's no need for formalities. Please take my horse back to the stable." Chu Xiu replied as he dismounted, removing 2 black packages from the horse's back and handing the reins to one of the guards. "Yes, subordinate will comply." The guard accepted the reins and responded promptly. Carrying the 2 black packages, Chu Xiu strode purposefully into the Six Doors building. Moments later, inside the mission hall, "Chu brother, you've returned so soon." Hearing the footsteps, Chu Xiu looked up from his reading and, upon recognizing Chu Xiu, was momentarily astonished, his face displaying surprise. Realizing quickly, Chu Xiu's expression turned serious. "Chu brother, is the situation in Qingyun County that dire? Are you back seeking assistance?" "No," Chu Xiu said, tossing the 2 black packages onto Chu Xiu's desk. "What's this?" Chu Xiu asked, curiosity etched on his face. "You can't possibly be telling me that you've already resolved the issues in Qingyun County." As Chu Xiu spoke, he began to open one of the black packages. "What the hell?" he exclaimed. "This can't possibly be the gluttonous specter, can it? The disappearance of the 2 villages in Qingyun County, was it really devoured by the gluttonous specter? Indeed, it must be so. Otherwise, Chu brother wouldn't have returned with the blood and flesh of a gluttonous specter." Chu Xiu's eyes widened in disbelief. Chu Xiu shrugged, and seeing the evidence of the gluttonous specter's remains, Chu Xiu had already deduced the situation. "Chu brother, you're impressive. You even managed to slay a gluttonous specter." "Remarkable." Chu Xiu gave Chu Xiu a thumbs up, his face full of admiration. "Truly worthy of being my brother. Besides the gluttonous specter, I also eradicated the Black Lotus sect's presence in Qingyun County. I killed a peak Grandmaster level incense master, 9 Grandmaster level Black Lotus warriors, and hundreds of Black Lotus disciples," Chu Xiu said with a smile. "Moreover, I have destroyed the statue of the Black Lotus Saintess." He specified the 9 Black Lotus warriors as they varied in their cultivation levels. Some were at the minor completion stage of the Grandmaster realm, while others reached greater heights. Chu Xiu stared at Chu Xiu with a dazed expression. "Wait, Chu brother, are you for real? Not only did you slay a gluttonous specter, but you single-handedly eliminated so many elite members of the Black Lotus sect? Given your account, there are hardly any among the Silver Badge captains who could achieve such a feat. Those who can do so are all capable of becoming Green Robe captains at any moment. Chu brother, please calculate my merits. The token has recorded the entirety of my battle against the gluttonous specter and the eradication of the Black Lotus sect," Chu Xiu said, tossing the token to Chu Xiu. Upon catching it, Chu Xiu lamented, "What a monster!" He felt that his own strength might have already been caught up to by Chu Xiu. After all, Chu Xiu had single-handedly slain so many formidable foes of the Black Lotus sect. "Chu brother, you have completely resolved the Qingyun County mission, earning 30,000 merit points. The slaying of a Grandmaster level gluttonous specter nets 10,000 merit points. Thus, that is exactly 10,000 merit points. Each of the 10 Grandmaster level Black Lotus experts is worth 34,000 merit points, totaling 340,000 merit points. The remaining hundreds of Black Lotus disciples, mostly below innate realm, with a few at innate and even master realms." Chu Xiu examined the records in the token, his face a mask of shock. All combined, that amounts to 31,290 points. Ultimately, Chu brother can receive over 400,000 merit points. The exact total will be verified upon receipt. "Wow, Chu brother, you struck it rich this time." Chu Xiu's face broke into a faint smile. "Indeed, this merit is finally satisfying. Chu brother, you're truly impressive," Chu Xiu marveled. "Your merit points surpass even those of me, a Green Robe captain, were it not for the fact that you haven't yet slain a martial saint-level demon or colluded with demons. You could have already been promoted to a Green Robe captain, just like me." Chu Xiu chuckled. "Chu brother, please Please arrange for the vacancies of the silver badge and copper badge captains in Qingyun County. Rest assured, I will handle this minor matter without you needing to worry. Chu brother, Chu Xiu replied, returning the token to Chu Xiu, Chi brother. There's one thing I would like to inquire about. Chu Xiu said, taking back the token and pondering for a moment, his expression serious. When it comes to understanding cases within the 6 doors, Chu Xiu undoubtedly held the most knowledge, as he managed the mission hall where all tasks were dispatched. Please, Chu brother, speak. Chu Xiu observed Chu Xiu's demeanor and became serious. I encounter a village near the official road returning to Songlong County, approximately 100 miles from the county seat. This village was exceedingly hospitable and invited me to a wedding. Chu Xiu said softly. Chu Xiu's scalp tingled, and he suddenly stood up, a look of horror in his eyes as he gazed at Chu Xiu. The village you attended the wedding in. Could it be called Li Family Village? Indeed, it is Li Family Village. Chu Xiu nodded. Thank heavens, Chu Xiu exclaimed, visibly relieved. Chu brother, you actually return alive? It's hard to believe, but Li Family Village has spawned a calamity. Calamity? Chu Xiu looked at Chu Xiu in surprise, noting that he referred to it not as a mere anomaly, but a calamity. Indeed, this calamity is far more terrifying than ordinary anomalies, being 10 times more dangerous. Even a newly arisen calamity possesses the strength of a grandmaster level. This is a newly emerged calamity. The power of natural disasters changes almost daily. Their strength can continually escalate. Wherever a calamity manifests, it becomes a forbidden zone for us of the Zhou Dynasty. No one is permitted to approach these areas. Chu Xiu spoke gravely. Once one enters the forbidden zone of a disaster, it is exceedingly difficult to emerge alive without overwhelming strength. Even our 6 gates have no means to contend with such disasters. We lack the true ability to eradicate them. We can only delineate a forbidden area outside the disaster, erect stone tablets, and warn passersby to keep their distance. Disasters cannot be obliterated. The sole advantage of these calamities is that, unlike ordinary anomalies, they remain fixed in the location of their birth. At least, as of now, we have not discovered any disasters that can move. After a pause, Chu Xiu added, what do you know about the matter concerning Li Family Village? Chu Xiu pondered for a moment before inquiring, how tragic is the situation in Li Family Village? The entire village, young and old, was mercilessly slaughtered 3 years ago, on the very night of the massacre. Li Family Village was hosting a wedding. Chu Xiu reflected somberly, clenching his fists as he suppressed his rising fury. Yet, to this day, our 6 gates have failed to bring the perpetrators to justice. Who was responsible for the massacre of Li Family Village? Chu Xiu's brow furrowed as he spoke, recalling the enthusiastic villagers and the playful children he had seen, that a sense of suffocation gripped his heart. Although he wielded his blade without hesitation, it was because he understood these were not the true villagers, but rather anomalies. However, Chu Xiu was acutely aware that the villagers of yesteryear were indeed so warm-hearted, and those children were undeniably adorable. But they are gone. All gone. Bailey Tindu Mountain, the 7th chieftain, Ming. Chu Xiu seethed through gritted teeth. Bailey Tindu Mountain? Chu Xiu's gaze sharpened, as the silver medal captain of the 6 gates. He was well aware of Bailey Tindu Mountain. It is the largest bandit stronghold in the entire Songlong Prefecture, notorious for its formidable banditry. The strength of Bailey Tindu Mountain is unparalleled. It is said that its leader, Bailey Futuo, is at the peak of the 9th layer of the mythical realm, just one step away from the realm of martial legends. Moreover, Bailey Tindu Mountain boasts a geographically advantageous position, flanked by sheer cliffs on 3 sides, making it nearly impregnable. One man can hold the pass against 1,000. Yet, that is not the most terrifying aspect. The most fearsome factor is that Bailey Futuo is also a master of formations, having set up a grand 4 symbols formation across the entire Bailey Tindu Mountain. With this formation, even beings at the mythical realm level cannot shake Bailey Tindu Mountain. This is why it has persisted unscathed. Now do you understand, Brother Chu? Even our esteemed captain of the 6 gates, Lord Qin, is powerless against Bailey Tindu Mountain. We cannot eliminate it to avenge the hundreds of innocent villagers from Li Family Village. Chu Xiu sighed deeply. Furthermore, when Ming perpetrated the massacre of the villagers, he was not even a member of Bailey Tindu Mountain at that time. Ming was at the peak of the ninth layer of the Grandmaster realm, yet to step into the martial saint realm. After the massacre, he fled to Bailey Tiandu Mountain and became one of its bandits. Shortly after joining, he broke through to the martial saint realm. Within Bailey Tiandu Mountain, his reputation soared. Only a year ago, Ming reached the peak of the ninth layer of the martial saint realm and caught the eye of Bailey Futuo, thus ascending to the seventh chair of Bailey Tiandu Mountain. Does this person ever leave Bailey Tiandu Mountain? Chu Xiu raised an eyebrow. Naturally, he does not remain within Bailey Tiandu Mountain at all times. However, he is elusive, and even when he ventures out to plunder, he swiftly disappears back into Bailey Tiandu Mountain. By the time our six gates receive news of his actions, he has long since returned. Qi Xiu's expression was one of frustration. Kill this man is exceedingly difficult. Understood, Brother Q. You have any comprehensive information on Bailey Tiandu Mountain? Chu Xiu nodded slightly, asking Qi Xiu. Brother Chu, you wouldn't be considering taking vengeance on Ming for the innocent villagers of Li Family Village, would you? Qi Xiu's expression shifted as he spoke. Brother Chu, please do not entertain such thoughts. The strength of Bailey Tiandu Mountain is far beyond your imagination. At our current power level, we are no match for Ming. He is not merely at the peak of the ninth layer of the martial saint realm. It is not as simple as being just one step away from the mythical realm. His most formidable weapon is his sword. Sword? Chu Xiu responded noncommittally. Indeed, the sword. This individual possesses an extraordinarily terrifying talent in swordsmanship in the martial world. He is known as the demon sword Ming. With his sword techniques, he can rival the unparalleled masters of the mythical realm even at the peak of the ninth layer of the martial saint realm. It is precisely because of his prowess that Bailey Futuo valued him, allowing him to become the seventh chieftain of Bailey Tiandu Mountain. Only those of the mythical realm can occupy a seat of power within Bailey Tiandu Mountain. Qi Xiu's expression turned grave. Heed my advice. Without the cultivation level of the peak martial saint realm, do not entertain thoughts of avenging the innocent villagers of Li Family Village. He initially intended to say, without the cultivation level of the mythical realm, as the greater the disparity in cultivation levels, the more formidable the challenge of defeating an opponent becomes. Those who reach the martial saint realm and beyond are all geniuses, if not extraordinary prodigies. The gap narrows significantly. However, considering Chu Xiu's exceptional capabilities, he reframed his statement. Ming is formidable, but is Chu Xiu any less so? Qi Xiu reassured, rest assured, I will not seek out Ming without sufficient strength. Chu Xiu smiled calmly. Given his talent, it would not be long before he stepped into the Grandmaster realm, or even the martial saint realm. Possessing the nine-yang sacred body, his speed of cultivation in nine-yang true art is actually superior to that of external techniques like the divine elephant suppression art. As long as he has adequate resources, he will encounter no bottlenecks. This is the power of the golden attributes. Of course, even without any bottlenecks, absorbing and refining medicinal resources still requires time. However, that issue has been perfectly resolved. The blue attribute, the gluttonous stomach, allows Chu Xiu to absorb and refine medicinal pills at an astonishing speed. Consuming a single pill feels no different than indulging in candy. With your assurance, I feel at ease. Qi Xiu said, Brother Chu, here is the complete information on Bailey Tiandu Mountain. Upon hearing this, Qi Xiu felt a wave of relief wash over him as he retrieved a small booklet from beneath the table and handed it to Chu Xiu. Brother Qi, just how much do you have hidden under this table? Chu Xiu glanced at the table and received the booklet. Ahem, it's not much, just my blade, task records, or some relatively important information, such as this one. The towering Baishu Tianduan Mountain has long cast its shadow over our Songlong County's 6 doors, which is why I took the liberty of placing it beneath the table. Qi Xiu coughed lightly and explained to Chu Xiu. Chu Xiu nodded in acknowledgement, expressing, Thank you, Brother Qi. You flatter me, Brother Chu. Qi Xiu waved his hand dismissively, his eyes wide with astonishment as he continued. Brother Chu, you are to visit the storeroom to claim your gold badge head officer uniform. Your merit points should have been credited by now. From this moment forth, you are the gold badge head officer of our 6 doors. Brother Chu has once again shattered the records of our Songlong County's 6 doors. It is likely that even the 6 doors of Qingzhou City, and perhaps even the headquarters of our Great Zhou Dynasty's 6 doors, have never witnessed someone like you. To ascend from a bronze badge head officer to a silver badge officer in a single day, and then to a gold badge officer the very next day. This is an unprecedented feat in history. Truly, you are my esteemed brother. Chu Xiu beamed with pride. It may not be long before your strength surpasses mine. When that day comes, you must look after me. After a brief pause, Chu Xiu spoke with great expectation. All right, if my strength surpasses yours, I shall certainly protect you. Brother Chu Xiu chuckled, lifting the 2 black packages from Chu Xiu's desk before turning to leave. Brother Chu, we must come to an agreement. You must look after me. Chu Xiu shouted excitedly at Chu Xiu's retreating figure. After leaving the task hall, Chu Xiu made his way directly to the storeroom. Chu Xiu, speak up. What do you desire? Zhao Qingming, seated at his desk, glanced at Chu Xiu as he entered. Having grown accustomed to Chu Xiu's frequent visits to the storeroom, he continued, Lord Zhao, I wish to claim the gold badge head officer uniform. Chu Xiu placed the 2 black packages onto Zhao Qingming's desk and handed him the token while saying, Here. Zhao Qingming observed that Chu Xiu's token had transformed from silver to gold. Falling silent for a moment. After a while, he accepted the token and remarked with a hint of incredulity, You truly are a prodigy. Have you slain a grandmaster-level warrior? It was merely luck, Chu Xiu replied modestly. Zhao Qingming rolled his eyes. Luck, you say? Is that even possible? Lord Zhao, if I do not claim the gold badge head officer's sword, could we have a blacksmith from our 6 doors forge a blade for me? Chu Xiu deftly shifted the topic. You wish for a fine sword to be crafted? Zhao Qingming furrowed his brow. If you do not want the sword assigned to the gold badge head officer, we will need to discuss what kind of sword you desire, its grade, and whether you will provide the materials or if we shall supply them. Only then can I ascertain how many merit points will be required. Ideally, I seek a sword of the 4th grade, or perhaps even 5th grade at a S for appearance. It may resemble the sword from our 6 doors, Chu Xiu explained. Lord Zhao knows that my cultivation is progressing rapidly. Otherwise, the sword would not keep pace with my advancement. After a moment of contemplation, Chu Xiu continued, Thus, it would be best to forge a sword of a higher grade. The swords from 6 doors are characterized by a horizontal blade design, with both the hilt and scabbard being black, which Chu Xiu found quite appealing. Very well, a 4th grade sword would require 30,000 merit points to forge within our 6 doors a 5th grade sword. However, would necessitate 100,000 merit points. If you possess sufficient merit points, I can arrange for a blacksmith to begin crafting it right away. Zhao Qingming nodded in agreement, fully trusting Chu Xiu's claims, especially considering the rapidity of his cultivation progress. Is it truly so inexpensive? Chu Xiu exclaimed, his surprise evident. Indeed, it is quite reasonable. I had not anticipated that a 5th grade sword would only require 100,000 merit points. This is due to your status as an extraordinary talent within our 6 doors. If it were an ordinary gold badge head officer, the merit points required would be doubled. Our 6 doors have never been stingy towards exceptional talents. Zhao Qingming replied with a calm demeanor. Lord Zhao, I have brought back all the flesh of the gluttonous specter that I executed during my mission in Qinyun County. Might it be incorporated into the sword I wish to have forged? Any surplus can be handed over to our 6 doors. Chu Xiu gestured towards the 2 black packages on the desk. I did not expect you to have slain a gluttonous specter. No wonder you advanced from silver badge head officer to gold badge head officer, Zhao Qingming remarked, having already noticed the packages. Curious, he opened one of the black packages and observed there isn't much left. The flesh of the gluttonous specter can indeed be utilized to forge a 4th or even 5th grade weapon, but the blacksmith will need to extract its essence to create your sword. Since you provided these materials, I happen to have a piece of 1,000-year black iron, which I shall give to you. A 5th grade weapon made from the gluttonous specter's flesh and 1,000-year black iron will possess cold, ice attributes. When the time comes for you to upgrade to a 6th grade weapon, you need only supply higher grade materials. Since you are providing gluttonous specter flesh, and I am gifting you 1,000-year black iron, we will not require additional materials this time, and you shall only need to pay 20,000 merit points as a crafting fee. After 3 days, you may return to collect your sword. Thank you, Lord Zhao. Chu Xiu bowed solemnly to express his gratitude. He was well aware of the value of 1,000-year black iron, and he understood that the peace Zhao Qingming was offering could very well be worth significantly more than the gluttonous specter flesh he had provided. In fact, the price of that 1,000-year black iron within the 6 doors might far exceed 100,000 merit points. This was a favor. However, given his current strength, he felt he had yet to earn the right to owe Zhao Qingming a favor. Only when his cultivation level increased and he gained sufficient power could he repay Zhao Qingming. Enough of these formalities. Zhao Qingming waved dismissively, as long as he used this sword to slay more demons and anomalies. That will be the greatest gratitude you can offer. Chu Xiu understands. He replied earnestly, I will not let you down, Lord Zhao. Now, aside from this, do you require anything else? If not, I shall go fetch your gold badge head officer uniform. Zhao Qingming said with a smile. Lord Zhao, I would like to request 50 bottles of Sunfire pills and 29 bottles of Essence pills. I would be grateful if you could assist me in procuring them. Chu Xiu said, cupping his hands in respect. What? Zhao Qingming blinked in astonishment, unable to believe his ears that you truly possess enough merit points for such a request. Even if you did slay a gluttonous specter, how many merit points could you possibly have? Sunfire pills and Essence pills are priced equally, at 50,000 merit points per bottle. That amounts to a staggering 395,000 merit points. Adding to that the 20,000 merit points for your weapon crafting, you would need a total of 415,000 merit points. Do you possess such an amount? Lord Zhao, I happen to have just enough merit points. Chu Xiu replied bashfully. Sensing Zhao Qingming's scrutinizing gaze, he had calculated that he possessed a total of 418,630 merit points, leaving him with 36,000 merit points after accounting for his requests. How many demons have you truly slain? Zhao Qingming glared at Chu Xiu, suspecting that the young man was simply being coy with him. You're acting quite familiar with me now, pretending to be modest. Not much. I merely eliminated a gluttonous specter, along with a Black Lotus sect priest, 9 Black Lotus enforcers, and several hundred Black Lotus disciples, Chu Xiu said with a humble expression. You truly are something else. I must admit, I underestimated you. Your prowess must be nearing that of the martial sage realm. Wouldn't you agree? Zhao Qingming's eyes glazed over in astonishment as he gazed at Chu Xiu, his expression one of sheer disbelief. Who would have thought that it had only been a short while since Chu Xiu had ascended to the rank of a newly appointed copper medal captain? Was it merely the second day? Now, he had already become a golden medal captain, and to top it off, he had slain a priest of the Black Lotus sect and 9 Black Lotus warriors. The priests of the Black Lotus sect are at least at the 7th level of the Grandmaster realm, while the 9 Black Lotus warriors surely possess similar prowess. Would Chu Xiu come to inform him tomorrow that he was to receive the attire of a renowned constable? A prodigy. This was the true essence of a prodigy. Ahem, my esteemed Zhao. I have only just stepped into the Grandmaster realm, merely at the peak of the 1st level. I am still far from the martial sage realm. Chu Xiu coughed lightly and replied. He did not consider his strength to be on par with that of the martial sage realm. Even a master who had just entered the 1st level of the martial sage realm would be beyond his capacity to confront. Once he reached the pinnacle of the 9th level of the Grandmaster realm through the 9-yang true skill or the divine elephant suppression technique, perhaps he could contend with someone who had just entered the 1st level of the martial sage realm. But he still had some way to go. Zhao Qingming, upon hearing this, rolled his eyes. Do you hear yourself? The peak of the 1st level of the Grandmaster realm can indeed slay those at the 7th level and above. Even a master at the peak of the 9th level of the Grandmaster realm would be considered among the most extraordinary geniuses in the 6 doors of Qingzhou. You, my boy, could very well be on the verge of entering the hidden dragon ranking, and likely hold a commendable position within it. After a moment of silence, Zhao Qingming cast a sidelong glance at Chu Xiu and remarked thoughtfully. The hidden dragon ranking? Chu Xiu was taken aback, a look of confusion crossing his features. In his recollection, he had no knowledge of the hidden dragon ranking. After all, he had previously been just an ordinary constable. You have grown far too quickly. Such matters are typically known even to a common copper medal captain. The hidden dragon ranking is a list issued by the Heavenly Machine Pavilion. In simpler terms, it ranks geniuses. Those who make it onto the hidden dragon ranking are all unparalleled talents within a state. Each one is capable of defeating opponents of higher ranks. Of course, not every extraordinary talent could enter the hidden dragon ranking. It only includes those under 30 who possess the Grandmaster and Martial Sage levels of extraordinary genius. Zhao Qingming pondered for a moment before addressing Chu Xiu. Within our 6 doors of the Songlong Prefecture, there are 3 extraordinary talents listed on the Hidden Dragon ranking. They are Chu Xiu, Gao Chongfeng, and Nangong Push. Among them, Nangong Push is the youngest and possesses the highest cultivation level, at merely 23 years of age. She has already stepped into the Martial Sage realm. She is likely already above the 7th level of the Martial Sage realm. She is considered the foremost genius and top expert among the younger generation of our Songlong Prefecture. However, I must say, I believe you surpass Nangong Push in terms of talent. With that, Zhao Qingming fixed a deep gaze upon Chu Xiu and continued, with your innate gifts, it may not be long before you catch up to Nangong Push. The Hidden Dragon ranking? Nangong Push? Chu Xiu raised an eyebrow, astonished at the sheer number of exceptional talents within a single province of the Great Zhou Dynasty, just within the 6 doors of the Songlong Prefecture. There were 3 that he had encountered Chu Xiu and Gao Chongfeng before. He had witnessed Chu Xiu's strength, though he was uncertain if Chu Xiu had revealed his full capabilities at that time. He was also unfamiliar with Gao Chongfeng's prowess. However, to be included in the Hidden Dragon ranking, one could only assume that Gao Chongfeng's strength was remarkable as well. What of Nangong Push, who could overshadow both Chu Xiu and Gao Chongfeng? Zhao, since there exists a Hidden Dragon ranking, surely there are other lists as well. Pondering this, Chu Xiu inquired of Zhao Qingming. Naturally, Zhao Qingming replied. The Heavenly Machine Pavilion could not possibly publish just one list. The Hidden Dragon ranking merely represents the most exceptional talents within a single province. Above the Hidden Dragon ranking, there exists another list known as the Talented Individuals ranking. The Talented Individuals ranking is dedicated to extraordinary talents under 30 from all 108 provinces of the Great Zhou Dynasty. They are referred to as prodigies. Each one is a remarkable talent. Those who make it onto the Talented Individuals ranking, even at the lowest cultivation level, have already reached the 7th level of the Martial Sage realm. Zhao Qingming exclaimed in amazement. In addition to the Talented Individuals ranking, there are also the Earth ranking, Heaven ranking, and Human Immortal ranking. However, those are still far beyond your reach. For now, focus on making it onto the Hidden Dragon ranking. Chu Xiu nodded gently, remaining silent. The Earth ranking, Heaven ranking, and Human Immortal ranking were indeed still distant aspirations. Yet one day he would ascend through each of these lists, standing atop the pinnacle of martial arts in this world. To behold the grandeur of that summit. Noticing that Chu Xiu had ceased his inquiries, Zhao Qingming swiped his token against the black jade stone, deducting 415 merit points, after successfully making the deduction. Zhao Qingming tossed Chu Xiu's token onto the table and said, "Take your token back. I shall fetch your official attire and medicinal pills." With that, Zhao Qingming strode away, hands clasped behind his back, towards the storeroom. Chu Xiu stored the golden metal captain's token and awaited Zhao Qingming's return with the official attire and pills. In a short while, Zhao Qingming emerged from the storeroom, carrying a large bag, which he handed over to Chu Xiu, saying, "Inside are 3 sets of golden metal captain's attire, along with the 50 bottles of solar flame pills and 29 bottles of essence pills you requested." "Thank you, Zhao." Chu Xiu accepted the large bag and expressed his gratitude. "Now be gone." Zhao Qingming waved his hand dismissively, his expression one of mild annoyance. Chu Xiu chuckled softly, hoisting the bag and turning to leave. How long until the Hidden Dragon ranking updates? Was it not in 3 days? This boy should be able to enter the Hidden Dragon ranking. One wonders what rank he will achieve, as he observed Chu Xiu's departing figure. Zhao Qingming's face revealed a glimmer of anticipation. Upon exiting the storeroom, Chu Xiu strode purposefully towards his courtyard, the large bag in hand. Before long, he entered the courtyard, only to find Jiang Xiaoxiao practicing the tying sword technique. Under the moonlight's embrace, Jiang Xiaoxiao resembled a celestial being, as streams of lunar essence continuously flowed into her body, enhancing her innate true energy at every moment. Moreover, her tying sword technique was growing increasingly formidable. Chu Xiu sensed that it was highly likely that Jiang Xiaoxiao's tying sword technique had reached a state of great mastery. "Young master, you have returned." Jiang Xiaoxiao suddenly noticed Chu Xiu, her fair face lighting up with joy. She promptly ceased her sword practice and eagerly rushed towards him, appearing before Chu Xiu in an instant. Her lightness of foot was astonishing. "Yes, I have returned." Chu Xiu smiled gently and asked, "Xiao Xiao, what brings you here?" Upon hearing this, Xiao Xiao gazed at Chu Xiu with unwavering determination in her clear eyes and softly replied, "Although my master arranged for me to have a courtyard within the 6 doors, I didn't like it. I wished to stay by your side, so I moved into your courtyard, as long as you are happy." Chu Xiu replied with a gentle smile. "Thank you, young master," Xiao Xiao said, her face radiant with joy. "However, Xiao, I must attend to some matters outside shortly. When the time is right, you should rest and not wait for my return," Chu Xiu advised after a moment's contemplation. "Understood. Xiao will do as instructed." Jiang Xiao nodded obediently. Chu Xiu then entered the room within the courtyard, changed into the golden metal captain's attire, and stored all the medicinal pills from the bag into a storage pouch before stepping back outside and heading towards the courtyard's exit. "Young master, remember to return early." As Chu Xiu gazed at the departing figure of Jiang Xiao, he could not help but call out. Chu Xiu did not turn back. He merely raised his hand and waved a brief farewell to Jiang Xiao behind him, before instructing a constable to prepare a black-scaled horse for him. Mounted on the majestic steed, he left the 6 doors, heading towards the outskirts of the county city. With his identity at 6 doors, he could enter and exit the city at will, without any cause for concern, determined to inform the woman in red about the tragedy that befell the hundreds of innocent villagers in Li Family Village. Chu Xiu soon departed from the county city of Tsanglong. He retrieved a bottle of Liang pills, treating one as casually as a piece of candy, and placed it in his mouth that he was eager to test the remarkable effects of the gullet of the glutton blue attribute. The pill dissolved instantly, transforming into an incredibly potent surge of heat that flowed toward the gullet of the glutton. In the blink of an eye, the gullet devoured the heat, as if it had not even begun to digest it. Meanwhile, Chu Xiu's cultivation in the Jiang true skill smoothly advanced from the pinnacle of the 1st level to the 2nd level of the Grandmaster realm. Truly, the gullet of the glutton exceeded my expectations. I sense that my absorption of a Liang pill is not merely faster, but also more effective. Previously, I could only absorb 50 to 60% of a Liang pill, wasting a portion of its potency. Now, however, I have perfected the absorption, leaving not a trace of waste. With a glimmer of excitement in his eyes, Chu Xiu exclaimed, "The power of the gullet of the glutton surpasses my imagination. My training speed will undoubtedly accelerate." With that, he consumed the remaining 9 Liang pills in one go to the Gao residence. In a secluded courtyard, a figure clad in black approached the entrance where Gao Changfeng resided, bowing respectfully as he reported. "I humbly report, young Master Changfeng. We have news regarding Chu Xiu." "Oh." The door to the study creaked open, and Gao Changfeng emerged, fixing his gaze upon the black-clad figure. "Has Wei Gongfeng not made a move yet?" "I report to the young master that Wei Gongfeng has acted, but he has failed." The figure hesitated momentarily before continuing in a hushed tone. "Wei Gongfeng was slain by a single strike." "A single strike?" Gao Changfeng's expression hardened. "Wei Gongfeng is at the 3rd level of the Grandmaster realm. That if Chu Xiu could kill him with one blow, it indicates that his strength has at least reached the 5th level of the Grandmaster realm. If not the 6th, the black-clad figure bowed his head, remaining silent. What a formidable Chu Xiu! No wonder he dared to refuse my invitation. His rapid advancement is astonishing. A glint of malice flickered in Gao Changfeng's eyes as he coldly declared. "However, the more talent you possess, the less I can afford to let you live." He understood all too well that Wei Ziwan's involvement might have exposed him. Although Chu Xiu lacked evidence and could not utilize 6 doors against him, he still posed a potential threat that must not be allowed to linger. After a brief contemplation, Gao Changfeng spoke in a grave tone. "Go inform Lei Zhonghu, the Lei Gongfeng, that I request his personal involvement to eliminate Chu Xiu. Should he succeed, I shall reward him handsomely, aiding him in stepping into the martial saint realm." "Young Master Changfeng, it seems that Chu Xiu has recently completed a task and has been promoted from silver medal constable to gold medal constable." The black-clad figure hesitated, questioning, should we continue with the assassination? Gold medal constable. Gao Changfeng's expression darkened. He understood the implications of the black-clad figure's words. Chu Xiu's rapid promotions were unprecedented in Songlong County. Even the renowned Qingyi constables of Six Doors would undoubtedly be paying close attention to him. It was even possible that Chu Xiu, the red-clad chief constable of Six Doors, had already taken notice of Chu Xiu. Should Chu Xiu fall, it could very well send shockwaves through Six Doors of Songlong County. Follow my orders. The faster he advances, the greater the threat he poses to our Gao family. After a moment of silence, Gao Chongfeng's voice dripped with cold resolve. Understood. I shall obey. The black-clad figure's demeanor grew solemn as he bowed deeply. With that, he vanished without a trace. Chu Xiu, if only you would join our Gao family and become one of our esteemed members. How wonderful it would be. Even if you reach the realm of myth, our Gao family could ensure your ascension, and you would become a true red-clad constable. However, since you refuse to serve our Gao family, I have no choice but to eliminate you. Gao Chongfeng's voice turned sinister, devoid of the gentility typical of a noble's demeanor. Half an hour later, at Li family village, Chu Xiu rode his black-scaled horse to the outskirts. Surveying the tranquil and harmonious scene, reminiscent of a hidden paradise, where only the occasional crowing of roosters and barking of dogs could be heard. Dismounting, he stood at the entrance of Li family village. Before long, the woman in red appeared at the village's entrance, her eyes sparkling with excitement as she looked at Chu Xiu. She had not anticipated his swift return. She had assumed that even if he aided in the investigation, it would require a significant amount of time. With her arrival, lights began to flicker to life within the village. Doors swung open, and villagers of Li family emerged from their homes in a short time. Hundreds of villagers congregated behind the woman in red, gazing at Chu Xiu with hopeful eyes. Though Chu Xiu was acutely aware that these hundreds of villagers were mere illusions conjured by the woman in red. Their eager and earnest gazes stirred something within his heart. I am Li Xinyue. I pay my respects to you, my lord. She knelt before Chu Xiu, her expression one of utmost reverence. Pay your respects. My lord, the villagers collectively knelt before Chu Xiu, their voices filled with awe. Rise, Chu Xiu gestured, addressing Li Xinyue and the others. Thank you, my lord. Li Xinyue and the others bowed before gradually standing up. I have uncovered the truth. Your village was not harmed yesterday. Rather, it fell victim 3 years ago to the notorious Ming, the lord of the 7 villages of Baili Tian Duan Mountain. His cultivation has reached the pinnacle of the 9th level of the martial saint realm, mere steps away from the mythic realm. Chu Xiu informed them solemnly. Moreover, his power is sufficient to rival that of mythic beings. His swordsmanship is terrifying, and he is known in the martial world as the demon sword Ming. Looking at Li Xinyue and the others, he continued, but that is not the most frightening aspect. The true terror lies with Baili Tian Duan Mountain itself. The entire mountain is incredibly powerful. The master of Baili Tian Duan Mountain, Baili Fu Tu, is also at the pinnacle of the 9th level of the mythic realm. With the formidable Great Four Symbols formation of Baili Tian Duan Mountain, he possesses the strength of an unparalleled master in the martial world. With your current strength, seeking vengeance will not be an easy task. He cautioned. Upon hearing this, a flicker of boundless hatred ignited in Li Xinyue's clear eyes as she declared, no matter the difficulty, I shall avenge my kin. I will remember Baili Tian Duan Mountain. One day, I will ascend Baili Tian Duan Mountain and exact vengeance for the hundreds of lives of Li family village. Revenge is possible, but you must remember, without the strength of the mythic realm, or even that of a mythic master, do not venture into Baili Tian Duan Mountain. Chu Xiu frowned, addressing Li Xinyue. Suddenly, he realized something, staring at Li Xinyue in disbelief. Wait, you are a calamity. Can you leave this place? Calamities are not supposed to leave their birthplace. Are they? She replied, shaking her head gently. I am unsure, but I feel that as long as I wish to leave, I can do so. Wherever I am, Li family village shall remain. With that, the water's surface began to ripple. The figures of the hundreds of Li family villagers started to fade, and soon the entire village began to vanish, leaving only crumbling walls, desolation, and scattered bones in its wake. However, Li Xinyue emerged from the entrance of Li family village, standing before Chu Xiu. Chu Xiu's pupils constricted in surprise. He wondered if Li Xinyue's departure from her birthplace signified that all calamities could also leave their origins. The reason these calamities had not departed was not due to their inability, but rather their choice to remain. If this were indeed the case, it would undoubtedly be a matter of immense significance that could astonish the entire Great Zhou Dynasty. Taking a deep breath to steady his emotions, Chu Xiu retrieved the small booklet given to him by Chu Xiu from his sleeve and handed it to Li Xinyue, saying, "This contains information regarding the entirety of the 100 sky-disrupting mountains. It is data I procured from the Six Doors. Since you seek vengeance, you may peruse its contents. Within, you will find clear descriptions of the cultivation levels and specialties of each leader of the 100 sky-disrupting mountains, as well as the number of bandits that reside there." He had already reviewed the entire contents of this document on his journey to Li family village. That it held no further utility for him. It would be more beneficial to gift it to Li Xinyue, thus securing a favor in return. At the very least, it would inform her that the massacre of hundreds of villagers from Li family village was solely the doing of the 7th bandit leader, Ming, and had no connection to others, urging her not to harm the innocent. "Thank you, my lord," Li Xinyue said, her face brimming with gratitude as she gazed at Chu Xiu before accepting the booklet. "There is no need to thank me. Just remember, the one responsible for the suffering of the villagers from Li family village is the 7th bandit leader, Ming. That if you seek revenge, pursue Ming without harming others who are innocent. Otherwise, you will be no different from Ming himself." Chu Xiu gestured earnestly toward Li Xinyue, continuing, "If I were to achieve the mythical realm, even the divine mythic realm, and possess the strength to avenge the hundreds of villagers from Li family village before you exact your revenge, I would do so, for I am an official, a servant of the 6 Doors." Li Xinyue was moved to tears, her crystalline droplets cascading like pearls. Suddenly, she knelt before him, her gaze unwaveringly fixed on Chu Xiu. And with a gentle bite of her lip, she implored, "I humbly request that you take me in, and I vow to repay your kindness with my utmost service. You wish to accompany me?" Chu Xiu was momentarily taken aback, astonished at the thought of a calamity of such stature following him. Although Li Xinyue had previously mentioned that she would heed his every command in exchange for his assistance in her inquiries, Chu Xiu had never truly contemplated this outcome. He had assumed that she would merely remember his kindness, refraining from causing further chaos. After all, she was a calamity, with Jiang Xiao, who was possibly the reincarnation of the moon goddess. By his side, adding another calamity to the mix felt almost surreal. "My lord, what I said earlier is the truth. Though I am but a woman, I understand the weight of a gentleman's word, which is as binding as a team of 4 horses. You have the intention to seek vengeance for the villagers of Li family village, so how could I not honor my promise? If I were to go back on my word, not even the spirits of the deceased villagers would forgive me. I implore you to accept me." Li Xinyue, with tears glistening in her eyes, earnestly beseeched Chu Xiu. "Very well. If you wish to accompany me, you need not call me my lord henceforth. Address me as young master," Chu Xiu replied after a moment of silence, stepping closer to assist her to her feet. As his hands brushed against her arms, feeling the soft texture of her skin, he was taken aback. Were it not for the knowledge of her being a calamity, he might have doubted the reality of the moment. At a glance, Li Xinyue appeared utterly human and remarkably real. What astonished him further was how she presented herself as an ordinary person in his presence, prior to her making a move. One would never suspect her to be a calamity of such high cultivation. Her ability to conceal her aura was likely a result of her innate talent. "Thank you, young master," Li Xinyue said, her cheeks flushed and her demeanor shy as she acknowledged his touch. This was her first experience of physical contact with a man. Even during her marriage ceremony, she had not shared such intimacy with her husband, who had perished at the hands of Ming. "Let us depart. The night grows late, and we must return to the 6 Doors," Chu Xiu stated, shaking his head as he spoke to Li Xinyue. "Yes, young master," she replied softly. "Ah, in this remote wilderness, a solitary man and a woman in private rendezvous. I never expected to stumble upon such an affair. Even I, an old man, cannot help but feel stirred by such an extraordinary beauty. No wonder the unparalleled talent of the 6 Doors, Chu Xiu, would venture out at this hour for a clandestine meeting." A voice filled with both amusement and mockery drifted from afar at a gaunt, Sinister-looking elder clad in black robes approached, each of his strides covering several feet. He was none other than Lei Zhonghu, a peak ninth-tier master of the Gao family. Chu Xiu raised an eyebrow. Directing his gaze toward Lei Zhonghu, Xinyu frowned slightly, wiping away the tears from her face with disdainful eyes fixed on him. She sensed a troubling aura about him, one that did not resemble a benevolent soul. "Has Gao Changfeng sent you?" Chu Xiu inquired, his expression indifferent as he regarded Lei Zhonghu. Upon reflection, it could only be Gao Changfeng. After all, the Gao family was unaware of his actions against Gao Chang'e. Moreover, the assassin, Wei Zuan, whom Gao Changfeng had dispatched to eliminate him, had already met his end by Chu Xiu's hand. Yet he did not anticipate how swiftly Gao Changfeng had learned of Wei Zuan's demise. To send forth a master of such caliber, one who surpassed Wei Zuan, was indeed unexpected. An old man of my age still has to venture out to kill you at this hour. You should feel quite satisfied. Fortunately, I have encountered such a captivating beauty. Once I deal with you, I shall enjoy her company. Lei Zhonghu did not respond to Chu Xiu's inquiry, but instead gazed at Li Xinyue with a covetous and lecherous glint in his eyes. "My lord, I do not like this man," Li Xinyue said softly. Had she not sworn to Chu Xiu not to kill, she would have acted already. Upon hearing this, Chu Xiu paused for a moment before chuckling. "Xinyue, when I advised you not to bring calamity upon the world or take innocent lives, I meant to spare the innocent. This old man is clearly not virtuous. He has come to harm me and seeks to violate you. Such a villain deserves to be eliminated. Young master, is that truly the case?" Li Xinyue's eyes sparkled with newfound determination. "Indeed," Chu Xiu affirmed with a nod. "Then I shall kill him." Li Xinyue's gaze turned icy, her expression resolute as she regarded Lei Zhonghu. Lei Zhonghu's face darkened as he glared at Chu Xiu and Li Xinyue, a master of the cultivation realm, even if he had slain Wei Zuan. A third-tier master, what did that signify before him? A peak ninth-tier master on the brink of the martial saint realm? Li Xinyue, a delicate woman with no martial prowess, dared to challenge him. "Chu Xiu, I shall spare your life for now, but I will break your limbs and then ravage this foolish girl before your very eyes. I will ensure you both suffer a fate worse than death." Lei Zhonghu seethed, his eyes ablaze with fury directed at Chu Xiu and Li Xinyue. "Xinyue, do you possess the strength to eliminate this wretch?" Chu Xiu inquired, his demeanor calm as he regarded Lei Zhonghu. Showing no sign of anger in his eyes, Lei Zhonghu had already become a mere specter. There was no need for anger. To him, Lei Zhonghu was already as good as dead. He had faced many peak ninth-tier masters before. Yet he was genuinely surprised at the prospect of Li Xinyue now possessing the power to confront Lei Zhonghu. Her rapid advancement was beyond anything he had anticipated. To know that Li Xinyue has only just been born. Not even a day has passed. Are natural disasters truly this terrifying? I believe I can defeat him. I can sense his aura, and it is one I can contend with. Xinyue gently nodded and spoke. "Very well, then it shall be you who takes action. However, there is no need to kill him. Merely incapacitate him, for I shall handle the final blow myself." Chu Xiu smiled faintly as he addressed Li Xinyue. Although slaying Lei Zhonghu might not yield any significant rewards, one can never be certain. Even if nothing else, he could still acquire a measure of destiny value. "Yes, my lord," Li Xinyue replied with a respectful demeanor. "How audacious! I shall see how you intend to kill me." Observing Chu Xiu and Li Xinyue engage in their conversation, Lei Zhonghu's beard bristled with rage, his expression darkened, a glimmer of cold, murderous intent flashing within him. With a swift motion, he lunged towards Chu Xiu with a powerful strike. Li Xinyue elegantly shifted her stance, darting towards Lei Zhonghu like a bolt of red lightning. She too unleashed a powerful strike. Boom! A deafening roar echoed through the heavens and the earth. Lei Zhonghu was sent flying by Li Xinyue's blow, blood oozing from the corners of his mouth, his face pale as parchment, collapsing to the ground, unable to rise. Chu Xiu's gaze sharpened. He realized that Li Xinyue's speed had reached a level comparable to his own when he unleashed the full might of the Heaven Jiang Xiao appeared somewhat embarrassed. Clearly unaccustomed to Li Xinyue's intimacy, and spoke in a voice barely louder than a whisper. Xinyue is just like you. both unfortunate souls. After a moment of contemplation, Chu Xiu addressed Jiang Xiao, saying, "That is why I brought her back." "Ah!" exclaimed Jiang Xiao, her eyes widening in surprise. "Sister Xinhua, I never imagined you share my plight." Upon hearing this, she immediately regarded Li Xinhua with a look of sympathy, feeling a profound sense of kinship, and grasped both of Li Xinhua's hands tightly. She mistakenly believed that Li Xinhua, like herself, had been victimized by malevolent forces, lost her family, and been rescued by Chu Xiu. Xiao, Li Xinhua reciprocated, holding Jiang Xiao's hands with equal fervor. Both young women enveloped in a shared sense of sorrow that in truth, they did possess some similarities. However, Li Xinhua's loss was far more catastrophic. Her entire village, consisting of hundreds of souls, had been slaughtered. She was no longer merely a person, but had transformed into a bizarre calamity, the most peculiar and fearsome among all disasters. Chu Xiu took a moment to gather his thoughts before informing Jiang Xiao that her parents had already been laid to rest. Upon hearing this news, a glimmer of tears shimmered in Jiang Xiao's eyes. Witnessing her distress, Li Xinhua gently offered her comfort. That moment, deep within the six gates, the door to his study creaked open. Qin Yuxian, the chief constable of the six gates, emerged, his face a mask of astonishment as he incredulously uttered, "A calamity? And it has manifested within our six gates." Before he could finish his sentence, he vanished from sight. In an instant, Qin Yuxian materialized in Chu Xiu's courtyard. His expression grave as he surveyed the surroundings. He had sensed the presence of a calamity within the six gates, a revelation that left him profoundly shaken. After all, in his understanding, calamities were immobile. The fact that one had appeared within their domain raised the alarming possibility that calamities could indeed move. "Chief Constable Qin." The trio in the courtyard paused at Qin Yuxian's words, momentarily taken aback. "Let us go out to meet the chief constable," Chu Xiu suggested, arching an eyebrow as he deduced that it was likely Li Xinhua's aura that had drawn Qin Yuxian's attention. He quietly marveled at how Li Xinhua had managed to conceal her presence so effectively. Yet it had still been detected by the chief constable. Truly, he was a formidable figure within the six gates of Songlong County. Jiang Xiao and Li Xinhua nodded in agreement. Chu Xiu approached the courtyard entrance, and with a mere thought, he dispelled the formation that enveloped the area. He immediately caught sight of Qin Yuxian standing outside the courtyard. Handsome, radiant, exuding an air of command, and appearing to be in his mid-40s. Tall and imposing, he clasped his hands respectfully and greeted, "Chief Constable Qin, I am Chu Xiu, the captain of Jinzhong." Jiang Xiao and Li Xinhua followed suit, bowing in unison. "And no need for such formalities," Qin Yuxian replied, his demeanor softening slightly as he regarded them with approval. "I am aware of you, Chu Xiu. Both Lao Jiang and Lao Zhao speak highly of you, claiming you may be the most extraordinary genius the Six Gates has ever seen, potentially surpassing even Nangong Push." His admiration stemmed from observing how Li Xinhua seemed to regard Chu Xiu with unwavering respect, accompanying him in greeting the chief constable. Furthermore, Chu Xiu had recently vanquished numerous demons, including the gluttonous and bizarre creature known as the Bai Shigui. Should one suggest that Chu Xiu was in league with such malevolent beings, Qin Yuxian would find it implausible. The chief constable is overly generous in his praise. Chu Xiu replied, understanding the true purpose behind Qin Yuxian's visit. "Please do continue." With a nod, Qin Yuxian stepped into the courtyard, and Chu Xiu reactivated the formation, concealing the area once more. He gestured for Qin Yuxian to take a seat on a stone bench at the stone table. "Chu Xiu, who is she?" Qin Yuxian inquired eagerly, his gaze fixed intently on Li Xinhua. "Chief Constable, are you aware of the village of Li family?" Chu Xiu responded after a moment's thought. "The Li family village that was slaughtered by the demon sword Dugaming 3 years ago." Qin Yuxian's expression shifted, his eyes narrowing with concern. Clearly, as the chief constable, he was well aware of the tragic events that transpired 3 years prior. "Indeed, it is the very same village," Chu Xiu affirmed. "This is Li Xinhua, a survivor from the Li family village. No wonder." Qin Yuxian fell silent for a moment, his face reflecting deep contemplation. "I understand now." He then turned to Li Xinhua, saying, "From now on, You may reside within the 6 gates. If the opportunity arises, I shall assist in avenging the people of your village. Thank you, Chief Constable, Li Xinyue replied, her heart brimming with gratitude. There is no need for such gratitude. It is our duty within the 6 gates, Qin Yuxian replied, waving his hand dismissively while gazing at Li Xinyue with sincerity. I have come today not only to learn about your background, but also to seek answers to a pressing question. Please, Chief Constable, go ahead, Li Xinyue said, glancing at Chu Xiu, who nodded in encouragement. Can calamities leave their place of origin, or is it merely your case? Qin Yuxian's expression grew serious as he fixed his intense gaze upon Li Xinyue. This question has been posed to me before, she replied hesitantly. I have only just come into existence today, so I cannot say whether it is unique to me or applicable to all calamities. Qin Yuxian furrowed his brow, contemplating her response. Chief Constable, I assure you, Li Xinyue speaks the truth. She genuinely does not comprehend the situation. Chu Xiu interjected, in my opinion, we should observe all calamities within Songlong County to ascertain whether they can leave their places of origin or if they are bound to them. I trust her words, Qin Yuxian conceded with a sigh. This complicates matters further. Chu Xiu nodded silently, lost in thought. Well then, I have gathered enough information, I shall not intrude any longer. Chu Xiu, since Li Xinyue wishes to accompany you, let her stay by your side, Qin Yuxian stated as he slowly rose to his feet. A calamity like Li Xinyue, capable of departing from her birthplace and appearing anywhere, undoubtedly posed significant dangers. Since he had developed an affinity for Chu Xiu, it was best that she remained with him. That would be why staying within the 6 gates, she would also cultivate a favorable view of humanity, preventing any potential calamity. I understand, Chief Constable. Allow me to escort you, Chu Xiu offered as he stood respectfully before Qin Yuxian. No need, Qin Yuxian replied, waving his hand dismissively. Qin Yu shook his head, stepping forward and vanishing into the courtyard. Upon witnessing Qin Yu's departure, a perplexed Xiao turned to Li Xinyue with a curious expression, inquiring, Sister Xinyue, are you a natural disaster? What does that even mean? Li Xinyue pulled Xiao aside and began to explain in hushed tones, revealing the grim tale of how the village of Li was mercilessly slaughtered by the notorious Ming, the lord of the 7 villages of the 100 Li sky-splitting mountains, resulting in the deaths of hundreds of innocent civilians. Without omitting any detail. Despicable, Xiao exclaimed indignantly. That man is truly wicked. The 100 Li sky-splitting mountains harbor him, so the entire mountain range must be filled with nefarious individuals, Sister Xinyue, once I've honed my skills. I shall avenge you and annihilate the entire 100 Li sky-splitting mountains. Xiao's petite face flushed with rage as she brandished her delicate fists, exuding an adorably fierce demeanor. Chu Xiu chuckled softly, casually tossing a blazing sun pill into his mouth as he exited the courtyard, heading towards the 6 gates armory. But he found himself consuming blazing sun pills almost incessantly. For him, they had become as commonplace as candy. With the insatiable appetite of his devouring stomach, his innate true energy was continuously amplifying. Before long, Chu Xiu arrived at the 6 gates armory. Young lad, have you become the head of the golden medal captains? Exclaimed Elder Jiang, his eyes widening in shock upon seeing Chu Xiu. Just fortunate, Chu Xiu replied with feigned humility. Speak, have you come here at such a late hour to select martial arts again? Elder Jiang rolled his eyes, clearly skeptical of Chu Xiu's claims. Elder Jiang, your wisdom is unparalleled, Chu Xiu flattered him. Are you truly seeking to select martial arts again? Elder Jiang's brow furrowed with concern as he gazed at Chu Xiu. This is the 2nd time. Last time, you acquired the divine elephant suppression method, the celestial demon 8 steps, and the 7 cuts of heaven, and now you return. Are you not afraid of biting off more than you can chew? Elder Jiang, this time I intend to select several unique techniques, or perhaps even top-tier ultimate skills in blade arts, Chu Xiu said with a gentle smile. Within the 6 gates, ultimate-level martial arts required merely 100 merit points, while top-tier ultimate skills demanded only 1,000 merit points. A remarkably high cost-performance ratio. You wish to comprehend various blade intents through these ultimate-level or top-tier ultimate blade techniques, preparing for the future 7 cuts of heaven. Elder Jiang's expression shifted slightly, astonishment evident in his gaze. As the overseer of the Six Gates Armory, he was well aware that the 7 cuts of heaven require the mastery of 7 distinct true intents, ultimately demanding that those intents be grasped at the level of principles. Only then could the 7 cuts of heaven unleash its true power. Chu Xiu nodded slightly, affirming, indeed, having chosen the 7 cuts of heaven, I must prepare for what lies ahead. Go. Proceed to the 2nd floor and select the martial arts you desire. Once you've made your selections, inform me, Elder Jiang instructed, casting a deep glance at Chu Xiu. If anyone else had suggested contemplating the subsequent matters of the 7 cuts of heaven at this stage, still merely a master realm practitioner, he would have dismissed it as a waste of time. Yet, with a prodigious talent like Chu Xiu, he believed such aspirations might be achievable. Thank you, Elder Jiang, Chu Xiu said, clasping his hands in gratitude as he headed towards the 2nd floor of the armory. Freak, Elder Jiang muttered as he watched Chu Xiu disappear up the stairs. It was common knowledge that only at the martial saint realm could one begin to comprehend the power of intent. Achieving mastery over a single intent to the extent of 30% would allow one to step into the mythical realm. Chu Xiu's early preparation suggested he might aim to grasp all 7 blade intents even before reaching the master or grandmaster realm, a notion that left Elder Jiang feeling powerless in the face of such a prodigious talent. Upon reaching the 2nd floor of the armory, Chu Xiu made a beeline for the martial arts section. After a while, he emerged with 6 martial arts techniques in hand, standing before Elder Jiang and declaring, Elder Jiang, these are the 6 martial arts I have selected. The tying blade technique, the 5 elements blade technique, the annihilation blade technique, the slaughter blade technique, the Qian Kuan blade technique, and the thunder blade technique. Each was classified as an ordinary ultimate level blade technique, yet each corresponded to extraordinary true intents. Tying true intent, 5 elements true intent, annihilation true intent, slaughter true intent, Qian Kuan true intent, and thunder true intent. Should he also combine what he had previously learned from the pure yang blade technique and condense the pure yang true intent, he would perfectly possess the 7 true intents. Elder Jiang gazed at the titles of these martial arts techniques, his face alight with shock. You intend to merge these 7 true intents to form the 7 cuts of heaven. Dantiu. Chu Xiu merely smiled softly, choosing to remain silent. He did not plan to merge the true intents into the 7 cuts of heaven. Instead, he aimed to master the tying blade technique and comprehend the tying true intent, intending to merge it with the pure yang true intent to create the yin yang true intent. Yin yang, 5 elements, annihilation, slaughter, Qian Kuan, thunder. Each was a supreme principle, a pinnacle of the Great Tao. Furthermore, if he were to grasp the reincarnation true intent through the 6 paths reincarnation fist, he would achieve the 7 most exalted true intents. With these 7 ultimate true intents as his foundation, upon comprehending the principles thereafter, his 7 cuts of heaven would undoubtedly be immensely powerful. Even among those who could also merge the 7 true intents into the 7 cuts of heaven, there would be significant disparities in strength. If he were to practice, he would strive for the mightiest iteration of the 7 cuts of heaven. Were it anyone else, even if they were to train in the 7 cuts of heaven, they would typically only integrate the elements of metal, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, and thunder, or the dualities of light and dark, or the fusion of pure yang and tying energies. Merely achieving such combinations would already yield a formidable 7 cuts of heaven. Yet here was Chu Xiu, treading an unconventional path, choosing the most arduous and formidable route. Elder Jiang regarded Chu Xiu with a deep gaze, remarking, such ambition is truly vast. Do others not aspire to this? It is not a matter of desire, but of capability, merely grasping any of the 5 elements, metal, wood, water, fire, earth, requires immense effort, let alone the integration of the 5 elements true intent. Elder Jiang, as martial artists, we must be bold and diligent, treading the path of the strongest, Chu Xiu declared with a calm demeanor. I hope you truly can forge a path to greatness, Elder Jiang responded. Wait here. I shall retrieve these 6 martial arts for you. With that, he vanished in an instant. Chu Xiu nodded, remaining in place as he awaited Elder Jiang's return. Moments later, Elder Jiang reappeared before Chu Xiu, waving his sleeve to send several jade slips cascading onto the table. Here you are, Chu Xiu. These are the 6 martial arts you requested. Now, present your token. Thank you, Elder Jiang. Chu Xiu expressed his gratitude, retrieving the golden metal captain's token and handing it to Elder Jiang. After receiving Chu Xiu's token, Elder Jiang brushed it against a black jade stone, deducting 600 merit points before returning it to him. All set, Chu Xiu, you may now depart. Chu Xiu accepted the 6 jade slips, bowed respectfully to Elder Jiang, and turned to leave. Upon returning to the courtyard, he placed each jade slip upon his forehead. Instantly, his mind was flooded with the complete contents of the Tying Blade Technique, 5 Elements Blade Technique, Annihilation Blade Technique, Slaughter Blade Technique, Qian Kuan Blade Technique, and Thunder Blade Technique. In truth, the pure Yang Blade Technique of the 6 Gates was akin to these 6 martial arts, all classified as ordinary ultimate level techniques, not foundational martial arts from the first floor of the armory. With his extraordinary intellect and talents in blade arts, even without the enhancement from practicing Yang-attributed martial arts, the insights regarding these 6 blade techniques surged into his mind. The Gao residence. A cloaked figure approached the gates of Gao Changfeng's courtyard once more, bowing respectfully as he proclaimed, "I report to you, young Master Changfeng, I have urgent matters to discuss." With a creak, the study door slowly opened, and Gao Changfeng emerged, exuding an air of refinement as he inquired, "What is it?" "Esteemed young Master Changfeng, I must inform you that Chu Xiu has ventured beyond the city once more this evening. Lei Gongfang has discreetly departed through a hidden passage to follow him." However, the man in black hesitated, lowering his head as he spoke. "Lei Gongfang has met his demise. Chu Xiu has returned alive to the 6 doors." "What did you say?" Gao Changfeng's expression shifted dramatically, revealing a look of shock as he incredulously uttered, "Lei Gongfang fell at the hands of Chu Xiu." "Indeed, young Master Changfeng, this is absolutely true. We have confirmed it." The man in black replied, gravely, "Good, I am already aware of this matter. You may leave now." Gao Changfeng remained silent for a prolonged moment, his mind churning with tumultuous thoughts, his expression shifting continuously. Had he not heard it with his own ears, he would never have believed that Chu Xiu's growth could be so astonishingly swift, far exceeding his expectations. The mere fact that a novice constable, having recently attained the rank of bronze badge, could ascend to silver badge so rapidly was already remarkable. Yet now, he had advanced to gold badge. Moreover, he had slain a peak 9th level grandmaster whom he had dispatched to eliminate Chu Xiu. If given more time, would he not become a foe even to Gao Changfeng? Would the entire Gao family find it exceedingly difficult to eliminate Chu Xiu, potentially incurring great costs in the process? The thought sent a shiver down Gao Changfeng's spine. He felt a chill creep over him, cold sweat beading on his brow. This cannot continue. Either we refrain from action, or we must strike with overwhelming force to utterly suppress this individual. Gao Changfeng took a deep breath, calming his tumultuous emotions, and with a swift motion he vanished from his location. In an instant, Gao Changfeng arrived outside a secluded courtyard deep within the Gao estate. Clasping his hands in respect, he announced, "Gao Changfeng pays his respects to second granduncle." "Changfeng, what brings you here?" Gao Jinyu, the second elder of the Gao family, seemingly appeared out of thin air before Gao Changfeng, a smile adorning his face. Gao Changfeng was not merely a prodigious talent among the younger generation of the Gao family. He was also the biological grandson of the family's grand elder, Gao Zhenxiao. Within the Gao family, Gao Zhenxiao stood on par with the clan leader, Gao Zhantian. However, with the grand elder currently in seclusion, it was primarily the responsibility of the second elder to manage the family affairs. "Second granduncle, I have committed a grave error. I underestimated an individual," Gao Changfeng said, his face filled with guilt. "Changfeng, do elaborate on what transpired, and I shall see if I can assist you," Gao Jinyu gestured, urging him to continue. Gao Changfeng promptly recounted how he had attempted to ally with Chu Xiu, only to be rebuffed, and subsequently send individuals to eliminate him, resulting in a series of failures. Gao Jinyu's expression grew exceedingly solemn as he spoke in a low voice. "Changfeng, you have indeed made a serious mistake. A very grave one at that." "I acknowledge my error," Gao Changfeng replied, his guilt intensifying. "In our Gao family, we never undertake actions without certainty. From the moment Wei Zuan failed, You should not have allowed Lei Zhonghu, a peak 9th level Grandmaster, to take action. Instead, you ought to have informed me, so that I could dispatch a martial saint level expert to suppress him. Even a lion employs its full strength when hunting a rabbit. Only in doing so can we ensure that no future troubles arise. Do you understand my point? Gao Jinyu looked at Gao Changfeng earnestly. Yes, second granduncle, I understand, Gao Changfeng replied softly. This is the first point, and it is imperative that we engage only under such circumstances. In truth, our Gao family has never personally intervened in such matters you know why. Gao Jinyu continued with a calm demeanor. Gao Changfeng paused, then replied, because our Gao family has its hidden hands. Even if they fail in their tasks, it would not implicate our family. Upon realizing this, Gao Changfeng's expression shifted. He pondered why he had felt the need to act personally. Initially, he had dispatched Wei Ziyuan, followed by Lei Zhonghu to eliminate Chu Xiu. In reality, he had no necessity to do so. He had been blinded by his frustration at Chu Xiu's rejection. Let this matter rest here, Gao Jinyu said, satisfaction evident on his face as he waved his hand. Second granduncle, are we not to take further action? Gao Changfeng furrowed his brow, reluctant to relent. Having come this far, there is naturally no possibility of halting now. However, our Gao family shall no longer intervene. We shall allow the Jiang family to handle this matter. Otherwise, what purpose does our Gao family support serve? Gao Jinyu replied nonchalantly. Thank you, second granduncle. Gao Changfeng expressed his gratitude to Gao Jinyu. Those who err must face consequences. This is our Gao family's principle. Even you are not exempt. Henceforth, you shall remain indoors for a month as a form of penance. It is time for you to step into the martial saint realm. Only by doing so can your strength grow once more. You understand my intent. Gao Jinyu gazed at Gao Changfeng with deep significance. Yes, second granduncle, Gao Changfeng said solemnly, filled with utmost respect. He was acutely aware of the transformation Gao Jinyu referenced regarding the enhancement of strength. It was a true metamorphosis, not merely the transition into the martial saint realm. The transformation from entering the martial saint realm paled in comparison to this. Go now. Whenever you step into the martial saint realm, return to seek me, Gao Jinyu instructed, waving his hand at Gao Changfeng. Understood, I take my leave, Gao Changfeng replied with a bow before departing. If the esteemed black-clad constable, who possesses profound insights into the pure Yang sword intent, is unwilling to act, then who could have slain Changhe? Within the entirety of the 6 doors, the only individual capable of grasping the pure Yang sword intent is none other than Nangong Push. Changfeng could not possibly have acted. Could it truly be the work of Nangong Push? After Gao Changfeng's departure, Gao Jinyu gazed towards the direction of the 6 doors, his brow furrowing as he contemplated. Yet, Nangong Push is elusive. Even the 6 doors are unaware of her whereabouts. Is it possible that there exists another hidden prodigy within the 6 doors? Or could it be that the black-clad constable has taken action? To comprehend sword intent prior to entering the martial saint realm is no ordinary feat. Even the most elite of the younger generation, such as Gao Changfeng, has been unable to grasp it. In the entirety of the Songlong County's 6 doors, there exists only Nangong Push.as for someone like Chu Xiu. Gao Jinyu had never even considered him. His cultivation level is far too low. Even if he were a prodigious talent, it would be impossible for him to comprehend sword intent at this moment. At that very moment, within a resplendent and lavish mansion in the county seat of Songlong, adorned with a plaque bearing the name of the Shui family, a middle-aged man clad in black entered the depths of the estate and bowed respectfully, saying, Master, the endeavor in Qingyun County has failed. Failed, you say? A venerable elder in a brocade robe, exuding an air of authority cultivated over years in high positions, emerged from the courtyard, his expression calm as he responded. The silver badge constable, Chu Xiu, single-handedly quelled the situation in Qingyun County. With this achievement, he has ascended from silver badge constable to gold badge. The man in black contemplated before asking, Master, shall we send someone to eliminate him? What purpose would that serve? Merely the death of a mere incense master poses no significant threat. The brocade-robed elder shook his head. Issue a decree. For the time being, we shall remain inactive. Soon, the Gao family will take action. They cannot endure much longer. What does the master imply? The man in black felt a shiver run down his spine and inquired of the brocade-robed elder. Regardless of whether the Gao family's ancestor can break through to the realm of martial legends, they will certainly take action. The elder clad in a brocade robe spoke with an expression of indifference. Should the patriarch of the Gao family successfully achieve a breakthrough, this county seat shall undoubtedly fall entirely under their dominion. Even the six gates would be powerless to intervene. Conversely, if the patriarch fails in his endeavor, the Gao family will take action, and the six gates will not spare them either. There was a pause, and a faint smile graced the elder's cheeks as he continued. Regardless of who triumphs or falters, it is a momentous occasion for our Black Lotus sect. If the Gao family claims the county seat, we shall seize several surrounding counties. Even the Gao family would be loath to offend us. These counties hold immense advantages for our sect. I understand now, the man in black said, a look of realization dawning on his face. The elder, with his hands clasped behind his back, fell into silence. The man in black bowed respectfully and withdrew to the six gates. Chu Xiu slowly opened his eyes, a smile gracing his countenance. He was simultaneously comprehending the six-blade techniques. Yet, as these techniques were of a rather ordinary caliber, he relied on his unparalleled intellect and talent in swordsmanship to master all six techniques to perfection. However, achieving perfection in the techniques alone was not the ultimate goal. The true challenge lay in grasping the essence of the sword. A glint of determination flashed in Chu Xiu's eyes. Previously, he had comprehended the pure Yang sword intent, aided by the golden attribute of the 9 Yang sacred body, which facilitated his understanding. Now, devoid of that enhancement, he could only rely on his innate comprehension to proceed. He had not only delved into the six-blade techniques, but had also made significant progress in the breath-restraining technique, enabling him to conceal his vital energy even more flawlessly. As time pressed on, it was time for rest. Chu Xiu tossed a Liang pill into his mouth and headed towards a room within the courtyard. Li Xin Yue and Jiang Xiaoxiao had already retired for the night. The next morning, as dawn broke, Chu Xiu emerged from his room to find Chi Xiu waiting outside his courtyard. He raised an eyebrow, and with a mere thought, the formation enveloping the courtyard dissipated. "What brings you here, Brother Chi?" "Chu brother, I come seeking you. There's a task with high merit points that bears low risk. Do you wish to accept it?" "I hastened here as soon as the task was recorded. How's that for camaraderie?" Chi Xiu grinned, approaching Chu Xiu and slinging an arm over his shoulder. "What task?" Chu Xiu inquired, intrigue evident in his demeanor, as he was in dire need of merit points due to their rapid depletion. "But a reconnaissance mission." "Brother Chu, are you familiar with the Songlong River?" Chi Xiu asked, a faint smile playing on his lips. "Naturally," Chu Xiu replied, maintaining a calm expression. The Songlong County derived its name from the grand river that traversed it. The Songlong River, a mighty waterway flowing ceaselessly through the majority of Qingzhou's county cities, extending all the way to the provincial capital of Qingzhou City. Consequently, the water transport in Songlong County was exceptionally prosperous. This prosperity gave rise to numerous pleasure boats along the riverbanks, filled with countless enchanting maidens. Each night, this locale transformed into the liveliest and most vibrant part of the county. "Ha, Brother Chu, are your thoughts drifting to the banks of the Songlong River?" Chi Xiu chuckled, winking at him. "Your mission involves precisely that area. You can relish the melodies of the brothels while gathering information. It's simply perfect." "The Songlong River banks?" Chu Xiu's brows furrowed slightly. There a possibility of demon activity in that region?" "Indeed, Brother Chu, you perceive keenly. Recently, our spies within the six gates reported that several young gentlemen who visited the Songlong River banks exhibited a marked decline in their vitality, as if their essence had been drained. Moreover, it was not a solitary occurrence, but rather a significant number of individuals affected." Chi Xiu's expression turned serious. "That it is highly probable that demons are lurking in the vicinity, utilizing the pleasure boats as cover to siphon energy. The most likely culprits are the fox demons." "Do we have any suspects?" Chu Xiu asked, his brow knitted in contemplation. "None. Doubt if we had suspects, there wouldn't be such a bounty of merit points." Chi Xiu shook his head. "This reconnaissance mission alone offers a reward of 500,000 merit points, indicating how deeply these demons are concealed. Brother Chu, if you do uncover something, exercise utmost caution. Do not act recklessly without absolute certainty. Our 6 gates will dispatch true experts to eliminate the demons at the Songlong riverbanks. Very well. I shall accept this task. Chu Xiu nodded slightly, addressing Chu Xiu. However, he sought more than just the 500,000 merit points. He aspired for greater rewards. All right, then I shall assist Brother Chu in undertaking this mission. Chu Xiu waved farewell and departed. Chu Xiu, with a flicker of thought, reactivated the formation, enveloping the courtyard once more. Young master, you've risen. Hurry and wash up. Breakfast will be ready shortly. Jiang Xiaoxiao's head peeked out from the kitchen. Addressing Chu Xiu. Understood, Chu Xiu replied with a nod, proceeding to freshen up. Upon emerging, he was greeted by Jiang Xiaoxiao and Li Xinya, who were carrying various dishes from the kitchen and setting them on the stone table in the courtyard. Xiao, are you certain we should indulge in such hearty fare this early? Chu Xiu remarked, a peculiar expression crossing his face as he surveyed the array of dishes. Ginseng chicken soup, braised pork knuckle, red braised ribs, steamed fish, and a vegetable resembling boiled cabbage, each emanating an overwhelming energy. Indeed, Master says that warriors should not skimp on nourishment, for it accelerates their cultivation progress, Jiang Xiaoxiao affirmed, pointing out each dish to Chu Xiu. This ginseng, for instance, is a century-old specimen, and the chicken used for the soup is a 9-feathered golden chicken. This pork knuckle comes from a 7-colored deer, complete with its antler marrow, and this red braised rib is from an iron-horned rhino. Chu Xiu fell silent. All of this was indeed the flesh and blood of demons. Truly a grand feast. It was evident that Elder Jiang treated his sole disciple with utmost generosity, and Chu Xiu felt fortunate to partake in it. However, he soon wore a look of confusion. Xiao, do you know how to prepare demon flesh? Or is it Xin Yue who handles it? Master mentioned that these were procured from Wanbao Pavilion and have already been prepared. Suitable for direct cooking, Jiang Xiao replied softly, "Da-da, I see. Well then, let us enjoy this breakfast together," Chu Xiu said, a look of understanding dawning on his face as he turned to Jiang Xiao and Li Xinyue. He felt comfortable dining with Jiang Xiao, but he was uncertain if Li Xinyue, with her celestial nature, would partake that imimum. Both Jiang Xiao and Li Xinyue gently nodded and took their seats at the stone table. "Young master, you must try this dish. It's made by Sister Xinyue, who is an exceptional cook, far superior to me. Most of these dishes are her creations, while I merely assisted her," Jiang Xiao said, pointing to the braised pork knuckle. Li Xinyue watched Chu Xiu with a look of nervous anticipation, as if worried that her cooking would not suit his palate. "Very well," Chu Xiu said, picking up his chopsticks, tearing off a substantial piece of meat from the knuckle, and placing it in his mouth to make a tea that moment. His taste buds erupted in delight, as if he had never savored such exquisite cuisine before. After finishing, his voracious appetite swiftly absorbed the energy contained within the meat, gradually enhancing his physical prowess. Delicious! The flavor rivals that of the finest chefs at Wanbao Pavilion, Chu Xiu exclaimed in astonishment. "If you enjoy it, young master, do indulge further," Jiang Xiao encouraged. I Xinyue smiled gently, as if 100 flowers had blossomed simultaneously, illuminating the entire courtyard with a newfound brightness. "All right," Chu Xiu replied, quickly indulging in the feast before him. Jiang Xiao exchanged a knowing smile with Li Xinyue, and seeing how much Chu Xiu relished the dishes they prepared filled them both with joy. The two women picked up their chopsticks and began to eat leisurely. After a cup of tea, Chu Xiu set down his chopsticks, observing the sun gradually rising, and turned to Li Xin. "Xin, do you feel anything?" After all, their previous encounter had been during the twilight hours. He wondered if the brightness of day and the blazing sun would affect her in any way. "Feel anything?" Li Xinyue paused, a hint of confusion evident in her clear eyes as she responded. "Are you referring to the daytime? I don't seem to feel anything at all. That I feel as if I am the same as before, sleeping and eating just like I always have. If it weren't for the power coursing through me, I wouldn't dare believe that everything has changed." Upon hearing this, Chu Xiu fell into contemplation, pondering whether other calamities were similar to Li Xinyue. However, he sensed that she was indeed extraordinary, likely a unique existence among the disasters. Yet, upon further reflection, there seemed to be no harm in this. Chu Xiu slowly rose, a light smile gracing his features as he declared, "Not feeling anything is for the best. This way, you can continue living as you always have, merely in a different environment. Once we possess sufficient strength, we shall flatten the Bai Li Tian Duan Mountain and avenge the innocent people of Li family village. Young master, I will heed your words, Li Xinyue replied softly. Very well. I am full now that I will retreat to the study to contemplate my sword techniques. You may take your time eating, Chu Xiu informed Jiang Xiao and Li Xinyue as he made his way toward the study within the courtyard. The pure yang sword intent should not be used lightly, as it could easily attract the attention of the Gao family. He aimed to comprehend a form of sword intent in the shortest time possible, relying on his unparalleled intellect. Time flowed like a swift stream, and before long, dusk had arrived. A humming sound resonated throughout the heavens and the earth. A terrifyingly potent sword intent erupted from Chu Xiu's study. Imbued with an insatiable thirst for slaughter, this murderous intent intensified, transforming the entire courtyard into a crimson realm, coalescing into a world of bloodshed. Fortunately, the array concealed it. Otherwise, the calamity of his newly comprehended slaughter sword intent would have shocked the entire Six Doors organization. Although Chu Xiu had already advanced from Silver Badge Captain to Gold Badge Captain, a Master-level Gold Badge Captain was immensely formidable. Should he further comprehend sword intent, it would be nothing short of astonishing. After all, sword intent typically required a martial sage-level master to grasp. Those capable of comprehending sword intent at the Grandmaster level were undoubtedly the most exceptional geniuses. You've grasped sword intent, young master. Jiang Xiao exclaimed with delight, her eyes sparkling as she gazed at Chu Xiu's study. Leaping to her feet, Li Xinyue also rose gracefully, a glimmer of joy evident in her clear eyes. Chu Xiu had been in the study contemplating sword techniques for nearly a day, and they had refrained from interrupting him or calling him out for lunch. Now, witnessing his comprehension of sword intent, they guessed he would soon emerge. Indeed, after a while, the sword intent dissipated entirely. Creak, the door to the study swung open slowly. Chu Xiu strode out with the grace of a dragon and the might of a tiger. Young master, you've been in the study for a day contemplating sword techniques. Are you not hungry? Jiang Xiao asked, moving with delicate steps toward him. Li Xinyue approached Chu Xiu lightly, her voice soft as she said, Young master, we dared not disturb you while you contemplated sword techniques. Lunch is ready. And we've kept it warmed out if you're hungry. We can heat the food for you now, that it's still early, so I'll eat before heading out. Chu Xiu replied with a gentle smile, looking at Jiang Xiao and Li Xinyue. Are you going out, young master? Then I'll heat the food for you right away. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xiao hurried toward the kitchen. That I'll go too. Li Xinyue quickly followed, joining Jiang Xiao in the kitchen. Chu Xiu chuckled softly, approaching the stone table and taking a seat. Having someone prepare a meal for him felt delightful. After a day of contemplating sword techniques, perhaps due to the recent spate of slaughter, whether against demons, those colluding with demons, or disciples of the Black Lotus sect, his comprehension of the slaughter sword technique had reached its zenith, that he had attained the initial stage of slaughter sword intent. Moreover, he had not merely grasped the concept. He had progressed further, achieving a mastery of 1/10 of sword intent. Additionally, Chu Xiu felt that his destruction sword intent was also nearing completion, being on the brink of comprehension. After all, slaughter and destruction were intrinsically linked. However, he still had no insights regarding Taiyin sword intent, Five Elements sword intent, Qiankuan sword intent, or Thunder sword intent. Nevertheless, he was thoroughly satisfied with having achieved the initial stage of slaughter sword intent in just one day. The extraordinary wisdom bestowed upon him by the purple trait and the blue trait of swordsmanship genius was not merely a simple equation of 1 + 1 equating to 2. He could now rightfully call himself an unparalleled sword cultivator, even if he had yet to fully grow into that title. Before long, Jiang Xiao and Li Xinyue emerged from the kitchen, carrying bowls brimming with dishes, filling the table to the brim. Indeed, they were bowls. Each dish was crafted from precious herbs and the flesh of demons, with substantial portions in every bowl. Young master, please eat. We've already had our fill. Jiang Xiao urged him. Li Xinyue nodded gently, standing by and watching Chu Xiu. Very well, I shall eat then. Chu Xiu picked up his chopsticks and began to feast heartily, with each bite of the dishes made from rare herbs and demon flesh. His physique was fortified with every passing moment. After a cup of tea, every dish on the table had been devoured by Chu Xiu, leaving nothing behind, not even the herbs, which he consumed entirely. He set down his chopsticks, contentment radiating from him as he declared, "I am full now. Xiao Xiao, you and Xinhue remain at home and cultivate diligently. Do not venture out that I have a task that requires my attention." Young master, I will surely cultivate well. I will not be a hindrance to you," Jiang Xiao proclaimed earnestly, shaking her delicate little fist. Elisha nodded slightly, remaining silent. She did not need to cultivate actively. Her prowess would naturally enhance with time. Chu Xiu nodded in acknowledgement, returning to his room to change into a new set of clothes before departing. After all, he was heading to investigate the hidden demons along the Songlong riverbank and could not wear the official attire of a gold badge captain from Six Doors. That would only announce to everyone that he was representing Six Doors in his investigation. Upon exiting the courtyard, Chu Xiu made his way toward the Six Doors armory. In no time, he entered the armory. "Kid, what brings you here?" Old Jiang glanced at Chu Xiu, somewhat indifferent. "Old Jiang, do we have any auxiliary martial arts akin to the chi viewing technique in the Six Doors armory? You know, something that can pierce through the deceptions of demons and leave no shadow hidden." Chu Xiu inquired, unfazed as he approached Old Jiang. "Why do you want to learn that?" Old Jiang frowned. "Our Six Doors token can sense demons and anomalies." Chu Xiu shook his head, saying, "Old Jiang, you know well that while our Six Doors token can sense demons, if those demons are adept at concealing themselves and employing breath-hiding techniques, as long as they don't strike, discovering them be an easy feat. The ability to see through illusions is not documented within the Six Gates. Such martial arts are exceedingly rare and scarce throughout the realm." Elder Jiang furrowed his brow in deep contemplation and remarked, "As for the art of divination, we do possess it within the Six Gates. However, mastering this particular technique is immensely challenging. Even gaining a foothold is no easy feat consequently. Although we have it, few have succeeded in their attempts to cultivate it, leading to its gradual neglect. If you desire it, I can assist you in procuring it." "Thank you, Elder Jiang." Chu Xiu's eyes sparkled with gratitude as he expressed his thanks to the elder. "There's no need for thanks. Your desire to learn the art of divination is driven by the noble intent to vanquish demons. So helping you is only fitting. Please wait here while I search for it," Elder Jiang said, waving his hand as he made his way into the inner vault. The armory of the Six Gates is divided into an inner and outer vault. The inner vault houses the true martial arts jade slips, while the outer vault contains mere books with only the most basic introductions and no genuine martial content. Chu Xiu nodded and awaited Elder Jiang's return. After a while, Elder Jiang emerged from the inner vault, holding a jade slip, and asked Chu Xiu, "Young Chu, here is the art of divination you seek. Besides its difficulty of entry, another reason for its neglect is its high cost. This art, akin to the astonishing martial techniques, requires 50,000 merit points. Are you certain you wish to exchange for it?" 50,000 merit points? Elder Jiang, I want it," Chu Xiu exclaimed, his heart racing. The difficulty of entry and the price being equal to that of extraordinary martial arts only underscore the exceptional nature of this divination art. "Please present your token," Elder Jiang instructed as he handed the jade slip to Chu Xiu. Chu Xiu accepted the jade slip, cleared his throat, and said, "Elder Jiang, could we perhaps negotiate? I can return to supplement the 50,000 merit points later, as I currently lack the sufficient amount. However, I assure you, I will have enough upon my return." Elder Jiang regarded Chu Xiu with a peculiar expression and replied, "You are quite the character. You are the first to come to me seeking credit. Yet considering your extraordinary talent, I shall overlook this. Just remember to return promptly to settle your account." "Thank you, Elder Jiang," Chu Xiu said, bowing slightly in gratitude. "Enough, go attend to your matters." Elder Jiang waved dismissively, his expression one of mild disdain. Chu Xiu nodded and exited the Six Gates armory. As soon as he stepped outside, he placed the jade slip of the art of divination against his forehead. Countless insights regarding the art flooded his mind. So this is why entering the realm of this art is so formidable. One must possess extraordinary wisdom and unparalleled perception to even begin to grasp it and be deemed worthy of cultivating the art of divination. Although the name of this technique is deceptively simple, simply referred to as the art of divination, It is anything but trivial. Merely gaining entry enables one to see through the deceptions of demons and spirits, recognizing the malevolent or sinister energies that pervade them. Demons are suffused with a malevolent aura, while spirits possess a sinister presence. And no matter how well concealed, the art of divination allows one to pierce through their facades. Upon reaching the minor mastery stage, this art can reveal the energies of mountains and rivers, the pinnacle stage. One can perceive the energies of heaven and earth. Achieving perfection allows one to glimpse the trajectories of cosmic laws, facilitating a deeper understanding of true meaning and comprehension of principles. This is truly a remarkable martial art. No, it surpasses even the most astonishing martial techniques in its rarity and value. I never imagined that the Six Gates would house such a wondrous martial art. Chu Xiu thought in astonishment. Having exited the Six Gates, Chu Xiu leisurely made his way towards the banks of the Songlong River, contemplating the art of divination as he walked, while others find it exceedingly difficult to gain entry. For Chu Xiu, it would be a mere formality that if even he, endowed with the extraordinary wisdom of the purple attribute, could not gain entry, then few in the entire realm would stand a chance. Meanwhile, at the Dajiang Gang, within a pavilion, the gang leader, Wei Qi Feng, stood with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing at the golden koi in the small lake. Report to the leader, Chu Xiu has left the Six Gates. He appears to be heading towards the Songlong River banks. A member of the Dajiang Gang knelt before him, speaking with utmost respect. The Songlong River banks? Such a prodigy from the Six Gates would seldom venture to such a place. He must be investigating something there. A glimmer of intensity flashed in Wei Qi Feng's eyes as he spoke with a robust voice. Inform Xan Shuanyang to keep her kin in check and ensure they do not attract Chu Xiu's attention. Lest they expose themselves, should they be exposed, it could jeopardize the Gao family's plans. A mere Chu Xiu is inconsequential, but should he disrupt the Gao family's affairs, even their ancestors would not be able to bear the consequences. Yes, I shall obey, the Dajiang Gang member replied solemnly. Notify the leader of the Guangsha Gang to eliminate Chu Xiu at the Wild Boar Ridge, stating that the one who killed their 26 pig demons has reappeared. However, the Wild Boar Ridge's demon king must not act near the Songlong River banks. Wait until Chu Xiu has departed before making a move. Wei Qi Feng mused for a moment before continuing to instruct the gang member. Understood, the Dajiang Gang member affirmed before quietly withdrawing. Now, the demon kings under the Porcupine Demon Sovereign, the Black Tiger Demon Sovereign, and the Song Wolf Demon Sovereign have all arrived. That it seems that Songlong County City is poised to descend into chaos once more. Wei Qi Feng said with an air of indifference. Let it all begin with Chu Xiu. Let this bloody night unfold. As night fell, the Songlong County City became enveloped in tranquility, yet the banks of the Songlong River thrived with life. The area bustled with activity, filled with the laughter of well-dressed gentry, young scions of wealthy families, spirited scholars, and roguish figures adorned with swords. Numerous charming maidens stood outside the pavilions, eagerly beckoning patrons as Chu Xiu strolled along the banks. Taking in the opulent scene, he couldn't help but marvel. Quickly, to the Tianxian Pavilion. Xan Yangzi's performance is about to begin. If we don't hurry, we'll miss it, a handsome scholar called out, rushing towards a distant boat. Young master, slow down. Wait for me, a young servant shouted as he hurried to keep pace. Tianxian Pavilion? Chu Xiu raised an eyebrow, intrigued. How fascinating. I shall venture into this Tianxian Pavilion. It is likely the very place I seek. He noted that not only the scholar, but many young scholars and wealthy heirs were also heading towards this so-called Tianxian Pavilion. Notably, they all seemed to share a common weakness, their spirits appearing somewhat diminished, as if lacking in yang energy. Before long, Chu Xiu arrived at the entrance of the Tianxian Pavilion. The boat that housed the pavilion was incredibly grand, undoubtedly among the finest along the Songlong River. Remarkably, the boat was lavishly adorned, exuding an air of elegance and opulence. The flickering lanterns on the boat danced in harmony with the lights along the riverbanks, creating a breathtaking spectacle. However, upon reaching the entrance of the Tianxian Pavilion, young scholars and wealthy heirs dutifully queued outside, paying their fees before boarding the boat. Soon, it was Chu Xiu's turn. Young master, you seem unfamiliar. Is this your first visit to our Tianxian pavilion? An elderly matron stationed at the entrance greeted him with a smile. Indeed, it is my first time, Chu Xiu replied. Chu Xiu nodded slightly and spoke. Young master, within our Tianxian pavilion, there exists a customary rule. Upon entry, one is required to pay 10 taels of silver. After the payment of 10 taels, all expenses incurred within the pavilion will be waived. If you are willing, the payment must be made first. The kindly old matron regarded Chu Xiu with a gentle expression. 10 taels of silver? Chu Xiu chuckled, and with a flick of his right hand, a silver ingot worth 10 taels slowly glided towards the old matron. Thank you, young master. Please enter, the old matron said, bowing as she grasped the silver ingot. Chu Xiu nodded slightly and boarded the painted boat. Upon stepping onto the vessel, a fresh and ethereal young woman clad in white approached him, extending her hand in invitation. Young master, please. Chu Xiu acknowledged her with a slight nod and followed the white-clad maiden into the hall on the first floor of the boat. At that moment, the hall was already bustling with a multitude of scholarly young masters, each accompanied by a beautiful young woman in white attending to them. However, these individuals displayed impeccable manners, engaging in polite discourse without any inappropriate displays of affection, resembling a refined gathering rather than a raucous establishment. Under the guidance of the white-clad maiden, Chu Xiu settled himself at an empty table. Young master, my name is Shi, and if it pleases you, I shall serve you from now on. The maiden took a seat beside Chu Xiu, her gaze soft and inviting. If you prefer, I can fetch another sister. That will not be necessary. You will suffice. Chu Xiu replied with a calm smile. Thank you, young master, she said, her voice tender like flowing water. As she spoke, her delicate hand rested gently upon Chu Xiu's, exuding an air of innocence, while he toyed with her small hand. His eyes remained unyieldingly composed. He had entered the realm of understanding. His divination technique had successfully reached the threshold of initiation just moments ago. The entire boat was filled with fox spirits, demons in disguise. Though this soft hand felt as delicate as if it were boneless, it was in truth merely a furry fox paw. Indeed, the Tianxian pavilion was precisely the place he had sought, as Chu Xiu played with Shi's hand. He listened attentively to the conversations resonating in the hall. With his level of cultivation, he was acutely aware of every motion and utterance within the spacious room. He learned that the Tianxian pavilion had existed in Songlong County for an entire year. The white-clad maidens were indeed fox spirits responsible for entertaining guests, and after the pavilion's most beautiful and reclusive performer, Miss Akin played a melody, these young masters would be escorted by the fox spirits to various rooms to indulge in their pleasures. They would not depart until the following morning. That a distinctive feature of the Tianxian pavilion was that it only admitted young, scholarly men under the age of 30, who also possessed a certain level of attractiveness. Should either criterion be unmet, entry was simply not permitted. The old matron guarding the entrance, seemingly benign, was in fact a formidable expert. Any rogue attempting to force entry was swiftly dealt with by her. Gradually, everyone became aware of the rules of the Tianxian pavilion, and disturbances ceased. Intriguing, a den of fox spirits had resided in Songlong County for over a year, right beside the 6 doors, and yet no incidents had arisen, remaining undetected until recent days when rumors surfaced regarding the potential concealment of demons along the Songlong River. This indicated that these fox spirits were exceptionally skilled at concealing their true nature, and their siphoning of essence was likely subtle and unobtrusive rather than overtly exploitative. As for their preference for young scholarly men, it was perhaps due to the purity of their essence, free from the taint of worldly ambition. Regarding appearance, it seemed these fox spirits had their standards as well. Chu Xiu pondered inwardly. Having grasped the fundamentals of the divination technique, he had gained some insight into the nature of essence. Suddenly, a woman clad in white, possessing a beauty that could topple kingdoms and with a visage that could make the moon hide in shame, entered the hall, cradling an ancient zither. She walked gracefully towards the elevated platform, each step exuding an enchanting poise. Miss Akin has arrived. Silence. Do not disturb her. Upon the appearance of Miss Akin, all the young masters in the hall turned their rapt attention towards her, their expressions filled with infatuation, as if unwilling to miss a single movement she made. Yet another fox spirit, one shrouded in mystery. Her cultivation must have reached the martial saint level, marking her as a demon of considerable power. A flicker of intrigue crossed Chu Xiu's gaze as he remarked, "The specifics of her cultivation remain elusive. Perhaps only when my divination technique advances from initiation to minor success will I truly grasp the cultivation levels of martial artists and the eerie prowess of demons. Miss Akin has met all esteemed young masters that I am profoundly grateful for your admiration," she declared, her voice soft and dulcet. "Now, I shall present a melody for your enjoyment, and I hope you will find it pleasing. Miss Akin, your modesty is unwarranted. It is an honor to be present in the Tianxian Pavilion, to listen to your performance," one young master exclaimed. "Indeed, if I cannot hear Miss Akin's melody, my studies would hold no joy." Another added fervently, "Me too. To behold Miss Akin and hear her play, I would gladly embrace death," echoed yet another, their expressions brimming with fervor akin to that of starry-eyed admirers. Chu Xiu silently marveled at the power of Miss Akin's enchanting voice. Were it not for his resolute spirit and his understanding of the pure yang sword intent and the slaughter sword intent, he would have been swayed by her allure. If these young masters were to discover that the hand they held was, in fact, a furry fox paw, and that the one with whom they shared night of passion was a fox spirit feasting on their essence, not to mention that their adored Miss Akin was a martial saint-level demon king, they might very well find themselves paralyzed with fear. "Thank you, esteemed young masters." Miss Chu Xiu smiled, her presence illuminating the entire hall with a sense of blooming flowers, as her voice enveloped the audience. Each young master found himself entranced, their gazes fixated upon her exquisite smile. Gradually, Miss Akin settled herself, her eyes subtly glancing towards Chu Xiu. After all, he was the only one in the hall who maintained an air of composure, causing her to question whether her charm had diminished. Regaining her composure, Miss Akin placed her delicate hands upon the zither. With a gentle twist of her wrist, the music flowed forth like a babbling brook, echoing the howling winds of the mountains, at times stirring and vigorous, at others subtle and lingering. Each note seemed to bear immense weight, yet was tender enough to stir the deepest chambers of the heart. Under her skilled touch, the zither transcended its status as a mere instrument, transforming into majestic mountains and flowing waters, inviting listeners to transcend the mundane, a display of artistry that left all in awe. As the melody concluded, the hall remained enraptured in its ethereal embrace. Even Chu Xiu could not help but marvel at Miss Xiu's extraordinary talent. Alas, she was a fox spirit, as the saying goes. High mountains and flowing waters meet a true friend, and Miss Akin's performance was tailored specifically for this young master. Rising gracefully, Miss Akin cradled her zither and gazed tenderly at Chu Xiu. Speaking in a soft, serene voice, "Might I have the honor of sharing a private chamber with you, young master, for an intimate conversation?" As the words fell, an eerie silence enveloped the entire hall. All the young gentlemen turned their gazes towards Chu Xiu, their eyes brimming with envy, jealousy, and resentment. They had come to the heavenly fairy pavilion solely to hear the enchanting melodies of Xiu, never daring to hope for a closer encounter. Yet, to their astonishment, their goddess revealed that this piece was performed for none other than Chu Xiu, a true meeting of kindred spirits. So, if they were the kindred spirits, what were they? And to be invited to share the same room. This was unprecedented. Xiu was momentarily stunned. She had not anticipated that Xiu would extend an invitation to Chu Xiu. In fact, it wasn't just Xiu. None of the little foxes in the hall had expected this. They wished for it but dared not ask. Chu Xiu gently released Xiu's delicate hand, rising gracefully to his full height, his demeanor exuding confidence as he regarded Xiu, calmly stating his intent. He too was eager to discern what Xiu was truly up to. It was undeniable that upon seeing Chu Xiu's unparalleled beauty, combined with his physique and charisma, the young gentleman suddenly felt a wave of self-deprecation wash over them. They began to understand why Xiu found them lacking, yet was captivated by Chu Xiu. "Esteemed sir, please," Xiu said, cradling the guqin in her left arm while extending her right hand in invitation towards Chu Xiu. Chu Xiu smiled faintly, and, with an air of grandeur, approached her. Yes, they watched Yang lead Chu Xiu away. The young gentlemen were once again engulfed in a deep envy, feeling as though the hands they had just touched had lost their allure. Yang escorted Chu Xiu to the third floor of the painting boat, her smile radiant as she addressed him. This is our third floor, a realm accessible only to me. Any commotion here will remain unheard on the second floor. Oh, Chu Xiu raised an eyebrow, inquiring, is that truly the case? Indeed, it is. Yang replied, a smile playing upon her lips. So, are you intending to summon me here only to eliminate me? Chu Xiu asked, a light chuckle escaping his lips as he scrutinized Yang. He had yet to engage with a master of the martial saint realm and was curious about their prowess. Today would provide an opportunity to gauge the capabilities of such a master. Sir, you possess both striking looks and keen intellect. I find it difficult to part with you. Yang sighed lightly, her eyes glinting with a mix of mockery and allure as she gazed at Chu Xiu. Do you know who I am? Chu Xiu, intrigued, responded, you must be aware of my identity as well. Even if he had not succumbed to Yang's charms earlier, it was unlikely she would have summoned him unless she had some knowledge of his background and purpose for visiting the banks of the Songlong River. Ah, the unparalleled genius of the Six Doors, the illustrious Captain Chu Xiu, how could I not recognize you? Yang smiled charmingly, her gaze fixed on him. I initially had no intention of confronting you. But alas, you chose to grace my heavenly fairy pavilion with your presence, leaving me no choice but to take action against you. After all, I suspect you have discerned my true identity, though I am perplexed as to how you did so. Your eyes are clear, and you regard me with a hint of wariness, which suggests you have unraveled my secret. Had you remained oblivious, I might have let you go. What a pity. It was clear that he was observant and exceedingly clever. No wonder the Heavenly Fairy Pavilion had evaded detection for a year in Songlong County. Perhaps it wasn't that no one had noticed, but rather that those who did were swiftly removed. Chu Xiu's eyes sparkled with sharp insight as he regarded Yang. He had wondered why, for an entire year, no one had uncovered any issues with the Heavenly Fairy Pavilion. There were indeed young bronze and silver captains within the Six Doors, and it was perfectly normal for them to come to the banks of the Songlong River to unwind and relieve their burdens. Who wouldn't enjoy a night of music and revelry? Yet, no one had caught on. One reason was their exceptional concealment. Even a bronze or silver captain visiting the Heavenly Fairy Pavilion would have found nothing amiss. The other reason was that those who sensed their essence being drained would likely vanish without a trace. After all, within this entire painting boat were two captivating fox spirits of the martial saint realm. Not only was Yang a martial saint, but that old matron was as well, an ancient fox spirit. Indeed, Sir Chu, you are quite astute, Yang remarked. However, I cannot allow you to leave. If you were oblivious to the danger, I would have genuinely wished to share a night with you, savoring the beauty of this moment. With a charming smile, she commanded, Ping matron, take action and send Sir Chu on his way. Yes, my lady, came the voice of an elderly woman, the old matron who had stood guard outside the Heavenly Fairy Pavilion. Now seemingly materializing within the third floor, it was evident that she had been present all along. There's no rush to I, too, should enhance my own strength, Chu Xiu said calmly, retrieving 11 bottles of the fierce sun pills. These should suffice to propel me into the Grand Master realm. With a composed demeanor, he began consuming the pills, discarding the empty bottles with ease. He had anticipated that 50 bottles would be excessive, perhaps leaving him with only 2 or 3 extra. Little did he know that his insatiable appetite was far too powerful. After consuming 39 bottles, he found his internal cultivation level had surged to the pinnacle of the Master Realm. Just a step away from the Grand Master Realm. Although the Fierce Sun pills were not specifically designed to break through to the Grand Master Realm, the 11 bottles would undoubtedly enable him to achieve that milestone. This was a remarkable power of his voracious appetite. Even without specialized pills for breakthroughs, with enough ordinary pills, he could still ascend. Yang chuckled, saying, Sir Chu, you do not believe that reaching the Grand Master Realm will allow you to escape from me and Ping Matron, do you? Ping Matron showed no intention of making a move, her expression unchanging as she observed Chu Xiu. How naive! Did Chu Xiu truly think that breaking into the Grand Master Realm would grant him a chance to flee from her grasp? "Thank you for allowing me to consume all 11 bottles of fierce sun pills," he remarked, casting the last porcelain bottle to the ground. Maintaining his composed gaze at akin, his voracious appetite began to swiftly digest the medicinal power of the pills, assimilating the vast energy into his dantian. The energy, processed by his unique physiology, was neither chaotic nor violent. Instead, it was remarkably gentle and pure, causing Chu Xiu's innate true energy to swell at an observable rate. "Sir Chu is quite courteous," akin remarked with a smile. "Are you truly not going to act? Do you intend to wait until I reach the first level of the Grandmaster realm?" Chu Xiu raised an eyebrow, scrutinizing both akin and Ping Matron. "That I'm unafraid. I wish to see the prowess of a talent like you from the six doors once you reach the first level of the Grandmaster realm," akin said, her lips glistening as she licked them. "Ping Matron, I suddenly find myself intrigued. If Sir Chu can indeed consume 11 bottles of pills without bursting from the strain, then do not kill him. Simply subdue him, but I have yet to savor the essence of a genius from the six doors." "Understood, my lady," Ping Matron responded respectfully. "Then you may find that opportunity slipping away," Chu Xiu said with a gentle smile. A powerful aura erupting from his being, a force as if it could scorch the heavens and boil the seas, reminiscent of 9 blazing suns illuminating the world. His Nanyang true chi could no longer expand. Filling his entire dantian, it began to compress, ultimately transforming into droplets that seemed to harbor terrifying power, each containing the essence of a great sun. The transition from Master Realm to Grandmaster Realm involved the transformation of true energy into liquid form. In an instant, 11 droplets of innate true essence emerged, and the essence continued to coalesce. The potency of the 11 bottles of fierce sun pills was indeed monumental. Lord Chu has truly transcended. Is this the extraordinary visage of the unparalleled genius of the six doors? Despite merely having just achieved the minor completion of the first level of the Grandmaster realm, his aura is already immensely potent, rivaling that of a Grandmaster at the 5th or even 6th level. akin delicate features revealed astonishment as she remarked with admiration. It appears that Lord Chu's cultivation technique is indeed remarkable. Moreover, this aura is intensely fiery and resolute, posing a significant threat to us. If Lord Chu were to reach the martial saint realm, I fear that even I would not stand a chance against you. "Thank you for the compliment. I shall make your demise swift," Chu Xiu stated calmly, his right hand resting on the hilt of his blade. "Ping Mama, proceed." Upon witnessing Chu Xiu's demeanor, akin felt an inexplicable jolt and declared, "Do not hold back." "Understood." Ping Mama hesitated for a moment before transforming from a kindly old woman into a fearsome old fox, her gray fur bristling as she lunged at Chu Xiu like a bolt of lightning. Heaven-cutting 7 blades. First blade. A fierce killing intent erupted from Chu Xiu's eyes as he swiftly unsheathed his sword and cleaved towards Ping Mama. The very heavens and earth seemed to be split asunder by this strike. Yin and Yang were divided. This was the true pinnacle of the first blade. However, Chu Xiu did not utilize the pure Yang sword intent. Instead, he wielded the slaughter sword intent. He infused the slaughter sword intent into the pure Yang sword intent. It was not the case that he could only employ the pure Yang sword intent for the first blade after previously using it. Any sword intent can be integrated into the 7 blades of heaven cutting. Yet, to unleash the 8th blade of the heaven cutting 7 blades, truly merging the 7 blades into one, requires each blade to embody a different sword intent, necessitating comprehension of 7 distinct sword intents. Only then can one unleash the true power of the 8th blade. Upon witnessing Chu Xiu's strike, both Ping Mama and akin were filled with shock. This blade was overwhelmingly powerful. It was so formidable that it left them both astounded. Such strength could not possibly be unleashed by a mere Grandmaster. If Chu Xiu were at the martial saint level, capable of delivering such a devastating blow, they would not have found it surprising. After all, the renown of the heaven-cutting 7 blades was well known even to them. However, the fact that Chu Xiu, having just stepped into the Grandmaster realm, had grasped the heaven-cutting 7 blades to such a terrifying degree, while also mastering the slaughter sword intent, resulting in this extraordinary strike, was utterly astonishing. Boom! A deafening roar resonated throughout the third floor of the celestial pavilion. Chu Xiu staggered back several steps, leaving deep impressions on the solid floor, each mark carbonized as if scorched by a raging fire, a testament to the might of the nine yang true essence. A trickle of crimson blood escaped from the corner of his mouth. The disparity between the Grandmaster realm and the Martial Saint realm is exponentially greater than that between the Master realm and the Grandmaster realm. This explains why the higher one ascends in cultivation, the more difficult it becomes to slay foes of greater rank. Not only did Chu Xiu retreat a few steps, but Ping Mama, the old fox, also fell back even further, retreating over 10 paces. A deep gash over 2 feet long appearing upon her form. Within this wound lingered the remnants of the slaughter sword intent and the nine yang true essence, rendering it devoid of demonic blood, as if it had been seared into blackened charcoal. At this moment, Xan Xuanyang's expression shifted dramatically as she regarded Chu Xiu with a newfound wariness. She had never anticipated that she would permit Chu Xiu to consume 11 bottles of the fierce sun pill, nor that she would allow him to break through to the Grandmaster realm before unleashing Ping Mama. That I shall kill you. Ping Mama let out a piercing, anguished scream, charging towards Chu Xiu with even greater speed. Her cold claws exuding a malevolent aura, as if intent on tearing him to shreds, slaughter, destruction. I understand. Chu Xiu observed Ping Mama's advance with indifference, a look of realization dawning upon his face as he stated. Slaughter and destruction are indeed interdependent, but a surge of destructive intent erupted from Chu Xiu, seemingly intent on annihilating all existence. What do you mean, slaughter and destruction are interdependent? Seeing Chu Xiu cleave forth a blade and comprehend a form of destructive sword intent that continued to intensify left them both astounded. If slaughter and destruction are truly inseparable, then it would be impossible for one who comprehends the slaughter sword intent or the destruction sword intent to grasp the other. Is this the insight possessed by a peerless genius? He is nothing short of a monster. Heaven-cutting 7 blades, second blade, defining the two forms. Chu Xiu slowly raised his long blade, striking forth towards Ping Mama. This strike was infused with the destruction sword intent of the heaven-cutting 7 blades. Each subsequent blade of the heaven-cutting 7 blades grows in might. If the first blade could not fell the old fox, then he would unleash the second. His second strike, like the first, had reached the pinnacle of perfection. Despite sharing the same level of mastery, the power of this blade far exceeded that of the first by more than 10-fold. Oh! Upon witnessing this strike, terror filled Ping Mama's fox-like eyes as she felt herself ensnared by its lethal intent. She could not fathom how Chu Xiu, a mere novice in the Grandmaster realm, could possess such terrifying strength. How had his heaven-cutting 7 blades ascended to this level? Xan Xuanyang's charming eyes widened in disbelief. A flicker of regret surfacing within her gaze, she lamented allowing Chu Xiu to consume the fierce sun pill and attain the Grand Master realm. She had believed that even if he stepped into that realm, he would never be a match for Ping Mama. Who could have predicted that not only had he comprehended sword intent, but he had also cultivated the legendary heaven-cutting 7 blades to this incredible extent? Boom! The second strike fell. Ping Mama was cleaved in twain by the force of Chu Xiu's blade. Transitioning from the Master Realm to the Grandmaster Realm is not merely a matter of transforming innate true energy into innate true essence, or true energy into liquid. The most crucial factor is that the Grandmaster Realm allows for the true essence to detach, manifesting as blade energy, sword energy, palm strength, and finger strength, among others. Now, it is your turn. Chu Xiu turned and strode towards Xan Xuanyang. Each step seemed to echo in her heart, sending waves of dread coursing through her. This was an aura that bore the weight of having slain a martial saint-level demon. Please do not kill me. I beg you, Lord Chu. I am willing to do anything for you. Xan Xuanyang retreated in panic, her once enchanting features now marred by sheer terror. She had only just entered the minor completion of the first level of the Martial Saint realm, while Ping Mama was at the second level of full completion. If even her loyal protector had perished beneath Chu Xiu's heaven-cutting 7 blades, how could she possibly contend with him? That simply will not do. Chu Xiu replied with an air of indifference. If you do not perish, who will seek retribution for those young masters whose essence you have drained at the celestial pavilion? Do not be misled by the apparent well-being of these young masters. In truth, if they're subjected to even a modicum of essence draining daily at the celestial pavilion for half a month, they will fall gravely ill, some even to the brink of death. In the span of a year, even should the foxes of the celestial pavilion exhaust the essence, it is estimated that thousands have perished throughout the entire Songlong County, yet with a population exceeding several million in the county's capital. The deaths of so many young masters go largely unnoticed, attributed instead to indulgent excess. I did not partake in draining their essence. It was not my doing. It was my subordinates, those little foxes. This essence was not for my cultivation, but rather for the Gao family, coerced upon us by the Gao clan, intended for their elder. If only Lord Chu would spare my life, I would do anything for you. Akin Shuanyang pleaded, her words tumbling forth in desperation. The Gao family? Yet again, the Gao family? Chu Xiu's brows furrowed as he plunged his long blade deep into Akin Shuanyang's body, crimson blood seeping forth, staining her garments in a macabre hue. How effortless this is! No matter how one perceives Akin Shuanyang as a figure of the martial sage realm, even if her prowess pales in comparison to that of Ping Mama, it would still require the first strike of the 7 blades of heaven to bring her down. However, this little vixen, having been overly sheltered, was so utterly shocked that she lost her wits upon witnessing the demise of Ping Mama at a single stroke. Had it not been for this, it would have been improbable for him to so effortlessly deal with Akin Shuanyang. With a look of bewilderment in her peach blossom eyes, Akin Shuanyang gazed at Chu Xiu, seemingly unable to fathom that he could indeed wield such ruthless power. Did she not possess beauty? This was not her desire. She merely acted on behalf of the Gao family. Why then must Chu Xiu seek her demise? You are a malevolent demon, while I am but a human. If I do not slay you, I would be betraying my own conscience, Chu Xiu replied, his expression remaining serene. Yet the doubt lingered in Akin Shuanyang's eyes, as if she still could not comprehend the situation, that is it not our nature as demons to consume humans? I have not devoured anyone. I merely allowed my subordinates, the little foxes, to extract a modicum of essence. I have only eliminated those who uncovered the secrets of Tianxian Pavilion. Why must Chu Xiu insist on my death? With a push of his left hand, Chu Xiu moved Akin Shuanyang's lifeless body aside and slowly withdrew the bloodied longsword from within her. His gaze fixed on her fading pupils as she transformed into a colossal azure fox. Discovering the fate of the azure fox bloodline, blue, discovering the fate of the heavenly melody, green, can be plundered or converted into destiny value. Azure fox bloodline possesses a certain probability of evolving into the 9-tailed celestial fox bloodline of Chu with remarkable cultivation aptitude. Heavenly melody exhibits exceptional talent in the art of music, possessing a degree of aptitude for cultivating sound wave martial arts. Slaying 2 blood-stained demons, he received a reward of 57,800 destiny points. Heavenly melody? Chu Xiu's eyes brightened with surprise. This was indeed an unexpected boon. As for the azure fox bloodline, he held it in contempt, deeming such a lowly demon bloodline a disgrace to his human lineage. Taking a deep breath, he declared in his mind, plunder the heavenly melody, shatter the azure fox bloodline, and convert it into destiny value. As soon as the words left his mind, a flood of insights regarding music surged within him, seemingly imbued with Akin Shuanyang's understanding of the Guqin. This newfound knowledge proved immensely beneficial to Chu Xiu, who previously lacked any comprehension of the instrument. He felt as though, with a mere flick of effort, he could master Akin Shuanyang's Guqin techniques. The azure fox bloodline was then converted into 10,000 destiny points, causing Chu Xiu's remaining destiny points to skyrocket from 2,021 to 69,821. He surveyed the area for storage bags. Wiping the blood from the long sword against Akin Shuanyang's smooth azure fur, he removed a storage bag from her. He then searched Ping Mama's fox corpse, but found no new storage bag, disregarding it as he placed both bodies into Akin Shuanyang's storage bag. Naturally, he did not forget to claim Akin Shuanyang's Guqin, which exuded an extraordinary aura and likely served as a weapon of rank. With everything settled, Chu Xiu slowly rose, but he found no surprise in this. Demons lack the ability to forge storage bags. Thus, most demon storage bags originated from humans. Akin Shuanyang's bag was likely a gift from the Gao family, considering they had instructed her to collect essence. However, even this left Chu Xiu puzzled. What was the purpose behind the Gao family's ancestor gathering essence? Was it to break through the mythic realm and step into the legendary martial world? Contemplating this, Chu Xiu's expression turned grave. Never mind. When the heavens fall, the experts of the six gates will surely uphold him. Why current strength is too feeble to warrant concern at this moment. I must grow swiftly, acquiring the power to suppress the Gao family before they act. Shaking his head, a glimmer of murderous intent crossed his eyes as he coldly declared, "It is time to deal with the remaining little foxes of Tianxian Pavilion." After a moment's thought, Chu Xiu meticulously cleaned the remnants of blood from the ground before making his way to the exit of the third floor of the painted boat. Each little fox represented an indispensable source of destiny value to him. All individuals of Tianxian Pavilion, come forth. Akin Shuanyang has matters to discuss with you. Chu Xiu commanded from the entrance of the third floor, his voice booming like thunder, causing the entire boat to tremble. In that instant, the young gentlemen were taken aback. Some who had just disrobed were fortunate, while others engaged in fervent activities were rendered utterly paralyzed by shock. They wished to curse but restrained themselves, not wanting to tarnish Akin Shuanyang's reputation. As Chu Xiu conveyed her words, before long, a multitude of disheveled, flushed maidens in white emerged from their chambers, making their way to the third floor, of course. Some are neatly dressed and devoid of guests. Akin Shuanyang has instructed you all to enter and await. She has something to say. Chu Xiu calmly addressed the little foxes. This was the most effective means to manage the little foxes, preventing any desperate actions that might harm the young gentleman. Hearing this, the little foxes obediently entered the third floor of the painted boat. The young gentlemen donned their garments while emerging from their rooms, casting hostile glares at Chu Xiu. This guy is truly despicable. To be favored by Akin Shuanyang, to become her intimate guest, and to share a room with his goddess is one thing. Now he's interrupted their moment. Who knows what repercussions this may have? In mere moments, all the little foxes had entered the third floor. Observing their complete assembly, Chu Xiu stepped inside and closed the door behind him. How infuriating. Just because he is handsome, he believes he can act with such impunity. How could Akin Shuanyang suddenly summon these maidens? Such occurrences have never happened before. Could it be that he possesses some extraordinary prowess, causing Akin Shuanyang, upon her first encounter, to be unable to withstand it? Thus, she called for these maidens to attend to him. Impossible! He is no paragon of strength. How could he be that formidable? Indeed, I, the self-proclaimed mightiest man of Songlong County, can barely handle one maiden. Point two would be beyond my capacity. As the door to the third floor closed, the young gentleman erupted into envious and resentful chatter. "And why, good sir, might I inquire where the lady is?" asked Cici, who had previously accompanied Chu Xiu, her expression one of utmost respect. The gazes of the little foxes towards Chu Xiu bore a hint of reverence, clearly influenced by Akin Shuanyang's special regard for him. Akin Shuanyang has departed. She mentioned that she missed you, so I shall escort you to join her. Chu Xiu replied with a serene smile, drawing his sword from its sheath. "Not good. Something has happened to the lady." "It was him. He killed the lady." "Dear sisters, avenge the lady." One little fox, having regained her wits, howled in rage, her face contorted. With that, she transformed in her true form and lunged at Chu Xiu. The other little foxes quickly followed suit, their expressions fierce and murderous as they transformed and charged at him. Even Cici's demeanor shifted to one of ferocity and violence. Clearly, this was their true nature. Overreaching, a disdainful glint flashed in Chu Xiu's eyes as he moved, his long sword slicing through the air towards the swarm of little foxes. Waves of sword energy erupted from his hand, against a horde of masters, predominantly those just stepping into the Grand Master realm. He did not even need to employ the 7 blades of heaven. He merely unleashed the top-tier killing sword techniques, without even invoking the intent of slaughter, as the sword energy struck down. Little fox after little fox was cleaved in twain. In the blink of an eye, Dozens of little foxes fell beneath the onslaught of Chu Xiu's blade. Slaying 59 heinous demons, I have received a reward of 73,580 points of destiny value. Current destiny value, 143,401. My destiny value has once again surpassed the 100,000 mark. This visit to the Celestial Pavilion has yielded immense gains, allowing me to enhance another purple attribute, Brother Chi. You have been of tremendous assistance to me this time. Observing the destiny value displayed on the data panel, Chu Xiu remarked with a faint smile on his cheeks. After speaking, he approached the entrance on the 3rd floor of the pleasure boat, opened the door and stepped out, addressing the group of young gentlemen who gazed at him with envy and resentment, akin to stones longing for their husbands. I am the gold medal captain of the 6 doors. I have come to the Celestial Pavilion today to investigate the hidden demons along the banks of the Songlong River. These demons have been lurking along the river, siphoning the essence and vitality of our human race. And those very demons are the women residing within the Celestial Pavilion. What? The enchanting Xiao Qian who accompanied me earlier is a demon. I refuse to believe it. How could such a beautiful demon exist? No, it's impossible. This is the Celestial Pavilion. If the women here are all demons, then would not 15 Sister also be a demon? How could 15 Sister possibly be a demon? Shameless, utterly shameless. You must be trying to deceive us. You are not truly a gold medal captain of the 6 doors. Yes, you are certainly deceiving us. You aim to monopolize the entire Celestial Pavilion, preventing us from enjoying earthly delights. The group of young gentlemen could no longer contain themselves, erupting in a cacophony of accusations directed at Chu Xiu. Don't believe me. If you doubt, come and see for yourselves. Chu Xiu shook his head, parting the crowd to make way, and stated, were it not for my intervention, you lot would be drained of your essence daily. Even now, many of you have likely already suffered from numerous depletions. I could T1TB long before you fall gravely ill. At best, you will suffer significant depletion of your vitality. And at worst, you will meet your demise. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the young gentlemen shifted, yet they remained skeptical of Chu Xiu's assertions, proceeding to the staircase and ascending to the 3rd floor of the pleasure boat. However, as soon as they entered, they were met with the sight of numero Chu Xiu was momentarily taken aback. His expression peculiarly contorted. He had merely unleashed the complete form of the 7th blade of Heaven Severance, infused with the essence of annihilation, and, astonishingly, with a single strike, he had dispatched the pig demon. Was the pig demon too feeble, or was his own strength too formidable? He discovered a destiny entry. Cracked mountain pig demon bloodline blue. The destiny entry could be plundered, solidified, or transformed into destiny points. Cracked mountain pig demon bloodline. A far superior lineage compared to ordinary pig demons, possessing remarkable potential with a faint possibility of evolving into a mythical realm demon lord. Slaying a pig demon at the 3rd level of Martial Saint realm rewarded him with 27,000 destiny points. Without hesitation, Chu Xiu decided to convert the cracked mountain pig demon bloodline into destiny points. In an instant, his total destiny points surged by 30,000, reaching 174,001. Another profitable venture. Chu Xiu collected the bisected corpse of the pig demon and returned to the 6 gates with great satisfaction. After a brief tea break at the 6 gates in the task hall, Chu Xiu strode in with the poise of a dragon. Brother Chu, have you just returned from the outside? Noticing the state of Chu Xiu's attire, Chi Xiu's mind stirred. Did you go to investigate at Songlong River? Brother Chi, could you help me calculate my total merit points? Chu Xiu replied, all the demons hiding by the Songlong River have been eradicated. And on my way back, I conveniently dealt with a pig demon at the 3rd level of Martial Saint realm. Chu Xiu presented his token to Chi Xiu. Wait, Chi Xiu looked at Chu Xiu with a bewildered expression. You just killed a 3rd level Martial Saint demon. Crossing realms? Can you not be so monstrous? Are you trying to catch up to me? Do you think I, Chi Xiu, have no pride? The records were all noted down, and Brother Chi would be able to see them. Calm yourself. Chu Xiu maintained a serene demeanor. Brother Chu, you are formidable. I am utterly in awe. Please accept my knee. Chi Xiu accepted the token from Chu Xiu. His face filled with admiration. Get lost. Chu Xiu rolled his eyes. Hee, this is delightful. The faster Brother Chu grows, does it not reflect my discerning eye? Chi Xiu chuckled. It won't be long before Brother Chu can protect me. Chu Xiu smiled gently, remaining silent. Complete mastery. This was the pinnacle of the seventh blade of heaven's severance. Killing intent of the blade. I knew it. Brother Chu must have comprehended the blade intent to slay enemies beyond his level. Chu Xiu exclaimed, incredible. The second blade of heaven's severance has reached perfection, and with the annihilation blade intent, Brother Chu has actually grasped two forms of blade intent. Chu Xiu began recording the details while exclaiming. Even Nangong Push would likely pale in comparison to Brother Chu. Turning away, Chu Xiu felt embarrassed by Chu Xiu's naive exuberance. Moments later, Brother Chu, your recent reconnaissance mission was initially only to reveal the demon's hiding spots, which would have rewarded you with 50,000 merit points. Completing this reconnaissance task earns a reward of 100,000 merit points. Thus, Brother Chu receives 100,000 merit points. You killed a first-level martial saint demon, which grants 100,000 merit points. The second-level martial saint demon yields 130,000 merit points, and a third-level martial saint demon offers 160,000 merit points. Altogether, that amounts to 490,000 merit points. Chu Xiu continued. Furthermore, Brother Chu also eliminated numerous masters and grandmasters among the demons, adding up to 159,000 merit points. In total, that results in 649,000 merit points. Pausing, Chu Xiu regarded Chu Xiu with a complex expression. Brother Chu, this task has already been submitted. The points will be credited shortly. You can collect your green-clothed constable uniform and weapon from a storeroom. From now on, you will be a green-clothed constable like me. Thank you, Brother Chu. Chu Xiu smiled lightly, expressing his gratitude. What thanks? We are brothers. It is only natural to think of you when benefits arise. Moreover, I merely wish for you to earn an additional 50,000 merit points. I never anticipated that you would not only uncover the hiding spots, but also complete the task. Chu Xiu sighed deeply, handing Chu Xiu his token with a look of forlornness. Although Chu Xiu had grown powerful enough to protect him, Chu Xiu felt an overwhelming pressure. Previously, he was the one shielding others, but now he genuinely felt the weight of being shielded by Chu Xiu. After taking a moment to compose himself, Chu Xiu looked at Chu Xiu and said, Brother Chu, this information is known only to you and me. If this secret leaks, the Gao family will surely not spare us. I understand. Chu Xiu nodded slightly. If I did not trust Brother Qi, I would not have disclosed this matter. He was well aware that as the overseer of the task hall, Chu Xiu, like Elder Jiang and Zhao Qingming, was undoubtedly a person of immense trust and importance to Chief Qin Yuxian. Otherwise, Chief Qin would never have entrusted the task hall to him. Brother Chu, once we step out of this door, act as if nothing has occurred, that I will inform Chief Qin personally about this secret. Chu Xiu advised Chu Xiu. All right. Chu Xiu contemplated for a moment, then revealed a white jade carved bottle from his hand and handed it to Chu Xiu. Brother Qi, this jade bottle contains the essence I obtained from the demon storage bags after slaying a martial saint demon. It is likely the essence that the demons of Tianxian Pavilion have been consuming during this time. This essence is Brother Chu's spoils. I shall not take it. Chu Xiu glanced at the jade bottle and replied, though we cannot collect such items, as anyone doing so would be an enemy of the six gates and our human race. If it is obtained after slaying a demon, it can be kept. Consuming this will enhance our essence. Enhancing essence. With a raised eyebrow, Chu Xiu spoke with evident interest. Indeed, enhancing one's vitality and spirit is commendable. However, individuals like Brother Chu may not necessarily require such enhancement. It would be prudent for him to observe and determine its applicability later. This particular substance is most suited for the use of demons and otherworldly entities. Chu Xiu shook his head and remarked, demons and otherworldly entities? Chu Xiu felt a flicker of inspiration. Could this be utilized to nurture Li Xinyue and bolster her strength? The thought of absorbing the vitality of those young masters was somewhat disconcerting to him. As a member of the human race, consuming such energies would render him akin to a demon or an otherworldly being. Yet for Li Xinyue, it was a different matter. She was, in essence, a calamity within the realm of the uncanny, making her an apt candidate for its use. Indeed, its efficacy is maximized against demons and otherworldly beings. That elder from the Gao family, in his quest for a mere enhancement of vitality, has conspired with demons, allowing them to gather vitality within our Songlong County city. Truly a heinous crime. Chu Xiu's cheeks flushed with indignation as he spoke with a palpable aura of menace. Chu Xiu's expression shifted to one of realization. It seemed that this vitality could indeed be employed to cultivate Li Xinyue, though it offered little aid to him personally. After a moment of contemplation, he addressed Chu Xiu. Brother Qi, if there's nothing further, I shall take my leave. Very well, Brother Chu. Take care. Chu Xiu reined in his anger, resuming his usual carefree demeanor as he waved his sleeve, causing the door of the task hall to slowly open. Nodding in acknowledgement, Chu Xiu made his way outside the task hall. Before long, he strode purposefully into the storeroom. Young Chu, your timing is impeccable. Your blade has been forged. Upon seeing Chu Xiu enter, Zhao Qingming called out to him. So soon? Chu Xiu was taken aback. Zhao Qingming had previously informed him that it would take 3 days to retrieve the blade. Hasn't it yet been 3 days? It was initially set for 3 days. However, the chief captain took it upon himself to craft it for you. Zhao Qingming replied, casting a sidelong glance at Chu Xiu that you've truly caught the chief captain's attention. This marks the second occasion he has forged a weapon for someone from our 6 doors. Forged by the chief captain himself? Chu Xiu was momentarily stunned. He had not anticipated that Qin Yuxian was also a master craftsman, personally crafting a blade for him. The chief captain is the finest blacksmith within our Songlong County's 6 doors. This blade not only incorporates the flesh and blood of the gluttonous demon, along with the Millennium Black Iron Eye presented to you, but also includes numerous precious materials funded by the chief captain. Such materials are more than sufficient for crafting a 6th-tier renowned weapon. If only the chief captain possessed the prowess to forge a renowned weapon. Otherwise, he might have crafted one for you himself. Zhao Qingming gazed at Chu Xiu with envy. With that, he retrieved a long knife with a deep black blade and scabbard, indistinguishable in style from the standard weapons of the 6 doors, and handed it to Chu Xiu. Thank you, Chief Captain. Thank you, Lord Zhao. Chu Xiu felt a surge of gratitude as he accepted the blade. It was not heavy in his grasp, weighing roughly 10 pounds. Comparable to the knife he currently wielded. Enough with the thanks. Just see if this blade meets your satisfaction. Zhao Qingming waved his hand dismissively. Chu Xiu took a deep breath and slowly drew the blade from its sheath. With a resounding clang, the blade's song erupted. The snow-white blade seemed to harbor immense power, its razor-sharp edge capable of cleaving through all. A chilling aura emanated from the blade, freezing the surrounding air into ice. With thin layers of frost forming on the ground, radiating outward from Chu Xiu. What a magnificent blade! An expression of astonishment crossed Chu Xiu's face as he held it with undeniable affection. Though his Nanyang true art was an ultimate technique of utmost brilliance, exuding an innate essence akin to the blazing sun, the combination of this fiery essence with the bone-chilling cold would significantly enhance his prowess. Do you like it? Zhao Qingming encouraged. Thought if you do, use this blade to slay more demons. As Chu Xiu gazed at the long knife in his hand, he inquired of Zhao Qingming, what is the name of this blade? He observed no inscription on either the hilt or the blade itself. The chief captain stated that since this blade belongs to you, it is your prerogative to name it. Zhao Qingming pondered for a moment before declaring. From now on, it shall be called the Heaven-Slaying Blade. Chu Xiu considered carefully before declaring with a fierce glint in his eyes. Demon-Slaying Blade, Demon-Killing Blade. None of these names suffice. This blade should be named the Heaven-Slaying Blade, destined to eradicate all demons and malevolent entities that plague this realm. What a fitting name for the Heaven-Slaying Blade. You, indeed, possess the courage to match your ambition. Our 6 doors' unparalleled talent ought to embody such formidable spirit. Zhao Qingming exclaimed with a hearty laugh, his face lighting up with admiration. Buzz, the Heaven-Slaying Blade seemed to resonate with Chu Xiu's formidable spirit, emitting a gentle hum. Chu Xiu felt an even deeper connection with the blade, as if it were an extension of his very being, that he understood well that this bond was not solely due to the blade's illustrious title, but also a recognition from the Heaven-Slaying Blade itself. With a measured motion, Chu Xiu sheathed the Heaven-Slaying Blade, removing the long knife from his waist and placing it on the table, then reattaching the Heaven-Slaying Blade to his side. By the way, young Chu, did you come here tonight for a specific purpose? Zhao Qingming abruptly recalled that it was Chu Xiu who had taken the initiative to visit, prompting him to inquire. Lord Zhao, I have come to collect my Qingyi Mingbu officer's attire. Chu Xiu replied with a calm demeanor. What did you say? Zhao Qingming's expression turned to one of astonishment, as if he doubted his own hearing. Could it be that Chu Xiu had truly advanced another rank in a single day? Was he to expect him to claim the Hongyi Mingbu officer's attire tomorrow? It was worth noting that there was only one red-clad inspector in all of Songlong County, Qin Yuxian. Chu Xiu produced his Qingyi Mingbu token and presented it to Zhao Qingming. The evidence spoke louder than words. His merit points had fully credited, and his token had once again upgraded. You truly are a marvel. Zhao Qingming accepted the token, his teeth gritted as he spoke. Each word seemingly forced from between clenched jaws. Lord Zhao, you flatter me that I am but a humble figure compared to the most exceptional talents within our 6 doors, Chu Xiu replied with a modest demeanor. Nonsense. Zhao Qingming could not help but exclaim. Who says you're not their equal? Can they boast of advancing a rank each day, from Copper Badge Inspector to Qingyi Mingbu Officer in mere days? Did any of them not take over a year to achieve such feats? Does that mean I truly am quite impressive? Chu Xiu raised an eyebrow, pondering aloud. Not just impressive, but genuinely remarkable. All right then. You needn't call me Lord Zhao any longer. You are now a Qingyi Mingbu officer, just like me. Call me Zhao Lao instead. Don't think I'm unaware. You refer to that old man Jiang as Jiang Lao. Yet you call me Lord Zhao. What? Is your relationship with Jiang Lao more intimate? Zhao Qingming shot a glare at Chu Xiu, puffing his cheeks indignantly. Zhao Lao. Chu Xiu obediently addressed Zhao Qingming. He sensed that failing to call him Zhao Lao might provoke the old man. But truly, you are quite extraordinary. Did you rely on 50 bottles of fierce sun elixirs to surge from the first realm of the master stage to the first realm of the grandmaster stage? Then, in your grandmaster state, did you slay demons or formidable foes at the martial saint level? Zhao Qingming's cheeks displayed a look of satisfaction as he gazed intently at Chu Xiu. He immediately discerned that Chu Xiu had already stepped into the realm of Great Master, achieving significant progress. Indeed, after fully digesting the potency of the Liang Dan, Chu Xiu had reached the Great Master level, rather than merely having made a slight breakthrough into the initial stage of the realm. Zhao Lao, you have keen insight, Chu Xiu replied. Earlier this evening, while on a mission, I encountered a monster of the martial saint level. It was particularly unfortunate that this creature was aware of my recognition of its true identity and sought to eliminate me. Initially, I had only relied on the Liang Dan to ascend to the pinnacle of the martial master level. With such strength, I was utterly incapable of contending with a martial saint monster. In desperation, I consumed all 11 remaining bottles of Liang Dan in one go, and with the power of those 11 bottles, I decisively ascended to the Great Master level, achieving a remarkable breakthrough that a look of alarm spread across Zhao Qingming's face as he scolded Chu Xiu. You reckless lad. 11 bottles of Liang Dan. Are you not concerned about being overwhelmed by its potency? It was a matter of life or death. Had I failed to break through, my return would have been impossible. Fortunately, I succeeded, and I was able to slay the martial saint monster with a single strike. Chu Xiu replied nonchalantly, do not repeat such reckless actions in the future. Moreover, you consumed 39 bottles of Liang Dan in such quick succession. You advanced from the initial stage of martial master to the pinnacle of martial master in one go. Zhao Qingming remarked, suddenly realizing the absurdity of Chu Xiu's absorption rate. Is it truly possible for you to assimilate medicinal pills at such an extraordinary pace? A typical martial master can only consume 3 to 5 Liang Dan in a day, and even 3 may lead to instability in their cultivation level. Yet your realm shows no signs of instability, having completed in one day what ordinary martial masters would take months to accomplish. Chu Xiu smiled quietly, remaining silent. Indeed, this is your secret. Everyone has their own secrets, Zhao Qingming said, his expression turning serious as he leaned closer to Chu Xiu. Remember, from now on, you must claim that you have always been a great master, merely concealing your true strength, which allowed you to achieve successive breakthroughs. The speed of your ascension and your absorption of medicinal pills must remain a secret. Should this information become public, it could provoke countless monsters to target you. Even among our own kind, there would certainly be those who covet your life. Thank you for the warning, Zhao Lao. Chu Xiu acknowledged solemnly. Good, you understand, Zhao Qingming said, regarding him intently. Now that you have ascended to the great master level, it is evident that you did not come to me merely to collect your official attire as a green row constable. Speak up. What else do you require? I shall procure it all for you. Zhao Lao, I need 50 bottles of Jinyuan Dan, Chu Xiu replied, nodding. The divine elephant suppression technique requires the creation of a vast number of microparticles to condense the wild dragon elephants. The resources needed for cultivation are exponentially greater than those required for the Nine Suns true art. Even within the same realm, the resource demands are several times greater. He almost consumes Jinyuan Dan and Liang Dan as if they were mere candies. Although he mainly ingested Liang Dan, he had also depleted all his Jinyuan Dan. After consuming all the Jinyuan Dan, he had only managed to condense 317 wild dragon elephants. The second major achievement of the divine elephant suppression technique requires 420 microparticles, meaning he still needs 103 microparticles to achieve the great master level in external martial arts. Henceforth, Chu Xiu planned to diligently pursue the divine elephant suppression technique to elevate his external martial arts cultivation level. A balanced cultivation of both internal and external practices is the true path. 50 bottles of Jinyuan Dan. Do you have enough merit points? Zhao Qingming paused, astonished as he regarded Chu Xiu. Each bottle of Jinyuan Dan costs 50,000 merit points. Making 50 bottles totaled 250,000 merit points. Although Chu Xiu had slain a martial saint monster, it is unlikely he had accumulated merit points so swiftly. Zhao Lao, it's sufficient. I've taken down quite a number of monsters this time. Chu Xiu replied with a slight nod. Very well. I shall now retrieve your official attire and Jinyuan Dan, Zhao Qingming said, nodding without further thought as he prepared to use Chu Xiu's token to deduct 250,000 merit points. Zhao Lao, wait, I have some monster corpses here. Does the Six Doors accept them? Chu Xiu pondered for a moment before asking Zhao Qingming. Monster corpses? Zhao Qingming responded, we do accept them, but our Six Doors typically only collects corpses of monsters at the minimum martial master level, as lower-level monsters are of little use. Besides, the flesh and blood of monsters can be purified for alchemical purposes or crafted into medicinal dishes. Their skin, claws, and fangs can be used to forge weapons or armor. A glimmer of intrigue flashed in Zhao Qingming's eyes as he set aside Chu Xiu's token. Chu Xiu stepped into an open area, and with a sweep of his sleeve, the corpses of numerous monsters emerged in the hall. Fortunately, the storage hall was spacious enough. Otherwise, it would have been impossible to accommodate so many monster corpses. Among them were 3 corpses of martial saint-level monsters, along with dozens of corpses for martial master and great master-level monsters. You've truly slain quite a number of monsters. Zhao Qingming observed the array of monster corpses in the hall, remaining silent for a moment before speaking thoughtfully. Initially, he had assumed Chu Xiu had only defeated a single martial saint monster, accompanied by a few lesser creatures. Who could have predicted that there were 3 martial saint-level monsters here? With Zhao Qingming's keen eye, he could sense the aura emanating from the 3 martial saint corpses. Recognizing one as a 3rd-level martial saint, one as a 2nd level, and one as a 1st-level a great master at the initial stage, Chu Xiu had astonishingly slain 3 martial saint-level monsters. Among them was even a 3rd-level martial saint. If word of this were to spread, it would surely send shockwaves throughout the entire Songlong prefecture, and even across the entirety of Qingzhou. Zhao Lao, could you help me calculate the total worth of these? Chu Xiu asked with a gentle smile. The acquisition price for martial master monster corpses in our 6 doors is standardized, regardless of their minor realm variations, at 5,000 merit points each. 4 great master level monster corpses. The value is set at 50,000. However, the pricing for martial saint level corpses differs significantly. At that level, their skin, claws, and fangs are considered premium materials for weapon and armor crafting, and their inner cores are invaluable for alchemical purposes. Zhao Qingming scrutinized the monster corpses before addressing Chu Xiu. You haven't extracted the inner cores from these 3 monsters, have you? If you did, their value would plummet. No. Chu Xiu shook his head. He was well aware that a monster reaching the martial saint level would produce an inner core, and similarly, A martial artist achieving that level would form a martial essence core. If the inner cores remained intact, a first-level martial saint corpse would be worth 500,000 merit points, a second-level corpse would be valued at 600,000, and a third-level corpse would be worth 700,000 merit points. This is the standard repurchase price within our 6 doors treasury. If the inner cores are absent, the merit points would be halved. With 3 martial saint corpses here, the total value amounts to 1,800,000 merit points. Let me also tally the merit points for the martial master and great master level corpses, Zhao Qingming said to Chu Xiu before moving on to perform the calculations. Before long, Zhao Qingming regarded Chu Xiu with an unusual expression, saying, "In total, there are 50 martial master corpses and 9 great master corpses, adding up to precisely 700,000 merit points. This totals 250,000 merit points exactly." Chu Xiu, you didn't calculate this beforehand, did you? This is exactly 250,000 merit points, meaning you won't need to deduct anything for your Jingyuan Dan. Cough. Master Zhao, this is my inaugural venture into the sale of demon corpses. Previously, I squandered the demon corpses without knowledge of their acquisition prices. Upon hearing this, Chu Xiu rolled his eyes and remarked, "That indeed is a concern. Very well, your merit points are no longer required. Take back your token. I shall procure your official attire and essence elixirs." Zhao Qingming collected all the demon corpses and turned to enter the storeroom. Chu Xiu stood silently in the hall, awaiting his return. Before long, Zhao Qingming emerged from the storeroom, carrying a black bag, which he handed to Chu Xiu, saying, "Here, Chu Xiu, inside are 3 sets of green-clad constable uniforms and 50 bottles of essence elixirs." "Thank you, Master Zhao," Chu Xiu replied gratefully as he accepted the black bag. Zhao Qingming waved his hand dismissively at Chu Xiu, remaining silent. Chu Xiu cupped his hands in respect and departed with the black bag in tow. Upon exiting the storeroom, Chu Xiu strode purposefully toward his own courtyard. In a short while, he entered his abode. Jiang Xiao was diligently practicing her swordplay in the courtyard, while Li Xinyue sat on a stone bench at the stone table, lost in thought. After all, Li Xinyue was not human. She was a peculiar being, a calamity in her own right. She did not require training to experience continuous enhancement. Young master has returned. Upon seeing Chu Xiu, Jiang Xiao's eyes sparkled as she sheathed her sword and effortlessly appeared before him. Li Xinyue also snapped back to reality and approached Chu Xiu. "Yes, I have returned after completing my tasks." Chu Xiu smiled slightly as he spoke. "Young master, are you tired? Would you like me to massage your shoulders?" Jiang Xiao inquired with her beautiful, large eyes twinkling at Chu Xiu. Li Xinyue interjected, "Young master, I can assist you with leg massages that no need. I'm not fatigued." Chu Xiu replied with a gentle smile that I will be stepping out momentarily. Jiang Xiao and Li Xinyue's faces revealed a hint of disappointment. "I am merely going to the armory, not anywhere else," Chu Xiu chuckled, alleviating their worries. With that, Jiang Xiao and Li Xinyue felt relieved, as they had been concerned about Chu Xiu whenever he undertook a mission. Chu Xiu flipped his right hand, revealing a jade bottle, which he extended toward Li Xinyue. "Xinyue, this is the bounty I acquired during my outing. It contains the essence energy consumed by the demons lurking along the banks of the Songlong River. While it may not hold much value for our kind, it could be of significant benefit to you. See if you can utilize it to enhance your strength. You are truly kind to me." "Young master," Li Xinyue responded, her captivating beauty reflecting profound gratitude, her clear eyes glistening with mist as she gazed at Chu Xiu. "Oh dear, Sister Xinyue, you should quickly accept what the young master has bestowed upon you. The stronger we become, the better we can assist the young master. Right?" Jiang Xiao said adorably as she snatched the jade bottle from Chu Xiu's hand and placed it into Li Xinyue's grasp. "Indeed, I must enhance my strength to aid the young master and avenge the hundreds of souls of Li family village," Li Xinyue declared earnestly, clutching the jade bottle tightly. "Very well, I shall change into a different outfit and then visit the armory before returning." Chu Xiu informed the 2 young women, then entered his room with the black package. After donning the green-clad constable uniform, he emerged from his chamber, leaving the courtyard and heading toward the 6 doors armory. As Chu Xiu departed, Jiang Xiao resumed her sword practice, while Li Xinyue carried the jade bottle toward her room, preparing to utilize the essence energy contained within. In no time, Chu Xiu entered the Six Doors Armory. Upon his arrival, Elder Jiang glanced at him and remarked, "Little brat, have you come to replenish your merit points?" "Wait a moment," he continued. "You become a green-clad constable." Elder Jiang suddenly realized, rising in shock as he gazed at Chu Xiu, unable to contain his astonishment. "Indeed, Elder Jiang, your keen perception is unmatched. You immediately discern my new status as a green-clad constable." Chu Xiu flattered him. "Are you mocking me, boy? My eyesight is perfectly fine. You are clad in the green-clad constable uniform." "How could I not see that?" Elder Jiang scoffed, a hint of bitterness in his expression. How long has it been since Chu Xiu became a copper badge constable? And now he is already a green-clad constable. At this rate, it won't be long before he is addressed as Lord Chu. Cough. "Elder Jiang, how could I dare?" Chu Xiu coughed lightly and quickly clarified. "Enough with the explanations. You are now a green-clad constable like myself. It likely won't be long before you ascend to become a red-clad constable of the Six Doors, at which point I'll have to call you Lord Chu." Elder Jiang smirked. "That is not the case. My status as a green-clad constable is not on par with your caliber of a green-clad constable. Elder Jiang, please refrain from mocking me." Chu Xiu rolled his eyes and responded. "Moreover, even if one day I were to become a red-clad constable, I would still respectfully address you as Elder Jiang. How could I presume to have you call me Lord Chu? That would be quite embarrassing." This statement held truth. Within the Six Doors, not all green-clad constables are created equal. Figures like Elder Jiang and Zhao Qingming were undoubtedly among the most elite of green-clad constables. Not only were their cultivation levels likely nearing the pinnacle of the martial saint realm, just a step away from the mythical realm, but their power far surpassed that of the weaker martial saints like the pig demon. The more Chu Xiu learned about Songlong County, the more he realized that the strength of the Six Doors in Songlong County was far from the simple notion he had initially conceived. It was evident that the Six Doors housed more than just the chief, Constable Qin Yuxian, as a formidable figure. While Chu Xiu was uncertain whether there were other red-clad constables of mythical caliber within the Six Doors, he was certain that Zhao Qingming, who presided over the armory and storeroom, was likely far more powerful than he had imagined. "At least you possess some conscience," Elder Jiang remarked. "Now, tell me, have you come to replenish the 5,000 merit points for the gazing chi technique? Or is there something else on your mind?" A satisfied expression crossed Elder Jiang's face as he regarded Chu Xiu. "Elder Jiang, in addition to replenishing the 5,000 merit points for the gazing chi technique, I wish to select 2 additional martial arts techniques." Chu Xiu contemplated for a moment before responding. "You wish to select more martial arts?" Elder Jiang exclaimed, his eyes nearly bulging in disbelief, as if he had misheard. "Cough, Elder Zhao, though I've already learned many martial arts, my exceptional comprehension allows me to absorb even more without any detriment." Chu Xiu nodded in affirmation. "Very well. What martial arts do you wish to choose this time?" Elder Jiang waved his hand, clearly tired of discussing the matter. What a foolish notion that one can bite off more than they can chew. If he were to say anything further, he would be a fool. Chu Xiu was indeed a monster. The typical concerns did not apply to him. Although he occasionally visited the armory to select a martial art, did it have any negative impact on him? No, that notion was entirely unfounded. His cultivation level advanced almost daily. While others might be regarded with renewed respect after a mere 3 days apart, Chu Xiu was already worthy of such admiration after just half a day. "Elder Jiang, this time I seek to select a sound wave-based martial art and a mental-based martial art." Without a moment's hesitation, Chu Xiu replied. He had already contemplated this before approaching the armory. As a versatile warrior, one must strive for comprehensive enhancement. While it may be permissible to forego the study of sound wave martial arts, the mastery of mental martial arts is indispensable at the very least. He must possess a method of mental defense. Only then can he withstand the assaults of demons skilled in mental attacks. Sound wave martial arts? Mental martial arts? You seem to be drifting further from the path. Young man. Upon hearing this, Elder Jiang frowned and remarked, "However, possessing these 2 types of martial arts would indeed be greatly advantageous. There are many forms of sound wave martial arts. Which specific type do you require? Is there one that utilizes the guqin?" Chu Xiu's interest was piqued as he turned to Elder Jiang, but he had recently acquired a guqin from Xian Chuanyang, making it the perfect instrument for practicing sound wave martial arts. The Guqin, Elder Jiang was momentarily taken aback, then said, "Are you certain? To learn such sound wave martial arts, you'll need a specialized stringed instrument to perform on. An ordinary Guqin would not withstand the strain of sound wave martial arts and would be reduced to dust in an instant. Elder Jiang, could you please assess whether my Guqin qualifies as a stringed weapon?" Chu Xiu concentrated, and an ancient, majestic Guqin appeared in his hands, which he presented to Elder Jiang. Elder Jiang's expression turned serious as he examined the Guqin closely. His face quickly transformed with astonishment, exclaiming, "This Guqin is remarkable. It is crafted from phoenix birchwood and has already reached the 6th-tier artifact level. Moreover, it is a top-grade 6th-tier artifact. Wait, isn't this the Fengqi Baoyin from the Akin family of Zenith? How did you come to possess it?" "The Akin family of Zenith." Chu Xiu raised an eyebrow and replied, "I undertook a reconnaissance mission by the banks of the Songlong River, where I encountered a group of fox spirits hidden within the Tiangxianch. The leader, known as Xan Shuanyang, was slain, and this Fengqi Baoyin was obtained from her." Xan Shuanyang? Elder Jiang clicked his tongue in realization, saying, "Ah, so it is true. You truly are a ruthless individual to have dealt with such a captivating fox spirit." His eyes gleamed with admiration as he regarded Chu Xiu, remarking, "You are indeed cold-hearted and decisive." The name Xan Shuanyang indicates she is a direct descendant of the Akin family of Zenith, and one highly valued by their ancestor. It is no surprise she was entrusted with the Fengqi Baoyin. "Elder Jiang, are you praising me?" Chu Xiu regarded Elder Jiang with a peculiar expression, sensing something odd in the elder's words. "Of course, I am complimenting you. The fox spirits of the Akin family are no trifles. However, you must exercise caution. These fox spirits are not simple adversaries. They hold grudges fiercely, and having slain a direct descendant of the Akin family and taken their ancestors' Fengqi Baoyin, the elder fox spirit will undoubtedly seek revenge. While she may not dare confront you directly in Songlong County, she will surely send experts from the Akin family after you. It would be prudent for you to remain within the 6 doors for the time being. Here, not even the Akin family's experts can harm you. Should that elder fox spirit dare to come herself, I will deal with her." Elder Jiang spoke with a calm demeanor. "Elder Jiang, can you truly slay those of the mythic realm?" Chu Xiu's eyes lit up as he inquired. "The ancestor of the Akin family must at least be of mythic level, correct?" Elder Jiang smiled enigmatically, and upon seeing his expression, Chu Xiu understood that the elder indeed possessed the strength to slay those of the mythic realm. He began to question whether Elder Jiang was truly a mere martial saint-level figure, or if he had already reached the mythic realm but had not advanced to the rank of Red Robe Enforcer. However, if that were the case, it seemed unlikely that if Elder Jiang had entered the mythic realm, he would not remain as a Green Robe Enforcer. His advancement to a Red Robe Enforcer would be inevitable. It must be that he had the strength to defeat opponents of a higher level. If this were true, then Elder Jiang's power was truly terrifying. One must remember that the higher one's cultivation level, the more challenging it becomes to defeat opponents of greater strength. Take good care of your Fengqi Baoyin. Since you possess it, it is no wonder you wish to cultivate sound wave martial arts. We indeed have suitable sound wave martial arts for stringed instruments within the 6 doors. In fact, there is more than one option. Elder Jiang handed the Fengqi Baoyin back to Chu Xiu, stating, "Within the 6 doors we have techniques such as the 8 sounds of heavenly demons, the 7 killings demon sound, and the heartless heavenly sound, among others. Each of these 3 techniques is a remarkable martial art that directly pertains to the laws of the universe. The 8 sounds of heavenly demons requires comprehension of the true essence of demonic paths and their corresponding laws to unleash its true power. The 7 killings demon sound necessitates an understanding of the true essence of slaughter and the laws of killing. Meanwhile, the heartless heavenly sound demands comprehension of the true essence of heartlessness and its laws. Interestingly, the 8 sounds of heavenly demons is related to the lightness technique you are currently practicing. The 8 steps of heavenly demons, both originating from the heavenly demon sect. However, the 8 steps of heavenly demons pertains to the true essence of space and its laws, rather than the true essence and laws of the demonic path. Elder Jiang, I choose the 8 sounds of heavenly demons. A glimmer of determination crossed Chu Xiu's eyes as he spoke. Although he had already grasped the true essence of slaughter, it would be more fitting for him to learn the 7 killings demon sound. However, for Chu Xiu, comprehending the true essence was as effortless as eating and drinking as long as he desired. His innate talent would enable him to grasp it. Given this, there was no need to cling to the 7 killings demon sound, which he had already understood. Instead, choosing the 8 sounds of heavenly demons would allow him to gain insight into another aspect of the demonic path. The laws of the demonic path are among the most supreme of the 3,000 laws. Excellent. Elder Jiang regarded Chu Xiu with a deep gaze and said, "As for mental martial arts, I have thought of one that is particularly suitable for you. Please enlighten me, Elder Jiang," Chu Xiu replied earnestly. "The supreme visualization method." Elder Jiang's expression turned solemn as he declared, "This is one of the highest ultimate arts of the supreme Tao. It is also a breathtaking martial art. It can enhance mental strength and cultivate the soul, achieving a state where the soul is immortal and eternal. The supreme Tao, the supreme visualization method." Upon hearing this, a spark of excitement flickered in Chu Xiu's eyes. He was well aware of the esteemed reputation of the supreme Tao. In the Great Zhou Dynasty, aside from the aristocratic families, there existed numerous sects, all of formidable power. The supreme Tao is among the most prestigious sects of the Great Zhou Dynasty, a sacred land of existence. The master of the supreme Tao serves as the national teacher of the Great Zhou Dynasty. Indeed, the supreme visualization method is available within the 6 doors. If you can grasp its fundamentals, you will be able to strengthen your mental strength and refine your soul, making your journey to the mythic realm significantly easier. Furthermore, despite its name as a visualization method, it also encompasses techniques for mental attack and mental defense. The mental attack technique is the supreme heavenly blade. It allows one to condense a blade from mental strength that strikes at the soul. This is an immensely powerful method of mental attack. The mental defense technique is the supreme golden lotus. It forms golden lotuses from mental strength to shield oneself, impervious to all attacks. Elder Jiang glanced at Chu Xiu and added, "However, the supreme visualization method is exceedingly rare. Even within the supreme Tao, with each generation yielding no more than a handful of practitioners, he had long since discerned the intentions of Xiu. This young man had a penchant for cultivating the most extraordinary martial arts. Thus, he refrained from recommending any ordinary techniques to Chu Xiu, instead directly suggesting the Taishang visualization method. This served to enlighten the young man about the fact that not every remarkable martial art was within his grasp. Should he truly master the Taishang visualization method, it would undoubtedly confer immense benefits upon him. If he could not, he would still have the option to select from other spiritual martial arts. After all, given the speed at which this young man dispatched demons, he was hardly lacking in merit points. The astonishing martial arts within their 6 doors required merely 50,000 merit points. A trifling sum indeed. Old Jiang, it is this Taishang visualization method that I seek," Chu Xiu declared earnestly, a spark of determination flickering in his eyes. "It would be foolish to pursue any other spiritual martial arts when such a powerful technique is available. With my unparalleled intellect, denoted by a purple attribute, my comprehension is certainly not inferior to others. Coupled with my innate divine soul, a blue attribute, I possess an extraordinary talent for cultivating spiritual martial arts." "Very well. Hand over your token," Old Jiang replied with a slight nod. "You owe 50,000 merit points already, and with the addition of the Tianma Ban and the Taishang visualization method, that brings your total to 150,000 merit points." Chu Xiu produced his Qingyi Mingbu token and presented it to Old Jiang. He currently held 652,543 merit points. Even after deducting the 150,000, he would still retain 637,543 merit points. Old Jiang swiped Chu Xiu's token against a black jade stone and returned it to him. "Wait here a moment. I shall fetch the Tianma Ban and the Taishang visualization method for you." "Thank you, Old Jiang," Chu Xiu responded gratefully as he accepted the token. "When did you become so courteous with me?" Old Jiang shot him a glare before striding towards the inner storeroom of the 6 doors. Chu Xiu smiled quietly, remaining silent. Before long, Old Jiang emerged, handing 2 jade slips to Chu Xiu. "Here you go. Take your extraordinary martial arts and be on your way." "Thank you, Old Jiang," Chu Xiu said, accepting the 2 jade slips and turning to leave in the Dajang gang. A member hurried to the depths of the gang's courtyard. Panic etched across his face as he bowed. Reporting to the leader, something grave has occurred. The figure of Wei Qi Feng, the leader of the Dajang gang, seemed to materialize before the messenger, his voice icy. What is it? A sense of foreboding stirred within him. Surely not. The Tianxian Pavilion harbored 2 masters of the martial saint level, Xian Shuanyang and Ping Mama. They had already sent word to Xian Shuanyang. Could it be that she had been discovered by Chu Xiu? Even if she was, he had arranged for the Demon King of Wild Boar Ridge to eliminate Chu Xiu after his departure from the banks of the Songlong River. Could it be that a slip had occurred? Reporting to the leader. After Chu Xiu arrived at the banks of the Songlong River, by a stroke of fate, he entered the Tianxian Pavilion. Subsequently, the entire pavilion was utterly annihilated by him. Now, the Tianxian Pavilion lies in ruins, reduced to ashes. The messenger stammered, his voice trembling. What? Wei Qi Feng's vision darkened, and he nearly collapsed, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Xian Shuanyang had been collecting vital energy for the Gao family at the Songlong River. Now that the Tianxian Pavilion was destroyed, how would he explain this to the Gao family? A wave of terror engulfed him. Nevertheless, having led the Dajang gang, the largest faction in Songlong County for many years, he took a deep breath and said, "Dispatch someone at once to Shaoqi Mountain to inform the elder of the Xian family to send members of their clan to our Songlong County city to assist the Gao family. If the Gao family is enraged, not only will I not survive, but the elder of the Xian family will also fare poorly." Understood, the messenger replied, hesitating for a moment before continuing. "Leader, there's another matter to report." After Chu Xiu left at Songlong River, a martial saint-level demon king from Wild Boar Ridge acted, but he too was slain by Chu Xiu. What a remarkable Chu Xiu! In a single night, he has dispatched 3 martial saint-level demon kings. Wei Qi Feng's voice was laced with malice. His speed of growth is astonishing. Even I have never heard of such an extraordinary individual. If he is not eliminated, he will undoubtedly become a significant threat to us. Did not 3 demon kings from Wild Boar Ridge come? There is still one at the martial saint level, 7, and another at 9. Inform the leader of the Guangsha gang to coordinate with these 2 martial saint level demon kings to eliminate Chu Xiu. As soon as he steps out of the 6 doors, let these 2 Wild Boar Ridge demon kings take action. Yes, the messenger replied respectfully. The bloody night shall be temporarily halted. Once Chu Xiu is dealt with, it shall resume. Wei Qi Feng massaged his aching temples and addressed the messenger. That will be all. Go carry out these tasks. Yes, I shall obey. The messenger affirmed before striding away. In the 6 doors, Chu Xiu entered the courtyard with a commanding presence. Suddenly, a humming sound erupted from one of the rooms, and an overwhelmingly terrifying aura surged forth. This aura had already reached the level of a martial saint and was anything but ordinary. Chu Xiu even felt that the Lianshan boar demon he encountered tonight was far less fearsome than this presence. Yet, despite Li Xinyue having just recently broken through, the energy she exuded surpassed that of the Lianshan boar demon by several times. Such was the terrifying power of natural disasters. Young master, has Sister Xinyue broken through? Zhang Xiao asked curiously, gazing towards Li Xinyue's room. Indeed, it seems that Xinyue has absorbed the vital energy from the Yujing bottle, leading to her breakthrough. Chu Xiu acknowledged with a slight nod. Sister Xinyue is so impressive. Zhang Xiao remarked with a hint of envy. Chu Xiu smiled gently. Xiao, you are no less impressive yourself. You have already reached the 7th level of the innate realm. Your advancement is equally remarkable, making you a veritable genius in the 6 doors. He even sensed that, compared to the geniuses of the 6 doors, Zhang Xiao, who might possibly be the reincarnation of the moon goddess, surpassed them all. He was increasingly amazed by her swordsmanship, which had grown to such an extent that he could hardly fathom its current level. However, I still fall short compared to Sister Xinyue, Zhang Xiao said. Younger master, I won't trouble you further. I must return to my training, Zhang Xiao declared, shaking her delicate fist with utmost seriousness. Very well. Take your time to cultivate. I shall head to the study to ponder martial arts. Chu Xiu replied with a light chuckle, aware that even if Li Xinyue had broken through, she would still need to solidify her foundation. Jiang Xiao nodded obediently before resuming her training in the study of the courtyard. Chu Xiu placed the jade slip of the Tianma Bayan against his forehead. Boom! Instantly, a multitude of information regarding the Tianma Bayan flooded into his mind as though etched into his consciousness. Utilizing his unparalleled intellect, he began to comprehend the Tianma Bayan. Why extraordinary intellect is indeed remarkable. I have grasped the fundamentals of the Tianma Bayan with such swiftness. After a considerable time, Chu Xiu slowly opened his eyes. A smile gracing his cheeks as he mused, if I accumulate enough destiny points, I shall elevate my extraordinary intellect from a purple attribute to a golden one, that I wonder what level of comprehension I would reach upon such an elevation. Now, it is time to examine the Taishang visualization method. Pausing for a moment, Chu Xiu took up the jade slip for the Taishang visualization method, his face alight with anticipation as he pressed it to his forehead. His decision to study the Tianma Bayan first stemmed from the greater significance he placed on the Taishang visualization method, which was far more crucial to him than the Tianma Bayan. Boom! In that instant, in Chu Xiu's mind, it seemed as if a thunderous roar reverberated. Countless concepts regarding the supreme visualization method materialized within his consciousness. Alongside these notions, a visualization image gradually unfurled in his mind. This image depicted a towering Taoist clad in a robe, exuding an aura akin to that of a celestial being. One hand pointed to the heavens, while the other gestured toward the earth, proclaiming, above and below, I alone stand supreme. Thus was the supreme visualization method merely about envisioning the revered immortal who imparted this technique. With his eyes now open, Chu Xiu raised an elegant brow, contemplating the supreme visualization method as he spoke. Then, may I visualize myself? If I believe I am the strongest, then I am indeed the strongest. I need not envision others. After a moment's reflection, Chu Xiu deemed this entirely feasible. He directly accessed the content of the supreme visualization method, adopting the form depicted in the image, merely substituting the character with himself. With this thought, Chu Xiu closed his eyes and began to visualize within his mind, the first step of the supreme visualization method, and indeed the most challenging, required him to sketch a vivid image in his consciousness, embodying the essence of the supreme immortal, thereby exerting dominance over the spiritual realm. Thanks to his astonishing comprehension, a figure swiftly emerged in his mind. This figure was not the supreme immortal, but rather Chu Xiu himself, donned in a Taoist robe, one hand raised to the sky and the other pointing to the ground. Above and below, I alone stand supreme. He perfectly manifested the aura of the supreme immortal, albeit with himself as the substitute. This figure materialized within the spiritual realm. Chu Xiu felt an extraordinary phenomenon, a golden lotus blooming and cascading from the heavens. Ultimately, these golden lotuses seamlessly integrated into Chu Xiu's spiritual energy, causing it to surge dramatically in that instant. Before long, Chu Xiu's spiritual power had multiplied several times over, soaring from dozens of zhang to 200 zhang, even extending beyond the confines of his courtyard. Though the formations within the courtyard could obstruct the prying eyes of others, they posed no hindrance to Chu Xiu, the master, allowing his spiritual energy to manifest outside its bounds. Every movement within a radius of 200 zhang lay under Chu Xiu's vigilant gaze, as his spiritual energy functioned akin to his own eyes. After merely sensing the surroundings, Chu Xiu retracted his spiritual energy and began to refine the supreme golden lotus. The supreme visualization method? At the deepest recesses of the 6 doors, Chief Qin Yuxian gazed in astonishment toward the direction of Chu Xiu's courtyard, exclaiming, "A prodigy! This is an unparalleled genius of our 6 doors. Not only does he possess extraordinary talent in swordsmanship and the art of forging, but he also harbors a remarkable aptitude for soul cultivation. He has even mastered the breathtaking supreme visualization method." It is unlikely that Chu Xiu could remain in our Songlong County's 6 doors, let alone the 6 doors of Qingzhou. His future lies within the headquarters of our Great Zhou Empire's 6 doors. Upon finishing his statement, Qin Yuxian could not help but harbor a glimmer of anticipation within. If their Songlong County's 6 doors could produce a talent capable of establishing a foothold at the headquarters of the Great Zhou Empire's 6 doors, there was even a possibility of ascending to the position of deputy chief or perhaps even chief. Their Songlong County six doors would then be renowned throughout the entire Great Zhou Empire. Could it be that this young man sought out Elder Jiang in the armory for the supreme visualization method? In the treasure vault of the six doors, Zhao Qingming gazed in shock toward the direction of Chu Xiu's courtyard, unable to restrain his astonishment. Within the armory, Elder Jiang stared blankly in the same direction. While he was aware of Chu Xiu's exceptional talent, he had not anticipated such a terrifying aptitude for soul cultivation. The supreme visualization method was indeed one of the highest esoteric arts, and it was said that few could master it in each generation. There was no doubt about it. In my youth, I too aspired to cultivate the supreme visualization method, but after expending vast amounts of time, I could not even grasp the basics. A T cannot be wrong. After a moment of silence, Elder Jiang scratched his head. His expression filled with vexation as he remarked, "But how can this young man be so extraordinary? Moreover, why does he learn everything so swiftly? Does he not possess any shortcomings? Could he be a reincarnation of an immortal? Or perhaps a celestial sovereign? Or even a heavenly emperor?" Soon, a golden lotus platform materialized beneath Chu Xiu's feet, though it was still somewhat ethereal. "Success," he proclaimed. Now all that remained was to invest time to gradually solidify the supreme golden lotus, thereby fortifying his spiritual defenses. Chu Xiu slowly opened his eyes, a smile gracing his face as he declared, "It is time to enhance my destiny attributes." Destiny attributes: Nine Yang Sacred Body, gold; peerless wisdom, purple; aristocratic air, blue; golden muscles and jade bones, blue; carefree wind riding, blue; vitality like a river, blue; blade talent prodigy, blue; dual mastery of fist and foot, blue; gluttonous stomach, blue; innate divine soul, blue; heavenly melody, green; destiny value 170401. Unbeknownst to him, he had accumulated 11 attributes. Now, with a total of 170,000 destiny points, he was poised to manifest a second purple attribute. As Chu Xiu observed the destiny attributes displayed on his data panel, he felt an overwhelming sense of anticipation. From the peerless wisdom, he could ascertain the immense power of a purple attribute. Gazing at each destiny attribute, he began to ponder. After a considerable pause, Chu Xiu's gaze turned resolute as he stated, "The second purple attribute must enhance my blade talent. My most formidable prowess remains in the blade. The enhancement of my blade talent will yield the most pronounced increase in strength. When I possess sufficient destiny points in the future, I can elevate the third purple attribute to golden muscles and jade bones." With this decision made, Chu Xiu firmly voiced in his mind, "System, elevate blade talent prodigy." As soon as the words left his lips, a breathtaking surge of blade energy erupted in Chu Xiu's mind. Subsequently, a figure began to execute the 7 blades of heaven in his consciousness. Before long, multiple figures appeared once more. Each figure was Chu Xiu, each one mastering a different blade technique. Countless insights regarding blade techniques flooded Chu Xiu's mind. Whether it was the 7 blades of heaven or the lunar blade technique or the 5 elements blade technique, Chu Xiu had already comprehended these arts to perfection. That a torrent of blade intent erupted from Chu Xiu. Pure yang blade intent, slaughter blade intent, destruction blade intent, lunar blade intent, 5 elements blade intent, universe blade intent, thunder blade intent, 7 distinct blade intents in total. Among them, the pure yang blade intent wielded the most terrifying power. The slaughter and destruction blade intents followed closely behind. The lunar, 5 elements, universe, and thunderblade intents were merely recently grasped. Were it not for the protective formations within the courtyard, Chu Xiu would likely have astonished the entirety of Songlong County's 6 doors. However, within the courtyard, Jiang Xiao and Li Xinyue, who had just exited a room, were already left in utter shock. The 2 women gazed in disbelief toward Chu Xiu's study. "Sister Xinyue, has the young master comprehended 7 types of blade intent?" Jiang Xiao's voice trembled with excitement. "No, you are not mistaken. The young master has indeed grasped 7 types of blade intent," Li Xinyue replied, her eyes filled with reverence as she gazed toward Chu Xiu's study. "The young master has truly comprehended 7 types of blade intent. I recall my master mentioning that the young master practices the 7 blades of heaven from the 6 doors. renowned as the #1 blade technique in the world. The 7 Blades of Heaven requires the comprehension of 7 types of blade intent, which must be fused together, culminating in the ultimate fusion of 7 laws, to unleash its true power. With the young master now mastering 7 types of blade intent, does that not mean he only needs to fully grasp all 7 blades to achieve the ultimate fusion? Jiang Xiao suddenly realized something, her face alight with admiration. With such astonishing talent in blade techniques, the young master will undoubtedly be able to master the 7 Blades of Heaven. Li Xinyue nodded in affirmation. Indeed, the young master will surely succeed. Jiang Xiao nodded repeatedly and said, successfully consuming 100,000 destiny points, the Blade Path Genius, Blue, has been upgraded to the Blade God S Aptitude, Purple. Blade God S Aptitude, an unparalleled talent in the realm of blade arts. Akin to the Blade God himself. 2 notification boxes appeared before Chu Xiu's eyes. Slowly opening his eyes, he gazed at the prompts with immense delight swelling in his heart. Merely possessing the Blade God S Aptitude is sufficient to make his cultivation in the blade arts exceedingly effortless, akin to the simplicity of eating and drinking. Moreover, he also possesses the remarkable trait of unparalleled wisdom. The combination of the 2 purple traits greatly enhanced Chu Xiu's comprehension of the blade arts, leading to a significant breakthrough upon the emergence of the Blade God S Aptitude. The 4 blade intentions, Tying Blade Intent, 5 Elements Blade Intent, Qin Kuan Blade Intent, and Thunder Blade Intent, were all comprehended. Not only that, but even the pure Yang Blade Intent, Killing Blade Intent, and Destruction Blade Intent witnessed improvement. The pure Yang Blade Intent transitioned from the 3rd realm to the 4th realm. The Killing and Destruction Blade Intents ascended from the 1st realm to the 2nd realm. Lastly, regarding the comprehension of the 7 heavenly blades. The 3rd blade had originally reached the greater completion realm, but this time it achieved the perfect completion realm in one fell swoop. Even the 4th blade of the 7 heavenly blades saw Chu Xiu reach the minor completion realm. My choice was indeed wise. Now, my strength may very well allow me to contend against experts in the 5th or even 6th levels of the martial sage realm. Chu Xiu took a deep breath, calming his exhilarated heart, and turned his gaze to the destiny traits. After all, he still had 70,000 destiny points remaining, allowing him to enhance the melody of heavenly sound, a green trait. He spoke resolutely in his mind. System, upgrade melody of heavenly sound in an instant. Countless insights regarding the 8 sounds of heavenly demons flooded into Chu Xiu's mind, propelling his understanding of the 8 sound from the nascent stage to a significant leap. Although he had yet to reach the minor completion realm, he gained a multitude of realizations. Before long, his 8 sounds of heavenly demons would surely attain the minor completion realm, successfully consuming 10,000 destiny points. The melody of heavenly sound, green, upgraded to the sound that lingers for 3 days, blue. Sound that lingers for 3 days, a talent in the realm of music that has reached the realm of divine mastery. Another notification box appeared. Perfected. With over 60,000 destiny points remaining, I now await the accumulation of 100,000 destiny points to give birth to the 3rd purple trait. Chu Xiu stood tall, stretched lazily, and spoke with a satisfied expression. Having said that, he strode towards the door of the study. This time, he did not utilize innate true essence. Instead, with a mere thought, a surge of mental energy surged toward the study door. Creak, the door slowly opened. Chu Xiu emerged from the study with great strides. Young master, you have completed your cultivation? Upon seeing Chu Xiu step out, Jiang Xiao and Li Xinyue, who had been waiting outside the study, displayed expressions of joy and approached him. This courtyard was not merely enveloped by formations. The study itself possessed a separate array. However, this array only obstructed sound, as it could not reveal the scenes within. Yet, they could sense the surge of blade intent that Chu Xiu had just unleashed. Indeed, I have completed my cultivation, Chu Xiu replied with a slight smile to Jiang Xiao and Li Xinyue. Young master, have you comprehended 7 blade intents? Jiang Xiao asked, her face filled with curiosity as she looked at Chu Xiu. Li Xinyue's gaze also focused intently on him, although she had already sensed the 7 distinct blade intents. Indeed, I have comprehended 7 blade intents. However, You must not disclose this to anyone. Chu Xiu nodded slightly, instructing Jiang Xiao and Li Xinyue. Rest assured, young master, we shall not tell a soul. Jiang Xiao giggled and added. Not even master, I promise. Li Xinyue nodded quietly in agreement. She had only known Chu Xiu and Jiang Xiao within the six gates. Chu Xiu turned to Li Xinyue and inquired, Xinyue, have you broken through to the martial sage realm? Reporting to young master, I have just broken through to the martial sage realm. Currently at the minor completion of the first level, Li Xinyue gently nodded and said, after breaking through to the martial sage realm, I feel as though I've gained several new abilities. What abilities? Chu Xiu's eyes brightened as he looked at Li Xinyue. Jiang Xiao also turned her gaze to Li Xinyue, eager to know if her sister Calamity had indeed become significantly more formidable after a breakthrough. She now truly understood the meaning of calamity, realizing that beings like Li Xinyue, as calamities, possessed an extraordinarily high upper limit and were fearsomely powerful. Ordinary anomalies paled in comparison to Li Xinyue. Assimilation, indestructibility, mind blade, invisibility. Li Xinyue pondered for a moment before explaining to Chu Xiu. Assimilation, indestructibility, mind blade, invisibility. Chu Xiu raised an eyebrow. Each of these four abilities sounded extraordinary. In fact, with regard to indestructibility, Li Xinyue should possess such an ability now. Right? Jiang Xiao gazed at Li Xinyue in astonishment. She had already comprehended the terror of calamity, but she had not expected that Li Xinyue would possess these four abilities upon stepping into the martial sage realm. Although she was not quite sure what assimilation entailed, the other three abilities, indestructibility, mind blade, and invisibility, sounded immensely powerful just by their names. Young master, assimilation refers to the ability to integrate humans, demons, or anomalies into my domain, thereby becoming part of it. Once assimilated, they will be utterly loyal to me, akin to becoming puppets under my control. Li Xinyue softly explained at as for indestructibility, it differs from the previous notion of indestructibility. This indestructibility means that no matter the circumstances, even if their cultivation level is significantly higher than mine, they cannot attack me within my domain. Within my domain, I am an indestructible being. There will be no possibility of my domain being shattered and needing to reappear. Previously, while I could be considered indestructible, if I were killed, my domain would completely shatter. Yet, I could reappear afterward. However, being killed and having my domain shattered would consume our essence. Even though the consumed essence could slowly recover, it would still be a concern. Now, however, such scenarios will not occur at all. Although there may be beings whose strength surpasses mine, within my domain, they cannot pose a threat to me either, upon hearing this. Both Chu Xiu and Jiang Xiao displayed expressions of shock. This could be considered an enhanced version of indestructibility, granting Li Xinyue the ability to be utterly immortal. According to Li Xinyue, every time she died, her essence would be consumed. If the number of deaths exceeds a certain limit, it would imply that calamities are not truly immortal. However, achieving such a state is exceedingly difficult. This is why calamities are deemed indestructible. Calamities are indestructible, not because they are truly immortal. Once one's strength reaches a certain level, there exists the possibility of exterminating calamities. As for Mind Blade, it likely relates to the essence, energy, and spirit that young master has bestowed upon me. I feel that this has strengthened my soul, leading to an anomaly during my breakthrough to the martial sage realm. My mental energy solidified into a mind blade. With this mind blade, I possess the ability to attack the mind and even the soul. After a brief pause, Li Xinyue continued. Chu Xiu nodded slightly, continuing to listen to Li Xinyue. Jiang Xiao also gazed at Li Xinyue with eager eyes, impatient to discover if the final ability, invisibility, was as she imagined. The last ability is invisibility, as the name suggests. It allows me to enter a state of invisibility, rendering me unseen. Even if someone possesses a cultivation level significantly higher than mine, they will be unable to detect my presence lurking in the shadows. Li Xinyue elaborated. Having said that, Li Xinyue's body seemed to vanish from the courtyard as if she had never been there. However, Chu Xiu discovered that he was still able to see Li Xinyue. It was not due to his own strength, but rather through the art of qi observation. With this skill, Chu Xiu could perceive Li Xinyue. Without it, he would have been unable to see her. Jiang Xiaoxiao blinked, as if to say, Sister Xinyue, I can see you. Young master, you and Xiaoxiao can see me? Li Xinyue's form reappeared, her face filled with astonishment as she looked at Chu Xiu and Jiang Xiaoxiao. I can see you because I have cultivated a technique called qi observation. It is through this skill that I am able to perceive your existence. Without it, I certainly would not be able to see you. Chu Xiu nodded and explained that I see that a look of realization dawned on Li Xinyue's face as she turned to Jiang Xiaoxiao. Chu Xiu's gaze also shifted to Jiang Xiaoxiao, pondering why she, too, was able to see Li Xinyue despite having the art of qi observation. Jiang Xiaoxiao's cheeks flushed slightly as she said, I saw a sword out of small, white sword as translucent as jade. That is my heart sword. You can see my heart sword? Li Xinyue's face displayed a look of shock as she gazed at Jiang Xiaoxiao. Although she had grown quite familiar with Jiang Xiaoxiao and regarded her as a sister, she was well aware of Jiang Xiaoxiao's exceptional talent, particularly in the realm of swordsmanship. Yet, she had not anticipated that Jiang Xiaoxiao could even perceive the heart sword within her consciousness. Yes, I can see it, but I do not know why I am able to. Jiang Xiaoxiao nodded obediently. Her expression earnest, a flicker of intrigue passed through Chu Xiu's eyes. Was the reincarnation of the moon goddess truly this formidable? Or was Jiang Xiaoxiao not as simple as he had imagined in her connection to the moon goddess? I understand now. Li Xinyue breathed a sigh of relief, realizing that it was not a failure of her invisibility technique, but rather that both Chu Xiu and Jiang Xiaoxiao were exceptionally unique. Xinyue, your four abilities are indeed powerful, Chu Xiu remarked, a smile gracing his face as he addressed Li Xinyue. With these four abilities, your strength will undoubtedly grow even greater. Li Xinyue smiled faintly, clenching her fist, feeling that she had taken a significant step closer to her quest for vengeance. Jiang Xiaoxiao seemed to sense Li Xinyue's thoughts and nodded emphatically, saying, Sister Xinyue, I will definitely help you. I will also work hard to cultivate and assist you in your revenge. Thank you, Xiaoxiao, Li Xinyue replied, touched by Jiang Xiaoxiao's words. Well, it is almost time. Let us all take a rest, Chu Xiu said with a gentle smile to Jiang Xiaoxiao and Li Xinyue. Yes, young master, they both responded in unison. Chu Xiu leisurely made his way to his room, while Jiang Xiaoxiao and Li Xinyue each returned to their own quarters to rest. Once inside his room, Chu Xiu did not immediately seek rest. Instead, he took out a vitality pill and tossed it into his mouth, treating it like candy. After having slain a pig demon of the third realm of martial saint today, he anticipated that even stronger demons might emerge next time. He could not afford to slacken his efforts and must enhance his strength as much as possible. Time passed swiftly, and soon it was time for the update of the Hidden Dragon rankings. Early in the morning, a copper badge captain from the Six Doors rushed into the headquarters, his face alight with excitement as he shouted, The Hidden Dragon rankings have been updated. In our Six Doors, 4 individuals have made it onto the list. This proclamation sent a ripple of shock throughout the entire Six Doors. Most ordinary captains had never heard of the Hidden Dragon rankings, but some were aware of its significance and were immediately invigorated. In the depths of the Six Doors, numerous gazes turned toward the Copper Badge Captain. That we have 4 individuals on the Hidden Dragon rankings. A Golden Badge Captain seemed to materialize before the Copper Badge Captain, his eyes burning with intensity as he inquired. Yes, my lord, indeed 4 individuals have made the list. They are Lord Nangong, Lord Chu, Lord Qi, and Lord Gao, the Copper Badge Captain replied, bowing respectfully. Lord Chu? A look of surprise crossed the Golden Badge Captain's face. He was naturally familiar with the name of Chu Xiu. After all, although Chu Xiu himself may not have realized it, his reputation had already spread throughout the Six Doors over the past few days. In a short span, he had risen from a Copper Badge Captain to a renowned green-robe constable. To say that such a prodigious talent had never emerged in the Six Doors of Songlong County would be an understatement. Even across the entirety of Qingzhou, such a genius was unprecedented. Describing Chu Xiu as a heavenly prodigy would not be an exaggeration in the slightest. Yet the Copper Badge Captain had ranked Chu Xiu second. Did this imply that he had surpassed both Chu Xiu and Gao Chongfeng in his first entry into the Hidden Dragon rankings? My lord, Lord Nangong has once again risen in the rankings. advancing from 69th to 17th place. He is the only one from our Songlong County to break into the top 50 of the Hidden Dragon rankings. The Copper Badge captain spoke with a tone of reverence. As for Lord Chu, although this is his first time on the list, he has already secured the 81st position. Lord Qi is ranked 136, while Lord Gao stands at 169. Both Lord Qi and Lord Gao have made considerable progress compared to their previous rankings. Impressive, the Golden Badge captain remarked, admiration evident on his face. The Hidden Dragon rankings, as published by the Tianji Pavilion, may not be entirely infallible, but they certainly serve to validate that Chu Xiu's current strength likely far surpassed that of Chu Xiu and Gao Changfeng. It is worth noting that the Hidden Dragon rankings only records the top 200 geniuses under the age of 30 in a given state, encompassing those at the Grandmaster and even Martial Saint levels. To be included in these rankings signifies the ability to fight above one's rank, meaning that even a Grandmaster could potentially slay a Martial Saint. The higher one ranks, the stronger their innate talent and prowess. Before long, the news of Chu Xiu's 81st rank in the Hidden Dragon rankings spread throughout the 6 doors. Even those who were initially unaware of the rankings began to grasp its significance and looked upon Chu Xiu with immense reverence. Suddenly, outside Chu Xiu's courtyard, a figure seemed to materialize out of thin air. It was Chu Xiu. "Brother Chu, come out quickly," Chu Xiu called out loudly. As soon as he finished speaking, the courtyard's formation vanished, allowing Chu Xiu to spot Chu Xiu sitting at a stone table, while Li Xinyue and Zhang Xiaoxiao chatted nearby. "Chu Xiu, what brings you here?" Chu Xiu asked, looking at Chu Xiu in confusion. "Is there another mission?" "There is a mission, but I am here for more than just that," Chu Xiu replied, excitement evident in his expression. "Brother Chu, do you know about the Hidden Dragon rankings?" "I do." Chu Xiu nodded in acknowledgement. "You do?" Chu Xiu was momentarily taken aback, having initially thought that Chu Xiu might be unaware of the rankings. After a brief pause, Chu Xiu continued, "Since you know about the Hidden Dragon rankings." "That's excellent. Brother Chu, you have made it onto the list, and you are ranked 81st. 81st in the Hidden Dragon rankings?" Chu Xiu raised an eyebrow, intrigued. "Indeed, 81st, Chu Xiu asserted seriously. "Brother Chu, do you know what it means to be in the 81st position?" "What does it signify?" Chu Xiu asked, his interest piqued. Zhang Xiaoxiao and Li Xinyue turned their attention to Chu Xiu, both filled with curiosity as they awaited his explanation. To be ranked among the top 100 in the Hidden Dragon rankings means possessing the strength surpassing that of the 6th realm Martial Saint. Ranked among the top 50 of the Qianlong list, one possesses a formidable strength exceeding the 7th level of the Martial Saint realm. Those within the top 20 of the Qianlong list boast capabilities surpassing the 9th level of the Martial Saint realm. As for Brother Chu, currently placed within the top 100 of the Qianlong list, it signifies that his prowess has already reached beyond the 6th level of the Martial Saint realm. "Brother Chu, you are truly remarkable," Chu Xiu exclaimed in astonishment. "Among the unparalleled talents in Qingzhou under 30 years of age, you have ascended to the ranks of the top 100. In all of Qingzhou, few can compare with Brother Chu." "Master, you are incredible," Zhang Xiaoxiao exclaimed, gazing at Chu Xiu with an expression of admiration. Although Li Xinyue remained silent, her eyes sparkled as she regarded Chu Xiu. "How high is Nangong Push on the Qianlong list?" Chu Xiu inquired, curiosity stirring within him as he addressed Chu Xiu. He was quite intrigued by Nangong Push, the foremost figure of the younger generation in Songlong County's 6 doors. "That monster has already secured the 17th position," Chu Xiu replied, shivering slightly, a look of dread etched upon his face as though recalling something truly terrifying. "Has Chu Xiu ever faced Nangong Push?" Chu Xiu remarked with an oddly amused expression upon observing Chu Xiu's demeanor. "Indeed, and not just once," Chu Xiu replied, his face filled with bitterness. "Brother Chu, you have no idea how fearsome this woman is. If you ever have the chance, you must help me deal with Nangong Push. What did she do to deserve such treatment?" Chu Xiu chuckled softly. "Curse it all," Chu Xiu lamented. "Simply because I was reading the task hall, she saw me and berated me for being indecent, claiming that as captains of 6 doors, we ought not to read such materials within its walls. She accused me of tarnishing the reputation of 6 doors. Not only did she destroy a rare edition of a fine book, but she also gave me a thorough beating that left me unable to rise for 3 days. Chu Xiu gave Chu Xiu a thumbs up, saying, "Impressive, yet you still dare to read such books in the task hall. It seems Nangong Pu's wrath was not as severe as I imagined. That's because I knew she was not within our 6 doors." Chu Xiu retorted, rolling his eyes. "She should not be in Songlong County now. Where she is gone, no one knows. Since she is not within 6 doors, why should I be afraid?" Chu Xiu cast Chu Xiu a peculiar glance, but chose not to pursue the topic further. Instead, he shifted the conversation, asking, "Chu Xiu, do you possess the complete Qianlong list?" "Indeed, I have purchased a copy, knowing that Brother Chu would surely wish to familiarize himself with the unparalleled geniuses of Qingzhou through the Qianlong list. I acquired the complete version, which not only includes the rankings, but also the profiles of each individual on the list, detailing their approximate cultivation levels and their martial expertise. While it may not be 100% accurate, it is largely truthful. Brother Chu may find it useful." Chu Xiu produced a pristine small booklet from his sleeve and handed it to Chu Xiu. "Thank you, Chu Xiu," Chu Xiu said as he accepted the new booklet with gratitude. "Brother Chu, you are too polite. Just remember, when your strength surpasses Nangong Push, give her a sound thrashing. This woman is too formidable. Perhaps only someone of your caliber can subdue her, though she is indeed fierce. She is also quite beautiful. Brother Chu will certainly not be a loss." Chu Xiu whispered conspiratorially into Chu Xiu's ear. Chu Xiu chuckled lightly, choosing to remain silent as he began to peruse the Qianlong list. "Take your time, Brother Chu. I shall take my leave," Chu Xiu remarked as he observed Chu Xiu engrossed in the list before turning to depart. Having walked a few paces, Chu Xiu suddenly halted and asked, "Brother Chu, do you still require a task?" "What task?" Chu Xiu set down the Qianlong list, now recalling that Chu Xiu had mentioned a task earlier. "There's been a significant emergence of demons within the county," Chu Xiu said, his expression grave. "Last night, at least dozens of demons wreaked havoc. However, this time the situation is quite severe. It is highly likely that there are demons of the martial saint level among them. Therefore, this task does not have a limit on the number of participants. More than 20 silver badge captains and gold badge captain from our 6 doors have already accepted this task. Copper badge captains are not even qualified to take it. However, merely silver and gold badge captains may not suffice to resolve the demon crisis. I have come to inquire about Brother Chu's intentions. If Brother Chu wishes to accept this task, no other Qingyi captains will take it, that if not, others will step in. More than dozens of demons." Chu Xiu raised an eyebrow. He felt an unsettling notion that this demon crisis was somehow directed at him. Nevertheless, even if he suspected it was a trap laid to lure him, he still wished to investigate whether it truly was targeting him. "Indeed, more than dozens of demons," Chu Xiu confirmed with a slight nod. He flipped his right hand, revealing a signaling arrow, which he extended towards Chu Xiu, saying, "If Brother Chu decides to go, you might consider taking this signaling arrow that it is specially crafted by our 6 doors. Within our ranks, it can be exchanged for just 10 merit points. Consider it a gift from me to you, Brother Chu. If you encounter demons beyond your capacity to handle, simply activate this arrow with your own strength. Once it soars into the sky, it will be visible throughout the county at that time. Our 6 doors will surely dispatch true experts to assist you." Chu Xiu even has a signaling arrow prepared. How could I possibly decline? Chu Xiu smiled gently as he accepted the signaling arrow from Chu Xiu. "Wait, Brother Chu, I merely suggested it. The decision to go is entirely yours. If you choose not to, you may keep the arrow. After all, it holds little value," Chu Xiu said, rolling his eyes. "Understood, Chu Xiu. However, I am indeed quite interested. Tonight, I shall venture out and witness the situation for myself," Chu Xiu replied with a calm smile. "Very well, I will take on this task for you, Brother Chu." Chu Xiu nodded before turning to leave. "Safe travels, Chu Xiu," Chu Xiu called after him. Chu Xiu did not turn back, merely waving a hand in acknowledgement. Once Chu Xiu had departed, Chu Xiu resumed his examination of the Qianlong list. Beyond Songlong County, upon a small boat, stood a young gentleman clad in white, exuding an air of grace and poise. With a long sword slung across his back, his flowing hair billowed in the wind, and his attire danced elegantly, showcasing his extraordinary charm and charisma. He stood with his hands clasped behind him. Aboard a vessel that glided through the water like an arrow, heading towards Songlong County. Chu Xiu, he murmured, noting the 81st position on the Qianlong list. I never expected that our 6 doors in Songlong County would produce another unparalleled genius. Just right. I shall return and see for myself what extraordinary talents you possess that have enabled you to ascend from a mere copper badge captain to a Qingyi captain in such a short time. At that moment, within the Dajiang gang, the leader declared, everything has been arranged. Tonight, hundreds of demons gathered in the county will unleash chaos. Drawing Chu Xiu out from the 6 doors, a member of the Dajiang gang bowed respectfully to the leader. Wei Qi Feng. Excellent. I refuse to believe that this time Chu Xiu will escape unscathed. Wei Qi Feng's gaze turned cold, a fierce killing intent flashing his eyes as he spoke with chilling resolve. This individual began as a mere captain of 6 doors, yet his rate of growth has surpassed my expectations. In such a brief time, he has risen to the 81st position on the Qianlong list. He has become a grave threat to our Dajiang gang. If he is not eliminated, one day, we will all fall at his hands. I will not allow such a fate to transpire. As night descended, the entire Songlong County city was enveloped in darkness. Within the courtyard, the time had nearly come. Chu Xiu rose to his full height, gazing calmly in the direction beyond the 6 gates as he spoke. Young master, return home early. I shall await you here. Jiang Xiao, watching Chu Xiu's departing figure, gently murmured. Although Li Xinyue remained silent, a hint of worry flickered in her eyes as she regarded Chu Xiu's silhouette. Despite the young master's formidable prowess, tonight appeared fraught with peril. Chu Xiu smiled faintly, not turning back, merely waving goodbye to Jiang Xiao and Li Xinyue. Upon exiting the 6 gates, Chu Xiu strode through the city, each step resonating with a distance of several zhang. Suddenly, he halted in an open space, raising an eyebrow as he declared, "Come forth. I have seen you." A colossal shadow loomed over him, revealing a wolf demon, towering at a height of 1 zhang, its waist bound by a tattered and filthy hide, exuding a menacing and fearsome aura. The wolf demon looked down upon Chu Xiu, its fetid saliva dripping from its maw. Drip, drip, the demon's blood-red eyes glinted with insatiable greed, as if it longed to devour him whole. Eager to court death, are we? I assure you, I was not referring to you, Chu Xiu remarked dismissively, not even sparing the wolf demon a glance. I will feast upon you. The wolf demon howled, feeling deeply insulted, and lunged at Chu Xiu with the speed of a tempest, its massive jaws aimed to snap shut on Chu Xiu. Clang! The sound of a blade echoed. The wolf demon's body was cleaved in two by a wave of sword energy. A notification appeared before Chu Xiu. You have slain a vicious 5th-tier Master Wolf Demon, earning 2,900 destiny points. Contemplating this message, Chu Xiu mused, not bad. It counts as a reward. His destiny points increased once more. I already stated I was not referring to you. Why the rush to reincarnate? Chu Xiu shook his head, speaking with remarkable composure. And you, are you not yet ready to emerge? Utilizing his Qi observation technique, he knew that any lurking demons or oddities in his vicinity could not escape his notice. Impressive. No wonder you have slain so many of our brethren from the Wild Boar Ridge, and even killed a 3rd-tier martial Saint Demon King. Indeed, you possess some skill that it was worth our brothers joining forces to confront you. 2 towering figures approached from the distance, each step causing the ground to tremble as if they bore the weight of mountains. The 2 figures were pig demons, each boasting a grotesque pig head. The aura emanating from them was terrifying, suggesting that their every movement could tear the very heavens apart. One was a 7th-tier martial saint, the other a 9th-tier martial saint. You truly underestimate my authority. Chu Xiu replied, a serious expression on his face. He had detected the presence of these demon kings hidden in the shadows, yet he had not anticipated their true cultivation levels reaching such heights. Indeed, Chu Xiu's Qi observation had progressed from initiation to minor mastery. This was the effect of the extraordinary intelligence granted by the purple attribute. Achieving minor mastery meant he could not only discern the presence of hidden demons, but also perceive the essence of the terrain and the cultivation levels of either demons or human martial artists. You have cultivated techniques, a 7th-tier martial Saint Pig Demon exclaimed, astonished that a mere minor grandmaster could perceive their cultivation levels. You shall not be allowed to live." The pig demon's massive eyes reflected a newfound respect for Chu Xiu. The ninth-tier martial saint pig demon remained silent, its gaze fixed on Chu Xiu as if assessing a dead man. "Very well. I wish to test whether my current strength is sufficient to vanquish demons of the 7th tier and above." Chu Xiu stated indifferently, "Who shall meet their demise first?" "Arrogance." The 7th tier martial saint pig demon scoffed, stepping forward like a tempest to charge at Chu Xiu, but a colossal pig hoof descended upon him with ferocity. The sound of explosive impacts echoed, as if the heavens themselves were being shattered beneath that hoof, severing the heavens' 7 blades. Second blade. Chu Xiu's expression grew solemn as he raised the severing heaven blade and aimed it at the 7th tier pig demon. With this strike, it seemed as though the very fabric of reality fractured. The might of this blow surpassed the limits achievable by a minor grandmaster. Even the 7th tier pig demon was taken aback, unable to fathom how a mere 1st-tier grandmaster could wield such terrifying power. Although it was aware of Chu Xiu's prowess, having ranked 81st on the hidden dragon list of the Great Zhou Dynasty, this moment rendered it grave. Its hoof, in that instant, expanded dramatically, swelling several times over, as if imbued with the strength of countless mountains. Boom! A deafening explosion resonated through the night, shattering the silence, as if the very world had crumbled. Even miles away, the sound was unmistakably clear, rousing countless sleeping citizens who awoke in terror, trembling in fear. Those who had yet to fall asleep hastily locked their doors, fearful to venture outside. Demonic energy? The 7th-tier martial saint-level demon. It seemed the Qingyi constable of the 6 gates was engaged in battle with a demon. A youth, clad in white as snow and strikingly handsome, had just returned to Songlong County City aboard a small boat and was making his way to the 6 gates when he heard the colossal sound. How intriguing! Do these 7th-tier demons dare to cause chaos in our Songlong County City? I shall see whether they have a death wish. The young noble raised an eyebrow, a cold glint of murderous intent flashing his eyes as he took a step forward, striding toward the confrontation between Chu Xiu and the pig demons. With each consecutive step, Chu Xiu retreated over 10 paces, leaving behind deep footprints in the ground. More than mere footprints, each was surrounded by spiderweb-like cracks radiating outward. It took him a full 10 steps to dissipate the full force of the 7th-tier pig demon's attack, but he could feel the terrifying power contained within that strike. You remain unharmed. The 7th-tier pig demon's eyes widened in disbelief as it beheld Chu Xiu, who appeared completely unscathed, not at all resembling someone who had been injured. The 9th-tier pig demon regarded Chu Xiu for the first time with such strength. "Do you truly believe you can kill me?" A look of amusement danced across Chu Xiu's face, his gaze teasing as he replied, "Oh, splendid! You have thoroughly enraged me. I shall not kill you. Instead, I will leave you maimed, and then consume you piece by piece, allowing you to experience endless torment." The 7th-tier pig demon's eyes turned a blood-red hue, exuding an eerie aura as it slowly advanced toward Chu Xiu, each step intensifying its menacing presence, as if gathering strength for the inevitable confrontation. Once it strikes, it is bound to be earth-shattering. The heavens may collapse, and the earth may split. The 7th blade of the celestial severing, the 3rd blade, break the 3 talents, as Chu Xiu beheld the approaching pig demon. He once again raised the celestial severing blade in his hand, charging towards the beast. With this slash, Chu Xiu infused his burgeoning intent of slaughter, now reaching the realm of 20%, into the strike. As the blade descended, it was as though a world of carnage manifested between heaven and earth, draping the entire night sky in a shroud of blood-red hue. The 7 blades of celestial severing grew increasingly formidable with each stroke. However, there were no specific requirements for the fusion of any particular intent with each blade. Hence, he could seamlessly merge his intent of slaughter with any of the blades. The reason he did not employ the most potent pure yang intent, which had reached 40%, was simply because this pig demon, a minor success at the 7th layer of Martial Saint realm, was unworthy. Moreover, there was another reason. The pure yang intent could not be utilized. Should it be invoked, the Gao family might very well deduce that Gao Changhe had met his demise at his hands. Upon witnessing this strike, the pig demon, at the 7th layer of martial saint realm, displayed an expression of dread, even sensing the threat of death. Yet, it realized that it had been firmly locked onto by Chu Xiu's blade. Even if it wished to retreat, it found itself unable to do so. This is bad. Retreat quickly. The pig demon at the 9th layer of martial saint realm's complexion shifted dramatically as it shouted to the pig demon at the 7th layer, also rushing towards Chu Xiu. Its approach was solely due to the relentless demands of the leader of the Sandstorm Gang. It truly did not regard Chu Xiu, a mere minor success at the 1st layer of Grandmaster Realm, as a threat, despite him having ascended to the esteemed position of 81st on the so-called Hidden Dragon ranking. Boom! One strike fell. A colossal pig head soared into the air. A fountain of pig's blood gushed forth from the severed neck. The moment Chu Xiu beheaded the pig demon at the 7th layer of martial saint realm, he stepped forward, employing the 8 steps of celestial demon, evading the strike from the pig demon at the 9th layer. Appearing over 10 zhang away, I underestimated you. The pig demon at the 9th layer of martial saint realm fixed its gaze on Chu Xiu, panting heavily and emitting a sound reminiscent of thunder. Its breathing became exceedingly rapid. Clearly, it had not anticipated that the pig demon at the 7th layer of martial saint realm would be utterly incapable of withstanding Chu Xiu's strike. It had underestimated this unparalleled genius of the human race, who had merely attained the 1st layer of Grandmaster Realm. Come, let me witness the true strength of a 9th layer martial saint pig demon. Chu Xiu's eyes gleamed as he looked at the pig demon at the 9th layer. His eagerness palpable. With a rumble, a surge of vital energy erupted from Chu Xiu's body, forming a magnificent canopy of vitality, suffused with purple mist, exuding an air of unparalleled nobility. This moment rendered Chu Xiu akin to a deity. At this juncture, Chu Xiu no longer concealed his divine elephant suppression law. His law had reached the great success stage of Grandmaster Realm, unleashing the power of 632 primal giant elephants. This strength was no less formidable than the true yuan of the 1st layer of Grandmaster Realm. After all, the strength of the pig demon at the 9th layer of martial saint realm was incomparably superior to that of the previously vanquished pig demon at the 7th layer. He must rely on his physical strength, combined with the true yuan of the 9 suns, both forces converging to slay this pig demon of the 9th layer. After all, his cultivation level was still too low. His internal cultivation was merely at the 1st layer of Grandmaster Realm. Had his internal cultivation reached beyond the 7th layer of Grandmaster Realm, or had his divine elephant suppression law ascended to the 7th layer, slaying these 2 pig demons would be as simple as butchering swine. Though they were indeed pigs, they had attained the rank of demon kings. Particularly, they were pig demons of the rank above the 7th layer of martial saint. You have even trained in the path of horizontal refinement. The pig demon at the 9th layer of martial saint realm displayed a hint of shock on its face, gazing at Chu Xiu. Its eyes grew increasingly serious, no longer treating Chu Xiu as a mere genius of the 1st layer of Grandmaster Realm, but as a formidable expert of the human race, already beyond the 7th layer of martial saint. The 7th blade of celestial severing, the 4th blade, annihilate the 4 symbols, kill. Chu Xiu's murderous intent surged as he bellowed, employing the 8 steps of celestial demon, charging towards the pig demon at the 9th layer with the most powerful strike of his celestial severing blade. This strike not only contained the true yuan of the 9 suns, but also the strength of 632 primal giant elephants from the divine elephant suppression law. The 2 forces merged flawlessly. A strike that startled the heavens. Kill. The pig demon at the 9th layer of martial saint realm roared in response. Also charging towards Chu Xiu, a colossal pig hoof descended upon him with immense force. This was pure power. It sought to crush Chu Xiu with the unyielding might of a 9th layer martial saint. With a resounding boom, a mighty explosion reverberated throughout the night sky, as if the very heavens had shattered in that instant. After executing his strike, Chu Xiu retreated several zhang. The celestial severing blade in his hand drooped, crimson pig's blood dripping slowly from the blade's edge, the sound echoing hauntingly in the stillness of the night. The pig demon at the 9th layer of martial saint realm's eyes fixated on Chu Xiu as it queried, "Is this the true strength of a genius within the top 100 of the human race's hidden dragon ranking?" In response, Chu Xiu regarded the pig demon calmly, replying, "What significance does that hold when you are about to die? Indeed, I am on the brink of death." The pig demon at the ninth layer's pupils faded, collapsing to the ground. Only upon its fall did cracks emerge upon its corpse, resembling shattered porcelain. Blades of energy erupted from the remains of the pig demon, completely tearing its body apart. Discovered destiny trait. Innate divine strength green. Discovered destiny trait. Rending mountain pig, demon bloodline, blue. Destiny traits can be plundered, solidified, or converted into destiny points. Innate divine strength. An extraordinary innate power, possessing exceptional aptitude in the path of horizontal refinement. Rending mountain. After slaying 2 pig demons of the martial saint realm above the 7th layer, a reward of 42,800 destiny points was granted. 1 notification after another appeared before Chu Xiu's eyes. Another rending mountain pig demon bloodline. Chu Xiu raised an eyebrow, realizing that the pig demons of Wild Boar Ridge, upon reaching the martial saint realm, were likely to possess this bloodline. The term rending mountain alone indicated an extraordinary level of strength. The emergence of the innate divine strength trait was thus entirely expected. Convert the rending mountain pig demon bloodline into destiny points. Plunder the innate divine strength. Pausing for a moment, Chu Xiu mused within his mind. Just as he finished speaking, he felt an enigmatic force manifest within his body, rendering him even more powerful. A tremendous force surged forth from within him, not derived from the 2 destiny traits of golden bones and vitality, but rather birthed from the innate divine strength. The combination of all 3 made Chu Xiu feel as though his physical aptitude had become even more terrifying. As the innate divine strength trait emerged, countless particles began to activate, and primal giant elephants appeared. In that instant, Chu Xiu's divine elephant suppression law opened up 19 particles. Chu Xiu glanced at his destiny points. This time, the 2 pig demons of martial saint level had granted him a staggering increase of 52,800 destiny points. His destiny points surged once again. Destiny points 116101. He could now add another purple trait. Chu Xiu observed the increase in destiny points with great satisfaction. Each new trait brought substantial enhancements to his strength. Be it unparalleled intelligence or the aptitude of a blade deity, it was all the same. This time, perhaps he should choose a trait related to horizontal refinement, allowing his divine elephant suppression law to grow even more formidable. Suddenly, Chu Xiu sensed a terrifying demonic aura manifesting not far away. His gaze sharpened. The horror of this demonic energy was enough to astonish even him. That it was the mythical realm. This is undoubtedly a demon of mythic caliber. In that moment, Chu Xiu felt as though his scalp had erupted. With his current strength, while he had managed to slay a pig demon at the 9th level of the martial saint realm, the pig demon itself was not considered a particularly formidable entity among demons. Those true demon kings, possessing terrifying bloodlines, would likely prove to be beyond his reach, even if they were at the 7th level of the martial saint realm. And let us not even speak of the mythic level demons. Even the weakest among them would be far beyond his capacity to withstand. Suddenly, a stunningly beautiful woman, exuding an enchanting allure, appeared before Chu Xiu. A fox spirit, the ancestral figure of the Akin family from Xiaoqiushan. Chu Xiu took a deep breath, calming himself. With a mere thought, a signaling arrow materialized in his left hand, but he had not expected that the arrow, which Chu Xiu had casually prepared for him, would truly come into play. Even more astonishing was the audacity of the Akin family ancestor to step into the city of Songlong County. Had his slaying of Akin Shaiwen provoked such ire that she would risk entering the city to seek his life? Or was it due to the Fengqi zither that he had obtained from Akin Shaiwen? Thankfully, the true form had arrived. It was unexpected that 2 foolish pigs were unable to defeat even a minor master of the human realm. The Akin family ancestor's voice was soft and sweet, evoking a sensation that made one feel utterly weak and flushed with heat, save for one place that remained firm. However, Chu Xiu, fortified by his innate divine soul and the practice of the Taishang visualization method, was unaffected by the Akin family ancestor's allure, instead casting a wary gaze in her direction. Bring forth my Fengqi zither. You have slain Shaiwen. It must surely be in your possession. The Xian family ancestor regarded Chu Xiu with surprise, her expression softening as she spoke with a gentleness that suggested no animosity whatsoever, as if they bore no grudge against each other. "Kill me, and you shall reclaim the Fengqi zither." Chu Xiu tightened his grip on the signaling arrow as he slowly raised the heaven-slaying blade in his right hand. What could a mythic demon do against him? Chu Xiu had come to this world not to grovel before demons. Mythic or martial, any demon that stood before him would face his blade. Such spirit, rest assured, I shall not kill you to talent like you. A prodigy of the Qianlong rankings, even I find myself tempted, at least until I grow weary. I shall not take your life, that I intend to bring you back to Shao Qiushan for my own enjoyment. The Xian family ancestor laughed heartily, her gaze filled with insatiable greed as she looked upon Chu Xiu, as though she longed to engulf him entirely. "This is my territory, the city of Songlong County, the domain of the Six Doors." A cold glint flashed in Chu Xiu's eyes. Did this old fox intend to abduct him to serve as a plaything? Such audacity was laughable. His left hand was poised to unleash the signaling arrow. Determined to leave the shameless old fox trapped within Songlong County, the domain of the Six Doors, the Xian family ancestor burst into raucous laughter. "What of it? I could capture you in an instant. By the time your Six Doors experts arrive, I will have long departed with you." "Is that so?" A voice as frigid as ice echoed from afar. A blinding sword light pierced through the darkness, illuminating the world in a dazzling brilliance of swordsmanship. The legendary heaven escape sword technique of the Six Doors. Upon witnessing this astonishing sword light, fear washed over the Xian family ancestor's face, and she cried out in terror. In an instant, she transformed into a streak of light, vanishing from sight. The heaven escape sword technique of the Six Doors. Chu Xiu's expression turned to one of surprise. Had one of their renowned red-clad captains emerged? Boom! A thunderous sound reverberated through the heavens. The Xian family ancestor's defenses were shattered by the brilliant sword light, a massive gaping wound appearing in her chest. Crimson blood cascading forth and staining her garments. She plummeted from the sky, her face pale as paper, her eyes dimmed, exuding an aura of utter weakness. Yet she dared not move. A strand of sword intent enveloped her, ensuring that any attempt to flee would result in her demise. Terror gripped the Xian family ancestor as she stood frozen in place, filled with regret. Why had she come to Songlong County? The Six Doors were truly terrifying. How could such a monster exist? She had always believed that the heaven escape sword technique had not been seen in over a century, convinced that no one could master it. Yet, upon her arrival in Songlong County, she encountered someone who had indeed mastered it. The sword that had pierced through the Xian family ancestor now returned to the source from whence it came. A young man, clad in white as snow and strikingly handsome, approached gracefully, as if gliding upon the wind, like an immortal descending to the mortal realm. The sword light ultimately found its place within the sheath upon his back. Such a young red-clad captain? Impossible! There could not be such a young captain within the Six Doors of Songlong County, or she would surely have known. So, he is the one ranked 81st on the Qianlong rankings. Chu Xiu. A flicker of surprise crossed Chu Xiu's eyes that he had not anticipated that the Xian family ancestor's attack would lead him to encounter Nangong Push. According to the introduction in the Qianlong rankings booklet, Nangong Push indeed preferred white attire over the official garb of the Six Doors. Moreover, she was a woman of unparalleled beauty who chose to dress in male attire. With a thought, he stowed the signaling arrow into his storage pouch. "You are Chu Xiu, ranked 81st on the Qianlong rankings of the Six Doors, are you not?" Truly, as described in the rankings, youthful and blessed with extraordinary talent, Nangong Push arrived at Chu Xiu's side in an instant, appraising him with a satisfied smile upon her delicate face. "I have met Lady Nangong," Chu Xiu replied, cupping his hands in respect. The display of power she had just exhibited warranted his admiration. Furthermore, if she so wished, she could easily slay a mythic-level demon and ascend to become a red-clad captain of the Six Doors. I, like you, am merely a green-clad captain. There is no need for such formality. Nangong Push waved her hand dismissively. Even as a red-clad captain, I would permit you to call me Nangong brother. Chu Xiu stared in disbelief at Nangong Push. Are you certain you wish to be called Nangong brother? Nangong Push paid no heed to such details, her gaze steady upon the distant Exine family ancestor, as she calmly asked, Chu Xiu, do you dare to kill her? What is there to fear? Chu Xiu mused. However, is it not improper to slay your quarry, Nangong brother? He furrowed his brow, questioning her. While he certainly wished to eliminate the Exine family ancestor, he did not seek to claim the merit for her death. Rather, he desired the fate value she possessed. That was what he cherished most. Moreover, it was not impossible that the Exine family ancestor could offer him a potent fate attribute. Yet, she was after all wounded by Nangong Push. What is improper about it? Nangong Push replied. The reason I did not slay her with a single strike earlier and merely wounded her was to leave her for you. Though she is severely injured, she still possesses the peak strength of the 9th level of the Martial Saint realm, even surpassing an ordinary peak Martial Saint. After all, she is a formidable figure of the mythic realm. If you manage to kill her, her merit points shall be yours. Nangong Push waved his hand with great flair, exuding an air of confidence as he declared, To me, a mere figure in the mythical realm is but a trifling target. I can slay as I please. It is hardly worth mentioning. Consider her merit points as my investment in your journey. I hope that within our 6 doors of Songlong County, we can once again produce a figure among the top 10 of the Hidden Dragon ranking. Another top 10 figure among the Hidden Dragon ranking? Upon hearing this, Chu Xiu raised an eyebrow, having grasped the true intent behind Nangong Push's words. Although Nangong Push held the 17th position on the Hidden Dragon ranking, it was evident that this rank did not reflect her actual prowess. Chu Xiu harbored no significant doubts regarding this. His strength far surpassed the confines of the ranking. The matriarch of the Exine family clenched her delicate fist. Filled with deep indignation, to think that a being of her caliber in the mythical realm could be so looked down upon by Nangong Push and Chu Xiu. Yet, she could only seethe in silence. This kill I shall grant to you, Nangong Push stated, directing her words toward Chu Xiu. Very well, thank you, Brother Nangong. Chu Xiu replied with gratitude, turning his gaze toward the matriarch of the Exine family. 3 moves. I shall only make 3 moves that, if you survive after those 3, you may leave, Nangong Push said, her expression as indifferent as her gaze toward the Exine matriarch. Thank you, young master, thank you. The matriarch, who had just moments ago been consumed by rage and resentment toward Nangong Push, now transformed her anger into gratitude, her eyes brimming with tears. A cunning fox spirit of the mythical realm, she naturally discerned that Nangong Push was a breathtaking beauty masquerading as a man. From a moment Nangong Push allowed Chu Xiu to address her as Brother Nangong, she surmised that the latter preferred to be perceived as male. Nangong Push stood with her arms crossed, silent as ever. Chu Xiu raised the sky-cleaving blade slowly, addressing the Exine matriarch. Brother Nangong has overestimated you. I need not require you to withstand 3 moves I shall deliver but a single strike. If you survive this one, you may depart. Upon hearing this, Nangong Push's eyes sparkled, her stunning visage revealing a hint of intrigue. She too wished to witness the strength of Chu Xiu's strike, which he claimed could fell the Exine matriarch in one blow. Even a severely injured being in the mythical realm remained formidable. How dare you insult the mythical? The matriarch's eyes blazed with fury as she glared at Chu Xiu. In an instant, her form shifted from that of an enchanting woman into a massive azure fox. Several yards in size, 0.7 cuts to cut heaven. Kill. With a single step, Chu Xiu unleashed the 8 steps of the celestial demon. Hurtling toward the Exine matriarch like a thunderclap, he lifted the sky-cleaving blade and struck. As the blade descended, it seemed as if the very heavens were shattering. With unparalleled wisdom and the divine talent of a blade god, bolstered by 2 purple attributes, he had just realized that the 7 cuts to cut heaven could amalgamate beyond merely 7 strikes. Even 2 or 3 could merge. His most potent attack would be the fusion of the first 4 cuts of the 7 cuts to cut heaven, as he had only comprehended 4 cuts thus far, and the 4th was merely at the minor success stage. However, to eliminate the Exine matriarch, he would not even need to execute the 4 cuts in harmony. The might of 3 cuts combined would far surpass the minor success of the 4th cut of the 7 cuts to cut heaven. 3 cuts combined? The intent of slaughter, the intent of annihilation, the intent of the dark moon. Moreover, each cut of the 7 cuts to cut heaven had likely attained the major success realm, perhaps even beyond. Yet, the true challenge lay in merging these 3 intents into one. This was the greatest difficulty. The dual talents of unparalleled swordsmanship and extraordinary comprehension were indispensable. Nangong Push's eyes gleamed with excitement as she exclaimed, "What a monster! I never expected such a prodigious talent to emerge from our 6 doors of Songlong County. This is indeed fortuitous. Only then can our 6 doors grow even stronger." Witnessing Chu Xiu's strike, the Xan matriarch, who had initially doubted his capability to slay her with a single blow, now felt a surge of fear in her eyes. She attempted to evade his attack, moving like a flash of azure lightning. As a being of the mythical realm, she dared not confront Chu Xiu's strike head-on. Yet despite her speed, Chu Xiu was swifter still. Weakened and depleted of energy, the Xan matriarch had no advantage in speed against Chu Xiu's 8 steps of the celestial demon. Boom! As Chu Xiu's blade descended, despair filled the Xan matriarch's eyes. Would she truly perish in the city of Songlong County, despite Nangong Push's mercy? How could the 6 doors of Songlong County harbor so many prodigies? With a single strike, Chu Xiu cleaved the Xan matriarch in twain. A swift execution. Prompted by the system, he discovered 3 destiny attributes. Azure Fox Bloodline, blue; Fortunes and Misfortunes intertwined, green; and Exceptional Comprehension, green. Destiny attributes could be plundered, solidified, or transformed into destiny points. Fortunes and misfortunes intertwined. Good fortune and misfortune coexist. Misfortunes may become blessings, while blessings can turn into misfortunes. Exceptional comprehension. Innate exceptional comprehension provides immense benefits in cultivation. By slaying the malevolent, accumulation-laden demon of the mythical realm, he received a reward of 120,899 destiny points, but a series of prompts appeared before Chu Xiu's eyes. The Azure Fox bloodline did not warrant an explanation as it had appeared before. Chu Xiu, thrilled, was not merely elated by the appearance of 3 destiny attributes, but rather by the astonishing sum of 120,899 destiny points. Truly, the cunning fox spirit of the mythical realm was worthy of such a bounty. This substantial gain, combined with his existing destiny points, was more than sufficient to elevate the 2 blue attributes to purple. Such a favor was monumental. Chu Xiu recorded Nangong Push's profound kindness in his heart. Without her assistance, how could he have slain the Xan matriarch, this formidable demon of the mythical realm? Plundering fortunes and misfortunes intertwined. He transformed the Azure Fox bloodline and exceptional comprehension into destiny points. Taking a moment to steady his breath, he communicated with the system in his mind. This time, Chu Xiu felt nothing in particular. After all, the attribute of fortunes and misfortunes intertwined was intangible, that he merely noted the addition of this attribute to his destiny panel. The Azure Fox bloodline converted into 10,000 destiny points, while exceptional comprehension transformed into 1,000 destiny points. Chu Xiu's destiny points increased by 11,000 once more. Destiny points. 249,000 Chu Xiu. Your comprehension is unparalleled in my experience. Keep it up. I believe it won't be long before you rank among the top 10 of the Hidden Dragon ranking. At that time, I shall be first and you second. Nangong Push regarded Chu Xiu with deep admiration. Ahem. Chu Xiu coughed softly, remaining silent. Achieving the 2nd position on the Hidden Dragon ranking was not overly challenging. His concern lay in the possibility of their roles reversing in the future. Very well. I haven't returned in quite some time. I shall take my leave to our 6 doors. I will remain there for the foreseeable future. If you require assistance, do not hesitate to seek me out. Nangong Push said to Chu Xiu, gracefully moving as if each step birthed a lotus beneath her feet, vanishing into the night in an instant, not even glancing at the Xan matriarch's corpse. Truly, as a being of the mythical realm, she carried with her a storage pouch. Chu Xiu chuckled softly, retrieving the fallen pouch from the Xan matriarch, a glimmer of astonishment crossing his features as he remarked with anticipation. As a demon of the mythical realm, surely the Xan matriarch's storage pouch contains countless treasures, does it not? Alas, why is it that you pig demons, even upon reaching the martial saint realm, lack a single storage pouch? Upon concluding his thoughts, Chu Xiu cast a disdainful glance at the lifeless bodies of the two martial Saint Realm pig demons, a flicker of contempt crossing his features. After vanquishing these two fiends, he discovered that his spoils consisted solely of a modest sum of destiny points, merit points, and the corpses. No treasures emerged from their demise. Shaking his head, he collected the remains of the elder of the akin clan, along with the two pig demons and the wolf demon he had slain earlier, stowing them away in his storage pouch. After all, these demon corpses could be exchanged for merit points, and it would be a waste to let them go unused. Even the wolf demon's remains were valuable. Once everything was in order, Chu Xiu moved swiftly, continuing his search for demons within the county city. Although his chi observation technique was remarkable, it was an auxiliary martial art intrinsically linked to one's cultivation level. Despite having reached a minor success with his technique, the actual range of his perception was limited to a mere 100 zhang. Any demons beyond that distance remained undetectable to him. After meandering through the county city, Chu Xiu eventually returned to the Six Doors headquarters, where he found that it was mostly the silver and gold badge captains who had taken action. Aside from the two martial Saint Realm pig demons intent on ambushing him and the elder of the akin clan, a mythical realm demon fixated on his demise, he had only encountered 3 Grandmaster realm demons, yielding a total of 5,600 destiny points. Clearly, the remaining demons had either been eliminated by the silver and gold badge captains of Six Doors or had already concealed themselves. There were no signs of destiny entries appearing. Upon his return, Chu Xiu made his way toward the task hall. Inside, not only was Chu Xiu present, but also over 10 silver and gold badge captains, all of whom had evidently returned without encountering any demons. "Greetings, Lord Chu." Upon his entrance, the captains of Six Doors promptly bowed in respect, their eyes filled with deep reverence as they regarded Chu Xiu, who had now become the unparalleled genius of the Songlong County's Six Doors, second only to the esteemed Nangong Push. "There is no need for such formalities," Chu Xiu replied, waving his hand dismissively at the assembled captains. Chu Xiu exchanged knowing glances with him, as if to say, "Brother Chu, your reputation is impressive." Chu Xiu chose to ignore Chu Xiu's antics, pretending not to notice. "Thank you, Lord Chu." The captains expressed their gratitude. "Lord Chu, might you go first?" a gold badge captain tentatively suggested, gesturing toward him. "Not all. You go ahead. I shall be the last to arrive. It would be improper to cut in line," Chu Xiu replied with a gentle smile. "Lord Chu, we are actually eager to see how many demons you have slain tonight," another gold badge captain said with an air of anticipation that we wonder if you might indulge us with a glimpse of your accomplishments. At this, the captain's eyes gleamed with eager curiosity as they turned their gazes toward Chu Xiu. "Come on, Brother Chu, let them witness your prowess," Chu Xiu beckoned, encouraging him. "Very well," Chu Xiu acquiesced, striding toward Chu Xiu's table. The captains parted, creating a clear path for him. Arriving in front of Chu Xiu produced his green-clad badge and handed it over, saying, "Brother Chi, please help me tally the total merit points." "Certainly," Chu Xiu replied, accepting the badge. Almost immediately, his expression turned to one of shock as he exclaimed, "By the heavens, Brother Chu, you have slain the elder of the akin clan from Little Qiushan." In that instant, the heads of the Six Doors captains collectively felt a jolt of disbelief as they stared at Chu Xiu, their expressions a mix of astonishment and awe. The name of the elder of the akin clan was well known to them. She was a true master at the mythical realm, a figure infamous throughout Songlong County. Chu Xiu shook his head, clarifying, "While it is true that the elder of the akin clan fell by my hand, without Brother Nangong's intervention, I would never have been able to defeat her." "Nangong?" Chu Xiu's expression shifted dramatically, and he hastily set aside Chu Xiu's badge, stowing away the book that had driven countless female immortals mad, exhaling in relief. "Thank goodness Nangong Push did not see me. Otherwise, I would have been in serious trouble." The other captains, initially stunned, now regarded Chu Xiu with peculiar expressions. It was clear they had heard of Nangong Push's preference for being addressed as Brother Nangong. However, not everyone had the privilege of such familiarity. Within the Six Doors, only Chu Xiu and Chu Xiu possessed that honor. They were well aware that only true prodigies could capture Nangong Push's attention. As for Chu Xiu's past encounter with Arath, They knew all too well it stemmed from him brazenly reading such books within the task hall. Indeed, had I not encountered Brother Nangong today, I would have had to use the signal flare that you sent me, Chu Xiu remarked. Moreover, the place where I confronted the elder of the Xen clan was somewhat distant from our 6 doors. Even if I managed to return, I might have been gravely injured. Chu Xiu nodded, his expression serious. What level of power does Brother Nangong possess now? He inquired with curiosity, his gaze fixed intently on Chu Xiu. The other captains also turned their attention to Chu Xiu, their eyes brimming with intrigue regarding Nangong Push, the foremost genius of the 6 doors in Songlong County, although they were aware that she had secured the 17th position on the Hidden Dragon rankings. They remained uncertain about the extent of her capabilities. When Brother Nangong arrived, a single stroke of her sword left the elder of the Xen clan utterly terrified, though the elder attempted to flee. She was still pierced through the chest by a single strike, sustaining grave injuries. Had it not been for her desire to gauge my strength, I would have been unable to defeat the elder so easily, as she was already severely weakened from the encounter. Chu Xiu spoke with modesty. Preposterous, Chu Xiu exclaimed. Brother Chu, you are already incredibly formidable, yet Brother Nangong surpasses you even further. Has it only been half a year since she departed from our Songlong County 6 doors? And now she can slay a mythical realm expert with a single strike. While the elder of the Xen clan may be considered weaker among mythical realm beings, she is still formidable. Chu Xiu could not help but voice his thoughts. Suddenly, an idea struck him, and his gaze turned fervent as he looked at Chu Xiu. But Brother Chu, you are even more extraordinary. How old are you? You are several years younger than Brother Nangong, yet you managed to slay a mythical realm expert despite her being gravely injured. Does that not mean that at the martial saint realm, few can rival you? The other captains regarded Chu Xiu with a mix of reverence and awe, realizing the implications of his rapid ascent in power. The speed at which Chu Xiu was growing stronger was astonishing, leaving them in a state of worship, unable to even aspire to his heights. He was a prodigy of 6 doors who could rival Nangong Push. In comparison to Chu Xiu and Gao Chongfeng, he was even more outstanding. Chu Xiu smiled faintly, remaining silent. By the way, Brother Chu, regarding the merit points for slaying the elder of the Xen clan, will they be credited to you, or to Brother Nangong? Or perhaps you will split them evenly? Chu Xiu pondered, seeking clarification. Allocate them to me. Brother Nangong has stated that this round of merit points will be considered her support for me, Chu Xiu responded. Chu Xiu shrugged and said, having already received such a significant favor from Nangong Push, I no longer care about this merit point. Besides, as Nangong Push pointed out, the merit points awarded for slaying the ancestor of the Xen family are beneath her notice. If she wants merit points, she need only hunt down a mythical realm demon. Does this mean that Brother Chu has betrayed our brotherhood? Chu Xiu looked at Chu Xiu with a sorrowful expression, as if he had transformed into a heartless scoundrel who forsakes loyalty for profit. Chu Xiu chose to ignore him. Alas, it is what it is. If Brother Chu truly becomes a couple with Brother Nangong, it would be a match made in heaven, a perfect pair. Chu Xiu sighed deeply and picked up Chu Xiu's blue-clad bounty hunter token to continue his reading. The group of 6 doors captains turned away, pretending they had not heard a word. Was this something they were meant to hear? It was no wonder Chu Xiu had been reprimanded by Nangong Push. If Brother Chi is unafraid of being overheard by Brother Nangong and receiving another beating, then I have no objections, Chu Xiu remarked, looking at Chu Xiu with a peculiar expression, as if recalling how Nangong Push had not punished him last time. Chu Xiu shuddered and hurriedly defended himself. I said nothing. I was merely helping Brother Chu calculate his merit points. Chu Xiu smiled but did not respond. The ancestor of the Xen family in the mythical realm was worth 10 million merit points. A 7th-level martial saint demon was worth 280,000 merit points, and a 9th-level martial saint demon was valued at 340,000 merit points. Lastly, a 5th-level master realm demon was worth 22,000 merit points. In total, that amounted to 16,220,000 merit points. That IT wouldn't be long before they were credited to him. Brother Chu, do remember to check when the time comes. After calculating the merit points, Chu Xiu exclaimed in astonishment. My estimations were indeed correct. 2 martial saint demons, the lowest being 7th level, and there is also a 9th level martial saint. Brother Chu's current strength may indeed render him invincible beneath the mythical realm. The Six Doors captains gained a deeper understanding of Chu Xiu's prowess. 16,220,000 merit points. Chu Xiu raised his eyebrows. He previously had over 600 merit points. Was he now suddenly in possession of over 20 million merit points? He had truly struck it rich this time. For the foreseeable future, he wouldn't need to worry about merit points to be by the way. Brother Chu, now that you have slain the ancestor of the akin family, are you going to become one of our Six Doors crimson-clad bounty hunters? Chu Xiu asked, handing Chu Xiu his blue-clad bounty hunter token. The other Six Doors captains also wore serious expressions. Brother Chi, are you joking? To be a crimson-clad bounty hunter, one must at least possess strength at the mythical realm level. Oh, you think I, a mere martial artist who has just entered the great master realm, have such capability? Chu Xiu accepted the blue-clad bounty hunter token, rolling his eyes. Now that you think that way, I can rest easy. Chu Xiu breathed a sigh of relief. The other Six Doors captains also appeared relaxed. If Chu Xiu were to become a crimson-clad bounty hunter, he would easily attract the attention of demons and become a target. Although he was currently ranked 81st on the Hidden Dragon list, he was already a target. Yet, it paled in comparison to the shock of having slain a mythical realm demon, such as the ancestor of the akin family. However, the group soon realized that Chu Xiu, having just entered the great master realm, already possessed the strength to slay a 9th-level martial saint demon. Was it not conceivable that once he reached the martial saint realm, he could indeed have the power to slay mythical realm beings? What a monster! All right, Brother Chi, I must take my leave now. Chu Xiu waved his hand and turned to depart. After watching Chu Xiu leave, Chu Xiu's expression grew serious as he addressed the other Six Doors captains, saying, regarding Brother Chu's slaying of the ancestor of the akin family, no one is to leak even a word. Otherwise, they will be dealt with as traitors to our Six Doors. Yes, the Six Doors captains replied respectfully. Chu Xiu's face showed satisfaction as he looked at the crowd, saying, come, let me help you calculate tonight's merit points. Exiting the mission hall, Chu Xiu headed straight for the storeroom. With so many merit points at his disposal, he planned to exchange them for some cultivation resources. Before long, he entered the storeroom and approached Zhao Qingming. Bowing slightly, Elder Zhao. What do you need? I will fetch it for you, Zhao Qingming said curtly, casting a glance at Chu Xiu. He knew that this young man must have sufficient merit points to be in the storeroom. Elder Zhao, I wish to purchase 50 bottles of Truyong pills, Chu Xiu replied after a moment of contemplation. Truyong pills are a type of elixir for great master realm cultivators. Priced at 10,000 merit points each, that a bottle of Truyong pills consists of 10 pills, totaling 100,000 merit points. Thus, 50 bottles would cost 5 million merit points. Anything else? Zhao Qingming asked indifferently. He had long been aware that Chu Xiu had entered the great master realm, so buying Truyong pills was a perfectly normal request. Elder Zhao, do we have materials for forging weapons in our Six Doors storeroom, such as fine iron, meteorite iron, or cold iron? Chu Xiu inquired. His gaze intense. He had 25 bottles of essence pills remaining, which should be sufficient to cultivate the divine elephant suppression technique to the pinnacle of the 9th level of the master realm. Now, he needed to consider whether to consume some fine iron to see if it could enhance his defensive capabilities. The gluttonous beast possesses an unimaginable digestive ability, capable of devouring metals to absorb energy, thereby augmenting its own strength and defense. Chu Xiu had refrained from purchasing materials previously because he needed time to absorb the Truyong pills and essence pills. Now, he was ready to attempt devouring metals. You want to forge weapons? Don't you already possess the sky-slaying blade? Zhao Qingming frowned, his expression filled with confusion as he looked at Chu Xiu. Elder Zhao, although I have the sky-slaying blade, I have other purposes for these materials. Chu Xiu replied after considering for a moment. Naturally, our Six Doors storeroom does have materials for forging weapons. 1 pound of fine iron costs 100 merit points. As for meteorite iron, it comes in 2 varieties, 100-year meteorite iron and 1,000-year meteorite iron. 1 pound of 100-year meteorite iron requires 10,000 merit points, while 1 pound of 1,000-year meteorite iron costs 500,000 merit points. Cold iron is similarly categorized in 100-year and 1,000-year varieties, with prices matching those of meteorite iron. That if you seek higher grade 10,000-year iron essence, 10,000-year meteorite iron, or 10,000-year cold iron, we do not have them at Songlong County 6 doors. However, if you're truly interested, I can arrange for someone to contact the 6 doors in Qingzhou City to procure them. The price for those would be significantly more expensive, 100 times that of the 1,000-year meteorite and 1,000-year cold iron. 1 pound would cost 1 million merit points. This is because the value and rarity of the two types differ. Yet you, young man, do not possess enough merit points to exchange for them. Zhao Qingming stated calmly. You know I lack the merit points for such an exchange, yet you still mention it? Chu Xiu ignored Zhao Qingming's remark and said, Elder Zhao, I would like 10 pounds each of 100-year meteorite iron and 1,000-year meteorite iron. Are you certain? Zhao Qingming paused, looking at Chu Xiu in shock. This young man is indeed on a roll. 10 pounds of 100-year meteorite iron would cost 100,000 merit points, which is not too much. However, 10 pounds of 1,000-year meteorite iron indeed requires 5 million merit points. Yes, but I have a small request. I need our 6 doors blacksmith to forge them into the size of a thumball. I can pay an additional fee. Chu Xiu nodded, addressing Zhao Qingming. That's simple. I will ensure it is taken care of. Zhao Qingming replied, 50 bottles of True Yang elixir demand 5 million merit points. While 10 pounds of century-old meteorite iron is valued at 100,000 merit points, and 10 pounds of millennium-old meteorite iron is priced at 5 million merit points, in total, you are required to pay 10 million and 10 merit points. Zhao Qingming waved his hand, saying, please present your token. Wait, Zhao Lao, I still have some demon corpses here. Chu Xiu stepped into a more spacious area of the hall and retrieved the demon corpses from his storage bag, which instantly appeared before him. Among them were the body of the old fox spirit from the akin family, as well as the remains of 2 pig demons at the martial saint level. Is this the ancestor of the akin family? Zhao Qingming seemed to materialize in front of the ancestor's corpse, feeling the mythical aura emanating from it, and incredulously exclaimed, Indeed, Zhao Lao possesses an astute eye. Recognizing it at a glance, Chu Xiu praised him. How did you manage to slay the ancestor of the akin family? Zhao Qingming gazed at Chu Xiu with intense scrutiny, his expression one of astonishment. It was Brother Nangong who dealt a heavy blow to the ancestor, allowing me the fortuity to slay him. Chu Xiu replied with a calm demeanor. I see it so. Brother Nangong has returned. Zhao Qingming's face softened with realization. And then he continued. Although the ancestor has been heavily injured, your ability to slay him speaks volumes of your prowess. This corpse is a mythical level 1, worth 5 million merit points. You also possess a martial saint level 7 demon corpse, valued at 110,000 merit points, and a martial saint level 9 demon corpse, worth 130,000 merit points. Finally, that master level demon is assessed at 5,000 merit points. Altogether, this amounts to 745,000 merit points. Subtracting these points, you will still need to pay an additional 269,500 merit points. Zhao Lao, here is my token. Chu Xiu nodded slightly, retrieving the Qingyi Mingbu token and handing it to Zhao Qingming. After calculating, he found that after the deductions, he would still retain 1,992,430 merit points. Zhao Qingming waved his sleeve, collecting all the demon corpses before accepting Chu Xiu's token. He approached the table, brushed it against the black jade stone, placed it down, and said, Chu Xiu, take your token. I will fetch the True Yang elixir for you. The century-old and millennium-old meteorite iron will be fashioned into spheres, so come back tomorrow to collect them. Thank you, Zhao Lao. Chu Xiu stepped forward, secured his token, and expressed his gratitude to Zhao Qingming. Zhao Qingming waved his hand and walked towards the storeroom at the Dajiang gang. A member hurriedly entered the hall and bowed deeply to the gang leader, Wei Qifeng, who sat at the head of the table. Reporting to the leader, all the demons have been eradicated by the 6 doors. All eradicated. Even the 2 demons from Wild Boar Ridge. Wei Qifeng's expression shifted, his gaze turning sharp as he stared at the member. He was indifferent to the deaths of ordinary demons, having prepared plenty for upcoming chaos in Songlong County, as long as 6 doors had tasks to occupy them. They would not turn their attention to the Dajiang gang or the Gao family. However, the 2 demons from Wild Boar Ridge were different. One was a martial saint level 7, and the other a martial saint level 9 pig demon, sent to eliminate Chu Xiu, reporting to the leader. Both demons from Wild Boar Ridge fell at the hands of Chu Xiu. Moreover, it isn't just these two demons that perished. The ancestor of the Akin family has also been slain. The member spoke in a hushed tone. The ancestor of the Akin family? When did this old fox spirit arrive in the county? He was also killed by Chu Xiu. Wei Qifeng was momentarily stunned, disbelief etched on his face as he exclaimed. Reporting to the leader, I'm also uncertain when the ancestor of the Akin family arrived in the county. It is likely that he came upon learning of Akin Shuanyang's death at the hands of Chu Xiu, joining the other fox spirits of the Akin family. However, the ancestor's demise at Chu Xiu's hands was not due to Chu Xiu's prowess, but rather a chance encounter with Brother Nangong, who severely injured him, enabling Chu Xiu to deliver the final blow. The member hesitated before explaining. Damn it! This fool, what was he doing coming to the county? Not only did he come, but he also fortuitously encountered Brother Nangong. He deserved to die. Wei Qifeng felt a heavy stone lift from his heart. As long as Chu Xiu had not attained mythical level strength, everything was manageable. Regardless, the Gao family tasked him with eliminating Chu Xiu, a duty he must fulfill. That if Chu Xiu had indeed reached mythical level, how could he possibly eliminate him? Would he need to take matters into his own hands? Even if he were willing, could he truly slay Chu Xiu? What if he also fell to Chu Xiu? Fortunately, the fox spirits of the Akin family had not accompanied the ancestor. Otherwise, if they too perished, this leader would fail to complete the Gao family's mission of collecting vital essence. Pausing for a moment, Wei Qifeng slowly exhaled a breath of frustration, stating, Leader, what shall we do now? The Dajiang gang member tentatively inquired. Wei Qifeng rubbed his aching forehead, replying, This Chu Xiu has already grown formidable. It is no longer an easy task to kill him. To succeed, we must gather our forces. For now, let them lie low while I devise a plan. Next, let the demons below martial saint level periodically feast upon the populace within the county. All martial saint level demons must conceal themselves and refrain from making any rash moves. Even the fox spirits of the Akin family must remain vigilant in their secrecy. Collecting vital essence must be executed with utmost caution. We cannot afford any mishaps or draw the attention of six doors. Reflecting further, Wei Qifeng added, Moreover, we must ensure that only members of the Dajiang gang protect them. They are solely responsible for receiving clients to avoid any complications. Understood. The Dajiang gang member responded affirmatively. Wei Qifeng gestured for silence, and the member bowed before withdrawing to the Gao residence. Within a courtyard, a tremendous force erupted. Ha ha ha! My realm has finally stabilized. Gao Changfeng emerged from a room, exuding confidence and grandeur. Congratulations, young master. Congratulations. A group of maidservants knelt before Gao Changfeng, their faces radiant with joy as they offered their congratulations. And no need for such formalities. Gao Changfeng waved his hand, addressing the maidservants. During my retreat, has the potential dragon rankings been updated? Reporting to young master, the potential dragon rankings have indeed been updated. A maidservant replied with utmost respect. Oh. Gao Changfeng raised an eyebrow, looking at the maidservant. What is my ranking this time? He had not just recently broken through to the martial saint level. He had merely been solidifying his realm since his breakthrough. Today marked his true emergence from retreat. The maidservant respectfully stated, Young master, your current ranking is 169th, an improvement of 20 places since the last announcement of the potential dragon rankings. Only 20 places? Gao Changfeng frowned slightly, feeling a tinge of disappointment. What about Chu Xiu's ranking? He had expected that with his breakthrough to the martial saint level, he would rank significantly higher. Yet the result was somewhat underwhelming. However, he understood that the potential dragon rankings encompassed all the extraordinary talents across Qingzhou. Advancing 20 places in a single update was still commendable. Reporting to young master, Chu Xiu is placed at 136. The maidservant carefully replied, Chu Xiu, unexpectedly, I have stepped in the martial saint level. Yet you still surpass me. Gao Changfeng's eyes flickered with a hint of coldness, and his expression was somber as he spoke that a group of maidservants trembled in fear, not daring to utter a sound. Had Chu Xiu entered the hidden dragon ranking, Gao Changfeng suddenly thought of Chu Xiu and directed his inquiry at one of the maidservants. Reporting to the young master, Chu Xiu has indeed entered the hidden dragon ranking, and he is currently ranked 81st. The maidservant replied, her voice quivering. Upon hearing this, Gao Changfeng froze momentarily, his complexion shifting between shades of green and white. He could hardly believe that Chu Xiu's rate of growth had escalated to such an extent. He himself was ranked 169th on the Hidden Dragon ranking, yet Chu Xiu had surpassed him upon his very first entry. The 81st rank was truly a position among the elite 100 of the Hidden Dragon ranking. Simply put, in comparison to Chu Xiu, his own strength felt akin to that of an ant. It was highly likely that if Chu Xiu wished to kill him, he could accomplish it without needing even 3 moves. In an instant, a chill ran down Gao Changfeng's spine, leaving him with a tingling sensation at the back of his neck. For the first time, he questioned whether he should have provoked Chu Xiu. The crux of the matter was that he had not eliminated Chu Xiu despite having provoked him, and that was the gravest issue. No, I must seek out second uncle. This thought consumed Gao Changfeng's mind as he vanished from the courtyard. As Gao Changfeng departed, the maidservants collectively breathed a sigh of relief, their expressions reflecting a sense of liberation. One by one, they slumped to the ground, feeling utterly drained, as if they had just escaped from the clutches of death. In less than a moment, Gao Changfeng arrived at an inner courtyard within the Gao residence, where he bowed respectfully and said, "Changfeng seeks an audience with second uncle." "Indeed, your cultivation has stabilized." Gao Jinyu emerged from within the courtyard, regarding Gao Changfeng with an appreciative gaze. "Second uncle, Chu Xiu has now secured the 81st position on the Hidden Dragon ranking." Gao Changfeng inhaled deeply, clasping his hands in salute as he spoke to Gao Jinyu. "I'm already aware of this matter." Gao Jinyu waved his hand dismissively that I will instruct someone to inform Wei Qifeng. This time, even if he must take action personally, he shall retrieve Chu Xiu's head. We can no longer harbor a threat. "Thank you, second uncle." Gao Changfeng's face brightened with surprise, and he expressed his gratitude to Gao Jinyu. "There is no need for such formalities." Gao Jinyu's tone grew somber. "In truth, I have already begun to suspect something. What does second uncle mean?" Gao Changfeng's pupils contracted in shock. "It seems you have come to the same conclusion." Gao Jinyu fixed a penetrating gaze upon Gao Changfeng. "Previously, I did not focus on Chu Xiu. I was investigating the talents within the 6 doors of Songlong Prefecture, particularly those renowned captains clad in green. However, no matter how I probed, I found no trace of evidence. It was as if the death of Changhe was not the doing of the 6 doors at all. Yet, upon seeing Chu Xiu ascend to the 81st position on the Hidden Dragon ranking in such a short span, combined with his meteoric rise, I suddenly pondered a question. Could it be that Chu Xiu is the very one who killed Changhe? After a brief pause, a glimmer of brilliance flashed in Gao Jinyu's eyes as he proclaimed with powerful conviction. After all, his innate talent is extraordinary. Possessing such formidable potential, it would not be impossible for him to have comprehended the pure Yang sword intent and slain the master-level Su Yunlong before officially becoming a copper metal captain of the 6 doors. On the contrary, Su Yunlong would never have anticipated that a mere small captain from the 6 doors could grasp the sword intent. The likelihood of him being killed by a single strike is exceedingly high. "Second uncle, it must be him. It undoubtedly is." Gao Changfeng suddenly recalled something and stated, "I previously heard that Chu Xiu possessed remarkable talent and sought to recruit him into our Gao family as a vassal. At that time, he was highly wary of our family. I did not think much of it. But now, upon hearing second uncle's analysis, I believe it is quite possible that he is indeed the one who killed Changhe. If that is the case, he cannot be allowed to live." Gao Jinyu's eyes flashed with coldness as he spoke in a chilling tone that I must ensure that Wei Qifeng captures Chu Xiu alive and brings him back to our Gao family for interrogation. Once he is within our grasp, I shall ascertain whether Changhe truly met his end at his hands. "Second uncle is wise," Gao Changfeng replied respectfully. "Changfeng, you have also stepped into the martial saint realm. It is time to utilize this drop of essence blood," Gao Jinyu continued. "Once you integrate this drop of essence blood, your strength will experience a significant increase. At that point, what is Chu Xiu? Even the esteemed Nangong Push will not outmatch you." With a wave of his sleeve, Gao Jinyu sent a jade vial flying towards Gao Changfeng. His eyes lit up with excitement as he caught the vial and expressed his gratitude to Gao Jinyu. "Thank you, second uncle." "There is no need for thanks." This is the treatment all direct descendants of the Gao family are entitled to. Go into seclusion now. I hope that when you emerge, it will be at the pinnacle of the 9th level of the martial saint realm. All necessary resources will be dispatched to your courtyard. Gao Jinyu instructed, waving his hand. Yes, I shall obey. Gao Changfeng acknowledged and turned to leave. Chu Xiu, Gao Jinyu gazed in the direction of the 6 doors into Songlong Prefecture. His eyes filled with icy determination. Having slain a direct descendant of the Gao family, even with the protection of the 6 doors, I will still capture you and bring you back to our Gao family. Within the study of the courtyard, the destiny attributes read: 9 Yang sacred body gold, unparalleled wisdom, purple, blade god potential, purple, noble scion, blue, golden muscles and jade bones, blue, carefree wind riding, blue, vitality like a river, blue, mastery of fists and kicks, blue, gluttonous stomach, blue, innate divine soul, blue, resonating for 3 days, blue, innate divine strength, green, fortune and misfortune interlinked, green. Destiny value 249,000. Sitting cross-legged on the ground, Chu Xiu contemplated the destiny attributes displayed on the data panel. After a moment of reflection, he declared, System, enhance golden muscles and jade bones. The enhancement of his muscles and bones would greatly aid in his cultivation of the divine elephant suppression law. His progress in the divine elephant suppression law had been lagging behind his internal martial arts cultivation, primarily due to his physical innate talent not being sufficiently robust. The 9 Yang scripture possessed the golden destiny attribute of the 9 Yang sacred body. Even though he had yet to fully awaken the 9 Yang sacred body, it still provided substantial benefits, allowing his internal martial arts cultivation to advance at a pace that exceeded that of the divine elephant suppression law. If his physical innate talent were to be enhanced, his cultivation speed in the divine elephant suppression law would surely skyrocket. As soon as he finished speaking, a mysterious force surged into Chu Xiu's body, causing his muscles and bones to undergo a tremendous transformation at that moment. With each passing moment, the power within Chu Xiu's physique continued to escalate. Countless particles emerged in response to the feedback from his body. In the blink of an eye, Chu Xiu's divine elephant suppression law had opened up 800 particles. Each particle resonated with the roar of a mighty primordial elephant, unleashing an unimaginable force. A tremendous surge of vitality radiated from Chu Xiu. Had it not been for the formation within the study, which isolated everything, the sheer force of his vitality would have surely astonished the entire 6 doors. This enhancement was not limited to his muscles and bones. The transformation of his muscles and bones ultimately led to an overall augmentation of Chu Xiu's physical form. His flesh and skin continuously strengthened, rendering him as resilient as adamantine, impervious to harm. This transformation persisted for a full half-hour. In the end, Chu Xiu discovered that his divine elephant suppression law had opened up 2,798 particles. He now wielded the strength of 2,798 primordial elephants, successfully consuming 100,000 destiny value, golden muscles, and jade bones, blue, upgraded to diamond body, purple, diamond body, unbreakable, impervious to harm, unmatched in defense, possessing unparalleled talent in physical cultivation. Point 2 notification prompt appeared before Chu Xiu's eyes, diamond body. Upon witnessing the 2 prompt boxes, Chu Xiu's cheeks revealed a look of astonishment. He had never anticipated that the elevation from a golden attribute to a purple one would grant him the essence of a divine body. In essence, the purple attribute was already akin to a divine form, while the golden attribute represented an unparalleled holy body. It was no wonder that he could simultaneously unlock over 2,100 particles, achieving a minor success at the Grandmaster level in external martial arts. His pure strength had now surpassed the 9 Yang true art at the minor Grandmaster stage. With this formidable power alone, he could likely obliterate a demon of the martial sage realm with a single punch. Should he employ the 6 paths reincarnation fist, even a typical peak 9th layer martial sage demon would fall with just 1 strike. Yet his most potent martial art was not the 6 paths reincarnation fist, but rather the 7 slicing heavens. That if he were to execute the 7 slicing heavens using the power of the divine elephant suppression technique, he would still find himself lacking. The distance to the mythical realm remained substantial. After all, his true cultivation level was merely at the minor grandmaster stage. Chu Xiu shook his head, his gaze resolutely firm as he declared, "However, I still possess 149,000 destiny points, allowing me to ascend another purple attribute. This attribute will focus on enhancing my physical body, enabling my strength to reach its ultimate peak." With this thought, he once again turned his attention to the data panel, scrutinizing the attributes of blood flowing like a river and innate divine strength for a considerable time. Ultimately, a decision crystallized in his mind, and he proclaimed, "System, upgrade blood flowing like a river." As soon as he uttered those words, a mysterious and unfathomable power surged forth once again, akin to a relentless torrent of water. At that moment, Chu Xiu's blood power surged dramatically, transforming from a mere stream into a mighty blood dragon. As if an ancient divine dragon's strength was conferred upon him with every movement. His blood power swelled. Particles continued to materialize, with mighty wild elephants bellowing in triumph. This state persisted for a full hour before his blood power finally stabilized, successfully consuming 100,000 destiny points. Blood flowing like a river, blue, upgraded to blood flowing like a dragon, purple. Blood flowing like a dragon, an immense and expansive blood power, akin to a true dragon, possessing an extraordinary presence that defies the heavens. Two prompt boxes appeared before Chu Xiu's eyes. Blood flowing like a dragon had unlocked a total of 3,988 particles, surpassing those unlocked by the diamond divine body. Now his divine elephant suppression technique had unlocked a total of 6,786 particles, granting him the might of 6,786 wild elephants. He was now exceedingly close to the 8,400 particles required for the pinnacle of the Grandmaster realm. Even without employing the Six Paths Reincarnation Fist, his raw strength alone was sufficient to shatter myriad laws and strike down countless peak ninth layer martial sage demons. Was it not? Feeling the immense power coursing through him, Chu Xiu's face bore an expression of profound astonishment. He had never imagined that the addition of two purple attributes would yield such a terrifying enhancement to his strength. Destiny points, 49,000. Taking a deep breath to steady his racing heart, he gazed at the number reflecting his destiny points and remarked, "I still have 49,000 destiny points remaining, and both innate divine strength and fortuitous misfortune can be upgraded to blue attributes." After a brief pause, he declared in his mind, "System, upgrade innate divine strength." Boom! The mysterious power manifested once more. Chu Xiu felt his strength intensifying, as if his very body contained an immense force. This formidable power was not derived from his muscles or blood, but rather an innate strength he had possessed all along, lying dormant within him. His innate divine strength was one of the innate physical talents. Chu Xiu's divine elephant suppression technique unlocked yet more particles. After a moment, he successfully consumed 10,000 destiny points, upgrading innate divine strength green to limitless strength blue. Limitless strength, you possess an innate and terrifying force, a prodigious talent in the realm of physical refinement. Two prompt boxes appeared once more before Chu Xiu. Indeed, the effects of a blue attribute could not be compared to those of a purple attribute. The enhancement of innate divine strength merely allowed him to unlock 96 additional particles, increasing his wild elephant might by 96. Chu Xiu shook his head and resolutely stated in his mind, "System, upgrade fortuitous misfortune." Fortunately, he had already prepared himself mentally, thus he did not experience any significant surprises. This time, he felt no discernible change, successfully consuming 10,000 destiny points. Fortuitous misfortune, green, upgraded to abundant fortunes, blue. Abundant fortunes, you possess an innate, enduring good fortune, often accompanied by favorable opportunities, making it easier for you to gain various chances and comprehend the Tao. Another prompt box materialized before Chu Xiu. This blue attribute is quite commendable. His eyes brightened as he read the description of abundant fortunes. The upgrade from fortuitous misfortune to abundant fortunes not only eliminated all negative influences, but also provided opportunities for various windfalls. As for the enhanced ease of comprehending the Tao, Chu Xiu did not place too much importance on it, for he already possessed extraordinary wisdom. Understanding the Tao was not a challenge for him. Wait a moment, he mused. Now that I have the blue attribute of abundant fortunes, will it be easier to extract treasures from storage bags? A thought struck him, and with a flick of his right hand, a storage bag appeared in his palm. This was the very storage bag he had obtained from the corpse of the elder of the akin family. It was time to test it. After a moment's contemplation, Chu Xiu began to refine the storage bag. Soon, he succeeded in refining it and beheld the space within. The storage bag measured approximately 100 cubic meters, 20 times larger than the one belonging to Gao Chang'e. However, it paled in comparison to the storage bag he had acquired from Exine Shi. Chu Xiu was not overly surprised by this, as the storage bag from Exine Shi was likely bestowed by the Gao family. Inside the storage bag, he discovered a plethora of garments in various colors, including intimate apparel belonging to women, evidently belonging to the cunning elder of the Exine family. Moreover, amidst the storage bag, Chu Xiu found numerous spiritual herbs. However, that was not the most significant discovery. The most important find was a golden token and a sizable chunk of pitch-black stone radiating an icy aura. The chill emanating from this stone seemed potent enough to freeze the very heavens and earth. Chu Xiu gazed at the black stone in shock, a sudden realization illuminating his mind. Eternal cold iron. This was indeed a piece of eternal cold iron. His expression turned fervent. His heaven-slaying blade had incorporated cold iron, albeit merely thousand-year cold iron, which possessed a chilling aura. If his heaven-slaying blade could be forged with eternal cold iron, its might would undoubtedly grow exponentially. Even the possibility of crafting it into a 6th or even 7th-tier masterpiece was not out of the question. Taking a deep breath to calm his emotions, he marveled. Such treasures are undoubtedly invaluable within the 6 doors. If I were to exchange them for merit points, I would need an exorbitant amount to do so. Just 1 pound requires a staggering 100 million merit points. Accumulating such merit points before stepping into the mythical realm would undoubtedly be a formidable task. In the present moment, the ancestral storage bag of the Exine family has bestowed upon me a piece of everlasting cold iron. This particular block of everlasting cold iron appears to weigh no less than several dozen pounds. The term profound fortune is simply exceptional. After a brief pause, with a thought, Chu Xiu conjured a massive, jet-black stone into the study. Embracing the substantial block of everlasting cold iron with both arms, he weighed it thoughtfully and remarked with a peculiar expression, "It seems I have underestimated this. It is not merely dozens of pounds, but rather several hundred pounds of everlasting cold iron." He contemplated whether he could scrape off a small portion to test the effects on the belly of the gluttonous beast. Gazing at the block of everlasting cold iron, Chu Xiu pondered for a moment before drawing his sword, the celestial cutter, and began to scrape the surface of the iron. Although the everlasting cold iron is exceedingly hard, it has yet to be forged into a weapon. With the sharpness of the celestial cutter and Chu Xiu's formidable strength, he managed to carve off a fragment. Sheathing the celestial cutter, he picked up the small piece of everlasting cold iron and placed it into his mouth. The moment it touched his tongue, an icy chill enveloped him, as if attempting to freeze him into a block of eternal ice. However, confronted by the unparalleled resilience of his 9-yang sacred body, the everlasting cold iron exerted no effect and was swallowed whole. Within the belly of the gluttonous beast, Chu Xiu could distinctly feel the creature's insides churning, secreting copious amounts of gastric fluid as it began to digest the piece of everlasting cold iron. Absorbing its frigid essence to temper Chu Xiu's physique, it was beneficial, yet the effect was minimal. Chu Xiu could sense that while the everlasting cold iron offered some advantage to his body, it did not achieve the transformative impact he had envisioned. This should not merely be attributed to the blue entry of the gluttonous beast's belly. Rather, it is that my body has grown so powerful that the everlasting cold iron can no longer exert its full potential. After all, I currently possess 2 purple entries, blood chi like a dragon and the indestructible diamond body. Particularly the indestructible diamond body, which boasts 4 remarkable traits: unbreakable resilience, invincibility, imperviousness to harm, and unparalleled defense. These attributes have rendered my physique extraordinarily formidable. Moreover, the gluttonous beast's belly, by absorbing the energy from the cold iron, further enhances my defensive capabilities. Were it not for the indestructible diamond body, the gluttonous beast's belly would indeed amplify my defenses. After contemplating this, a look of realization crossed Chu Xiu's face as he shook his head and said, "Fortunately, the gluttonous beast's belly's primary function is to facilitate the rapid digestion and absorption of elixirs, ensuring that their potency remains intact. Even if it no longer serves to digest the cold iron and extract energy, it remains invaluable to me." Now, to examine the other refining materials. Chu Xiu stored the everlasting cold iron back into the storage bag and began to inspect the remaining refining materials within. Naturally, the ancestral storage bag of the Akin family contained more than just a single piece of everlasting cold iron. Although the cold iron is the most precious, a cursory examination revealed numerous other refining materials, each weighing no less than 10 pounds, and some even reaching hundreds or thousands of pounds of millennium meteorite iron. "What is this stone?" Chu Xiu queried, flipping his right hand to reveal a palm-sized, lustrous white stone, radiant and exquisite, resembling jade yet distinctly different. He found this white stone to be surprisingly light, hinting at its extraordinary nature, though he could not identify it. Ultimately, he decided to set it aside for now, sensing that this white stone might possess a value exceeding that of the everlasting cold iron. After all, the ancestral figure of the Akin family had carelessly placed the cold iron within the storage bag, whereas this white stone was housed within a golden brocade box. "These jade bottles resemble the ones I previously acquired from Akin Sherwu," Chu Xiu mused. Could it be that the Akin family has been covertly gathering vital energy? Upon counting, he discovered an astonishing 8 jade bottles within the storage bag. Contemplating this, Chu Xiu furrowed his brow and remarked, "This implies that the Akin family not only possesses a place like the Celestial Immortal Pavilion in our Songlong County for the collection of vital energy, but may also have similar establishments in various counties. This matter must be communicated to Brother Qi, so that the silver and gold badge captains of the 6 doors can investigate across all counties. Now, to ascertain the purpose of this token." After thoroughly inspecting the items within the storage room, Chu Xiu focused his thoughts and retrieved the golden token from the storage bag. The 5 Elements Secret Realm? Chu Xiu gazed at the golden token inscribed with the phrase 5 Elements Secret Realm, pondering its significance and the mysteries it contained. After a moment of contemplation, he rose and exited the study. Why now? Night had deepened, and Zhang Xiao and Li Xinyue had already retired for the evening. Chu Xiu strode purposefully towards the task hall. "Brother Qi, I have something to discuss with you," he called out to Chu Xiu, who appeared lost in thought within the task hall, seemingly bored, clearly aware that Nangong Push had returned. Chu Xiu dared not peruse the miscellaneous books in fear of punishment. However, without the distraction of those books, boredom had set in. "Brother Chu, you haven't rested yet?" Chu Xiu inquired, regaining focus. "I was just meditating," Chu Xiu replied. "However, I have discovered something that I must share with you." "Indeed, Brother Chu is diligent." Chu Xiu expressed admiration. "No wonder your cultivation progresses so swiftly." "Brother Qi, it is not a convenient time for discussion," Chu Xiu stated, glancing at the entrance of the task hall. "Understood." Chu Xiu's expression turned grave as he waved his sleeve, causing the door of the task hall to close instantly. "Brother Qi, I discovered numerous jade bottles within the ancestral storage bag of the Akin family, identical to those I previously found in Akin Sherwu's bag. Although I cannot ascertain whether these jade bottles were collected for personal cultivation or intended for the elder of the Gao family, this matter warrants serious attention. Brother Qi must issue a task for our 6 door silver and gold badge captains to investigate throughout Songlong County." "What?" Chu Xiu's countenance shifted dramatically as he exclaimed. "Understand. I will commence issuing tasks immediately for our silver and gold badge captains to conduct thorough investigations across all counties in Songlong County." "Very well, Brother Qi. I have relayed all pertinent information. I must now visit the storeroom, so I shall take my leave," Chu Xiu said, nodding slightly. "All right, Brother Chu. Travel safely," Chu Xiu acknowledged as he waved his sleeve, slowly opening the door to the task hall. He then retrieved a small booklet from beneath the desk to begin recording new tasks. As Chu Xiu exited the task hall, he strode purposefully towards the storeroom. Upon entering, Zhao Qingming looked at him with a mix of surprise and curiosity. "Why are you here again, kid?" I have come today to discuss a matter with you, old Zhao, and to purchase some elixirs." Chu Xiu coughed lightly. What is it? Zhao Qingming shot a glance at Chu Xiu. Old Zhao, I no longer require the century-old meteorite iron or millennium meteorite iron. Chu Xiu replied earnestly. Could you assist me in returning them? The everlasting cold iron is proven of little use to me. Let alone the century-old and millennium meteorite irons. He had not anticipated that the golden muscles and jade bones could evolve into the indestructible diamond body. You don't want them anymore, Zhao Qingming responded. I can notify our 6 doors blacksmiths to process the return shortly. Zhao Qingming cast a puzzled glance at Chu Xiu and remarked, seemingly bemused by the fact that Chu Xiu had just made a purchase, only to seek a return now. Nevertheless, it was likely that the blacksmith had yet to commence any work on the item. Even if he had, converting it into a circular form would bear no consequence. Thank you, Elder Zhao, Chu Xiu said, clasping his hands together in gratitude. And no need for that. Just tell me, what elixir do you wish to purchase? Zhao Qingming waved his hand dismissively, his demeanor nonchalant. Elder Zhao, I wish to acquire Guiyuan Dan. The essence pills hold no value for me anymore. Chu Xiu pondered momentarily before continuing. Moreover, I possess 25 vials of essence pills. Could they be returned as well? Essence pills are elixirs utilized by martial artists at the Master Realm. And Chu Xiu had already achieved the pinnacle of the Grand Master Realm. The potency of essence pills had diminished significantly for him. Change always outpaces planning. Who could have anticipated that the emergence of 2 physical pathways would elevate his divine elephant suppression technique to the Grand Master Realm's pinnacle? His prowess in the path of holistic cultivation now far surpassed that of the 9-yang true art. It had become his true trump card, certainly, as long as the essence pills are unused. I shall gladly buy them back at their original price and exchange them for Guiyuan in the future. Should you have any unused elixirs, feel free to return them here. Zhao Qingming replied with a calm expression. Now, how many vials of Guiyuan Dan do you require? Thank you, Elder Zhao. I would like 100 vials of Guiyuan Dan. Chu Xiu expressed his gratitude once more, with a flourish of his sleeve. Vials of essence pills appeared on Zhao Qingming's desk. 25 vials, not a single one missing. Indeed, this time, Chu Xiu was not purchasing 50 vials of Guiyuan Dan in one go. Rather, he opted for 100. He even suspected that 100 vials might not suffice to elevate his divine elephant suppression technique to the zenith of the Grand Master Realm. Currently, he had opened 6,786 microparticles, while 8,400 were necessary for the pinnacle of the Grand Master Realm, leaving him short by 1,600 microparticles. The higher the cultivation realm, the more challenging it became to open microparticles. Eventually, it could take 1 or even several elixirs just to open a single microparticle point. 100 vials of Guiyuan Dan would amount to a total value of 10 million merit points, identical in price to the essence pills. You return 10 gene of millennium meteorite iron and 10 gene of century meteorite iron, totaling 5,100,000 merit points. The value of 25 vials of essence pills is 125,000 merit points. Thus, you can return 635,000 merit points. Zhao Qingming calculated. Subtracting the price of Guiyuan Dan, you will still need 365,000 merit points. Elder Zhao, here is my token. Chu Xiu produced the Qingyi Mingbu token and handed it to Zhao Qingming. Chu Xiu, take the token back yourself. I will fetch the Guiyuan Dan for you. Zhao Qingming instructed, swiping Chu Xiu's token across the black jade stone, placing it on the table, and collecting the essence pills before heading towards the storeroom. Very well. Chu Xiu nodded slightly, tucking the token away in less than a moment. Zhao Qingming emerged carrying a large black bag, placing it on the table and waving at Chu Xiu, saying, All set, Chu Xiu. I have retrieved the Guiyuan Dan you requested. If there is nothing else, you may take your leave. Elder Zhao, have you heard of secret realms? Chu Xiu inquired tentatively. His urgency in coming to the storeroom was also to inquire about secret realms from Zhao Qingming. Chu Xiu might not know about them, but Zhao Qingming, as the custodian of the storeroom for the 6 doors of Songlong County and a seasoned peak martial saint, was likely to be informed. Indeed, I am well aware of secret realms, Zhao Qingming replied, his tone grave. Within our 6 doors, there exists a secret realm. Our 6 doors have a secret realm. Chu Xiu was taken aback, staring at Zhao Qingming in disbelief. As a Qingyi Mingbu member, why was he unaware of the existence of a secret realm within the 6 doors? Indeed, there exists a secret realm within our 6 doors, However, it is not among the 6 doors of Songlong County, but rather the 6 doors of Qingzhou City, Zhao Qingming clarified. This secret realm is known as the Kanglin's Secret Realm. The Kanglin's Secret Realm? Chu Xiu raised an eyebrow, intrigued. When discussing secret realms, we must touch upon the matter of cultivation realms. The martial saint realm condenses one's true essence into a martial golden core. Thus, the realm above the martial saint is the mythical realm, which involves the consolidation of one's martial spirit. Zhao Qingming explained earnestly. Moreover, the martial legend realm, which lies above the mythical realm, is fundamentally about opening the celestial cave. Each secret realm is essentially formed from the demise of an unparalleled martial master of the martial legend realm. Of course, the vast majority of these masters do not leave behind a celestial cave. Each celestial cave is a remnant of ancient warriors who, just before their fall, actively detach themselves from their essence to become part of the real world. I see, Chu Xiu remarked, a look of realization crossing his face. Thus, the 5-element secret realm he possessed was likely the world formed after the fall of a martial legend-level existence, the Kanglin's Secret Realm. In fact, was left behind by an extraordinary martial master known as the Kanglin Sword Saint, who once thrived in our land of Qingzhou. Within the Kanglin's Secret Realm, there exists a plethora of treasures, as well as the legacy left by the Kanglin Sword Saint. In Qingzhou, we open the Kanglin's Secret Realm every 50 years. While the realm is controlled by the 6 doors of Qingzhou City, the quota is not exclusively for our members. The entire 6 doors of Qingzhou has 100 slots, while the remaining 100 slots are divided among various factions in the city. With less than half a year remaining until the Kanglin's Secret Realm opens, Zhao Qingming glanced at Chu Xiu and stated, "Given your rank of 81st on the potential dragon list, the 6 doors of Qingzhou will certainly allocate one of those slots to you. However, once inside the Kanglin's Secret Realm, you must exercise caution. Killing is not forbidden within the realm. Not only are there demons present, but fellow humans will also engage in bloodshed. Only we, of the 6 doors, will refrain from attacking each other. Yet it cannot be guaranteed that members of other factions will do the same. There are demons in the Kanglin's Secret Realm," Chu Xiu asked, momentarily taken aback. "Indeed, demons do exist in the Kanglin's Secret Realm," Zhao Qingming confirmed. When the Kanglin Sword Saint fell, he had already reached the peak of the martial legend realm, a mere step away from becoming a terrestrial immortal. Before his demise, he traversed the land of Qingzhou, imprisoning many demons within the Kanglin's Secret Realm. The most formidable demons within the Kanglin's Secret Realm have even attained the martial legend realm. There are numerous demons at the martial saint and mythical realm levels, and these demons have thoroughly established their roots within the Kanglin's Secret Realm. When you enter the Kanglin's Secret Realm to vie for resources, you are essentially competing for their cultivation resources. Inevitably, one shall engage in combat with the demons residing within the Kanglin's Secret Realm. Furthermore, these demons regard the human talents who venture into the Kanglin's Secret Realm as the most valuable resources for their cultivation. Truly a boon of great significance. Zhao Qingming nodded slightly, gazing at Chu Xiu as he spoke. However, with your innate talent, young lad, there's no need to worry about these demons, as long as you refrain from entering the core of the Kanglin's Secret Realm and do not provoke that legendary demon of martial arts. You will encounter no danger. On the contrary, your greatest concern should be the talents from other factions." Chu Xiu pondered for a moment and inquired, "Elder Zhao, are the talents from other factions so formidable?" "Do not underestimate the talents of other factions," Zhao Qingming replied. "Each time the Kanglin's Secret Realm opens, it is not only our Qingzhou as Qianlong ranking talents that participate. For instance, within our Qingzhou, every prominent family harbors hidden talents to varying degrees. Especially among the 4 great families of Qingzhou, each may conceal truly extraordinary prodigies. These individuals have remained unseen from the very beginning, even within their own families. Only the most direct descendants may be privy to their existence. Each of these individuals possesses immense strength, having received the full support of their family's resources since childhood, when the Kanglin's Secret Realm opens. These unparalleled talents, hidden in the shadows and absent from the Qianlong ranking, will undoubtedly emerge. Moreover, the extraordinary talents from beyond Qingzhou may also appear," Zhao Qingming added with a meaningful tone. "You must understand that these families, or other factions in Qingzhou may have connections with influential figures from other states. These individuals might secure spots for themselves and come to our Qingzhou capital to enter the Kanglin's secret realm. Each time the Kanglin's secret realm opens, it truly becomes a gathering of genuine talents. I understand. Chu Xiu nodded gently. From Zhao Qingming's words, he gleaned that the Qianlong ranking could not account for all the talents in Qingzhou. Some had remained concealed in the shadows, unrecorded by the Qianlong ranking. Thus, despite his current rank of 81st, there are likely many individuals of greater strength than he. Regarding the four great families of Qingzhou, he knew little, but one thing was certain. Each family was immensely powerful, incomparable to families like the Gao family, akin to the stars in the sky versus the dust on the ground, completely beyond comparison. If a family in a county wishes to be recognized, it must have a figure of mythic level to preside over it. Thus, families in a state should at the very least have a martial arts mythic level figure in their midst. When you have the time, you should often visit our Six Doors library and peruse the books there. These texts contain not only information about our entire Qingzhou capital and the dozens of counties therein, but also the records of the 108 states of the Great Zhou Dynasty, including the capital city and the divine territories. Zhao Qingming waved his hand dismissively at Chu Xiu, saying, "With your talent and comprehension, you certainly cannot remain confined within our Songlong County's 6 doors. Like Nangong Push, your world lies within the Qingzhou capital and even in our Great Zhou Dynasty's divine city. Do not focus solely on cultivation. It is imperative that you also familiarize yourself with the outside world." "Thank you, Elder Zhao, I understand," Chu Xiu said, sweeping his sleeve to store the black bag filled with medicinal pills into his storage pouch. Bowing in gratitude to Zhao Qingming. Zhao Qingming nodded and settled into his chair as Chu Xiu turned to leave, heading towards the Six Doors library. Just as Zhao Qingming indicated, his world was not confined to Songlong County's 6 doors. He indeed needed to broaden his understanding of the outside world. "Chu lad, you're back again?" Elder Jiang exclaimed upon seeing Chu Xiu enter, instinctively standing up. His first thought was that Chu Xiu had come to select martial arts techniques once more. "Elder Jiang, I'm not here to choose martial arts today." Chu Xiu coughed lightly and addressed Elder Jiang. "Not selecting martial arts. Are you here just to chat with me?" Elder Jiang rolled his eyes and replied, "Elder Jiang, I have come to seek information about the entirety of Qingzhou and even the entire Great Zhou Dynasty," Chu Xiu said with a slight smile. "You wish to peruse this information? It's located in the miscellaneous section on the first floor. You may select what you need. Once you've made your selections, you can take them with you and return them whenever you finish reading," Elder Jiang said after a thoughtful glance at Chu Xiu. "You truly need to familiarize yourself with matters beyond our Songlong County." "Thank you, Elder Jiang." Chu Xiu expressed his gratitude and proceeded to the miscellaneous section on the first floor of the library. Upon arrival, he discovered that the information regarding a single state in the Great Zhou Dynasty was divided into 3 volumes, indicating a total of 3 books as for the information on the 108 states of the Great Zhou Dynasty. It exceeded several hundred volumes. Additionally, there were records pertaining to the capital city and introductions to various demon factions, among other topics. Ultimately, Chu Xiu took over 1,000 books at once, storing them all in his pouch, ready to peruse at his leisure. With his insatiable appetite for knowledge, he could read while simultaneously enhancing his strength. Upon returning to his courtyard, Chu Xiu refrained from consuming the Xinyang Dan and Guiyuan Dan and instead opted to rest. His strength had already surged dramatically that day, and there was no need to rush his cultivation. A balance of work and rest was far more crucial. Time passed swiftly, and unknowingly, half a month slipped by. During this period, Chu Xiu remained at home, engrossed in reading, and consuming Xinyang Dan and Guiyuan Dan throughout this time. The entire Songlong County remained tranquil, devoid of any notable events. The IT was as though the demons had vanished without a trace. Of course, thanks to Chu Xiu's warnings, 6 doors had uncovered the matter of the small hill fox spirits draining vitality in several counties beneath Songlong County. These small hill fox spirits fell at the hands of Captain Jin Zhang of 6 doors. In contrast to the martial sage-level fox spirit he had encountered at the Tianxian Pavilion and the protection of a martial sage-level old fox, the small hill fox spirits in these counties were of much lower cultivation. merely at the Grandmaster level at most. Suddenly, a tremendous and powerful aura erupted from a nearby room. Sister Xinyue has broken through again. Xiao, who was practicing her swordplay in the courtyard, paused, her delicate face reflecting surprise as she gazed toward the room. Indeed, she has broken through again. Xinyue has likely reached the pinnacle of the 7th level of martial sage. Chu Xiu nodded slightly, his face revealing a look of astonishment. Xinyue was inherently a calamity. Even without any effort, her cultivation would continuously ascend, coupled with the 8 jade bottles he had obtained from the ancestor of the akin family, which contained a significant amount of vital energy, even more than the bottles he had previously received from the fox spirit. This enabled Li Xinyue's cultivation to soar from the 1st level of martial sage to the pinnacle of the 7th level within a remarkably short span of time. Is it not true that Sister Xinyue will soon reach the mythic realm and seek vengeance against the 7th chief of the Bailey Tianduanshan? Dugaming? Jiang Xiaoxiao's eyes sparkled as she asked Chu Xiu. Not so easily, Chu Xiu shook his head, stating, once a calamity reaches the martial sage realm, the speed of their cultivation will gradually slow. Currently, Xinyue's rapid advancement is solely due to the vital energy I procured from the akin family's ancestor. Without it, Xinyue would require a substantial amount of time to reach the pinnacle of the 9th level of martial sage. Achieving the mythic realm will demand an even longer period of accumulation, such as the burden of longevity and immortality. During this period, he immersed himself in a plethora of books, gaining a considerable understanding of natural disasters. Does this not imply that I have the opportunity to catch up with Sister Xinyue and assist her in avenging her grievances? Jiang Xiao exclaimed with a radiant expression. Indeed, you have already reached the pinnacle of the 9th level of the Master Realm, and you are on the verge of stepping into the Grandmaster Realm. With your innate talent, it is likely that you will soon catch up to Xinyue. Chu Xiu, upon hearing this, cast a glance at Jiang Xiao. A gentle smile gracing his lips, he was profoundly astonished. While he had been consuming elixirs, Jiang Xiao had refrained from taking any pills, instead relying solely on the absorption of lunar essence to see her cultivation soar. Chu Xiu found himself questioning whether Jiang Xiao was truly the destined daughter of fortune. Fortunately, his own progress had also been swift. His internal cultivation had reached the pinnacle of the Grandmaster realm, merely a step away from the martial sage realm. His external cultivation had similarly attained the peak of the Grandmaster realm, endowing him with the strength of 8,400 savage giant elephants. The only concern was that his merit points had been entirely depleted. Not entirely, as he still possessed 430 merit points. The remainder had been exchanged for Jinyang Dan and Guandi, and it was precisely due to the substantial merit points that he had managed to elevate his cultivation to the peak of the Grandmaster realm in both internal and external aspects within a mere fortnight. Creak, the door slowly opened. Xinyue emerged from the room, her eyes brimming with gratitude as she spoke to Chu Xiu. Thank you, young master. No need for such formality. Chu Xiu waved his hand, a hint of a smile appearing on his face. You have secluded yourself for half a month and have finally reached the pinnacle of the 7th level of the martial sage realm. You may now take some time to rest. I understand. Li Xinyue nodded gently, displaying a look of obedience. All right, I shall take my leave for a stroll now. Chu Xiu stood up, addressing Li Xinyue and Jiang Xiao. After a period of solitude, it was time for him to venture out, primarily because his merit points were exhausted and he had finished all his reading. Young master, are you not dining before heading out? Jiang Xiao inquired, her lovely eyes blinking with curiosity. Xinyue regarded Chu Xiu with an expression of eager anticipation. No, you may dine. It is nearly dark, Chu Xiu replied, a glimmer of determination flashing in his eyes. With that, he strode towards the courtyard exit. Upon leaving the courtyard, he first returned all the books of the Six Doors Armory before making his way to the task hall. Oh, Brother Chu, what a coincidence. I was just about to seek you out. At the entrance of the task hall, Chu Xiu encountered Chi Xiu. Brother Chi, do you have another task suitable for me? Chu Xiu raised an eyebrow, inquiring, Brother Chu, come, let us discuss this inside. Chi Xiu approached Chu Xiu, draping an arm over his shoulder. Very well. Chu Xiu nodded, following Chi Xiu into the task hall. Once inside, Chi Xiu pondered for a moment before saying, Although the celestial pavilion has been eradicated by you, and with the intelligence you provided, we at the Six Doors have exterminated all the hidden fox spirits of the Xiaoqi Mountain across the various counties of Songlong Prefecture. I remain concerned that there may still be fox spirits within the county town. After all, the ancestor of the Gao family surely still requires the fox spirits for their essence. Therefore, I had someone investigate. And indeed, a fox spirit has reappeared along the banks of the Songlong River, feeding on essence. However, this time it is more concealed, unlike the previous Celestial Pavilion incident. This time, the Baiwa Tower not only houses the fox spirits, but also ordinary women. Furthermore, the Baiwa Tower is managed and guarded by members of the Dajiang Gang. Based on our estimates, there are at least some martial sage-level experts secretly protecting it. Brother Chu, would you like to take on this task? Chu Xiu, well aware of the Six Doors' efforts to root out the fox spirits from the various counties of Songlong Prefecture, had not been idle during his reading that he had been informed by Chu Xiu of this matter previously. Raising an eyebrow, Chu Xiu replied, Baiwa Tower, I shall accept this task. Good. Since Brother Chu has accepted this task, it shall be yours. Chu Xiu nodded slightly. However, if you head to Baiwa Tower, you must exercise utmost caution. Oh. Chu Xiu felt a flicker of curiosity and regarded Chu Xiu with interest. Brother Chu should also be aware that the entire county town of Songlong Prefecture has been remarkably tranquil recently, with no traces of any demons. Yet, the more serene it is, the more I worry. I have an unsettling feeling, as if a storm is brewing. Chu Xiu hesitated, his expression grave, had it not been for your prior instruction. Brother Chu, to inform you immediately of any tasks, I would not have thought to seek you out for this one, I understand. Rest assured, I will be careful, Chu Xiu replied with a soft smile. Patting Chu Xiu's shoulder, noticing that night had completely fallen, he strode out of the task hall and toward the exit of the Six Doors. No, Brother Chu, you must not encounter any trouble. I must seek Brother Nangong. Chu Xiu watched Chu Xiu's departing figure, contemplating for a moment before hastily making his way deeper into the Six Doors towards a certain courtyard. Shortly thereafter, Chu Xiu exited the Six Doors, leisurely walking towards the Songlong River. Dajiang Gang, report to the boss that Chu Xiu has left the Six Doors. A member of the Dajiang Gang entered the hall, bowing to Wei Qifeng, the gang leader seated at the head of the table. He has finally emerged. I was beginning to think that Chu Xiu would remain a turtle in his shell within the Six Doors. A glint of murderous intent flashed in Wei Qifeng's eyes as he spoke coldly. Boss, it seems Chu Xiu is headed towards the Songlong River. After a moment of contemplation, the Dajiang Gang member informed Wei Qifeng. Songlong River? Wei Qifeng's gaze sharpened, and he cursed. Damn it, the dogs of the Six Doors have sharp noses. Even the fox spirits of Xiaoqi Mountain, hidden under the cover of the Six Doors, have been discovered. Boss, should we instruct the fox spirits of Xiaoqi Mountain to hide for the time being? The Dajiang Gang member's expression shifted as he inquired. Wei Qifeng rubbed his forehead, commanding, send orders to relocate all the fox spirits of Xiaoqi Mountain. They must not remain in the county town. I have heard that the Six Doors have conducted a thorough search of the counties under Songlong Prefecture. A significant number of those fox spirits have been unearthed by them. Let them go to those counties to gather essence for the ancestor of the Gao family. After all, there are members of the Gao family within the Six Doors. Thus, many matters within the Six Doors cannot truly escape the notice of the Gao family, nor of their sycophant, Wei Qifeng. Boss, you are astute. Could this be the legendary